Okay. Okay, guys, this is the first part for, as far as I know, the last volume. Someone has said that there's a part 6, but I don't know, to be honest. But we'll see. Okay, prologue. Though normally free of anything else, the hall containing Alexandria's foundation now housed rows of boxes packed with magic tools and rejuvenation potions. The ancient spell about to be revived would cover the entire duchy. A dish-shaped rainbow facestone sat waiting with one of Wehrman's white branches stabbed into it. Let us begin, Ferdinand called. Rosemary put both hands on the dish. Oh, it was a dish-shaped rainbow facestone. Okay, never mind. It was empty at first, but it slowly came to resemble a white mirror as she channeled mana into it. Wehrman's white branch took on a rainbow hue, and a pillar of omni-elemental light shot toward the ceiling. From what Ferdinand could tell, it was being sucked into the face stones of each element orbiting the foundation. Ferdinand, Rosemine said, He turned his attention from the face stones to the water mirror sitting on the ground. Its surface traced the creation of the magic circle, showing first a group of nobles waving their lit staffs above their heads, then the brightly lit nobles' quarter, then the lower city. It must be true, then. Spells cast here take shape in the Mana Replenishment Hall. Indeed, their circle, and any other spells the Ob cast in the Foundation's Hall, grew from the castle outward. It explained why nobles of the past had never suspected that the Foundation was actually located inside the temple. They would be told the truth during the Archduke Conference, and one could only imagine the chaos that would ensue. Yeah, as long as they don't know where about the key to the Bible, the key to the Bible being the key of the Foundation. Actually, since it should just be I'm assuming the Archdukes knowing this information, it should be fine. Ferdinand drew his eyebrows into a frown. For all the troubles in the horizon, they had to focus on the present. Rosemary needed to empty her mana reserve, else Ferdinand would not be able to die her, and she would ultimately succumb to the divine power within her. We have come too far to fail now. Rosemary no longer had a home in Ehrenfest, but it did not matter. She had obtained an entire duchy that she could shape as she pleased. Ferdinand, meanwhile, had taken advantage of a royal decree to go from being someone merely close to her to being her true family. Yeah, if only she could remember all her memories, and she would still remember why she did what she did, why she had gone and saved him, because that's part of the reason, because she thinks of him truly as family. I will not allow the gods to toy with our lives and end our dreams before they can come true. Focus, the circle is not yet complete. They had managed to activate their circle, a mere imitation of the original used at the Royal Academy, but Ferdinand remained as tense as ever. Only time would tell whether it would actually reach completion. The basis of their plan was sound, but they had not been able to practice. This was their only chance, and the risk of everything coming apart at the seams was far from small. Ferdinand worried that Rosemary might collapse before she could expel the divine power rampaging through her. Maybe she would panic and drink a rejuvenation potion, and the human mana it contained would cause the ancient spell to fail. There's so much that could go wrong. If she can endure the starvation, then Rosemary should manage to expand the last of her mana, but even that is no guarantee. One of the knights started praying, Rosemary exclaimed. I guess Hartmut's lesson went a little too far. Ferdinand took a moment to observe the girl peering into the water mirror. Though she remarked enthusiastically on the state of the border gates, he would not be deceived. She was a more capable noble than before, and now knew exactly how to disguise her true emotions. He tried not to remember her voice or the look in her eyes when she had said she was too afraid of her mana regenerating to sleep. Their plan would put Rosemary on the very brink of death. Even the slightest hiccup could mean her demise. Ferdinand continued to watch her while checking for the umpteenth time that everything he needed was within reach. I cannot talk. The gods truly are despicable. A deep scowl creased his brow as he remembered the spiteful goddess who had put Rosemary in these dire circumstances to begin with. The transference ceremony had already begun. When Mestinora once again descended. Ferdinand was glaring at her with as much hate as he could muster, and she at him. Tell me what the gods did to Rosemary, how to fully remove the sway of her divine power, and what means other than channeling mana into her will restore her lost memories. In return, I will give Ewerman the antidote for the poison keeping him frozen. To punctuate his ultimatum, Ferdinand showed not only the antidote, but also the silver tubes and daggers still on his person. Damn it. He refused to cower even in the face of a goddess, and would not hesitate to threaten her or continue to attack a wereman. Then have Eglantine administer the antidote while I explain. Determined not to let any more harm come to a wereman, Mestanora relinquished the information her adversary desired. She was much easier to persuade than the former god, who resembled a brick wall when it came to communication. A wereman had thought it best for Rosemine to become the country's next Zent. She had reached the foundation on her own, and then supplied it with mana, so he concluded that she was as good a candidate as any. Problems had arisen only when a wereman sought to welcome Mestanora back into Rosemine's body. The young bookworm's charms had prevented the goddess's return, so the gods had intervened, assaulting Rosemine with blessings in an attempt to overcome them. But alas, the charms had not activated, and their wearer had suddenly received more divine power than a human body could endure. Only by allowing Mestanora's descent had she managed to survive. Gods, what have you done? Ferdinand muttered. The explanation was clear, but completely unacceptable. Events he had thought existed only in myths had somehow bled through into the real world. Not even I predicted this. Ferdinand saw the divine light seeping through Rosemine's body and considered it repulsive. Most attendees of the transference ceremony had gushed that she was blessed and that they envied her, but he wanted nothing more than to free her from Mestanora's sick clutches. Legends say that rash blessings from the gods can sometimes be a curse, Ferdinand mused, thinking it would apply to Rosemine. Is it because the gods did not intend for this outcome that I am here? Mestanora replied. I can borrow the divine instruments of the primary and the supreme gods. Nobody else can manage the powers clashing within her. Ferdinand recalled the legends recorded in the temple and the Royal Academy. The gods had given Mestanora access to every one of the divine instruments as protection against her father, Abeglabe, who wished to see her dead. Why? Surely, if he's as protective of his wife Geduld as he is, surely he would feel the same way about his own daughter, you know? A goddess who, despite being a wind subordinate, is in tune with all elements. How troublesome. Ferdinand was overcome with misery. The legend spoke of ways to reverse curses brought about by the gods, but those were only so much he could do against as capable of an opponent as Mestanora. As for erasing the divine power within her, the goddess continued, not much can be done while it remains so dominant. One can make her compatible with it by dyeing her body with the power of a stronger god, thereby erasing her pain, but she would cease to be mortal as a result. Yeah, we don't want that. Ferdinand swallowed the urge to snap at Mestanora, and instead adopted the most genuine-seeming smile he could muster. He wanted to free Rosemine from the god's blessing, not push her closer to becoming a fully divine being. Harmon would blow a gasket if that were to happen. I wish to return her mana to that of a mortal, he explained. If you can almost fully drain her, then I expect you could re-dye her with human mana. It would not be her original mana. Damn it. But it would produce the desired result. You should not have any trouble dyeing her, I assume. Under normal circumstances, nobles only ever dyed or poured mana into their partners or members of their family. Dyeing a complete stranger was an unpleasant and outright painful experience widely considered taboo. So any regular noble would probably have balked at the goddess' proposal. Ferdinand, however, was no regular noble. He had grown up a face stone in the Adulterous Sevilla and was not averse to regulating his mana with potions and the like. Deep down, he believed that all people were fated to become face stones, and that exchanges of mana were only natural. I am not opposed to the act of re-dyeing Rosemine. I mean, he did it before with the synchronization potion. I don't know if he did it on purpose when that happened, or if that was just completely an accident, but we'll find out. Maybe we'll find out. Rather, he took issue with draining her mana. It was a painful process, as he had come to learn when he was stuck at Aaron's Box Mana Replenishment Hall. He did not want to put Rosemine through the same torture. Draining her mana would put her at risk of death, Ferdinand said. Are there any other methods we could use? If you would rather not re-dye her at all at once, then you will need to wait for her original mana to return. But isn't that going to hurt her, though? Is that to say the divinely dyed mana will disappear with use? Of course not. It will fade somewhat, but regenerate alongside her normal mana. The pain she feels will persist until the last of the god's power disappears. And it will not be a short process by any means. Judging by how she has responded so far, I do not believe mine would survive. I would advise you to re-dye her instead. Ferdinand was forced to agree. The gods' elements were clashing with each other and causing all sorts of damage to Rosemine's body. There was no time to waste. Furthermore, Rosemine is a victim of the devouring. To create his replica Grugischite, Ferdinand had needed a portion of Rosemine's wisdom. Only then had he learned that those with the devouring were unusually vulnerable to other people's mana. He had already dyed her mana organ when her clumps had put her on the verge of death, and if the god's mana had an even greater sway on her than that of mere mortals, it was a chance it would not fade as one would normally expect. You have told me how to remove the divinity from Rosemine's mana, Ferdinand said. Now tell me how I can restore her severed memories. There are commoners among those she has forgotten. How can she even ever remember them when they cannot channel mana into her, because commoners don't have hardly any mana at all, if any at all? Mestinora crossed her arms and let her eyes wander the space around them. Was she racking her brain or simply looking for a way to evade the question? A long moment passed before she eventually replied. If you know someone who shares those particular memories, they could channel their mana into her. It might repair some of the connections that were severed, but this is the problem here. Commoners have little to no mana at all. That's why blue priests can have kids with shrine maidens, because they have so little mana in comparison. Blue priests have so little mana in comparison that they can have kids with commoners. Gods could not lie, or they dared not to, for the punishment was truly severe. Nonetheless, Ferdinand could guess from Mestinora's body language that she had omitted something important. For her to have even humored the idea, there must have existed a way for Rosemine to remember the commoners who had once meant so much to her. It must not be something she favors. I wonder what it is. Ferdinand was unsure whether he had the time to pinpoint whatever method the goddess was trying to hide from him, or whether he was even capable of working it out on his own. But he had already made his resolve. He would do everything in his power to help restore Rosemine's memories. Rosemine's experiences in the lower city had shaped her into the woman she once was. Now that she no longer remembered them, her love for her family and excitement for the future seemed to have faded. She was much colder than before, and at times came across as completely unattached. Though she claims I am important to her, she lacks the overwhelming enthusiasm I used to find so overbearing. Her lack of compassion had come about not naturally, but because she no longer had access to her core memories. Ferdinand resented the gods for what they have done to her and would never forgive them. I will restore her memories. That is quite the frown, Quinta, Mestinora said with a cruel chuckle. You need only make her supply the foundation. She can survive without her memories, but will meet an untimely demise if you do not re-dye her mana. Supplying the foundation would allow Rosemine to expand a lot of mana over a short period, but Ferdinand was unconvinced. She did not intend to become the Zent, and it was inconceivable that Eglantine would manage to die over divine mana and withdraw the country's borders in time for the upcoming Archduke Conference. Not that Mestinora cared to listen. I separated the divine mana inside mine into its various elements, but this is only a temporary solution. As her mana regenerates, the divine power will grow stronger and her pain will intensify. Be quick to expand it when she returns. The goddess then drifted through the air and came to rest above Overlord's shoulder. Eglantine might have succeeded in applying the antidote because the former god was able to move his arms again. To save Rosemine's life, I suppose a compromise must be made. Mestinora intended to have Rosemine fill the country's foundation by any means necessary. Ferdinand did not know how urgently she expected them to act, but he would not waste another moment. He started piecing together a rough schedule while Eglantine made a vow to the goddess of light and the other gods. In an unfortunate twist, supplying the foundation was not enough to fully expand the divine power within Rosemine. It made matters worse that the divine power regenerated at a rapid pace. It makes no sense. Does this mean Mestinora lied to me? Or was this an outcome that not even she managed to predict? I would say the possibility of the second one. Because you said that the gods can't lie, or else their punishment will be very, very bad. Ferdinand considered re-dyeing Rosemine as she was, but the rebound was far more intense than before. He took her hand and tried to channel mana into her, only to be blown back immediately. So intense was the rejection that Rosemine did not even notice his attempt. She really would need to be drained almost entirely before he could re-dye her with mortal mana. But will that be enough? Unable to fully cast aside his doubts, Ferdinand made arrangements for Rosemine to drain her mana and use the divine instruments to supply her new duchy. She returned the barren land to its former splendor, and the commoners who saw her rejoiced, further cementing her reputation as a divine avatar of a goddess. There were welcome changes, but they wore Rosemine down and did not drain as much of her mana as anticipated. She withered more by the day. I pour my mana into the other divine instruments, right? Rosemine asked. Anyone can use them as long as they know the prayers. We could get the others to drain the instruments for me, then I could simply refill them. A most worrying development. Rosemine only thought so logically when she was backed into a corner. Convinced that her mana had changed enough to make further testing worthwhile, Ferdinand gave her a drop of synchronization potion, only for her to protest the taste. She claimed it was awfully bitter and stung her tongue, a far cry from the sweetness she had remarked on before. She would not be able to drink liquid mana when even a simple synchronization potion went down like poison. Ferdinand could only conclude that she was far from being out of mana. Is her stamina going to last long enough for me to drain her completely? Or for us to drain her completely? Rosemine's mana would regenerate, causing her divine power to grow and putting her through more pain, even if she did nothing but sleep. She had started resting only in short bursts as a result and was now reluctant to climb into bed. A report from Lazletta had explained that Rosemine was hungry but could not eat. Assuming the former was the result of her largely depleted mana, Rosemine would soon endure greater agony than she could ever imagine. We have even less time than I expected. As tensions rose, Rosemine's retinue started draining the divine instruments so that their lady could devote her full attention to replenishing them. It worked well, and she eventually lost enough mana to sense Ferdinand. Wow. But her divine power is so much too great, I cannot sense her mana at all. On the bright side, Rosemine's divine power soon dropped enough that she could stomach the synchronization potion. Holding on to that faint hope, Ferdinand concluded he might soon be able to dye her mana. Returning his attention to the present, Ferdinand realized that his hopes would soon be dashed. He kept a careful eye on Rosemine as she responded to his observation. That sounds rough. I don't want him to be miserable, but I plan to devote all my time to overseeing my library and reading books. All my time not spent carrying out my duties, of course. She spoke as casually as always, but she looked pale as a sheet. Having sensed the gravity of their situation, Ferdinand went to grab a rejuvenation potion. We're nearly done, Rosemine said, the intensity in her golden eyes screaming that she refused to restore her mana. Ferdinand put his arm back down, his teeth gritted. No matter how much he thought she needed it, he could not force her to drink it against her will. The water mirror went from showing Frembeltag's border gate to the one near Ehrenfest. Ferdinand made a few pleasant remarks in an attempt to lighten Rosemine's mood, but she could no longer speak. Only a few labored gasps came out in response. She had stopped trying to disguise her anguish and clung to the face-stone plate with trembling hands. Don't worry, Ferdinand discerned among the wheezing. Just a little longer, Rosemine, he said, trying to encourage her, but the journey from their most recent border gate back to the castle was anything but short. He glared impatiently at the dark ocean that appeared in the water mirror. Is the circle not yet completed? How much longer will this take? Her head started to droop. Her strength was leaving her, and she found it unusually hard to keep touching the plate. Ferdinand wrapped an arm around her and rested a hand atop hers, keeping them pressed against the face stone. Rosemine, lean against me if you must. Just keep your hands on the plate. Ferdinand continued to support Rosemine, who was now only partially conscious, and channel mana into her hands. He noticed some rebound, but she did not react. Not long now. No sooner had she slumped over completely out of stamina than the castle came into view. The magic circle was complete. Ferdinand channeled more mana to her hands and wasted no time chanting a prayer. O goddess of water flew train, bringer of healing and change. O 12 goddesses are served by her side. Please hear my prayer and lend me your divine strength. In the same breath, he tried to sit Rosemine upright so that she could drink. He reached for a nearby utensil that already contained synchronization potion and continued to pray. Dye the mortal realm your divine color. In no time at all, the water mirror turned a green hue. The large-scale spell was complete, but it was too early to celebrate. Ferdinand wrenched open Rosemine's mouth and put the utensil in place, allowing the synchronization potion to pour down her throat. His liquid mana would come next. Dyeing her now would prevent the divine power from regenerating with her regular mana. Be calm, you have done this countless times before. His every movement served a purpose as he gave Rosemine a string of potions to consume. He seemed entirely calm. As her head doctor, he was used to medicating her while she slept, but fought an intense battle in his mind. There was far too much at stake. Time was of the essence. Ferdinand needed to dye Rosemine before she died of mana starvation, or the divine power within her started to return. It was much easier to dye her while her mana was low, but tarrying too long before administering a rejuvenation potion would mean her demise. Hurry, do not pause. Ferdinand squeezed Rosemine's hand and channeled more mana into her. He found it hard to breathe, and the pounding in his chest grew so loud he could no longer measure her heartbeat. The synchronization potion must have been working because her resistance to his mana continued to weaken. He considered the time to be right and poured a rejuvenation potion down Rosemine's throat. Now we need to only wait for her to regain consciousness. Ferdinand waited, but nothing happened. Even when Rosemine returned to having a healthy amount of mana, she remained slumped against him. Cold sweat ran down his back. His throat became so dry that it hurt to swallow. Rosemine! Wake up! Rosemine! Oh boy, he's starting to get worried. Ferdinand increased the amount of mana he was pouring into her. He forced it through her system to prevent any death-induced clumps from forming. There was enough resistance to cause her pain, or at least discomfort, but she remained completely motionless. Each breath she took seemed more feeble than the last, and when Ferdinand tried to check her pulse, he found it was concerningly weak. Were we too late? They had done absolutely everything they could to remove the divine power, putting Rosemine's life at risk. Had that still not been enough? Should he have administered the rejuvenation potion sooner? It might have made more sense to force upon her the same kind of stamina rejuvenation potion he had tossed to Gervasio. Despair and regret dug their sharp talons into his mind as his thoughts ran rampant. But it was not over yet. Ferdinand put a hand to Rosemine's mouth, checking her breathing once again. Then he looked up. How many times had he been brought to the verge of death? How many times had he thought his life was over? He had sincerely believed when he was trapped in Aaron's box bin or replenishment hall that he was going to die. Even then, when he had completely lost the will to fight, Rosemine had pressed on. She had done everything in her power to save him, and it stood to reason that he should do exactly the same for her. He would resort to anything, even dubious records from ancient, untrustworthy sources to wake her up again. The gods can have their curse back. Ferdinand made a step into a pen and continued to gaze upward. O gods, hear my cry. The goddess of wisdom deceived me. Rosemine's divine power did not fade, even after she supplied Jürgen Schmidt's foundation. Is this the outcome you desire? Mixing in words of resentment, Ferdinand took the most wonderful magic circle he had ever seen and drew it mirrored. It was a cruel corruption of the circle that existed only to bless others. The same... Oh, is he making a curse? Oh, now I'm interested and yet scared at the same time. The same one Rosemine had once used on him. Rosemine has prayed to the gods more than anyone else. She, of all people, deserves to live. If you must curse someone, then curse me instead. Oh. I don't think she would want to hear you say that, Ferdinand. I shall return the blessings I received. Take back the torment you have thrust upon her, and grant her the blessings she deserves. According to the ancient records, to break the curse of a god, one needed the blessing of a god of a superior rank. So who? Who was the one who gave the curse? And who would you have to get to reverse that? Oh! Wait, Shitsaria? Is he going to pray to Shitsaria? Because the Mestanoris is a subordinate. So would you have to pray to Shitsaria or any of the other primaries? Or would it matter? To protest a curse from a subordinate, one prayed to a primary. To protest a curse from the Eternal Five, one prayed to the Supreme Gods. Rosemine's curse had many sources, so Ferdinand prayed to all elements. To dispel a divine curse, the victim also needed a blessing they had granted another to be freely returned to them. Wait, is he returning the blessing that he got from Rosemine? Is that what he's doing? Yeah, this is exactly what he's doing. Ferdinand would return that which Rosemine had given him, though it would qualify only as much as he had received. I shall use the blessing Rosemine gave me for her sake. O mighty king and queen of the endless skies, O mighty eternal five who rule the mortal realm, O goddess of water Flutrain, O god of fire Ladenshaft, O goddess of wind Shitzaria, O goddess of earth Geduld, O god of life Abeglabe, hear my call and correct your mistake. I return to you the blessing I received so that a true one might be granted. The magic circle responded to his prayer, and the blessing he had once received from Rosemine appeared on his body as light. It moved into the various face stones above the foundation, causing each one to shine in turn. Ignoring the spectacle, Ferdinand picked up the memory-searching magic tool that would allow him to see straight into Rosemine's thoughts. He had intended to use them when she was conscious and well again, but no longer saw a reason to wait. He would intertwine their mana, their memories, their minds, and their lives. Once the tools were in place, Ferdinand touched their face stones together. Mana surged and their minds synchronized. The rainbow light of the returned blessing drifted through the air, contained within the ivory walls of the foundation, and was slowly absorbed. Only when the last of the light had vanished did it rain down anew, returning entirely to Rosamund. Its faint yellow glow resembled the last blessing a certain apprentice shrine maiden bestowed upon Ferdinand, though the synchronization kept him from recognizing it. Is he also returning the blessing that she gave him back before she became a noble too? Wow, she's not going to be too happy about that. Okay, I'm guessing this is in Rosamund's point of view now. Memories. Amid the darkness, my rousing sensation was a sweet taste in my mouth. I thought that I would need to ask Grisha to prepare some mouthwash when I suddenly noticed someone call my name from afar. It repeated again and again, eventually becoming recognizable. Is that you, Ferdinand? Gods, respond quicker next time. His rush to complain seemed a little unfair. I answered the moment your voice reached me. That said, I cannot see you. Are you nearby? No matter where I turn, I appeared to be alone in the dark. Unease rose up inside of me. Be calm, he said. I used a magic tool to connect our minds and nothing more. Oh, right. You were going to do that once you finished dyeing my mana, so does that mean we're done? I channeled mana into you and encountered almost no resistance. The process is not yet complete, but we could say that you are almost entirely dyed of my mana. That was good to hear. Being dyed with this mana meant being free of that accursed divine power and, for all intents and purposes, getting my old mana back. I realized that the sweet taste in my mouth must have been a synchronization potion. Oh! Interesting. So he's going to... At first, I thought he was going to share his memories, as in his memories from his past when he was younger. That's what I thought it was saying, but then I kind of read a little ahead, and it's not. Rosamund, I shall now share with you my memories about those dearest to you. We can hope only that it spurs you to remember them on your own. They are all commoners, so they cannot simply channel mana into you. Do your best to remember who they were to you, the person you were back then, and why they meant more to you than the library of an actual goddess. You must remember them. Vernon took a stern tone as though giving me an order, but something about his voice made me think he was pleading with me. He was normally so dry and monotone that hearing the emotion in his voice made me realize his desperation. I too wanted to regain my lost memories. I swore then and there that I would, no matter the cost, and then remembered that my memory tool synchronized your emotions. The last time we used it, I relived the past with more clarity than usual, but my memories and emotions had swung Ferdinand all over the place. This time, I'm going to experience your memories and emotions, right? I asked. I am loath to do this, but yes. Oh god. This is going to be interesting. Is she going to get swung around, or is he going to get swung around once she starts remembering? I'm assuming he's going to get swung around again once she starts remembering who her parents were and everything. So, yeah, we're going to go through this again. Our emotions must already have synchronized. Reluctance, hesitation, and resignation crashed down on me like waves. Vernon really must have hated the thought of my accessing his memories. It was crude of me, but I was a little bit excited to look past his stony mask. Let us begin, he said. The black void suddenly transformed into the temple. It was like we had teleported. I could tell from the passing scenery that we were headed to the High Bishop's chambers. Ferdinand was so much taller than me that it was actually refreshing to see things from his perspective. I went to look over there, I said. Despite my best attempts to turn my head, I was restricted to seeing whether Ferdinand was looking at, or whatever Ferdinand was looking at. No, you are experiencing this memory as I once did. Oh, so you're not going to get to see anything else. Standing in front of the door was a gray priest I didn't recognize. Arno requested that we be allowed through, and so it wasn't long before we were in the presence of the pot-bellied former high bishop. I'd once seen him as a gentle old grandpa, but now I could see the nasty glint in his eye. I don't like Bez and Wants, but seeing him like this is pretty nostalgic, I mused aloud. Oh, hey, there's me! A younger version of me, wearing the uniform of a Gilberta Company apprentice, entered the room with a man and woman I didn't recognize. I was so short, I barely even reaching Ferdinand's hips. He could have covered my face with his sleeves without even needing to raise his arms. Holy heck, I was so tiny, I exclaimed. Is this really how I used to look at you? Wow, did you ever worry about accidentally stepping on me? Oh, Rosamund. How is that your first question? Good grief, stop fixating on your height and pay more attention to the pair who entered with you. They are your parents. Your father Gunter works as a soldier and guarded you in Haas. Your mother Eva is your personal dyer, whom you granted the title of Renaissance. It suddenly occurred to me just how little I remembered about the lower city. I recalled the business deals and contracts I had made with Benno and Mark, but almost nothing about my family or actually living there. Those are my real parents? I doubted Ferdinand was lying to me, but why would he lie at this point? He's trying to help you regain your memories. He's not going to lie. But I couldn't believe it. I didn't have any memories to make it feel genuine. The pair stood protectively in front of me, facing down Besenwas as he demanded they hand me over. I refused, the man said. Mine won't be able to survive here as a servant. That's right, the woman added. Even without the devouring, mine is very weak and sickly. She's the kind of child who collapses twice during a baptism ceremony and ends up bedridden for days with a fever. She wouldn't last in the temple. The blood drained from my face as I braced for the worst. They were only commoners who... Why had they dared to oppose the High Bishop? Did they want to be executed? I took in a deep breath. Just as expected, Besenwas was furious that mere commoners were defying him. He invited several more Grey Priests into the room and ordered them to capture me, saying that he'd execute anyone who tried to intervene. I suspected that was how I'd ended up in the temple. My supposed parents had done their best but ultimately conceded. Or so I thought. Yeah, that didn't happen. In response to the High Bishop's threat, the man declared that he would go to any length to protect me, then started pushing and kicking the Grey Priests away. His sudden outburst shocked me so much that I took a nervous step back. It mattered not whether they were the High Bishop or a noble from another duchy. Your father took on anyone who might put his precious daughter at risk, Ferdinand said, his voice reverberating through my head. Can you imagine my surprise when I first met your family? Truth be told, I wasn't sure how to respond. I was used to Ferdinand keeping his emotions hidden, but here he was wearing them on his sleeve. His voice was tinged with both envy and nostalgia. I eventually said. I'm surprised as well. He has no sense of self-preservation, does he? More reason to believe he is your father, Ferdinand chuckled. I can see what inspired you to keep fighting for me, even when everyone else told you to give up. To charge into Ahrensbach with the Knights of Dunkelfelder at your heels. I thought seeing a person go ballistic would terrify anyone, but Ferdinand seemed to perceive it as a profound act of compassion. He was shocked to see two people disregard status to protect their daughter, but also deeply approved of their actions. So there are parents out there who would quite literally fight to protect their children. A separate scene overtook my vision, allowing me to glimpse another man and woman. This must be the guise of time's guidance, said the man with a somewhat troubled expression. I thought he resembled an older, kinder-looking Sylvester. Wait, is this Ferdinand's memories? I suppose Gluckletat has his trials for us all, added the woman. She had feathery blonde hair and a gentle face. And those two are... I was gazing up at them, which means I must have been looking through the eyes of a young Ferdinand. She can see his memories now! It lasted only a moment before we were back in the temple, but I couldn't just pretend it hadn't happened. Was that man the previous Ehrenfest, I asked? Focus on what is before you. We are here to recover your memories, Ferdinand replied, clearly dodging the question. You were just like Gunter, unable to merely sit by when those you cared about were in danger. I don't know about that, I protested. I think I've sat by on many an occasion. You're about to find out you're wrong. As if on cue, the young me started crushing the former High Bishop. My eyes kept changing colors as if an iridescent film covered them, and a thin yellow mist appeared to radiate from my body. I was outraged and doing everything I could to protect my apparent parents. You're the one who's being ridiculous. Don't you dare touch my mom and dad. Mom and dad? The words echoed in my mind. I used to say them all the time. An intense wave of nostalgia washed over me and made my chest ache. But even then, my memories felt distant. Come on, you can do it. Even as I watched my supposed parents challenge the High Bishop for my sake and the young me rampage for them, I couldn't understand my own emotions. Resorting to violence made no sense. It would surely have been better for everyone if they just conceded and allowed the temple to take me. It was much easier to empathize with Ferdinand's feelings about the whole incident. He was moved to see me fight for my family despite being so tiny, but also anxious that I was committing a crime I would never be able to recover from. I still can't remember them, I said. I used to have a mom and dad. I understand that much. But the rest is still a mystery to me. It was so frustrating that I could almost cry. No matter how much I wanted to remember these people, my mind refused to cooperate. Perhaps I should show you someone else, Ferdinand replied. In an instant, our surroundings transformed into the high priest's room. I was used to these chambers, but the furniture was positioned in a way I didn't recognize. We were seated around a table with Ralph's parents on our right, Mark and Benno on our left, and a blonde boy I didn't recognize across from me. This is Let's. This is when they were trying to figure out, the whole adoption thing. What are we looking at, I asked. Do you remember all those present? Everyone except the boy in front of us. Siggy recognized Mark and Benno. Indeed I did. I remember selling them plant paper and asking them to prepare the tools I needed to make more. His name is Lutz, Ferdinand replied. His parents are sitting to our right. I saw them only as Ralph's parents. I guess that means Lutz was important to me? Yes, he made paper when you could not, worked at Benno's store, brought the orphans from the orphanage, the temples of the forest, and spread printing throughout Ehrenfest as a Gutenberg. He was your arms and legs within the printing industry, someone who, in your eyes, was equivalent to family. Equivalent to family? Watch, Ferdinand said, indicating Deed, who was clumsily searching for the right words. You stood up for Lutz when he ran away from home, fed up that his parents were keeping him from following his dreams. Your wish at the time was to resolve his family's problems. Had that proven futile, it was your backup plan for Benno to adopt him. Why are you here, I asked. It was bizarre to see Ferdinand involved in the problems of a commoner family. You were the orphanage director, but you were still too young to permit Lutz's adoption. I agreed to provide my name in your stead. It was purely business. So he said, but I sensed something deeper. His experience with Mine's family had made him want to learn more about commoner relationships in general. As the discussion proceeded, Ferdinand intently watched Carla. Indeed, Lutz's parents spoke crudely and were largely unmannered, but it was clear to everyone just how much they loved their son. Well, to everyone except Lutz. Ferdinand envied the boy for being cherished so dearly, but also felt exasperated that anyone could remain so obtuse. Still, Ferdinand directed the conversation in such a way that Lutz's parents could properly explain themselves. It was thanks to him that as the meeting advanced, Lutz went from being tense to completely at ease. As I told you the other day, after thinking about Lutz's abilities and my future plans for opening stores, I concluded that I would like to raise Lutz into my successor, Benno said. From there, the conversation turned to the potential adoption. Deed was very openly opposed to the idea. Well, of course, I was his son. You're good at running a business, and I'd bet you're a skilled merchant, he said. You've even got the heart to forgive all the trouble Lutz has given you, but you wouldn't be a good father. Ferdinand was taken aback by the appraisal. He suddenly seemed more on guard against Benno and developed an even greater interest in the familial nature of commoners. Please explain why you think he would not be a good father. Does Benno have a bad reputation or something of the sort? Dee then turned to Benno. No matter how good at your job you are, you're trying to adopt a kid, not for his sake, but for your business. Nobody like that would be a good father. Parents can't think about everything as pluses and minuses. Am I wrong? Benno wasn't the only one who found that shocking. Ferdinand all but gasped in response. In his head, a man repeated two short phrases. The guise of time's guidance and for the sake of the duchy. I didn't recognize the voice, but I could guess from the resignation Ferdinand was feeling it must have been the previous Ob Ehrenfest. Is that to say the previous Ob wasn't a good dad to Ferdinand? I mean, he outright said they only took Ferdinand out of the Adolphus Villa because it benefited Ehrenfest. Nobody noticed Ferdinand's pause as he tried to steady his breathing. We were all too focused on Deed and Benno's exchange, and Lutz's tearful murmurs when he finally accepted just how much his parents cared about him. Come on, we're going home, you brat. Lutz grinned as his father gave him a light chop on the head, and once again Ferdinand watched on in envy. In his eyes, their relationship was as dazzling as a sun. A commoner boy had enjoyed since birth a certain warmth that Ferdinand would never get to experience. Oh, I feel so bad for Ferdinand. My heart ached. I'd once said to Ferdinand that the previous Ob had taken him in at a necessity and that Sylvester and I needed him in much the same way. In hindsight, that must have been the last thing he had wanted to hear. His value or whatever doesn't matter to me. I care about him unconditionally. Does he know that? Yes? But the way you've been acting lately kind of says the opposite. Or not really the opposite. It's like, I guess, muted. I guess. Exhausted, Ferdinand washed his attendants, cleaned the room. He then recalled the commoner girl sitting beside him and gazed down at Mine, who was still clutching the sound-blocking magic tool, as instructed. It appears their family will do just fine, Ferdinand said to her. As I recall, resolving the problem and returning Lutz home was your ideal solution. She replied, it's perfect. And then Mine started weeping with joy. It was unsightly to laugh and cry so openly. Ferdinand warned her to stop, that she was acting like a slave to her emotions, but she simply replied that she was too delighted. Lutz, I'm so glad things worked out. Ferdinand gazed down at her. Despite not being directly involved, Mine seemed to feel all the same emotions as Lutz. I could sense how genuinely curious Ferdinand was as she felt so strongly about someone who wasn't even related to her by blood. Technically, they are! If I remember correctly, like, their parents are like cousins. It's like, distant cousins or something? I wonder what I would need to do for... Rosemont, do you remember Lutz? Ah! My eyes widened and my mind went blank. I couldn't even remember what Ferdinand was thinking. Sorry, come again? I asked if you remember Lutz. No, I don't, but I must have cared about him deeply to have shed tears of pure joy. More than that, though, I now understood that Ferdinand was deeply fixated on family and parents. I was less curious about Lutz, whom I couldn't even remember, and more interested in probing Ferdinand now that our emotions were synchronized. Saying that he was like family to me must have meant more to him than I'd ever realized. I continued, perhaps because I still don't remember this Lutz person, I'm unable to empathize with the mind we see here. Do you not remember him at all? Ferdinand asked. Not even now that you've seen his face and heard him speak. Not at all. Before, when I saw these people who were meant to be my parents, it felt like I had nearly connected to something, but with Lutz, I don't feel anything in particular. I noticed a surge of shock and concern within Ferdinand. On the one hand, he was irritated that Lutz matters that much to her. On the other, he was still desperately racking his brain for memories that might help me remember. I probably shouldn't admit that I was too focused on Ferdinand to think about anything else. Oh my god. Especially when he's going to the trouble of showing me my memories with Lutz. Perhaps we could try memories of your dream world, Ferdinand said. You might find those easier to connect with. I thought that was unnecessary. Any memories as Arano were already intact. But he must have proposed it for a reason. I decided to humor him, wanting to know how the other world might impact his emotional state. It's my living room. This takes me back. We had gone from the High Priest's chambers to my home back on Earth, somewhere I would never be able to return to, no matter how much I desired it. Since we're here, how about we seek out some books, I said. Let's check my room. You never took me there, so there are no relevant memories we can visit. What a huge blunder. First the library, or bookstores from before will do. Or fine, the library or bookstores from before will do. Just take me somewhere with books. I refused. Mine? Are you stupid? He's trying to help you and all you think about is books. This is what your problem is to begin with. It's the whole reason you can't remember your parents or Lutz or I don't know who and Thule. Because they were more important to you than books. I was aching to return to all the books of my Arano days. Ferdinand, meanwhile, was glad that we didn't have access to my room, as he thought letting me read was a waste of time. His cruelty knew no bounds. Completely ignoring my invitation to go somewhere with books, Ferdinand approached a shelf decorated with arts and crafts and pointed at one item in particular. This was the basis of the lace hairpins you wear, was it not? I recall your explanation. It is, but wow, I'm surprised you remember it this well, considering that you saw it only once. The details of that conversation were a blur to me, but Ferdinand evidently remembered them all. It must have had something to do with the way our brains were wired. I was mulling the thought when Ferdinand tensed up a little. It was strange having such direct access to his emotions. I was so used to having to watch for the slightest twitch of his brow. Ferdinand, is something wrong? Do you remember who made the first hairpin you sold to Benno? Do you remember for whom it was made? Huh? I dug through my memories while he patiently awaited my answer. I remembered introducing hairpins as a new product when our production of paper started to settle down. The guildmaster had wanted a new hairpin for Freda's baptism, and the sheer amount of money I'd made had seemed absurd at the time. My first hairpin, I'm really not sure why I made it. No, I replied. To my knowledge, it was for Thule. My hairpin craftswoman, I seldom have opportunities to see her, but I was present when she delivered one of your new hairpins. Our surroundings changed again. We were at the orphanage director's chambers this time for a reason that I promptly recognized. This was when I received Lady Eglatine's hairpin, I said. Do you recall then the reason you are glaring at me with such displeasure? I don't think I would, even if my memories returned. As he said, the Rosemont in his memories looked guarded and completely disgruntled. Ferdinand, in turn, was displeased to see her frowning at him when he was taking time out of his insanely busy schedule to check up on an order for the royal family. He vented those frustrations by reaching out and pinching her cheeks until she had tears in her eyes, revealing his immature side. He really was lashing out. That is Thule, Ferdinand said, indicating a girl with braided green hair. I could sense his anxiety about how the other Rosemont would react to seeing her. She had just woken up from a bereave, and 2 whole years had passed since their last meeting. Seeing that she was more tense than usual, he kept one hand on his hip so he could pull out a face stone the moment her emotions burst forth and she lost control of her mana. Rosemine locked eyes with Thule. A slight smile rose on her lips, and the tension seemed to drain from her body. I could see the love and compassion in the young craftswoman's blue eyes, the same love and compassion I'd seen from my supposed parents. I remember dang it. I remember that warmth. I have humbly brought a hairpin for you as well, Lady Rosemine. Thule had made a spring hairpin for me during my 2-year slumber. Rosemine smiled as warmly as if she'd just seen a book and asked for some assistance in putting it on. For a moment, Thule gazed cautiously at Ferdinand. Then she removed the hairpin Rosemine was wearing and tenderly replaced it with a new one. Her hands were so kind and gentle as she inserted the hair ornament into my hair and neatened the last few errant strands. Does it suit me? Rosemine asked. I made it to suit you, Lady Rosemine. It looks perfect. Rosemine and Thule exchanged a look, then smiled. I could tell from their expressions how much they treasured the brief moment they were getting to spend together. I don't want this to end! A single thought wandered through my mind, though I couldn't tell whether it belonged to Ferdinand or me. He was as taken with the scene playing out before us as I was. It pulled at his heartstrings to see Rosemine keep trying to reach out to her loved ones from whom she was separated, and to see her family do everything they could to close the distance between them. It wasn't his fault. Our hands had unfortunately been tied, but he was overwhelmed with regret for having torn me from them and allowing me to lose 2 years of my life. That wasn't your fault. You did what you could. His remorse feels so extreme, like there's an immense, immovable weight on his conscience. I never expected him to feel so guilty. I wanted to tell him to relax and that he hadn't done anything wrong. But I paused. As it stood, I didn't have the whole picture. I could think only of all the times he'd saved me. I wondered if my opinion would change when I regained access to the memories of those people whom he claimed were my family members. So I swallowed my words of consolation and said something else instead. Ferdinand, do you remember why I made my first hairpin? Benno told me you made it for the sake of your older sister, Thule. Your entire family created it together to celebrate her baptism ceremony. As if on cue, our surroundings changed and we were taken back to the high priest's chambers. Mark and Benno were looking straight at us. How is this? Benno asked, opening a box containing the hairpin I'd worn for my noble baptism. As requested, we used the finest thread we had access to. Hairpins of the style were first introduced when a child made one for her elderly sister's baptism and then sold the design to her by store. We think it would be perfect for celebrating Lady Rosemine's baptism ceremony. Oh? Ferdinand, too, considered it an ideal present for me, as I was studying so hard to become a proper noble. He was right, of course. Dang it. Because I remembered crying when I'd received it. I just couldn't remember why I cried. Benno continued. Thule, who has experience making hairpins for apprentice shrine maidens, worked with her mother to weave the thread while her father carved a stick out of wood. Lady Rosemine will surely be overjoyed to receive it. He gave Ferdinand the same unfaltering smile he wore when he was certain of his victory. In the blink of an eye, Benno vanished and we were back in my old living room. Do you remember, Ferdinand asked? How you made the hairpin, I mean? Given your single-minded obsession with books, I assume you grew tired of creating such ornaments just as quickly as you gave up on embroidery. It always concerns me when you launch into a new endeavor on a whim, as your parents and older sister must have been anxious when you proposed your hairpins. Or perhaps they gleefully cooperated from the very beginning. They are your family, after all. A vague memory arose in the back of my mind. I asked someone for yarn and then saw my hands start crocheting with a precisely carved crochet hook. I sensed people around me, though they appeared only as vague shapes. They did, or at least I think they did. I could see someone touching the finished petals, though I can't make out their identity. Someone complimented my work and called it amazing. But who? Ferdinand must have found that promising because hope suddenly swelled in his chest. You must be thinking of your family. His eyes turned into a basket sitting nearby. Perhaps you were wove together as well? My mom from my Arano days had always rushed to start new projects and then lost interest partway through, leaving me to finish them all on my own. Those figures from my commoner days, however, must have worked alongside me. I grasped at whatever fragments I could, desperately trying to remember them. Ink, hide glue, rin sham, candles, soap. You could never have made all those things on your own. Who nursed you back to health each time you caught a fever? Who supported you when you were too sick to go outside? You must remember the lectures you received from those who were worried about you. Several voices echoed through my mind. Come on, Mine. Would you please sit still? Mine, what are you doing? Come on, let's go. I recognized the voices but couldn't put names to them. They continued to speak over each other, and their clamor became so intense that my head started to ache. They were so mad and so worried I couldn't help out at all since I was so sickly and weak, but that's why they were always there for me. My eyes grew hot and tears blurred my vision. I could tell those memories were precious to me, and yet I can't remember ever caring for them. Isn't that heartless? Books are my entire world. The only thing I care about Oh my god, here we go. The only thing I care about more is, well, you, Ferdinand. Wow, this is going to be interesting, see? Yes, because I'm the only one who has channeled mana into you since Mestinora severed your memories. Your love for your family runs deep enough to drown an ocean. I could feel a storm of emotions stirring within Ferdinand. Elation, resignation, sorrow, and a wish for me to regain my lost memories as soon as I could. His anxiety made me feel anxious too. Ferdinand continued, it was only when I synchronized with you and peered into your memories that I encountered the sort of compassion you have for your family. It was unlike anything I felt for Sylvester or our father. If anyone is heartless, I am. Your emotions are too strong and sincere for the term to apply to you. We were suddenly transported to my dining table where my mom was eating in front of me. I could see freshly cooked rice, matto, miso soup, teriyaki yellowtail, baked potatoes, mixed vegetables, and various pickled goods. It was the same feast Ferdinand saw when he peered into my memories. Despite never having eaten these dishes, I am still nostalgic for them, Ferdinand mused. Do they remind you of your own mom's cooking? No, I mean because I synchronize with you. I am more nostalgic for the meals you devised in Ehrenfest, as I discovered while you stuck in Ahrensbach. Was that really a compliment? Now that we were linked, I could sense that he was just glad to eat food that definitely hadn't been poisoned. I thought he was a genuine gourmand, a lover of tasty meals, but his true standards were shockingly low. Considering how his life has been, I can't blame it for being a little low on the expectations. Ferdinand, what kind of life must you have lived to consider unpoisoned food a luxury? You don't want to know. The meal in front of us changed from Japanese food to something that resembled roast beef. Ferdinand started to choke, desperately fighting back the urge to vomit, and the pain he was experiencing shot through me as well. A woman with blonde hair, cold green eyes, and a cruel smile simply looked on. She brought to mind an older Detlinde, so I'm guessing that was Veronica. Full Ferdinand spat. The woman vanished, and we returned to sitting with my mom. Choose your words carefully, lest you see too much. Memories of that nature will only obstruct you from remembering your family. I could guess from the hatred swirling within him that the scene I just witnessed had once been an everyday occurrence for him. I imagine that woman was Veronica, I said. You might not agree, but I think that memory was worth seeing, even if only for a moment. That glimpse of your past makes me realize just how fortunate I was. Yes, that is correct, Ferdinand replied at length. You truly were cherished and raised with love. My mom from my Irano days loved me. I could see it in her eyes. My heart pulsed with joy as I thought about all the care and consideration I'd received growing up. Because I was seeing these memories through Ferdinand, who had witnessed it while peering into my mind, I sensed the uncertainty that had washed over him upon seeing a mother who openly and unconditionally cared about her child. I, meanwhile, had felt regret, remorse, nostalgia, and love. Indeed, of all my discordant emotions, love reigned supreme. I thought about my family on Earth, who I would never see again, and the family I was spending time with, and a single thought appeared in my mind. I really do love them all. Ferdinand, I can't remember my family from before, but I think my feelings for them are coming back. They really are precious to me. I adore them all so much, but I just don't know them. We were so close to a breakthrough. I could see their faces, hear their voices, and even repeat their names, but I couldn't access my lost memories. What the freak is it? What's going to keep her from doing it? A thin membrane stopped me from remembering my time spent with those I cared about. I didn't take them for granted, right? I asked. Please tell me I showed everyone how much I cared about them. Ferdinand, Winston, Penn, and our environment changed once again. We're back in the High Priest chambers. Father and Sylvester are here, but when is this? Oh, I think this is when you do the blessing. As I tried to figure it out, Arno announced the arrival of some visitors. Ferdinand said the usual greeting for guests, at which point Fran led my family into the room. My dad and Tuli were holding hands, and my mom carried a baby in a sling. Mine! Tuli pulled away from Dad. Oh, we're gonna get to see this sad scene again! God dang! If I end up crying in this, guys, I'm sorry. Tuli pulled away from Dad and with a dazzling smile ran over to mine, who was wearing the robes of an apprentice blue shrine maiden. She threw her arms around the old me, then pulled away and started checking that I wasn't hurt. It came so naturally to her that I could guess she had done it all the time. Dad was super hurt and came to get us with a scary look on his face. He even said Mom had to bring Camille to the temple, so I was really scared something had happened to you, mine. I'm so glad you're safe. Tilly sounded genuinely relieved that her younger sister was okay. Her love for me was resonating with mine for her, and a broad smile spread across my face. Ferdinand, in contrast, was overcome with grief as he watched us. That he had even found a way to spare mine's family was a cause for celebration. Few commoners survived opposing a noble. But it meant severing Mind's connection to her family much earlier than he had anticipated. She could no longer wait until she turned 10 and needed to enroll at the Royal Academy. It was a cause of great concern for Ferdinand, who had come to cherish their relationship after hearing so many enviable, heartwarming reports from Daniel and Fran. Mind's parents understood the situation and promptly knelt, their expressions racked with anguish. Tully was told to kneel as well. She looked around and they quickly did as instructed. Ferdinand could see Mind's face fall as she realized she wasn't kneeling with them. The room was cleared and silence fell. Sylvester was openly reluctant but wore his best archducal expression as he permitted those kneeling to sit down. Going forward, they would discuss Mind becoming a noble and getting adopted. "Is this my fault?" Tully cried. "You were attacked because I came to get you, right?" Mind shook her head. "The culprit was inside the temple all along, so I would have been attacked even if you hadn't come to get me. If this is anyone's fault, it's mine for getting you all wrapped up in this." She paused, then gazed straight into her sister's eyes and said, "It was scary, wasn't it?" Mind did all she could to explain the situation, trying her best to console Tully. She stressed that she had to become a noble to spare her family and attendants. "But you are not to blame, Mind. We ended up in this situation because I could not keep my attendants under control." Yeah, Arno caused part of the situation, and if he had told Ferdinand from the start what was going on, maybe this might not have happened. I could hear what Ferdinand was thinking. He was watching with gritted teeth as Mind tried to comfort Tully, who had cast her eyes down and started to sob. If only Arno had properly informed him of Fran's message or Besenwant's arrival, he could have prevented the incident before it spiraled out of control. This is not what I planned. Ferdinand wrestled with shame and regret while Mind attempted to reassure each member of her family. He was moved by the strength of their bonds and distraught that he had to be the one to tear them apart. "I promise I'll make your clothes no matter what. I love you, Tully. I'm so proud to have an older sister like you." "Don't push yourself too hard," her mom said. "I love you, Mind, my precious Mind." "I love you too, Mom." Mind then took Camille in her arms. "I don't think you'll remember me, but I'll make lots of picture books for you. Be sure to read them all for me, okay?" Her last heart-to-heart was with her dad. "Oh, I hate this! Why do we gotta go through this painful memory? I guess it makes sense. Maybe this is what will get her to get her memories back. Hang on, let me make... Oh, never mind. I'm your father, but I wasn't strong enough," he said in a low voice. "I couldn't protect you." "No, Dad, you protected me my whole life. If I ever get married, I hope it'll be to someone strong who can keep me safe just like you have. If whoever marries you can't protect you, I'll beat him up as well." I don't think that was in the dang book. That wasn't in that part, I don't think. If it was, I'm sorry. I probably missed it or I don't know. "I know you'll always be there for me, Dad." "I take and never give," I muttered, unable to bear what I was seeing. Even when my family showered me with love, I showed them so little appreciation in return. I could probably have started crying if not for the fact that I was stuck in a memory and physically unable to. I wanted to regain my lost memories. I needed to. I couldn't stand the thought of not remembering the people who were clearly so important to me. "My name's gonna change, and I can't call you Dad anymore, but I'll always be your daughter. I'll protect the city and you and everyone I will." Mind's ring shone. Her emotions stirred, and her mana started to run rampant. Ferdinand clutched his staff and rose to his feet, determined to keep her from accidentally harming her family. He warned her to be careful, but she refused. "My mana is overflowing because of my love for my family. I have to use it for their sake. Here we go." Mind's ring shone brighter as she thrust both arms up into the air. "O mighty King and Queen of the endless skies, O God of darkness and Goddess of light, O mighty Eternal Five who rule the mortal realm, O Goddess of water flute train, O God of fire Leidenschaft, O Goddess of wind Shutzaria, O Goddess of earth Geduld, O God of life Evaglade, hear my prayers and grant me your blessings." Each name Mind spoke caused a yellow glow to radiate from her ring. Damn it. Where's my ring? Where's my thing? There we go. From her ring, the lights of a blessing began to dance through the air, made purely through prayer and without the aid of a magic circle or divine sigils. This is too great of a burden for her body to bear. Ferdinand debated whether he should intervene. Meanwhile, Mind continued to petition the gods, letting her mana stream out freely. "I offer you my heart, my prayers, my gratitude, and ask for your holy protection. Grant those I love the power to strive toward their goals, the power to deflect malice, the power to heal their pain, and the power to endure trials and tribulations." The lights swirled around the room. A manifestation of Mind's love for her family was so stunning that it rendered Ferdinand speechless. I, too, was enraptured. "Eek! Rosemud, are you okay?" The moment the blessing rained down, my memories returned to me, starting from when I first awoke him with a fever. Mooyah! She got her memory back! Yes! I guess that blessing, the memory of that blessing, quote-unquote, is what helped. The days, I guess you could say she got blessed by the blessing, and that's what helped it. The days I'd spent with my loved ones, the time Lutz had asked me whether I truly was mine, the joy of completing our first batch of paper, and the excitement of creating a printing press. Only now did it occur to me just how much Mestinora had severed. That's a lot. As my memories continued to return, I came to realize the truth of my situation. I'd ended up forgetting not just the people I cared about most, but also the times my negative emotions had taken control. I remember the starving orphans locked away in the orphanage's basement, being held at knife point by Shigikoza, almost dying to a trombe, and my pandabus getting bound with light before I was made to drink a strange potion. My thoughts then wandered to Eglantine and Anastasia's, forcing me to circle the academy shrines, the door that had refused to open, and stopped me from obtaining the Grusha. Seeing Ferdinand collapse when he was poisoned, the man who had turned into a face stone upon dying, or the men. Oh no, her face stones, fuck! Oh no, I wish she hadn't remembered that one. Why couldn't that one have stayed away? Rose mine? Rose mine! Ferdinand's voice echoed in my ears. He already sounded angry and would get even angrier the longer I remained silent, yet I couldn't bear to respond right away. Give me a moment. I needed my head to stop spinning. I nervously opened my eyes to look at Ferdinand and saw that his face was mere inches from mine. Well, yeah, the synchronization tool. His eyebrows were drawn in a deep frown, but he relaxed the moment he saw I was okay. He held me close and muttered, "Thank goodness," under his breath. Wait. Is this really him? It can't be right. He must have broken or something. He must have broken or something. Yeah, kind of, You broke him. Not intentionally, but, his worry about you and everything, all that came to a head. I remained completely still, clueless as to what was happening. And, yep, knew that was coming. Okay, everybody, that's gonna do for this one. I will have to wait and see what happens next, and I will see you all in the next video. Okay, everybody, we are finally here! Though I'm very sad about it, too, because this is apparently the last book in mine's point of view. So, yeah. We're apparently going to be getting a spin-off series in Handler's point of view. Or at least a spin-off book. If not more? I don't know. But I really do hope that, dang it, whatever her name is, the author. The funny thing is I'm a big fan, yet, don't even know the author's name. Anyway, hopefully she does more since the Bookworm in the future. Okay, I think this is where I last left off. Okay, future chosen. Yeah, I'm getting hugged right now. I wasn't entirely sure what had inspired this sudden change in him. I mean, considering if you had seen what was going on while you were unconscious, you would kind of understand why it came to this point. But it was rare for Ferdinand to hug me unprovoked. I mean, he thought you were gonna die, and you wouldn't get her memories back, so, yeah. It was strange, but I simply rode the wave and wrapped my arms around him. My head was still spinning from the sudden rush of memories, and reliving such tender moments with my family had made me miss them more than ever. Well, I mean, girl, you're going to be able to spend time with them now because you're out of Aramfist, so that contract is null and void that you signed with Sylvester, that you couldn't call them family, but you can't still openly call them family in front of Arensbach and everybody else. But you can still go visit them a whole heck of a lot more than you did before. Uh-oh. Back to normal. Ferdinand recoiled and pulled away without the slightest hesitation. "Rosamund, what do you think you're doing?" he asked with a grimace. I was aghast. He had embraced me! Yeah, you kind of acted without thinking there. Then again, you were relieved, so, I mean, it's to be expected, but this is Ferdinand we're talking about here. Actually saying that would spark a debate, though, and my odds of winning were laughable while my thoughts were still clouded. I would need to take a more diplomatic approach. Isn't it unfair that you get to hug me when you're stressed out, but I can't do the same with you? I wish to request an extension of our embrace. I can be counted as wrong. Excuse me? I want an extended hug. Duh. I want to hug you more. Thanks to the double whammy of us synchronizing and my memories suddenly coming back to me, my mind and emotions are a complete mess, I said, making my demands clear. Ferdinand grimaced again and with some trepidation relented. I was finally able to look around, whereupon I noticed we were back in the Foundation's hall. Ferdinand was on his knees with his arms once again wrapped around me. No wonder I didn't feel cold. Heave ho, I muttered, twisting in place so I could embrace him more comfortably. His scent and warmth put me at ease. But his heart was pounding, and his breathing seemed unusually shallow. I mean, he's probably exhausted as well. This sure is calming, I said. Not for me, Ferdinand. At the side. I sensed that he was about to pull away again, so I stubbornly clung to him. That means you need more hugs. Even more hugs. I'm gonna go all out. That is not what it means. Oh, dear Lord. Rosemond, you are a hugger. I will say that. You love hugs. So, yeah, Ferdinand's not gonna have to get used to he's gonna have to get used to that. Ferdinand shot back. He sounded tired and somewhat annoyed, but held me close with one hand and used the other to play with my hair. In an unsurprising twist, he really did want more hugs. He was just refusing to be honest about it. Then why were you already embracing me when I woke up? That was your fault, Ferdinand replied, truly displeased. You refused to wake up when our synchronization abruptly ended. He had apparently started to panic, fearing that I had climbed the towering stairway to the distant heights. Yeah, he's worried that you died. Was I really in that much danger? Do we even need to ask? You spent days on the verge of death. It amazes me that you can remain so calm. If we had allowed my mana level to return to the point before I supplied the Foundation, I will most likely have succumbed to the pain. Using a rejuvenation potion had been out of the question, meaning it was a race to see whether my mana or my stamina would run out first. And of course, if not for Ferdinand redying my mana as soon as it reached its minimum threshold, my lack of mana would probably have killed me. It wouldn't have been strange for me to have died at any moment over the past few days. I understood that my life was on the line, I said. That was why I didn't want to sleep and give my mana time to replenish. Still, I never doubted that you'd come through for me. It was the only thing that kept me from getting too negative. Yeah, she had faith that you would come through. I really had thought everything would work out in the end, assuming we managed to drain my mana, but remaining so optimistic hadn't been an option for Ferdinand, on whom my survival depended. The moment your mana was drained, I made you drink a synchronization potion and poured my liquid mana down your throat, Ferdinand explained. I used the memory-searching magic tool to channel even more mana into you, then called out to you from within your mind. You took a painfully long time to respond, and even then, none of your lost memories wanted to return. We did eventually stumble upon a memory with potential, and as soon as the light of your blessing came down, our synchronization ended. He had regained consciousness, unsure of what had just happened. It seemed reasonable to assume that I'd cancelled our synchronization, but then why hadn't I woken up with him? Seeing me completely unresponsive, he had despaired that the omni-elemental blessing in my memories must have reacted with the trace amounts of divine mana still within my body. It hadn't been my intention to end our synchronization. I'd seen the blessing, and then completely zoned out as my lost memories came rushing back to me. Then I'd woken up to find Ferdinand embracing me for seemingly no reason. You don't need to worry anymore, I said, patting him on the back. Because of you, my memories have returned. Despite my best attempts to comfort him, Ferdinand still seemed distraught. His heart continued to race, and his fingers combing through my hair froze. He squeezed me so tight that it went from feeling nice to almost hurting. I gazed up at him, worried that something was wrong. Ooh, what's going on here? Is everything okay, I asked? Rosemond, do I what? His voice kept cracking and sounded so raspy that I could barely understand him. Assuming... I don't know. Ferdinand paused, his eyes betraying a deep sense of dread, and then loosened his hold on me enough to pull away a little. Do you wish to be a commoner again? Excuse me? I cocked my head at him, completely unsure what he was getting at. We could use this opportunity to claim that you had passed away while expending the last of your divine mana and return you to being a commoner. Problem with that. There is a very huge problem with that. If you're going to claim that story, all of her namesworn would have to die in order to make that even seem possible, because she was busy expending her mana, and the others were still alive and not even having any kind of knowing that she could have released their names, because I'm sure they would have felt that. They would have felt that she released their release them from being her name sworn. So, surely they can't really use that story. My heart thumped. Now that memories of my commoner days were fresh on my mind, the idea of going back to my lower city family sounded more appealing than I could put into words. I wanted to agree at once, but I needed to be realistic. It was impossible for me to return to my old way of life when everyone knew me as a divine avatar. Ferdinand understood noble politics far better than I did, so his proposal seemed nonsensical, unless... Ferdinand, is this your way of telling me that I'm going to die soon? Like, I don't have long before my divine mana kills me, so I might as well spend the rest of my time with my family? No, because you were already at that point anyway before all this. No, synchronizing with you made it perfectly clear that you are at your happiest when you are with your family. Having to live apart from them would only cause you heartache. Is he being serious right now? My pulse quickened and my breathing felt shallow. How would you even go about making me a commoner again? Everyone in the lower city thinks mine is dead. And nobles of every duchy now recognize me as a divine avatar of Messinor. Aren't you forgetting Alexandria's foundation and my library city and... We would wait until the Archduke Conference when the Zent would make you Ob Alexandria and declare your engagement to me. From there, we would make internal plans for me to take over as the Archduke, then announce your death as a result of some lingering health concerns. Oh, he actually just mentioned it. He just mentioned that they are actually engaged, because that his decree that he was supposed to, that when they sent him to Arensbach in the first place, said that he had to marry the person who was to become the Archduke, or Archduchess, I should say. So, that is still in effect as far as we know. And since she's now going to be the Ob... You would return to being a commoner, and I would oversee the foundation and the construction of your library city. Ferdinand assured me that I could go back to being a commoner as long as we coordinated with the Gutenberg's move. The commoners of Alexandria didn't know that mine had died at 7 years old. It wouldn't be too hard for the Gutenbergs, who knew my face, to keep quiet about it, and some extra assistance from the planting company and everyone else would surely help with our cover-up. He continued, though it was out of the question in Ehrenfest, if I took over as Ob Alexandria, I could protect you and your family. It occurred to me only during the synchronization, and many details will need to be ironed out, but it is worth considering. No, Ferdinand sounded hesitant. I don't think His idea must have been even harder to implement than he was letting on. No, I think he's reluctant to do it because that would mean that you would essentially go back to being a commoner and that he wouldn't be able to be around you in the way that he has been, which he doesn't like the idea of. Still, he would never have proposed something that was outright impossible. One by one, the faces of my family arose in my mind. Dad, after realizing we could meet only through work, had traveled all the way to Haas just to see my face and exchange a few words with me. Mom had gone above and beyond to become a Renaissance, and Tully had spent years making accessories for me as my very own hairpin craftswoman. Then there was Camio, whom I only managed to glimpse during the baptism ceremony. Oh, that's going to be the toughest one. Having to explain to Camio that Rosemine is his sister. His long-lost sister that was supposedly dead. That's going to be a freaking headache to tell him, and him trying to wrap his head around. Is living with them in the lower city even an option? One part of me kept repeating that it was okay to follow that path, but the other stubbornly disagreed. I could never be so heartless as to make Ferdinand endure the burdens to come. It felt like my noble and commoner sides were in battle to the death. Am I going to be in a long line of people who have dumped their troubles on Ferdinand to live as they desire? No! Don't do that. He's already got enough to deal with. He's not going to be able to enjoy being a mad scientist if he has to be Ob Alexandria. For my life to return to normal, Ferdinand would need to face a grueling battle as the Ob to protect my family and me, forced to shoulder... The fuck? What the fuck am I even hearing? I keep on hearing something. I don't know. Anyway, since I've already broken the immersion of reading the story. Anyway, if you have gotten this far in the book, and you haven't already subscribed, I'd recommend subscribing, because then you'll only get to hear whenever I upload new videos like this. Hopefully I can find another book to replace Ascendance of Bookworm, but whatever. And then you guys can suggest, new books for me to do, stuff like that. Forced to shoulder a crushing burden while showing no weakness to anyone, he would end up facing unthinkable hardships. My heart aches. I clutched my chest. Something was eating away at me, but I didn't know what. You're right, I said. Even now, I want to spend time with my family, but I care just as much about your happiness. Yeah, he deserves to be happy, too. It was my decision to steal Aaron's box foundation. How awful would it be for me to abandon my role as Alexandria's new op to indulge in a carefree life within my family? Leaving everything to Ferdinand at this juncture seemed even crueler than Sylvester dumping his workload on him, or Detlinde abandoning her duties to do as she pleased. You don't need to feel indebted to me, I said, looking him dead in the eye. You have repaid me 100 times over. I refuse to abandon you just so I can be a commoner again. Ferdinand adopted a neutral expression and shook his head. If your memories have returned, the same might be true of your face stone phobia. Someone who cannot use face stones will not be able to survive as a noble, let alone an ob. Even if you stayed, as our mana is almost identical, I would need to perform any necessary brews in your stead. You would serve as a figurehead ob and nothing more, so your presence or lack thereof would not impact my burden. Ferdinand was only somewhat correct. The sole reason Aaron's book was being remade into Alexandria and not wiped out for its treason was the advertisement that a divine avatar would take over as ob and cleanse it of sin. How would the nobles of other duchies react if anyone else ended up in power? Not good. Not even Ferdinand could predict that. No matter how useless I might be, my status as a divine avatar is crucial, is it not? Just how much torment would you need to bear to concubine... Wait, what? What? To make me a commoner again. Do you think I'm too stupid to realize what it will mean for you, or just irresponsible enough not to care? I consider you neither stupid nor irresponsible, Ferdinand replied at length. I simply believe you should return to your family. Lutz means more to you than anyone else, correct? Our synchronization made that clear to me. This is your only chance to be... No, she can't! He's already engaged! Oh my god, what is she gonna think about that? Does she even know? Lutz and my family were important to me, but I wasn't gonna give up on Ferdinand to be with them. Were he some irredeemable tyrant, driven by lust and ambition to take extra wives and a harem of smoking concubines, then sure. He was the complete opposite, though. I could never just leave you, I exclaimed. Do you have any idea how much I'd worry? You're awful at asking for help. You try to do everything on your own and rely on potions to get by. You'd drop dead in no time. Yeah, she's not wrong. Rosamund, unless you take this opportunity to return, the seed of your romance with Lutz will never blossom, Ferdinand grimaced. You need to marry me instead. Duh. All she has to do is talk to her family, and they would tell her that Lutz and Tully are engaged to be married. Oh my god, and then that will go away big time. That will go away. My momentum died almost immediately. How had our conversation gone from returning me to my family to a marriage with Lutz of all people? Are we not on the same page? I don't think you are. Ferdinand, at what point did this become a discussion about marriage? I wouldn't marry Lutz even if I did go back to being a commoner. Nobles might consider me a catch because of my mana and status, but the people of the lower city wouldn't give me a second glance. In their eyes, I'm sickly and unable to give them children since they don't have mana. Duh! As much as I wanted to return to my loved ones, the thought of marrying Lutz had never even crossed my mind. He deserved someone so much better, especially when he'd gone to such great trouble to keep me in touch with my family. Now that I thought about it, I wouldn't be a great wife, even by noble standards. My socializing and embroidery skills were painfully lacking because you decided to avoid it like the plague. Only a weirdo would want to get close to me outside the context of an arranged marriage. And what's this about us needing to marry each other, I asked. Isn't it my choice? Did she forget about the decree? Or does she not think, or does she think it's not active at this point, considering Detlinde and all the others are essentially jailed? Obs chose their own partners, and the Zent then approved the union. Ferdinand wasn't being forced into anything. Yes, it certainly is. He cast his eyes down, slowly exhaled, then held up 3 fingers. You have 3 options. One is to return to being a commoner and marry whomever you please. Another is to continue with our plan and marry me. Or you could order Lady Eglantine to cancel the royal decree tied to our engagement and marry another man fit to wed Ob Alexandria. Take your pick. Huh? Okay, yeah. Yeah, she doesn't know about the decree still being active. Or she doesn't realize the context of it. My eyes widened. Excuse my bluntness, but what are you talking about? You make it sound like we're already engaged. When in the world did that happen? The moment you stole Arensbach's foundation. What? As I stared in shock, my mouth agape, Ferdinand explained. By way of royal decree, Troerqual ordered me to marry the inexperienced Ob Arensbach and support her in her administration. I must then adopt Lady Letizia during my star binding and educate her to take over as the Ob. The decree came about because Arensbach needed someone to support its next generation, or else it would collapse. Detlinde was due to becoming the Ob at the time, but that mantle has since passed to you, and the decree remains in place. He spoke like it was obvious. Well, I mean, as far as we know, it's still in effect because, like I said, Troerqual has not gone and told anybody that it wasn't. Well, then again, considering at the time when Rosamund stole the foundation, it was still in effect, and then all the other stuff happened, so of course he has not had time to even mention it. He would have mentioned it at the next Archduke conference, I'm assuming. How was I supposed to know the royal decree would remain in place even once Detlinde was out of the picture, or that taking Arensbach's foundation would mean accepting a fiancé as well? But nobody said a word about that before now. I mean, hello? All that other stuff happening? No one had reason to mention it during the heat of the fighting, and when the situation calmed down, the divine power had already left you in a state where it was important not to make you emotional. I clapped my hands together in realization. That's why my retainers changed their tune. Despite their initial complaints about me getting too close to Ferdinand, they'd suddenly stopped commenting on it. Only now had the mystery been solved. Ferdinand sighed. Your retainers became so compliant because you mentioned in Ehrenfest that I would make an ideal partner in a political marriage. I mean, he would. The fault lies with your irresponsible language. What? That was news to me. Well, I'm glad to work this out before I cause a disaster. You're a responsible man, Ferdinand, but there's no need to accept this burden just for my sake. We can go ahead and nullify the... Make no mistake, Rosamund. I actively sought this outcome, huh? Excuse me, what? I must have water in my ears still from getting a shower. You actively pursued the outcome of you two getting engaged and getting married. I'm hearing that right? I peered at him, unsure what he meant. He must have read my expression because he immediately elaborated. For as long as we have known each other, I have observed the bonds between you and your family, the ways you strove to remain close to them as a noble, and their determination not to lose you. Then you declared that I meant just as much to you, and continued to look out for me even after I moved to Arensbach. Everything I understand about family came from you. The synchronization potion made it clear, no? Just how much I crave the kind of bond you have with your family. So essentially, he's wanting to be seen as family to her, to have that kind of bond that she's got with her family. Oh, Ferdinand, the poor guy. He deserves it. Come on. He deserves to have that kind of bond and have that kind of, relationship. I nodded. His memories had revealed envy and admiration for my family, then bitterness and regret over tearing us apart. I might not have felt this way if I had remained in Ehrenfest, Ferdinand said. It would have been enough to watch you and your family from the shadows. But when I moved, the voices around you threatened to sever our connection. I did not wish to lose what we had, thus exploiting this royal decree was the most practical and efficient way to obtain you. That sounds wrong. I'm sorry, that sounds a little wrong. Am I the only one that thinks that sounds kind of wrong? In a way, he brushed my cheek with his finger, and an inexplicable shiver ran down my spine. The king who gave the royal decree is a king no longer, meaning he cannot interfere with my plans, Ferdinand continued. I also threatened the new Zent not to intervene unless you ordered it. You threatened the Zent? Ferdinand? Oh boy, this is gonna be interesting, guys. Before I could say anything else, his finger moved to my lips. He pressed against them only gently, but it was enough to silence me. I was hesitant even to breathe. Well, I mean, this is the most, most physical, I guess, that Ferdinand have ever gotten with, well, anyone, to be honest. And most physical he's ever gotten with Rosemine. So this is essentially something very strange and out of character for him. I went to great lengths to make sure no one would oppose our engagement after your ascension to immortal divinity. I could not bear the thought of another man taking my place as your true family. What the fuck, Ferdinand? Just because she thinks of them, her logic is thinking of them as her family, as in she's close to them, she cares about them. But does that necessarily mean in a romantic way? Because, I mean, she doesn't think of that way about her own actual family, you know, her parents, her sister, and Lutz. But does that include any kind of romantic feelings? Let me know in the comments. I want to know what y'all think about all this. Please. I swallowed hard. There was a fire in Ferdinand's light golden eyes that almost scared me. I wasn't sure I could give him whatever he was lusting for, and it made me so anxious that I wanted to run away. Oh, this is going to be interesting. Very interesting going forward. I wonder if he actually understands if he actually conveys to her what he means by true family. Like, romantic feelings, or just, you know, having a true family bond, in which case, does that even include romantic feelings? I don't know. Maybe we'll get an answer. But the hand resting on my back kept me in place. You are the only one who can stop me now, Rosemine. The new Zent's life is in your hands. Will you return to your loved ones and give me glimpses of your happiness? Will you accept our engagement and welcome me in? She's already thinks of you as family, dude! Whether you two get engaged or not! You are already family. Good lord. Like I said, whether they get engaged or not, she does think of him as family. Why else would she have stormed into Aaron's-Bach to save him? And welcome me into your family. Or will you order Eglantine to overturn the royal decree? The choice is yours. Ferdinand stared straight at me as he awaited my answer. His intensity took me by surprise. I didn't know what he wanted, but I doubted that marrying me was the answer. Romantic love wasn't something I understood. Yeah, I think we kind of got that, considering I'm assuming you didn't have this kind of thing in your life back when you were Urano, and now this romantic love in this world is a whole heck of a lot more different than our interpretation of it, and that she has no clue about it. Wasn't something I understood, and it was beyond me to return feelings that I couldn't even comprehend. My inability to give him what he desired would only frustrate me until the guilt became too much to bear. Your choice, Rosemine, he prompted. I twisted on instinct, hoping to escape, but I couldn't break it. Dude, you cannot get away from Ferdinand if he's physical. Yeah, you are not physically adept at this. Hang on, let me just make sure. Couldn't break his hold on me. I gazed up at him as he continued to await my answer. We sat in silence for a while until at last Ferdinand cast his eyes down inside. I'm guessing he's taking your silence as a rejection. He stopped touching my face and removed the hand resting on my back. The next time I met his gaze, I saw that he was defeated. Even his body language spoke to his disappointment. Now more than ever, I could tell that he was used to having his wishes ignored. Oh. That ain't right. Yeah, yeah, this isn't right. On instinct, I shook my head. I didn't understand the kind of love being discussed. Well, I mean, he probably doesn't either, to be completely honest. Yeah, you two are kind of two peas in the pod on this one. You guys both do not get when it comes to any kind of romantic love. I mean, Ferdinand can act like he understands it. He could go through the motions, but I don't think he truly understands the thought of romantic love. Because, I mean, he thought you were in love with Lutz, so, I mean... But I couldn't allow Ferdinand to leave. He rarely ever said what he wanted this openly. I didn't want to discourage him from ever doing it again. So I reached out and gave him a hug. Rosemine, what do you... I realize this shouldn't be the case by now, but guess what? I still don't understand romantic love! Yeah, I think that should have been obvious to him. A somewhat strange declaration to make while clinging to someone, but yes, I am well aware. Yeah, you should be well aware by this point. Ferdinand, exasperation clear in his voice. My only desire is to become your family in the truest sense. I mean, yeah, technically, if he was to get married to her, he would technically be family to her, if you want to put it that way. I do not expect any of the more sensitive aspects of romance that commonly occur between men and women. As I was already like family to you, if we do get married, things need only stay as they are. At least for the time being, until she comes of age. In which case, things would pick up from there, which, I mean, they could both get... I mean, I don't know if Ferdinand would need advice on that one, but Rosemine definitely would. That put my mind at ease. If he really was okay with me treating him like family and not doing anything romantic, I mean, they don't have to do anything romantic. At least, like I said, not until she comes of age. That I wouldn't disappoint him. I cannot stand the thought of our connection being severed and another man becoming a member of your true family, that is all. Ferdinand touched the rainbow ornament in my hair. Do you not find it miserable how much people gossip and assume simply because you express your concern for someone? Yeah! That's annoying. Oh, she's been concerned about Ferdinand ever since he left for Ahrensbach. Probably even before that, considering how much he worked himself. But yeah, everybody assuming that she's in love with Ferdinand just because she cares about him doesn't necessarily mean it's romantic love. I mean, it might be. We don't know, because she's kind of, like she said, she's not good with this sort of thing. So we have no clue. Anybody can tell me? I did. It frustrated me to no end that even when his life was on the line, everyone had urged me not to worry about him. But if we're engaged, I can worry about him without anyone complaining. Yeah, you can. Are you really okay with our relationship staying the same, I asked? Yes. Well, duh. Why would he say it otherwise? His quick, casual response made me hesitant. I didn't want him to change his mind once we were married and suddenly start expecting more from me. And you said my face-dump phobia will probably return. I mean, maybe not. It just depends, because we know that her memories of her family came back, but hopefully her face-dump phobia will not. In the event that it does, I'll do my best to help wherever I can, but it won't stop me from being a burden as both an ob and a wife. Are you truly willing to accept that? I am. You might not be able to use face stones, but your status as a divine avatar will compensate. If you return to being a commoner, I will not even have that to depend on. Think carefully about this decision, as this is your last chance to return to your own way of living. I want to go back to my family, but it wouldn't be easy for me. Too much was resting on my shoulders. In my absence, I doubted Ferdinand would show Letizia even the slightest trace of consideration, and the nobles of Ahrensbach would receive harsher punishments. I also had the names of several of my retainers. How would my death impact them? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, returning their names was an option, but Roderick and Grisha would need to go back to the families that cut ties with them. And what about Matthias and Lorenz, who had given their names to avoid execution? Yeah, you couldn't really do that either. I couldn't imagine Hartman and Clarissa would even accept having their names returned and would have the whole ordeal not make Ferdinand seem especially suspicious. Somehow I got the feeling my name swarm would all go with Rosemine to her grave. Ferdinand wasn't one to shy away from eliminating those in his path. He would do whatever was necessary to perfectly forge my death. I sincerely doubted that someone with the gall to attack a wereman and the goddess of wisdom would refrain from taking out a few fellow nobles. Yeah, I have to agree. In an attempt to appeal to his more rational side, I elected not to say that I refused to abandon everyone I cared about from my life as a noble, and instead chose some more agreeable phrasing. Both explanations were honest, but this one was more likely to convince him. For me to become a commoner, my stab would need to be sealed, no? I wouldn't be able to make my own rejuvenation potions or rely on you or my retainers for them. As for draining my mana, I would continuously need to visit the temple. It might sound grim, but I doubt I would survive very long as a commoner. Indeed, I wouldn't be able to last as a simple commoner. That was why I joined the temple and endured so many encounters with nobles all those years ago. Yeah, that's why she joined, because that way she could drain her mana. Well, actually, the more big reason she joined was to get books, but whatever. Not to mention, I now had enough mana to become the Zend. I would never be able to keep it under control. I would run into nobles on a regular basis during my trips to the temple. They would all soon come to realize the true importance of religion, and it would only take one of them to recognizing me for all sorts of complications to arise. Yeah, we don't need that. Not to mention, I continued, I think the life of a commoner would prove too much for me. I couldn't even draw water back when I was living in the lower city. I can't do chores, and so much time has passed that I wouldn't know how to blend in. Since my arrival in this world, I'd spent only 2 years as a commoner. Even then, my health had rendered me mostly bedridden, so I'd seldom had the chance to associate with my neighbors or attend weddings, funerals, and the like. I didn't have a good foundation to build upon. I could move in with my family again, but I'd only be a burden on them, I said. As long as you arrange for me to meet them on a regular basis, I think it might be best for me to remain a noble. Ferdinand wrapped an arm around me and once again held me tight. Would you truly choose me, Rosemine? As long as you don't regret marrying me. I mean, as long as you don't regret it, yeah. I'd entrusted my body to Ferdinand and was taking comfort in his warmth, and I suddenly realized something. Now that we were alone and my divine mana was gone, there was something we needed to do. Ferdinand, let me give you back your name stone. I don't need it now that my divine mana is gone, right? He had given me his name for practical reasons, because my overwhelming divine powers had made it tough for him to even be near me. Resolved to return it, I took out his name stone, but Ferdinand made no move to accept it. He simply looked to one side. You do not need it, he repeated, noticeably upset. No. I started to panic. In hindsight, I really had chosen my words poorly. I just mean, it isn't right for me to keep it. I do not follow. Doesn't it feel wrong for us to have, No, all you have to do is give your name to him. That's what some couples do, right? They actually do that, from what I remember reading in the books. Some couples would give their names to each other to prove their love for each other. Because, they got their life in their hands. Doesn't it feel wrong for us to have, a master-servant relationship? Family needs to be equal, and if we were going to get married, then it was even less of a reason for me to keep his name stone. Ferdinand said nothing in response. He kept looking between me and the small cocoon in my hand, which he didn't even attempt to take. Is there a problem? I eventually asked. We can be equals without you returning my name. No? I cocked my head. His meaning was lost on me at first, but then I remembered something Lenore had told me. Back when we were discussing whether to take the children of the former Veronica faction's names, she had said that she was especially taken with the idea of exchanging names with the person she loved, and swearing that their feelings for one another would endure for eternity. That's what I'm saying! You guys could do that! And then there wouldn't be any problem with you having his name stone, as long as he had yours. But, would you be able to use your name as Rosemine, or would you use mine? Or would you do with Arano? That's what I don't know. Are you proposing we give our names to each other, I asked? That sounds like a moving scene from a story, and it would make us equals, but it isn't exactly realistic. Lenore said so, too. It is unrealistic. Correct. I mean, what about our descendants? Huh? What's that got to do with anything? Yeah, to whom do you refer, Ferdinand asked, furrowing his brow. I mean, let's say we do get married. It's reasonable to assume we might, have children, right? Oh, God, awkward! Well, that's not till she's of age, at least. Isn't that, 2-3 years from now? Right? Still got time. Uh-oh, this is bad. Thinking about getting married and procreating was awkward enough on its own. Discussing it with Ferdinand was 10 times worse. No! Something I thought would never have anything to do with me now seemed very close to happening. You are getting close to being of age, girl. You're 14 at this point? Don't you become of age when you hit, 15, 16? I think it's 15. No, she's 13 at this point, I think. I don't know. Stay calm, Rosemine. Stay calm. As the but I'm gonna need a successor, meaning we need to adopt at the very least. We also need someone who can keep the city alive in our absence. Something like Letizia, right? If we're engaged through that royal decree, then we're going to have to adopt her. First, we'll need to abolish that tradition of Aaron's box so she can remain an Archduke candidate, but yes. Once you have come of age and our star binding has been held, we will need to adopt her. Letizia agreeably shared the same fate as the noble children orphaned in the war with Lanzanov, so I intended for her to stay in the temple until the adoption. A relieved sigh escaped me. I thought it best for Ferdinand, Letizia's main victim, to decide how we would treat her going forward. It was good to hear that he'd chosen to mask her crimes, so it wouldn't have been pleasant punishing a child we knew had been exploited. So, Ferdinand continued, what do our descendants have to do with our name swearing? Good question. I mean, again, when we're going to be married, if we give our names to each other and one of us ascends to the distant heights, the other will immediately follow. Think about the hardships that would create for any kids we leave behind. They would struggle enough with only one parent. During my time as Arano, my father had died in a car accident. Oh, okay, now we'll get that. If my mother had somehow been name sworn to him and died at the same time, I wouldn't have known what to do. Even in this world, it wasn't uncommon for people to lose their parents while they were still young. Benno, Sylvester, and Gieb Ilgner had all came to mind. A lot of Sylvester's troubles came from him having to take over as the Archduke at such a young age, right? He was already an adult by then, but imagine if the burden had dropped into his lap when he was still only a child. Not to mention, he had Bonifacius to oversee the handover. We won't have a single adult Archduke candidate to provide support in the event of our untimely deaths, not including Letizia. The two of us comprise Alexandria's entire Archduke family. Should we not do our best to avoid such an unfortunate outcome? Burnett stared at me in surprise, like he hadn't considered that outcome. I see. An astute observation, I must admit. I am somewhat shocked to hear such a forward-thinking argument from you. Your mind is normally far too preoccupied with books. Dude, she can think about something out of the books, dude. Following that rather mean remark, Ferdinand gestured for me to stand. Even now, he hadn't taken back his navestone. I stayed put at first, but reluctantly complied when he repeated the instruction out loud. Ferdinand, your name-stone, I said, fixing him with a glare as I proffered it again. He responded with a dismissive wave, then looked down at all the tools scattered about and muttered that he would need to come back tomorrow to clean. Ferdinand, I repeated, come here, how is your health? Has your mana calmed down? He touched my forehead and nape as he launched into one of his usual inspections. I could guess from the way he was planning which potion to give me before bed that he had absolutely no intention of taking back his name-stone. Ferdinand! I cried, I will take it back 2 years from now. Please be patient until then. There's no need for you to set aside Shutsaria's shield. He then picked me up with one arm and carried me to the exit as though it were the most natural thing in the world. Shutsaria's shield? Can you make that with a name-stone? Is that a euphemism or something? I'm assuming when he said Shutsaria's shield, that he means his name-stone. What are you calling yourself, her shield? Which, I mean, fair enough. If you need anybody as a shield, I assume that Ferdinand will be more than happy to help with that, and be able to defend you very easily, too. I had so many questions, but Ferdinand refused to answer them. He uttered not another word as he took me out of the Foundation's hall. Lady Rosamine, Lord Ferdinand, Gracia and Justice said, rushing over as soon as they saw us. We were worried when you did not return. It took Rosamine quite some time to regain consciousness, Ferdinand replied, but you need not worry any longer. My other retainers arrived in short order, having most likely been informed of our return. Hartman and Clarissa fought to reach me first, then waxed ecstatic about how wondrous they had found my recreation of the ancient spell. An enormous magic circle had apparently spread across the night sky and put on such a grand display that no one would question it had come from a divine avatar. Have a nice return from the border gates, Ferdinand asked. Straw and his group should return soon, Justice answered. I see. Angelica, I entrust Rosamine to you. He handed me over, then turned to my attendants. Gracia, Lasletta, have Rosamine drink the Blendrus-infused rejuvenation potions in this box, and prioritize her rest above all else. Cleanse her with the washing instead of giving her a bath, then adjust your plans for tomorrow depending on her health. Ferdinand seemed exhausted as he instructed my other retainers. On instinct, I reached out to him and said, you could use Slothtrum's... No, Rosamine, please, for once, can you not pray to the gods? In retrospect, that was probably wise. I should save it for tomorrow, then. Angelica picked me up and carried me to my bed. A canopied frame had already been prepared so I could go straight to sleep. Lasletta wore a bright smile as she approached and started changing my clothes. Indeed, the awe-inspiring divine power that overtook your mana has faded. I can approach you without needing to be covered with silver cloth. You looked quite divine as you shone with light, Lady Rosemine, but it puts me more at ease to see you back to normal, Grisha agreed. Only then did it fully sink in that my divine power was gone for good. Yay! Busy days. Hold on, how long have I been recording? 43 minutes! I don't want to stop! I want to continue! I awoke the next morning feeling better than ever. Not having to worry about dying meant I slept well. I got to drink a potion for the first time in ages, and most of all, recovering my mana would no longer cause me unbearable pain. Life couldn't get any better than this. Lasletta's hands didn't tremble as she did my hair. To put it simply, it felt like I was human again. Lady Rosemine, Gracious said, Lord Ferdinand wishes to check your health after breakfast. I see. I wonder if he'll bless me with some reading time. Surely I deserve some now that I come back from the brink of death. I looked at Grisha, who looked to Clarissa for more information. I could not say, Grisha replied. It will depend on your health, I imagine, but your schedule is already rather packed for today. Clarissa nodded and opened up her diptych. You can expect to be immensely busy in the lead up to the Archduke Conference. An Intuicum must be performed post-haste to rebuild the city and castle. We must also welcome the new Zent so that the criminals can be punished, not to mention the preparations that need to be made for your engagement ceremony. I doubt you will get much time to raid in the near future. The nobles' quarter is in an uproar preparing for the Intuicum, and the scholars are hard at work producing the necessary schematics. Wait, hold on, my engagement ceremony? Yeah, it needs to be official! Dude! I had agreed to marry Ferdinand only the night before. Were things moving a little too fast? Clarissa's blue eyes widened in response to my surprise. If we do not perform the Intuicum at once, then your Gutenbergs and the war orphans will not have anywhere to live. It would also be considered a slight against the new Zent to welcome her to a city still bearing Lanzanov's scars. The importance of performing an Intuicum wasn't lost on me. If people were going to be homeless, then we needed to act fast. Even when I was formally recognized as an Ob, I wouldn't be able to summon Fran, the Gutenbergs, and everyone else to Alexandria unless we attached doors and windows to the newly made buildings. Carpenters will need to be hired at once. I can understand needing to rush the Intuicum, but why is Zent Eglantine coming now when she just came into power and the Archduke Conference is right around the corner? Is this really the best time to invite her? Can the criminals not wait? As I understood it, Eglantine had gone through hell to make her namestone and carry out all the required preparations in time for the transference ceremony. Coming to Alexandria would only exhaust her further. I am told that one of her reasons for coming here is to ensure that the Lanzanov estate and its teleportation circle to her future home have been completely destroyed, Clarissa explained, though her most important goal is to approve your engagement with Lord Ferdinand. Won't she give her approval during the Archduke Conference? Is there a point to doing it now when we're already so busy? I pursed my lips, wishing for more time to prepare emotionally. My retainers all stared at me in shock. One by one, Lasletta, Clarissa, and Grisha extolled the importance of performing the engagement ceremony sooner rather than later. Lord Ferdinand is still associated with Ehrenfest. Unless the ceremony is performed soon, he will not be able to join you at the Archduke Conference. If you postpone your engagement, will you not feel the consequences more than anyone? Attending the Archduke Conference alone at your age seems like far too great a burden. The rest of the Archducal family has been obliterated, and you have spent not even a full month in Alexandria. As you were unfamiliar with Ahrensbach's previous circumstances and have yet to meet all of its nobles, I do believe you will need Lord Ferdinand to support you. Definitely on that one. I inhaled sharply. They all made excellent points. Now wasn't the time to be embarrassed about exchanging face stones in front of a massive crowd of nobles, or about giving dramatic declarations of love filled with biblical allusions. Oh, that's gonna be awkward to do. Delaying my engagement would cause me no end of trouble. There is much you will need to do, as the Ob Ferdinand said, having taken me to my new office once he'd completed my health inspection. This will go a lot quicker if you understand your schedule and the importance of each role you must perform. I thought we'd see at least one scholar, I mused. While inspecting the room, we were the only ones there. There weren't people working or waiting outside. Isn't everyone preparing for the Archduke Conference? They are working in my office. This room has not been used for anything except storing documents for quite some time. Detlinde had apparently come here to work, but not for long. She had soon grown tired of the walk and insisted that anything she needed to sign to be brought to her personal chambers instead. Of course, she still refused to allow Ferdinand entry to her room, obviously, so most of the commonly used documents had needed to be moved to his office. That said, this first task of yours requires us to be here. You must contact Sylvester using the water mirror. Then we will open the dormitory to the Royal Academy. He got me to stand in front of the tool used for emergency communication between ops and said, "How fares your face stone phobia?" I gazed down at the water mirror. Searing the face stone within made the blood drain from my face. I touched it with trembling hands and tried to smile while I supplied it with mana. It's okay. Just work on that. You just need to work on it. No complaints, I said. As you can see, I am touching the mirror without issue. Maybe because my negative memories hit me all at once, their strength in isolation seems much weaker than before. You might have convinced me if you're not for your shaking hands and the tears in your eyes. Yeah, you kinda didn't really convince him. Ferdinand placed some cloth over the face stone so I wouldn't have to see it. Still, that means that you were even conscious indicates some improvement. Do not overdo it. Rosemine, came a voice from the water mirror. If you're contacting me like this, then you must have gotten rid of your divine power. How are you doing? Feeling better? As soon as he appeared in the mirror, Sylvester asked about my health. I could tell I'd worried him to no end. I grinned and waved to assuage his concern. Yeah, thanks to Ferdinand, the divine power is all gone. I'm doing much better now. Glad to hear it, Sylvester said with a relieved sigh. He mentioned that he would pass the good news along to Elvira, Bonifacius, and the others. Ferdinand, as decided, I permitted anyone with an Errant Vest brooch to enter the dormitory. As soon as the dorm sends word, I'll give the schematics to Rosemine's retainers. Wait, what? Decided as of when? I was at a complete loss, but Ferdinand gave a nod indicating that he'd expected as much. Your assistance is appreciated. Do you anticipate any problems in the run-up to the Archduke Conference? Not as long as things go well on your end. I know better than anyone how busy someone gets once they've formally taken the Archducal seat. And nobles are all too prone to looking down on young obs. I'll provide all the support I can. Yeah, he's essentially trying to support you being the ob since you're so young, because he had to do it too. I didn't have a clue what he was talking about, but I thanked him anyway. Sylvester continued, send word when you've decided on a date for your engagement ceremony. I'll make sure everything aligns. It'll take place the day after the Zent's visit, Ferdinand replied. We will contact you by water mirror when the finer details have been ironed out. Oh, spare me all that. You know I'm going to get called over no matter what I'm doing, and you also know who's to blame for me being so busy right now. I only answered this time because I wanted to make sure Rosamund was doing okay. For anything else, stick to letters sent to the dormitory. You aren't the only one with a full plate. And with that, Ferdinand and Sylvester's brief exchange came to an end. Lara's face vanished from the mirror. Ferdinand, could you not have explained all that to me before we contacted Sylvester? I asked with a stern glare. Don't you always preach the importance of sharing intelligence ahead of time? I shall enlighten you en route to our next destination, Ferdinand said to signal my retainers and took me outside the room. Your stamina has yet to fully recover. Angelica carry her. Angelica picked me up and we departed. I wasn't familiar enough with the castle to guess where we were headed. Following a discussion about your plans for Alexandria, I obtained Sylvester's support by using a teleportation circle at the border gate to make sure your Gutenbergs approved the schematics for the Entwickelm. Excuse me? They've been checked? I knew he'd returned to the castle and taken care of some administrative work while I was under the throes of my divine power, but I hadn't expected him to send schematics to Ehrenfest. Well, I mean, you had to do all that beforehand if you're planning on doing something like that. Yes, as you considered it urgent, now that your divine power has faded, I wish to use the dormitory to receive the schematics and move your luggage. To that end, I obtained permission for your retainers, still registered with Ehrenfest, to enter. Okay, that explains them being able to... the people from Ehrenfest being able to enter Alexandria's dorm. Okay. Using the border gate would have meant sending the items from Alexandria's castle and trusting the knights stationed on our side of the gate to hand them over to Ehrenfest. Ferdinand was still wary of most of the knights from Old Ehrensbach, so he wanted to avoid relying on them when he could. That made sense to me. Ferdinand continued, once the engagement ceremony is over, you will return to Ehrenfest until you have formally been made Ob Alexandria. This will stop the nobles of Old Ehrensbach from being able to approach you and make your security much easier to manage. It will also give you a chance to finish preparing for the move before official duties take over your schedule. There's a lot I need to memorize before the Archduke Conference, right? And is it really okay for me to return to Ehrenfest when I'm due to become the Ob of another duchy? Study Ehrensbach's geography and various industries, but do not worry about its nobles and their factions for the time being. I intend to use a series of tests to determine which nobles we will favor moving forward, and you will start by memorizing the names of those who pass. Not even I am well acquainted with many of the nobles Detlinde snubbed over the years. Those who had continued to work in the castle despite Detlinde's cold treatment of them stood out, but Ferdinand still needed to find out more about the nobles from the provinces. He hadn't interacted with them much, or with those Detlinde had commanded to stay out of her sight. Having been thrust into a test of my own just recently with the country's foundation of all things, I sympathize with the nobles about to be put through their paces. Ferdinand wouldn't listen to any of their grievances. We will all need to do our best to pass. Furthermore, he said, there are several things I want you to make before the Archduke Conference. You seem intent on using Ehrenfest's ingredients, facilities, and personnel. Won't that be a problem for Sylvester? You're already dumping a lot on him, aren't you? He agreed to help us, no? I see no reason to give it any more thought. Focus instead on making Alexandria's crest and die for your cape. Most of my retainers were in Ehrenfest, and our plans would result in my active retinue getting even smaller. It certainly did sound easier for me to return to Ehrenfest and gather ingredients for brewing rather than fight for my life here in Alexandria. I shall provide detailed documents later, Ferdinand said. You must have a lot of unfinished business in Ehrenfest, and returning there will prove much harder once you have been recognized as Ob Alexandria. Use this opportunity to finish as much as you can. Indeed, there was so much I still needed to do, but Ferdinand was only saying all this so I wouldn't feel guilty about returning to Ehrenfest. Our conversation continued until we eventually arrived outside the teleportation hall. The dormitory will now be reopened, Ferdinand announced. This is necessary not only so we can stay in contact with Ehrenfest, but also so that attendants can enter and start preparing for the Archduke Conference. Only the Ob can open the teleportation hall and perform the initial unlocking of a dormitory. Rosamund, do you know the process? Yes, it was part of the Archduke candidate course. I asked my retainers to stand down, then took the key to the foundation from a leather pouch in my hip and used it to open the teleportation hall. As I entered, I gazed around the dark room in search of the magic tool that would activate the circle. As I suspected, it too is a face stone. Well, of course. I reached out a trembling hand to touch it, repeating under my breath that I didn't need to look. It was cold, and the slight chill gave me goosebumps. Swallowing the shriek building up in my throat, I channeled my mana into the face stone. It wasn't long before the magic circle at the center of the room lit up, making its presence known. It's done! I did it! Oh, good lord. Face stone still scared me. Tears had already welled up in my eyes, but I was relieved to have safely completed one of my duties as an Ob entirely on my own. Yeah, you're gonna have to find a way to get over that. Hopefully. Now then, Ferdinand said, henceforth knights shall be stationed at the teleportation hall to serve as liaisons. Strahl gets along well with the knights of Old Arensbach, so I plan to leave the assignments and such to him. Rosamund will not be a problem. Not at all. Strahl, I trust you to do your best. I anticipate a lot of back and forth between Ehrenfest and the Zent in the lead up to the Archduke Conference, so contact me immediately in the event of an emergency. I turned my attention to the knights who will guard the teleportation hall, spurring them to salute in acknowledgement of their orders. Ferdinand had introduced them to me as members of a faction Detlinde had abused. They looked tense but proud, and were apparently moved to have seen my large-scale spell, in large part, I suspect, due to Hartmut's brainwashing. Oh, good lord. You, Laisletta, and Cornelius will teleport first, Ferdinand told me. Move to the waiting room when you arrive. I stepped onto the teleportation circle with my two retainers and warped to the dormitory. Once there, we did as instructed and relocated to the nearby waiting room used primarily at the start and end of each academic term, when massive groups of people needed to teleport. It was large and white and contained nothing of note. I see that Old Arensbach's teleportation hall and waiting room are identical to those found in the Ehrenfest dormitory, I mused aloud. The building looked rather unique when we flew past it, but are all dormitories the same on the inside? I don't know, Cornelius replied. The tea party rooms are pretty distinct, but I've never been inside another duchy's dormitory before. Don't even think about wandering off to check. We were told to wait for Lord Ferdinand. He must have seen me scooting closer to the door because he shot me an especially stern glare. I stayed put from that point onward, but it didn't quash my curiosity. No matter how much I tried to stay focused, my eyes kept wandering to the door. Soon enough, Ferdinand arrived with Eckert and Justice. I made these registration brooches with the face stones you provided, he said. Take them now. You will need them if you leave the dormitory. You made brooches? Only for those coming here today. I do not have nearly enough for everyone scheduled to attend the Archduke Conference, so I will need to brew more upon my return. Laisletta took one of the brooches and secured it to my cape for me. Now I can freely move in and out of the dormitory. Rosamund, start by contacting Eglantine, Ferdinand said, and prepare this letter to be sent in your name. I accepted and read through the letter in question. Written in Hartmut's hand, it explained that we had eradicated the divine power wreaking havoc on my body and reopened our dormitory. It also stated the date of our Entwicklung, asked when Eglantine planned to visit, and noted that we would station knights in the dormitory to relay her response. I signed and sealed the letter, then used my staff to send it away to Anastasius' villa. In the time it took me to do that, Ferdinand sent 2 letters of his own. I asked where they were headed. To the teleportation hall in the Ehrenfest dormitory, and to Raymond, who was in Herscher's laboratory. The former letter noted that we have reopened our dormitory and requested the schematics for the Entwicklung. The latter was a summons to the tea party room. Ferdinand then extended a hand to me. I took it and we exited the waiting room. The hallway was as white as I was used to, but the carpet was purple, a color I'd seldom seen in Ehrenfest's dormitory or castle. I suppose the teleportation hall we had just used was situated in a small tower by the main building because the path ahead of us quickly circled downward. It was a fun little distinction that really made it stand out. The main building is beyond this curve, Ferdinand said. Wow, I exclaimed as it came into view. This dormitory has pots all over the place. Does the warmer climate mean they can use flowers as decorations even during the winter? During the academic year, flowers are brought only for the introductory tournament and the graduation ceremony. I still remember the previous Archduke conference when Detlinde ordered that every single pot be decorated with them. It was a foolish endeavor if you ask me. The smell was strong enough to induce a headache, and several attendants had to waste their time tending to them. Flowers would add a welcome splash of color to the dorm, but they made Ferdinand terribly uneasy. He explained that their scent could mask poison, their petals could carry it, and they could even be paired with poison that activated with water. Good Lord, just how awful was his life in Ahrensbach? I do not plan to order any flowers this year, Ferdinand said. Is that agreeable with you? I don't carry the way. Oh, but what about the people tasked with growing and preparing them? I wouldn't want to put anyone out of work. As a new ob, I wanted to avoid making changes that people will resent. Ferdinand said that he would keep my wishes in mind and then divert my attention to our surroundings. This is the dining hall. The tea party room is beyond it. As we continued toward the tea party room, a white letter shot into the dining hall and dropped into my hands. It was a special tool Hartman had made to accommodate my fear of ordinances. I opened it and started to read. Lady Rosamund, this is Judith. I am at the Ehrenfest dormitory. Is everything ready for me to leave? Rosamund, wait in the tea party room for Judith to arrive. Lisletta replied by ordinance in her stead. I will go with Justice to unlock the dormitory. Having doled out his instructions, Ferdinand opened the door to the tea party room, then unlocked the door to the central building and immediately made to leave. One moment, Lord Ferdinand, Lisletta said, I must ask to go with you. As my lady's head attendant, will it not be my duty to unlock the dormitory in preparation for the Archduke conference? I remember Lord Norbert doing as much for Ehrenfest. Ferdinand and Justice gave her awkward, sympathetic looks. As much as I appreciate your dedication, Ferdinand said, you are mistaken about something fundamental. Unlocking the dormitory is the duty of not the Ob's head attendant, but the dormitory supervisor. I am only doing it now because Frau Alarm was fired and has yet to be replaced. Oh. Professor Herscher has a tendency to ignore messages from Ehrenfest, Justice added. Norbert, her uncle. Oh! Norbert is her uncle! Oh, okay, we didn't know that. Unlocks the dormitory in her stead, not because he is the Ob's head attendant, but because he can drag her away from her research. He gave the tea set laden trolley he was pushing a few light taps and concluded, you should prioritize getting ready to welcome guests over learning to administer the dormitory. No sooner had the pair dropped that bombshell than they departed with Eckert to unlock the rest of the dormitory. Professor Herscher! Our absentee supervisor had made us look like naive greenhorns. Professor Herscher really is troublesome, isn't she? Lisletta said with a sigh, looking at Cornelius and me. She then prepared an ordinance and clearly spoke her message. Judith, this is Lisletta. Lady Rosamund is waiting in the tea party room. We couldn't exchange valuable documents out in the Royal Academy's hallways, and the only valuable place that Judith, as citizen of Ehrenfest, could meet us was our tea party room. We started preparing to welcome her, and it wasn't long before she arrived with the schematics. Wow, Lady Rosamund, your divine power really is gone. It was too strong for me to get anywhere near you, so I'm glad you're back to normal. Judith's bright orange hair swayed as she hurried over to me, her violet eyes white as saucers. It was nice to see her so excited. I'd wondered if everyone would be disappointed about me losing my divinity. Lisletta brewed tea while I accepted the Entwickel's schematics from Judith and spread them out on a nearby table. I could tell the Gutenbergs had checked them because they were marked with notes and minor alterations. The Gutenbergs were summoned to the temple where Brunhilde handed them the schematics from Groschel and Alexandria and told them to make any changes they wanted and write down any concerns they had, Judith explained. It must have been stressful for them. They really were put on the spot. Eep, have I given Benno and the others a reason to be mad at me? I mean, they'll be probably more relieved that you're okay. By attempting to honor their wishes, I might have made an even greater problem for them. Still, they had proposed some alterations, so the headache hadn't been for nothing. I appreciate the update. Now we can move forward with the Entwickeln, I said. Please give Brunhilde and Sylvester my thanks for their support, and thank you, Judith, for coming all the way here from the castle. It wasn't any trouble. I know things are getting busier with the Archduke conference around the corner, so I'm just glad to be useful. I mean, I'm the only one without anything to do today. Felina's helping with spring prayer as an apprentice Blue Shrine Maiden, and Daniel is guarding her. They should be back soon, I think. Melkor and his retainers were overseeing the temple, and Judith had no reason to go there while Feline was absent. She generally had nothing to do but train in the castle. Bertilde and Adelie are preparing to move your things, she continued. They have almost all of your unseasonable belongings ready to go. Oh, and they're helping with preparations for the Archduke Conference. I'm technically supporting Brunhilde, but isn't much for an apprentice guard knight to do. The scholars in attendance, on the other hand. Judith was my apprentice knight. She didn't serve Brunhilde, which severely limited what she could do. Her only real duty at the moment was accompanying Brunhilde to the temple for her meetings with the merchants. Do let me know if you need any help in Ehrenfest, she said. I can do anything. Certainly, I will tell Hartman and the others to rely on you as well. Judith took her leave around the same time that Ferdinand Eckert and Justice returned from unlocking the dormitory. Raymond arrived a short while later. He must have been deeply immersed in his research because he looked sickly uneasy on his feet. Lord Ferdinand, what in the world happened? Raymond asked. First, Justice told me not to come back to the dormitory, then Professor Herscher saw some strange group and told me not to leave the laboratory, and now I'm finally here. Lady Rosamund is sitting in our tea party room. He was completely out of the loop. Oh, that's going to be fun to explain. Oh, dear. Had second thought, maybe that was part of the reason he looked so pale. He didn't know that I was his new Ob, or even that Eglantine had taken over as the new Zent. Seriously? You didn't tell him anything? I snapped, shooting Ferdinand an especially harsh glare. Isn't he your retainer? Do you think we had the time? Besides, it was better to have him continue his research. He would not have been of much use to us in the castle, or would you have rather I cast him aside, since his family issues would only have inconvenienced us when you were fighting for your life? As it turned out, our obsessive researcher's family was a little on the problematic side. Returning him to the castle would only have caused us problems. Oh, no, let me stay in the laboratory, Raymond interjected, desperately shaking his head. Lord Ferdinand, I sincerely appreciate your consideration. Ah, I said with a nod. It was starting to make sense to me now. He's like Lostfam. You want to keep those who can't keep themselves safe out of trouble. We have at last weathered the storm, Ferdinand said to Raymond, then handed the scholar a registration brooch. Find a stopping point in your research and return to the castle if you wish to remain my retainer. You will need to clear out your room in Old Ahrensbach before the Entwicon and attend the new Ob's engagement ceremony. Right, I'll return to the castle with you. It's been days since I made any real progress with my research anyway. I see. Be sure to inform Professor Herscher. Having finished our business in the dormitory, we entrusted everything else to the knights in the teleportation hall and returned to the castle. Raymond, here are the schematics for our Entwicon, Ferdinand said. Deliver them to the scholars in my office and observe their delegation of work. Justice, tell Hartman and Clarissa to join us in the Ob's office. From there, he took us to the back of the office and into a brewing room. The Ob and their retainers came here to brew magic tools, essential to the duchy's operations, such as registration brooches. Later, we shall brew everything we would need for the Archduke Conference, Ferdinand explained. I was alone in the brewing room with Ferdinand and 3 of our retainers, Justice, Hartman, and Clarissa. We had excluded the scholars of Old Ahrensbach because those are not used to Ferdinand's methods. Will get in our way at every turn, but the fact that only our name swarm were present made me think he had other reasons too. Like, the nobles here don't know about my face-stone phobia, for instance. Incidentally, there were guard knights stationed outside the door to the brewing room, and my attendants were preparing a corner of the Ob's office for when we took lunch. Now then, Rosamund, Ferdinand said, lining up tools and ingredients on the brewing stand. We need to brew the face stones to be exchanged at our engagement ceremonies. Are you up for the task? If not, I can make yours for you. Wait, what? Is he proposing that he make his own engagement face stone? That's weird. I still remember the joy on his face when I'd given him a protective charm. He had said it was his first time ever receiving one. I couldn't bear the thought of making him brew his own face stone for our engagement. I can manage this much at the very least, I replied. On countless occasions, I've seen the negative consequences that arise from avoiding one's duties. If I run away now, I can hardly call myself a good woman. You sound assured, but one does not normally approach the creation of an engagement face stone like a knight going to war, Ferdinand said, his expression tinged with worry. Hold out your hand. Touched that he was being so considerate, I did as instructed. A small stone dropped onto my palm. This is a face stone taken from a Regish. He said, I picked one from a size befitting the avatar of a goddess. Knowing that it came from a scale should assuage your fear somewhat, no? Thank you. I'm guessing those are the rainbow scales? I clutched the face stone in a trembling fist and started pouring mana into it, doing my best to avert my eyes. It was cold to the touch and sent a shiver down my spine, but I soldiered on. I needed to dye it with my own mana, no matter how uncomfortable it made me. At least I wasn't required to look at it. Take your time. Do not overdo it. I won't, but I refuse to lose to a face stone. Lose to a face stone. As I glared down at my hand, Ferdinand sighed and gave my forehead several quick pokes. Poke, poke, poke. You are too tense. Perhaps you should take a moment to consider the message you will engrave into your face stone before you start channeling mana into it. I didn't even have a chance to respond. Ferdinand then sneered at me like he'd remembered something amusing and added, though I would advise not using that phrase you asked me about! Oh, shit! Oh, I remember that one. Oh, dear Lord. No, don't use that one. Don't. Obviously not, I cried, blushing red. It wasn't about to include such a direct invitation to my face in my face stone. Not now that I actually knew what it meant. Yeah. I am eager to see what you decide upon. I'm curious as to what he will decide upon. Ferdinand turned away from me to instruct Justice Hartman and Clarissa on how to create registration brooches. We needed enough for everyone attending the Archduke Conference, and for those who will need access to the dormitory beforehand to get everything in order. As the ob, I should be making them myself, I said. I apologize for thrusting this burden on the rest of you. The gold dust you provided is enough, Ferdinand replied, and is the purpose of our engagement, not for me to support you. Focus on the duties you can perform. I couldn't help but feel guilty that he was taking on my work, but it motivated me to make him the perfect engagement face stone. I'll think of something so amazing and I'll render him speechless, but hopefully in a good way. Oh no, be careful what you write, girl. I dyed the face stone, then picked up a piece of parchment. I needed to decide what kind of message to put in the engagement stone. During class, Hersher told us to choose something that reflected ourselves and would move our partners' hearts. I just wasn't sure what Ferdinand would want to hear. I already vowed to make him a laugh, so that won't do. Even something like Let's Be Family feels unnecessary at this point. Yeah, because he already knows. No matter how much I racked my brain, I couldn't come up with a single good idea. I was starting to think I should just put a generic, I wish to be your goddess of light and call it a day. Don't do that. Lady Rosamond, are you still debating what message to include? Clarissa asked. Yeah, can I ask what you carved into the face stone you gave Hartmut? No! Let us worship our goddess together, of course. I shouldn't have asked. Oh my god, those two were made for each other. I swear to God. As I hugged my head, Clarissa gave me a slight smile. You won't find much use in other people's examples. She was right about that. In this case, I'd gained absolutely nothing of value. Could you not simply write what you wish to do for him? Clarissa pressed. Just like that, a phrase suddenly came to mind. I used my steps-made stylus to scribble it down on my sheet of parchment. Ferdinand must have noticed my enthusiasm because he came over to check on me. Done, are you? He asked. Now, no peeking. I quickly hid the parchment and glared at him. You'll need to wait until the big day. He gave a wry smile, took a step back, then turned away from me. Justice was smirking in my direction. I wanted to punch the stupid grin right opposite to my face. Would you like my assistance, Lady Rosamond? Hartman asked. I can manage on my own, thank you. Even second years are taught how to do this. Yeah, we know that for a fact, considering what phrase you mentioned to Hersher. I turned down help from Clarissa as well, then dropped the face stone into the brewing pot and channeled my mana into it. Ferdinand and I were both Omni-Elemental, so there was no need for me to fret about which elements I used. Gold text arose within the rainbow face stone. Let me embroider your cape? Is that seriously what she chose? Okay. Very strange. Anyway, sadly, I'm going to have to end this part here. I hope you guys enjoyed it, and if you haven't already subscribed, please feel free to do so if you are excited for more from this book and future books I pick. And I will see you all next time. Okay. It's still going. If you've gotten this far in the book and you have not subscribed, I'd recommend doing so because I'm going to finish this book and I'm going to apparently pick up the spin-off for this series whenever it comes out, obviously. Okay, we are going to continue here. And Twickeln. Inside the castle, rarely used rooms were stripped of their contents, including carpets and tapestries. This region seldom used carpets during the summer, in any case, so the attendants saw it as a chance to mix things up a little earlier than usual. The nobles were in quite an uproar about having so little time to relocate their furniture. The end Twickeln was only 5 days away. I was fine with it since my chambers were still mostly bare, but it was yet another job on top of our preparations for the Archduke Conference. I was told that all sorts of documents were being moved to the dormitory. Because of all the bustle, I was working in my archducal chambers. Everything not used on a daily basis was being teleported to the Gibbs estates, an external storage building, so I would only have gotten in the way in the OBS office. My location also meant that bad actors couldn't approach me under the guise of work. For safety's sake, I was staying in these living quarters as much as I could, since only a strictly limited set of people could enter them. Lady Rosemine, one of the knights stationed in the teleportation hall, received this letter from Zent to Eglantine about her visit. Clarissa announced that she came into my room, indicating a single letter atop the vast stack of documents she was carrying. Otherwise, these need your signature, and these need to be looked over by Roderick. I have been told to assist you here until lunch. I took Eglantine's letter from the mountain of paperwork upon which it rested. She planned to visit us 2 days after the Entwickeln. Ferdinand had attached a note that said, "You may agree to this. Please send this confirmation letter to Zent Eglantine." I gave Clarissa my response and then started going through the other documents. As it stood, Clarissa spent most of her time working in Ferdinand's office, but her top priority was ensuring the safe arrival of important documents. Retainers from Ehrenfest were inevitably looked down upon for being members of a lower-ranked duchy, but Clarissa, being from Dunkelfelger, encountered no such issues. She was better equipped to stand against the nobles of Old Ahrensbach and was a capable fighter to boot. I pitied whoever tried to steal the documents she was tasked with transporting. My nights were on edge because nobles were pulling all sorts of tricks to reach me. Lady Rosemine, now that we have a date for the Zent's arrival, we can organize your engagement ceremony as well. Should we not inform Ehrenfest at once? Your parents and the Archducal couple will surely want to attend. I propose asking Roderick to write the invitations. I concur, Roderick said timidly. Clarissa's gaze was rather intense, for she was training Roderick in scholarly duties beyond just writing fiction. Preparing invitations was an appropriate task for him, so I decided to leave him to it. Lady Rosemine, if the date of your engagement ceremony is decided, then what about your clothes? Lenore asked. Were you not going to retrieve some from Ehrenfest? We didn't have time to make new ones, which greatly limited our options. I think the clothes I wore to my meeting with the royal family would work nicely. The ones made of both Ahrensbach and Ehrenfest dyed cloth. What do you all think? Lisletta gave an approving nod. A most wonderful embodiment of your desire to unite Ehrenfest and Alexandria, and as they were designed to be worn around royalty, they will not look out of place at an engagement ceremony. Indeed, Gracia added. They were made of the best cloth available, and you have the perfect hair ornament to go with them. I shall contact Lord Justice about preparing matching clothes for Lord Ferdinand. She wasted not another moment before sending an ordinance to him. Of all the clothes to wear for my engagement. A smile arose naturally on my face. Now that my lost memories had returned, I understood the significance of wearing a hairpin made by Thule, and clothes made of cloth from both Ferdinand and my mother. Clarissa smiled as well. I am glad to see that your engagement to Lord Ferdinand brings you such joy. Oh, no, that's not what made your smile. That is not what made her smile. No. I almost corrected her, but held my tongue. This wasn't the time or place. Would you approve of making Lisletta your face-stone bearer? Clarissa asked. I saw nothing wrong with the idea, so I turned to Lisletta and asked her if she could take the role. Hold on, Roderick interjected. Does that mean you decided on your engagement vow? What? Lord Ferdinand ordered me to inspect it. He must have been chosen for being a talented author. Makes sense. I mean, heck, if she needs help, she can ask Roderick and the others for some advice. I turned away from the girls to meet Roderick's gaze. It is unfortunate, but no, I am still working on my vow. Rarely do women propose, so there are few sources I can draw from. I will need to reference the historical history of past queens, biblical verses, or perhaps Ehrenfest's love stories, but which would work best? I suppose I'll read them all to find out. The words of one's proposal are deeply important, so yippee! Yeah, she gets to read! I made my signature. How troublesome pose, though I couldn't keep a smile from playing on my lips. My internal celebration was short-lived, however, as Roderick pulled me down from cloud 9. Fear not, Lord Ferdinand instructed me to walk you through your ideal proposal and draw from the Bible in your place. Oh, but that would be... Unsure how to continue, I turned to Lisletta for assistance. She smiled, inspected the board, and said the words of a proposal are important for an engagement ceremony. But did Lord Ferdinand not say to focus on the Entwickeln and ensure it can be performed without issue? He did, but... You have also been told to practice with an adult harpspiel, as you have grown too much for your old one, Lisletta interjected. Shall I summon Rosina? Oh yeah, we haven't heard from Rosina in a while. Wait, Lenore, I wish to read, not practice the harpspiel. Cornelius put a hand on my shoulder. Good news. If you're bored of paperwork, I was told to get you used to touching face stones without wincing. I doubt you're going to read anytime soon. Is that a grin I spat? I'm dying here and you're grinning? Curse you, Ferdinand, and your never-ending contingencies. Yeah, this guy's got contingencies up the wazoo for everything. He's like, oh, yeah, you ain't getting to read. That look on his face said everything. I was so annoyed that I complained to Ferdinand all throughout our next meal together. He barely seemed to care and said only that it was no helping it when we had so much to do. No matter your motivation, there's no time for you to get absorbed in reading. But if you are patient, I will permit you to teach the scholars your Rosemine decimal system before the books are brought into the library, made anew by the Entwickeln. You may operate it as you please and according to whatever principles you wish. Really? I asked. He was always harping on about the trouble I caused when I followed my whims, so I certainly hadn't expected this. I won't listen if you try to take it back later. Yes, assuming the Archduke Conference concludes with that incident. Yeah. I committed that promise to memory and elected to put all into my duties, even if they didn't involve reading. That was easier said than done, though, as I was distracted with thoughts of and plans for my library. Rosina scolded me on more than one occasion, but I suppose there was no helping that. We decided to hold the Entwickeln on a sunny day when relocating furniture would be less of a problem. I'd just eaten breakfast and gotten dressed with my retainers spread out a sizable magic circle like the ones used to move taxes and started teleporting luggage and furniture somewhere. Lady Rosemine, do you have all that you need for the Entwickeln? Hartmut asked. A pouch of gold dust I'd made of my divine power, the city's schematics, the key to the Foundation. I double-checked to make sure I wasn't forgetting anything and then nodded. Wonderful. And your room has been fully cleared, correct? It has. Let us leave with the others. My retainers carried out one final check, making sure my chambers really were empty. Then they filtered out into the hallway. We should record the Entwickeln with a magic tool, Clarissa informed me. I nodded and saw her off with a smile. Being in the Foundation meant I wouldn't get to see the Entwickeln with my own eyes, but I didn't want to miss the birth of my library city. I already knew from seeing Ferdinand creating Haas's monastery in an instant that it was going to be a sight to behold. Still, actually making the city matters more than just seeing it appear, I mused aloud. Though this is my first time performing in Entwickeln, I can't help worrying that I might make a mistake of some kind. Can't you get Ferdinand to help you with this? Isn't he supposed to be your husband at some point? So you guys are going to have to work together on this. Despite having studied creation magic again and again, this is my first time actually using it. I could already feel my muscles tensing and my limbs going rigid. My nerves must have been fully on display as I gracelessly approached the door to the Foundation. The key. The key! Obs disguised the keys to their foundation so that others wouldn't even recognize them. Aaron's box was a buckle. According to Ferdinand, Detlinde had used it to fasten the belt from which she hung her Hy-Vee space stone and potions. I placed the buckle inside a pouch. The thought of seeing its space stone turned my stomach, then reached in and channeled mana into it. A key soon took shape in my hand. The door to the Foundation was a magical device of sorts. Unlocking and opening it revealed an opaque, iridescent barrier. I was so used to seeing them that I had stepped through without the slightest hesitation and entered a space of white walls. Right, what do I need to do again? I cast Grutterscheid to form my Book of Messinora and reviewed what Ferdinand had taught me. Push the key against the back wall and doors will appear on the adjacent walls. Oh, there they are. Let's see. Under no circumstances should you insert the key into either keyhole. Instead, touch it against each space stone and supply them with mana. I took a moment to process the instruction and groaned. Face stones. Swallowing my nerves, I touched the key to the face stones on the doors and channeled mana into them. Even though I was trying to avert my eyes, I couldn't keep my hands from shaking. Scary or not, this is better than touching them directly. Come on, Rosemine, you can do this. Once the face stones were full, a door appeared on the back wall. I ignored its obvious keyhole and supplied yet another face stone, trembling all the while. To think you get cursed if you try any of the keyholes, I uttered under my breath. Is that scary or what? What? You get cursed if you try the keyholes? Huh. Okay. Ferdinand had known about the traps and puzzles protecting the Foundation and searched through Alsted's memories to learn how to solve them. He had also checked with Detlinde for good measure, but he was reluctant to believe her answers. I wouldn't trust her either, but the fact that he chose to peer into Alsted's memories instead still speaks volumes. As soon as the newest face stone was full, the door opened on its own. I stepped into the windowless white box that was the Foundation's hall. Floating at the center of the room were 7 face stones, each boasting one of the divine colors. They sparkled and expelled what appeared to be a fine powder. Ferdinand's mana from the replenishment hall made it here without issue, it seemed. I took that as my signal to reach into my bag of gold dust. Now, let us begin. As per our plan, this Entwickeln will rebuild the castle, the temple, the noble's quarter, and a portion of the commoner's lower city. and the schematics for my library are based on the British Museum reading room. The new library built on the castle's grounds would take the form of a magic circle. Antonio Panizzi had come up with the idea for the reading room in 1852, and now, all these years later, I was stealing his design for my own purposes. It wasn't complete plagiarism, of course. I planned to add an extra section to house my chambers, where I would spend my days when I retired as the Ob. The thought of becoming a live-in librarian like Solange made me look forward to getting old. A suspended corridor would connect my library to the laboratory I was making for Ferdinand. I didn't know what he had in mind for his lab. I was just going to follow his schematics, but he discussed it extensively with the scholars, so I trusted it would suit his needs perfectly. I made sure the schematics were within my reach, then grabbed a fistful of gold dust and started sprinkling it over the foundation. Using my other hand, I turned my staff into a pen and drew the sigils of the supreme gods in the air. I am one who offers prayer and gratitude to the gods who have created the world, one who seeks to alter their design. The gold dust in my hand rose into the air on its own and gathered on the tip of my stylus. It rimmed my magic circle, which grew larger and more complex with each movement I made. Then the circle spun and appeared in full above the foundation, where it shone with dazzling light. May the power to absorb be granted in the name of Shiksantrok, the god of darkness. Oh yeah, that's the god of darkness's name. Yeah, because you can't say that around other people. I forgot for a second. I swung my staff down, and this magic circle started to descend toward the foundation. An even brighter light enveloped me the moment the two met. I gripped the schematics and continued to pray. May the power to create be granted in the name of Spreshready, the goddess of light. I opened my hands, and the schematics shot up into the air as if caught by a sudden gust of wind. Then they erupted in golden flame, burning from the center outward. Through prayer and with gratitude, I give you these fragments of life. May the divine couple grant their blessings, and places of rest be added to the world. I continually added mana and gold dust to the magic circle to prevent it from disappearing. My role as the Ob was simply to keep it alive until it erupted with light and vanished. This would definitely be more fun to watch from outside. It was nothing for me to look at while casting the spell except the magic circle. Meanwhile, the rest of the duchy was getting to see an entire city being built in the blink of an eye. I'm sure we're handed the short end of the stick. That said, some things need to be done before anyone else sees them. Perhaps the greatest example was the creation of the path to the foundation, which was normally made only when a new duchy was founded. Ferdinand wanted me to completely remake ours, in large part because my namesworn now knew about it. The Zent and the new Ob would normally work together for this purpose, but there was no need when I already had my own Book of Messinora. Gridshite. I took out 2 keys while looking at my Book of Messinora. One was for entering the foundation through the Ob's chambers in the castle, and the other was for entering through the temple's bookroom. The door in the temple's bookroom can wait until we have bookshelves and a statue in place to disguise it, but the one in the castle needs to be ready for when I return. In the past, duchies prevented outsiders from stealing their foundations by ensuring the keys alone weren't enough to enter their halls. They set up their own tricks and traps, the solutions to which Obs passed down to their successors. One could reach this foundation by ignoring the keyholes and pouring mana into some face stones, but other duchies required things like writing down a password or activating face stones in a particular order. I wonder what we should do for Alexandria. I don't want to touch face stones, so maybe a password would work better? How about Arano Motosu in Japanese? It wouldn't be a problem for me, but my successors might find the kanji outright impossible. It was time to go back to the drawing board. An ideal password needed to be easy enough that I could pass down, but not so easy that it might one day be cracked. Not to mention, I would need to write it every time I entered the Foundations Hall, so maybe less tedious was an absolute must. I couldn't even discuss it with Ferdinand since it had to be something known only to me. He said to make it something I want from future protectors of Alexandria, like a test to make sure I can lead the duchy in their hands. But what would a library city expect from its Ob? Good question. I pondered the question for a moment. Then I returned to the door, touched my Book of Messinora, and selected a certain magic circle with my fingers. Copy and place. I copied the circle onto the door and pressed my key against it, causing old Elrond's box puzzles to disappear. It was time to create one of my own. Anyone who inherits my library city should at least know the 5 laws of library science, and they need to understand the ancient language so the Gridshite doesn't go missing again. Knowing the ancient language would allow them to learn whatever else they needed to know from the Royal Academy's library. Jürgen Schmidt will never collapse as long as people were reaching Ewerman. For my question that would protect the Foundation, I wrote, what are Ronganthan's 5 laws of library science in the ancient language? Then I penned the answer. Books are for use. Every person, his or her book. Every book its reader. Save the time of the reader. A library is a growing organism, huh? Okay, I don't understand any of these. Let me know, please. I wanted my successors to respect the proper way of operating a library and care about the process enough to know these answers by heart. Of course, I shall also strive to uphold these rules. I can't yet give everyone equal access to books, but I hope the library can grow alongside Alexandria. Once I confirmed that the puzzle worked as intended, I needed to decide on the penalty for failure. Arensbach's curse seemed pretty scary to me, but almost every other punishment listed in the Book of Messinor was horrifyingly violent. Dart shooters and collapsing ceilings were among the least gruesome options. I was surprised Obb's other successors anywhere near the Foundation. I guess the curse really is the most peaceful choice. Better to leave your victim on the brink of death than kill them outright. Or is it more cruel since they're stuck with that pain for the rest of their life? This sucks. I can't believe there's no option to just shoo them away. I'm no good with these kinds of decisions, and it won't let me leave without choosing a punishment. In the end, I opted to stick with the curse. I copied one from the Book of Messinor and pasted it where it needed to be. Done at last. I exited the Foundation's hall, exhausted, and closed the door behind me. Then I took out one of the paper-based communication devices Hartman had made to circumvent my fear of ordinances and sent about folding it into a simple airplane. Ferdinand told me to contact him once the Intuicon was complete. Beyond the now frameless window stretched a city of pure white. It matched the schematics to the last detail, as expected, so I already knew where to find the library. Its domed roof caught my eye immediately. This is it. My library city! My heart was so full that tears welled up in my eyes. I couldn't even begin to describe my happiness. This feeling wasn't something to be relished alone. I wanted to share it. I wanted to cheer with the people who had so graciously helped me and start discussing the future with no holds barred. I took a moment to admire my library before throwing the paper airplane out the window. I watched it soar through the air as it beelined to Ferdinand, who soon approached with his high beast with our retainers in tow. Woo woo! You did it, girl! Eglintine's visit. Now that we'd completed the Intuicon, our new priorities were Zent Eglintine's visit and the engagement ceremony. The books from my library were still tucked away in their boxes, stacked in a storeroom until the time came for me to put them on their shelves. It stung that I couldn't start at once, especially when the library was so close by. My hands were too full of my duties as the Ob and the preparations for the engagement ceremony that needed to be seen to before the new Zent arrived. My library. Sadness blankets me. Ferdinand was doing most of the work, choosing the dates, assigning the guards to their stations, and so on. As the Archduchess, I was tasked with observing everything and getting to grips with my new duties. Lady Rosamund, we have finalized the details for Lady Eglintine's visit, Clarissa announced, then handed me a document. Take a moment to read the schedule, if you would. Lord Ferdinand would like you to memorize it. Lenore and Cornelius are in a meeting with the Knights Order to discuss security on the day of. Eglantine was slated to arrive at fourth bell. I would get to the border gate to welcome her, and then teleport us to the castle where we would eat lunch before discussing the upcoming engagement. Once she had acknowledged the engagement, I would destroy the medals belonging to the prisoners being kept in the sovereignty as a faux practical exam. We would then return to the border gate by High Beast, allowing our new Zent a chance to compare Alexandria's schematics to Arensbach's and confirm that the Lanzanov estate was gone. Sounds pretty hectic. Lady Rosamund, we have here your new clothes from Ehrenfest, Grisha said, indicating the garments made by Elvira's personnel. She and Lazletta had gone to fetch them from the Royal Academy. Let us decide what you will wear tomorrow. Felina's back from spring prayer, Lazletta informed me while she worked. Gerlach was in quite a sorry state from the recent battle there, but returning the stolen mana with the chalices and completing spring prayer as usual caused the land to mostly recover. In other words, the commoners wouldn't be disadvantaged. I was relieved to hear it. Now they need a new Geeb Gerlach. Ehrenfest will see to that after the Archduke Conference. We too will need to formally decide on new Geebs. I continued to pick out clothes and accessories for Eglintine's visit, received a report from Lenore and Cornelius when they finished their meeting with the Knights Order, and read more documents that Clarissa brought me. Time passed in the blink of an eye. It was almost fourth bell, and the Zent was due to arrive. I was waiting on top of the border gate with Ferdinand and our guard knights. As someone used to Ehrenfest, I couldn't help but notice the heat. It was hot enough to be summer, and the sun was so bright that one had to wonder whether it was slowly closing in on us. No wonder people taken to wearing veils here. It was a good thing Lazletta had made one for me at the advice of one of Laetizia's attendants. The country gate shone almost as soon as fourth bell rang. Eglintine's retainers streamed out of the door on its side and took to the sky ahead of Anastasius and the Zent, who were the last to leave. Eglantine held up her Grutische and closed the gate behind them. As soon as our new arrivals landed in front of us, everyone knelt except Eglantine and me. I started to kneel as well, but she raised a hand to stop me. Lady Rosamund, once again, Dragoner, the goddess of time, has woven our threads together and blessed us with the meeting. I appreciate you taking time out of your extremely busy schedule to visit us, I replied. I realized the Archduke Conference is fast approaching. Eglantine's countenance had changed. She wore the same peaceful smile, but her eyes were sharper and the princessly aura she had once exuded was gone. For her to have changed this much in such a short time, the duties of a Zent must be brutal. Zent Eglantine, today's schedule is as we conveyed, Ferdinand said, drawing me back from my thoughts. I would ask that you follow us in teleporting to the castle. I pressed a hand against the teleportation circle I'd preemptively copied and pasted onto the border gate's roof, and the sovereign knights expressed their surprise when it rose out of seemingly nowhere. We asked them to stand atop it, and away we went. We finished our lunch, fish in true Ahrensbach fashion, and then relocated to the Ob's office. Our attendants poured tea while Ferdinand activated an area-wide sound blocker around the two of us, Eglantine and Anastasius. The meal was beyond excellent, Eglantine said. I have eaten Ahrensbach cuisine during Archduke conferences and the like, but never has it tasted so flavorful. I nodded in agreement. Though it might inconvenience the people of Ahrensbach, my spice tolerance is unfortunately low. My chefs have been preparing my food using Ehrenfest methods, incorporating spices little by little in an attempt to find the right balance. Anastasius looked as satisfied as Eglantine, which made for a peaceful atmosphere. I thought he'd simply enjoyed the food, but he gazed over at his wife and said, Eglantine has barely eaten for days. I was glad to see her have her fill. Even now, she's his entire world, isn't she? Oh, it's so sweet! In some regards, it was a tad exasperating, but I could see why he was worried about Eglantine when her countenance had changed so much. The duties of a Zent must be strenuous, I remarked. Indeed, Eglantine replied with a smile. In this short time, I have seen much that escaped my notice before, or was completed without my involvement. I have also realized there is much for which I must apologize to you and Lord Ferdinand. Somehow her response made my heart ache. Apologizing wouldn't change the past, but part of me wanted to trust her again. Ferdinand smiled as though he'd just read my mind. Not even the supreme gods can change the past, but their blessings might bring about a brighter future, he said. To that end, we have several documents for you to sign. In other words, your sins remain, so put your money where your mouth is. Eglantine would need to prove her remorse by approving our engagement and permitting Ferdinand to attend the Archduke conference. She looked over the documents, then placed a hand on her cheek and gave him a quizzical tilt of the head. Your engagement to Lady Rosamund is the result of a royal decree. As long as the decree remains, my approval is not necessary. Your signature will provide even further legitimacy. I wish to make it clear to other duchies that royal decrees are not undone by the crowning of a new Zent. Eglantine looked unconvinced, but she cast style nonetheless. I take no issue with signing your documents. I will admit, though, I thought the purpose of my visit was to accelerate your starbind ceremony. Excuse me, I exclaimed. How had she reached that conclusion? You let Winter arrive. Oh no! Fuck! Oh my god, she thought they had sex! So she wants them to go on ahead and do their starbind ceremony! Oh my, no! You let Winter arrive early to purge the divine mana from your body. Do you not wish to accelerate your starbind ceremony in turn? Ah! She misunderstood the situation just as I thought! Just as I thought she would! That's not true, I cried! I did no such thing! Calm down, Rosamund. How can I be calm when she's so gravely mistaken? She thinks She thought we were trying to accelerate our starbinding. Calming down wasn't an option when I was so close to dying of embarrassment. What was one supposed to do at a time like this? Lady Eglantine, I did not accelerate the arrival of Winter, Ferdinand stressed. I dyed Rosamund with a certain kind of potion. As you should understand, the arrival of Winter would not have dyed another in such a short period. Yes, it certainly was quick, she replied. Winter this, Winter that. Can we please move on? I wasn't the only one agonizing. Anastasius moved to stop Eglantine with an anxious look on his face. If we've misunderstood, then we can hold to tradition and schedule Rosamund's starbind ceremony for after she comes of age. Now, enough of this. Say no more about the speed of her dying! Please! Very well, Eglantine replied with a smile. Lord Ferdinand, does this mean you will obey the rest of the decree? As I am sure you remember, Lord Trarquil ordered you to raise and educate Lady Letizia to be the next Ob Ahrensbach. I turned to look at him as well. I wanted to know his intentions with Letizia as much as anyone. We see no reason for Alexandria to inherit Ahrensbach's traditions, so Letizia will remain an Archduke candidate even after Rosamund has been recognized as the Archduchess. I plan to follow the decree and give her the education of an Ob, and when I am starbound, I will not hesitate to adopt her. To live as a noble, Letizia needed someone to support her. Ferdinand would adopt her if she carried out her duties as an Archduke candidate, and would even consider her as our successor if she displayed the necessary talents. I'm glad he doesn't intend to punish her. However, Ferdinand gave Eglantine the same thin smile he wore when he was about to unload some especially tedious work. As Ahrensbach will soon disappear, it is currently beyond me to make her Ob Ahrensbach, and the decree said nothing about making her the next Ob Alexandria. I elected to watch in silence. The less unnecessary work he had to do, the better. We could still meet the terms of the decree, Ferdinand continued. Lord Troracal could name his new duchy Ahrensbach, and Letizia could become its Ob after marrying Lord Hildebrand. Yeah, they can still go through with that. You could also give the name to an entirely new duchy to be bestowed upon Letizia when she comes of age. Anastasius gave a slight grimace, aware of the burden both proposals would put on the royal family. Can we not just nullify that aspect of the decree? Ferdinand returned a venomous smile as he gazed upon both of our guests. We could, but it would undermine all other royal decrees. If people saw the ease with which it was overturned, I would rather Lord Troracal and the rest of the royal family bear the weight of the orders they so freely made. My mistake. It wasn't the smile he wears when dumping work on others. It was his revenge smile! Oh no! I averted my eyes as Eglantine and Anastasius paled. Given all the trouble they gave for Ferdinand, I wasn't opposed to them getting a taste of their own medicine, as long as it didn't hurt Letizia. I wanted them to reap what they'd sown with this royal decree. Have you finished investigating the criminals? Ferdinand asked. Indeed, Eglantine replied. Just as Ehrenfest and you warned, the usage of Trug was rampant. We had a hard time with many of them as their most important memories were clouded and obscured, but we are done. Going through Detlinde's and the other Ahrensbach nobles' memories had apparently been quite an ordeal. Detlinde had complained to no end about her treatment, attempting to leverage her status as the country's next Zent, then cried foul when she learned that Eglantine had already obtained the Gruderscheid. The person tasked with reading her memories had deemed it a truly miserable experience. I would have to agree with that. It more than likely was. We have brought with us a list of the nobles we investigated, Eglantine said. We plan to spread them throughout the country to be used as mana sources. Lady Rosemite, if you would destroy their metals. Anastasius met my eye and said, rest easy. It is the same as what is practiced at the Royal Academy. He then handed over the list, which comprised not only the criminals' names, but also their blood stamps. I could never rest easy when doing such grave work, I replied. Ferdinand passed me the box of medals he had prepared. I glared at it intensely while he and the others took their distance. Once they were all outside the range of the sound blocker, I pressed my staff against a sheet of paper. Anastasius had sat down and chanted the relevant spell. Oswald. As the names on the list shone, their medals flew out of the box. I took them in my hand, squeezed my eyes shut, and exhaled. Gruderscheid. I made my book of Mestanora and used my duplication spell to create the magic circle I needed. Eglantine watched me closely from outside the sound blocker. She was serving as my instructor, but it was also her duty as a Zent to face what she did not want to see. In the same vein, I, the Ob, had to make sure these criminals were punished. Almighty and supreme God of darkness who rules the endless skies, Almighty Father who created the world and all things, in the name of Shiksamtracht, may those who transgressed against the goddess of light be punished. I cast the medals into the magic circle and a black mist formed. They stuck fast and started to burn. I beseech you, close the towering stairway to the distant heights. Oh, okay, so these people are cut off from, essentially, the gods. So does that mean that wherever the souls go when they die, do they go to some kind of purgatory, or do they go to their version of heaven, or what? That's what I want to know. Once the medals were fully destroyed, Eglantine and the others re-entered the sound blocker. Splendid work, she declared. You have passed your practical exam. Anastasius grimaced and stared daggers at Ferdinand. You made it a test? Are you insane? I was in total agreement. But we needed a third party other than Ferdinand to confirm that I understood the Royal Academy's curriculum and possessed the skills necessary to apply my knowledge. Now, when we decree Lady Rosemine the new Ob Alexandria, no one should protest that she is underage, Eglantine noted. Indeed, these tests would silence those who tried to argue that I couldn't perform the duties of an Ob without graduating. I actually felt sorry for anyone invested in opposing my assignment, for not only had my strict teacher, Ferdinand, crammed the entire curriculum into my head a year and a half ago, but I also had the Book of Mestanora. I was far more confident in my abilities than most Obs who rose to power decades after graduating and remembering almost nothing from their time in the Royal Academy. You settled on Alexandria as your new duchy's name, but what about its crest and color? Eglantine asked. When will you supply the cape to be given to the Ob during the Archduke Conference? We have yet to finish making the dye, so the cape should arrive just before the conference, Ferdinand replied. You will not need to take time out of your schedule for it. Our retainers will take care of everything. Once our engagement ceremony was over, I would need to gather ingredients from the Royal Academy and create the dye for my cape. Very well. Inform me when the cape and crest are complete, Eglantine said. What became of the Lanzanov estate and its teleportation circle? We must know before we can move into our new living quarters. They wouldn't be at ease until they'd ruled out the risk of another invasion. Here are the relevant schematics, Ferdinand said, taking out schematics for both Aronsbach and Alexandria. He explained where the Lanzanov estate had once stood and how we had changed that part of the city. You may observe it with your own eyes on our way back to the border gate. Eglantine and Anastasius nodded. They wanted to be sure that the estate was gone and that we had severed its connection to the villa. We climbed into my high beast and took flight. Oh, she got to use her high beast again! This is my first time seeing the city from above. I'd started sleeping in the newly made castle, but I spent all my time in the Ob's living quarters to make life easier for my knights. Oh, right. Not all the city has been remade yet. We have prioritized the castle, the library, the laboratory, and the nobles' quarter, and the temple, and the most important parts of the lower city. We plan to finish the rest gradually to lessen the burden on the commoners. The Lanzanov estate once stood in that corner over there, Ferdinand said, pointing. Anastasius checked the map to make sure. In the newly made city of Alexandria, a normal part of the nobles' quarter sat in its place. Indeed, the teleportation circle is gone, Eglantine said, having taken out her Gruchshot to confirm there was no human transporting circles in the area. Her last objective for her visit had now been completed. We circled above the city and then headed straight to the border gate. I did not think you would already be done with your Entwicklum, Anastasius remarked when we touched down atop the gate, clearly impressed. You might have excluded some areas, but it must have been quite the task. A shining example of Lady Rosemind's excellence, no? Eglantine asked with a smile. Ferdinand deserves your praise more than I do, he said. He made all the arrangements. I merely followed his instructions. Oh my, Eglantine's eyes widened in genuine shock. Does that mean Lord Ferdinand designed the city with a library in its center? Indeed, he always makes my wishes come true. I thrust out my chest with pride and declared, oh my god. My Ferdinand truly is phenomenal. Oh my god, that would have probably made his day. His day just got made, and that is insinuated so much! Oh, dear Rosemary, why are you saying this? Eglantine looked up at Ferdinand and giggled. She waited patiently while I continued to lavish him with praise, causing him to grimace. And he's not used to it. And then said, I really must return to Alexandria when its construction is complete. I nodded in agreement. By then we should have finished our entry account for the lower city. The temple classroom should hopefully have opened, the library should be thriving from all the compulsory book donations, and there should be extra laboratories dedicated to fey plants, fey beasts, and fey fish. We had performed a hurried entry account since we needed to destroy the Lanzanov estate and heal the wounded nobles' quarter, but there was plenty more for us to do. I will not settle for hopes and dreams, I declared. My desires will be realized. Isn't that right, Ferdinand? Yes, perhaps one day, Heath replied. Anastasius placed a hand on his wife's shoulder, wearing an unreadable expression. Let us go, Eglantine. I would rather we not hang around. Oh my, but is this not simply heartwarming? She took out her magic tool Grujashite and prepared to open the country gate. Well then, Lady Rosemind, until the gods of time weaves our threads together again. Okay, let me see. Okay, I'm gonna continue. Okay. Engagement ceremony. It was the day of my engagement ceremony. My attendants had applied a thin layer of makeup to my face, secured my hair behind my head, and put both my hairpin from Thule and my rainbow face stone decorated hair stick neatly in place. The ornaments jingle next to my ears. Several attendants gathered to help me put on my dress. A jade green skirt paired with cloth of a paler hue. It was very appropriate for spring and reminded me of newly sprouted plants. I pinched up some of the material, then let go and washed it as it fell daintily in place. Next was my veil, which my attendants secured with pins. We were under no obligation to follow old Aronsbach's traditions, but I wished to make it clear that I planned to respect its culture going forward. The veil was a very light shade of blue, the color of my birth season, and trimmed with gold lace. They've dressed me up like a bride. I shouldn't be surprised. This is an engagement ceremony and all, but God, I can't bear to think about it. I'm embarrassed enough already. We'll see about that. Well, look beautiful. You look beautiful, Lady Rosemine. Lord Ferdinand will surely be speechless. Like I said, we'll see about that. Lysletta and Gracia directed my attendant hopefuls to put away the makeup brushes and prepare my shoes, among other things. Clarissa entered while they were hard at work. Nobles are gathering in the castle, Lady Rosemine. The Geeves have all arrived. Some are looking around the new castle. I thought we announced that Geeves would not need to attend, as the date was decided so suddenly. I wish we could have opted for a more private ceremony. Too large a crowd will only make me nervous. but Obs were essentially required to invite the nobles of their duchy. Oh my, Clarissa exclaimed. No one would pass up an opportunity to see the young woman who is both the new Ob and the divine avatar of Mesnora, healer of the duchy. She was breathing heavily with excitement, but only she and Hartman cared about that side of things. Or, well, I prayed that was the case. Yeah, with your luck, all the other Geebs are going to be talking about divine avatar of Mesnora, woo, and all that. Speaking of which, Clarissa, have Sylvester and the others arrived yet? Sorry, I had to take a drink. Yes, the Archducal couple, the Knight Commander, Lady Elvira, and Lord Bonifacius are all present. Ferdinand had used my face stones to welcome them at the border gate. In the run-up to the Archduke Conference, few top-ranking nobles could afford to spend days away from their duchy for the sake of a mere engagement ceremony. My family had more leeway than most thanks to all the face stones packed with divine mana back in Ehrenfest and the added convenience of teleportation, but even then, they barely had time to attend the ceremony. Oh, also, Daniel is here as Lord Bonifacius' guard knight. The miners had to stay home. Feline and Judith looked so very envious when they watched the others depart. In other words, I would need to bring them back some top-of-the-line souvenirs. I asked Clarissa to see to it for me. If you are ready, Lady Rosemine, then let us present you to your Ehrenfest guests, Lenore prompted. Your parents and adoptive parents must be thrilled to see you. This might be your last chance to speak freely with each other. I nodded. Our reunion was destined to be brief, as they would all need to teleport back to Ehrenfest as soon as the engagement ceremony was over. The recent war, my stealing Ehrensbach's foundation, and my choosing a new Zent as a divine avatar of Mesnora was all meant that preparing for the next Archduke Conference was going to be brutal. Of course, the newly founded Alexandria was much, much busier than Ehrenfest. Even if Sylvester had wanted to stay longer, we wouldn't have been able to host an Ob for several days. Goodness, Rosemine, my congratulations on your engagement, Elvira exclaimed, her voice bright and cheery. How especially beautiful you look today. Everyone else joined her in praising my outfit. Indeed, Elvira is correct, Florencia said. You have grown prettier and more feminine since I last saw you. It's a miracle what a little makeup can do, Sylvester added. Too bad the illusion will shatter as soon as she opens her mouth. Sylvester! I think Florencia then glared at Sylvester. I can say the same for you. The moment you speak, I wonder why anyone thought to put you in the Ob's clothes. Now, Lord Sylvester. Elvira interjected. Rosemine's beauty is not only thanks to her makeup, she sparkles like the goddess of light upon at last obtaining her god of darkness. And with that said, Rosemine, might I ask the circumstances behind you and Lord Ferdinand making your... What? No! Elvira, don't you dare put them in a story. No, don't you dare. Yep, I recognize that gleam in her eye. Mother is in her element. I could already feel the pressure as she attempted to draw me into an interrogation. It was time for an evasive maneuver, so I turned to Karstedt standing next to her. I see you're not dressed as a knight today. Because I am here as your father, Karstedt replied. I never thought a daughter's engagement ceremony could be so conflicting. This is nothing like when my sons had theirs. Back then, I was just proud they had safely come of age, and the sight of their fiancés did little to move me, but now, it's your daughter. Daughter! Because even though he knows it's not his daughter. Technically. He paused and let out a quiet sigh. It brings me great comfort to know that you are marrying Ferdinand, not being adopted into the sovereignty, and... It brings me no comfort, came a booming voice from nearby. Why Rosemine? Why Ferdinand? Were there not far better options? Father, enough. Bonifacius, shut up. Enough already. Give it up. There was a brief confrontation as Karstedt attempted to contain his rampaging father. Bonifacius' guard knights joined in, attempting to calm their lord, but not even their combined forces were enough to stop him. I apologize for my father causing a scene, Karstedt said at last. We wanted him to stay at home, but Lord Wilfrid insisted on holding the fort for the day. Was this an act of consideration meant to compensate Bonifacius for not being allowed to attend the transference ceremony? Under better circumstances, I might have seen it as a kind gesture, but the former Knight Commander's indignant rant just made me think, screw you, Wilfrid! I certainly wasn't the only one. You said you weren't in love with him, Bonifacius roared at me. Was that a lie? No, obviously not. My feelings haven't changed. Everyone gasped and stared at me in shock. Though not a word was spoken, I could hear them collectively scream, What the hell are you even saying? Sensing all this sharp rebukes about to rain down on me, I quickly attempted to backpedal. What I mean to say is that I've yet to understand romantic love. As for Ferdinand, he simply wishes for us to be family. He's perfectly content with keeping things the way they are and does not expect the more intimate aspects of a relationship from me. In that sense, this engagement exists purely for us, merely for us to become family in name as well as spirit. Everyone was watching me so intently. Was that explanation not good enough? A silent pressure prompted me to take a step back. So you got engaged to satisfy his wishes, Boniface asked, his blue eyes narrowed. I care about you, Rosamund. I can never permit such a one-sided arrangement. Rest assured, grandfather, it will grant my wishes too. No other man would go to such great lengths to make my dreams come true. Not to mention his presence calms me. I feel none of the displeasure that characterized my engagements with Wilfrid and Lord Stitcheswald. Bonifacius and Sylvester both cradled their heads and let out heavy sighs. Was it something I said? Maybe romantic love really was necessary for engagements and weddings and the like? Yeah. Sort of. Yeah, definitely in our world, obviously, why would you marry someone if not for love? Except for the gold diggers who do it for the money, and there are political marriages, but still, mostly for love. But I don't know about this world. I worried that Sylvester might tell me to give up on marrying Ferdinand, so I appealed to him with tears in my eyes. This engagement might be the result of a royal decree, but I made Lord Ferdinand a laboratory and intend to both donate money to his research and come up with tasty meals for him so he stays healthy. I care about his happiness, that much I can promise you, so please do not intervene. There was a drawn-out pause before Florentia smacked Sylvester's arm and said, do not make her uneasy before her engagement. I wasn't even going to get involved, he shot back. I was looking back on everything I've done up to this point, and, well, Rosamund, I entrust my little brother to you. Aww! That's so sweet. From there, a virus group congratulated me on the engagement, as did everyone's retainers. Matthias and the others gave standard blessings, but Daniel seemed just as uncertain as his charge. I realize this is a day to be celebrated, but the thought of you and Lord Ferdinand getting engaged seems strange to me. Yeah, it does, he said. But it doesn't help that I've known you since before your baptism. Oh my, by that logic, are things between you and Feline not strange too, I asked in response. He had known her since her baptism. Daniel nodded again and again. They are. They most certainly are. How unusual. I was used to him dismissing such implications for fear of upsetting Feline. For him to have actually agreed with me this time, something about their dynamic must have changed. Congratulations on your engagement, Cordelia said. If you wish to be engaged to Lord Ferdinand, then I give you my blessing as your elder brother. Just don't let your inertia lead you astray. There are times when you must be firm with him. Yeah. I could guess from the concern in his eyes that he was worrying about what's arriving early for me. No, don't. Don't even think about it. Ferdinand would never do that anyway. At least not until she came of age. He's not like that. Yeah, you have nothing to fret about, I declared. Ferdinand would never do something so crude, and while I appreciate your concern, Cornelius, has Lenore been as firm with you? How is that relevant? He averted his eyes and repeated that it was important to stand one's ground. Ooh, looking away now, are we? I wonder what that means. I was eager to hear Lenore's take on what it meant to be a prim and proper fiancé. Once I'd greeted our guests from Ehrenfest, I moved to the grand hall with my retainers. It was already full of nobles, as many as one might expect from a greater duchy with such a large population. I wondered how much larger the turnout might have been not too long ago, before so many old workstock nobles were taken out of the picture. Their eyes are boring into me. I approached the stage as the new Ob. Our guests were watching my every move, and their gazes were so intense that I could actually feel the pressure on my back as I climbed the steps with Laisletta, the holder of my engagement face-stone, and Lenore, my representative guard knight. My other retainers were waiting below. I am a little nervous, I whispered. I was not expecting anywhere near this many attendees. Laisletta replied with a quiet chuckle. Even more people will attend your inauguration during the Archduke Conference. Nobles from all duchies shall want to see you. We took our assigned seats, at which point Ferdinand and his retainers entered the hall. Are those new clothes? I mused aloud. Yes, made in the style of Arensbach, Laisletta said. Lord Ferdinand must be making considerations for the nobles gathered today. His especially large sleeves didn't quite suit the comparison, but the rest of the ensemble brought to mind clothes from the historic kingdom of Georgia back on Earth. It really suited his tall stature. His outfit was a darker shade of gray than my own, and the yellow sash draped loosely around his shoulders was dyed in Ehrenfest's new style. I was on the right side of the stage, so Ferdinand would take the left. He approached with justice his face-stone bearer and echoed his representative guard knight, wearing his brightest smile for our public-facing engagement. Is that his fake smile? Is it? And if so, good lord. Hartman waited for him to sit down before moving to the center of the stage. Normally, it was the Ob's duty to oversee engagements between members of the Archducal family. We had trusted the role to my retainers. I couldn't conduct my own ceremony, and my family comprised nobles of another duchy. Hartman had assured us that only he was capable of taking the reins, but I still worried what he might do. By royal decree, Lord Ferdinand and Lady Rosamund are to be engaged, he announced, unrolling the documents Eglantine had signed and presenting them for all to see. Under normal circumstances, engagements are recognized during the Archduke Conference and then formalized alongside the Starbind ceremony. In our case, the engagement must take place before the conference, so then Eglantine visited our humble duchy early to grant her approval. Hartman launched into an explanation for the nobles who had remained in their provinces and were thus unaware of certain recent developments. He gave long-winded accounts of the Purge of Lonzanov, the battle for the sovereignty, and the large-scale spell performed by the divine avatar of Mestanora. Here we go! I braced for a fanatic speech about my divinity or some such, but one never came. Hartman smiled and said, "You may now exchange face stones." Wow, he actually didn't go on and on and on about Mount Rosemine being the avatar of Mestanora. Wow, that's surprising. Ferdinand and I stood up at the same time. I turned to Laisletta and Lenore nodded and advanced to the center of the stage as elegantly as I could. Ferdinand was doing the same. Each step brought us closer together until we were within arm's reach, whereupon he leisurely knelt before me. Eckert and Justice followed suit, keeping their heads bowed. "Here you are, Lady Rosamund," Laisletta said. She held out the box containing my engagement face stone, and upon confirming that everyone was in place, opened it. Oh boy, here we go. This is so weird. Oh my god, this is so freaking weird to just hear Rosamund doing this, because we've seen her throughout the books, going from age, 6, I think? I think it was around 6, because she had her... No, wait, maybe it was either 5 or 6, I can't remember. Going to her baptism, entering the temple, becoming a noble, and going through all this to see her grow up. This is weird, yet at the same time, it's so sweet. My god of darkness, the guidance of the supreme gods in the heavens above brought about this engagement. Spring arrived with Verdrena's thunder, and Blondfoot began her dance. Oh no, this is so stupid. Who wrote this? Roderick, did you write it? Oh boy. As the sprouts turned vibrant green, I felt Leyden Shaft guide me. As our resident author, Roderick had written my vows. Yep, he did it. I understood the first line, a reiteration that I was here by royal decree and that my engagement couldn't easily be overturned. But the rest was too tough for me to decipher. You're going to have to ask Roderick about that later. I'd wanted to say something that would communicate my immense gratitude to Ferdinand and ask him to keep guiding me, so why was Blondfa whirling around and the god of darkness flourishing his cape and sleeve? I don't even know, girl! You know more about this stuff than I do. Even when I was memorizing the words before the ceremony, I suspected that my writer had gone rogue. What? You gotta ask what the heck it meant, because you didn't write this. Despite my misgivings, my retainers had all deemed the vows perfect for an engagement ceremony. Our audience must have agreed. I could see people giving nods of approval and sighing in awe. I wasn't talented enough to stray from the script and translate my feelings into religious illusions. Don't be attempting that. Especially not on the spot. Yeah, definitely not. So my only option was to press on. I seek to brighten your world and so offer you this face stone, my god of darkness. This is so freaking weird. Okay, I just heard the washer go off. I'm going to put that in the dryer in a bit. Engraved within the face stone were the words, "Let me embroider your cape." It was the best way I could think to translate "Let's be family" in a noble speech, as cape embroidering was a task done only by a person's loved ones. Okay, makes sense. As I understood it, when Ferdinand entered the temple, Veronica had confiscated the cape his father had given him. He had sincerely appreciated it when Sylvester gave him a new one, though you wouldn't have guessed it by how much he complained about its poor defenses. Taking his desires into account, I wanted to give him a cape that only a true family member could prepare. And you know him best. You know you're going to have to add in, protection circles and all that stuff in it too, so, yeah. Ferdinand accepted the face stone, read the message inside, and then inhaled. For a moment, his fake smile gave way to an expression of pure joy. Wow! I can't wait to see that! In actual anime, because you can read it, but you can't really picture it because you haven't seen what his fake smile looks like and what a face of pure joy looks like for him. Even when his false countenance returned, he continued to hold the face stone tightly. I couldn't help but chuckle in response. I will choose the design, thank you. He muttered, his lips curled into a frown. I couldn't decide whether to sweetly request that he make it a simple one or double down and remark on his ears being red. Lord Ferdinand, whispered Justice. Ferdinand glanced over his shoulder. He carefully returned my face stone to its box before retrieving his own. Ooh, now I'm curious. I might have to think about what his things are saying because he knows more about this whole euphemism thing than Rose might ever did. So, yeah. Divine Avatar of Mestanora and my Goddess of Light, your radiance dispels the darkness and shines without end. How do I say this? Lost in Calcifer's swaying veil, I was powerless to save my Geduld. His Geduld? Does that mean Rose minus his Geduld? Because at first, we thought that Iron Fist was his Geduld. At first, it probably was. But then, his Geduld possibly changed to Rosemine. Let me know if it is. And let me hear y'all's take on what he's saying, because, like I said, he's good at euphemisms like I never would have been able to figure out what the fuck he's saying. I could only wait for Abeglave's sword to fall, but then you appeared, my god. No, never mind. That is maybe not his. Maybe she's not his Geduld. Okay. But then you appeared, my Goddess of Light. You tore through the gloom and brought order to chaos. His slew of metaphors took me by surprise. If only he'd written them down so I could actually take the time to decipher them. Each of the gods had several meanings associated with their name. I couldn't work out which one Ferdinand was referring to, not when they were appearing in such quick succession. But I could extrapolate from everyone's reactions that this was a profound declaration of love. Oh, no! No, Elvira, no! Elvira's eyes sparkled and other women clasped trembling hands over their mouths. No! She's gonna put you in a book! She's gonna put you in a book! No! He compared me to the all-shining goddess of light, the all-changing goddess of water, the all-protecting goddess of wind, and the all-embracing goddess of earth. Every single one of the main goddesses then. It seems so excessive that I don't know what to think. I offer you this face stone, my goddess of light. Ferdinand held out his omni-elemental engagement face stone. I mean, they're both omni-elemental at this point. Actually, it makes me wonder. Was she omni-elemental before Ferdinand dyed her that first time? I can't remember if she was or not. Did they mention it? Let me know. I accepted it and read the golden text inside. I will protect Alexandria and you with it. Oh! Good God, don't make me cry! I was wondering what he had written. Dad's promise echoed in my mind. Ferdinand never made vows he couldn't keep. So his declaration was all the more unfair. The comfort of knowing he would always be by my side was almost overshadowed as my heart raced, my hands trembled, and my throat started. Don't dare make me cry. What the? Oh shoot, I dropped my phone. I moved my chair and I dropped my phone, fuck. Oh, good. I got lucky, it didn't land on the front. Ferdinand, I needed to communicate my feelings, but I couldn't find the words! Oh, no! My voice kept catching in my throat. Ferdinand rose to his feet and wiped the tears from my eyes, using his sleeve to hide my crying face from my audience. Do not weep here, he whispered. I will not be able to console. Yeah, you gotta keep it professional. You knew what you were doing when you chose that message! Yes, he did! You know Ferdinand, of course he knew what he was doing! Oh, why? Why does it look so wholesome? Before we could say much else, cries of glee or horror, I couldn't tell which, arose among the nobles. I almost leaped out of my skin, so surprised that my tears dried up in an instant. What's going on? Despite my best attempts to look, I couldn't see past Ferdinand's sleeve. I gazed up at him for an explanation. It would seem I have erred, he said with a frown. What? In what sense? What? Do not ask. Just tell me! I need to know! Come on, tell me, please! Somebody tell me! Did he get a little too close for comfort for the nobles? Or what happened? Ferdinand took a step back inside. Hartman was watching us with a troubled expression while Justice was desperately trying not to laugh. Oh no! Did you... Oh no! Justice was desperately trying not to laugh. Lizetta had turned beet red and was looking around the hall. Oh no. And the crowd, Elvira was the only one grinning from ear to ear and waving her lips tapped to the air. No! They must have done something. What did they do? Did they accidentally show some sort of... Was that supposed to be more intimate? No! Because Sylvester wore a more subtle smile, though I could tell that he was deeply moved. And then there was Bonifacius, who was shaking his fist while every knight in the vicinity fought to keep him under control. Continue, Hartman, Ferdinand ordered. Carry out your duty. Hartman took a second to regain his composure, then turned to those gathered. May the newly engaged be blessed. The nobles raised their staffs and made them shine together. This is so fucking weird! What the fuck happened? Come on, I want to know! Please, tell me! Come on, are we not going to get an explanation? Can somebody tell me in the comments who understands? Because I have no clue. Dang it, I want to continue. I really want to. But I gotta wait. I'm sorry. I don't know how many more of these I'm going to get done today, but if I can get one more done today, I will. If not, it will have to wait till tomorrow because I have to work today. I'm sorry, guys. You might at the least get 2 today, but the rest will have to wait until tomorrow or the next day. I apologize so much, and I'll see you on the next one. Okay. Let us continue. If you have not already subscribed, I recommend doing so. That way you get notified whenever I upload the next part, or I start a new book series you might want to listen to, or whatever. Anyway, proclamations as the OB. In accordance with the completed engagement ceremony, we have confirmed who will attend the Archduke Conference. Said people will receive registration brooches from the OB. Having a registration brooch was necessary to enter the Royal Academy in our dormitory. Ferdinand had made them with materials prepared by Hartman and the others, but it was my duty as the OB to actually distribute them. What I don't get is, what the heck happened at the end of the last episode? Seriously, what the fuck happened? What was getting the crowd so worked up? Why did Elvira just fangirl over this? Was it something that was, I guess, taboo to be seen in public or something? It was not, from what I saw. It rolls my tail. I'm just confused. Ferdinand's and my retainers were called up first. Those from Ehrenfest who had already received their brooches had since needed to return them. It might have seemed a little pointless, as we were going to give them straight back, but ceremony was important for these kinds of things. If not for your continued assistance, I told the retainers, I would not be attending the upcoming Archduke Conference as Alexandria's new OB. In fact, neither Ferdinand nor I would even be here today. If not for Eckert and Justice, Ferdinand might not have survived his time in Ahrensbach. If not for his Ahrensbach retainers, we wouldn't have been able to restore order to the duchy in such a short time, nor would we have had the necessary documentation ready for the Archduke Conference. And above all else, if not for my retainers who had stood by me without question, we would never have been able to save Ferdinand. I praised all of our retainers who had worked tirelessly and endured manpower shortages ever since the purge of Lanzanov. Your busy days are far from over, but know that your hard work is greatly appreciated. Once they had their brooches, we called up the knights chosen by Strahl to attend the Archduke Conference, the scholars chosen by Ferdinand, and the attendants chosen by Pharisee and Sergius. They were all people Ferdinand considered trustworthy from his stay in Ahrensbach. As a side note, Ferdinand wanted me to pick my Alexandrian retainers from among the aforementioned groups. He planned to lure some particularly bothersome opponents into traps, and the nobles before us now were his co-conspirators. Nice! His targets would apparently be summoned to the conference later to take up support roles. He was only trying to keep me safe, so I did my best not to think about the poor soul soon to face his wrath. It's nice that he has friends to scheme with. Yeah, it's good. It's good to always have support when it comes to this kind of thing. You don't always want to do it alone. Ferdinand was perfectly capable of working alone, as he had proven time and time again, but it was good to hear he had accomplices for once. I silently cheered them on and wished them the best. I agree. Attendants, I said, I suspect you will need to leave sooner than the rest of us to prepare the dormitory. You may choose your own servants. I see no reason to worry about those who have been supporting Ferdinand, but I expect this Archduke Conference to be especially arduous. So much has changed, even the duchy's name and colors. Scholars, I cannot wait to see your talent as members of a greater duchy. Knights, I saw your strength and determination in our battle for the sovereignty. May we all do our best to make it through. As they received their brooches, the attendants, knights, and scholars seemed to realize just how little time we had before the Archduke Conference. Each and every one of them wore a solemn expression. Old Ahrensbach had lost so many nobles to Lanzanov's massacre, the battle for the sovereignty, and the severance of old workstock. The burden on those who remained was going to be intense. I continued to distribute brooches while Hartmann explained our plans for those orphaned during Lanzanov's massacre. For the most part, they will receive the same treatment as those orphaned during Ehrenfest's purge. I, the Ob, would take over as their guardian. Orphans who were already baptized would spend time in the temple as apprentice blues, whereas those who weren't would need to enter the orphanage. Among the baptized children, those with mana and their own magic tools will receive the opportunity to have a noble baptism ceremony. Orphans without tools had a chance to be given one depending on their motivation and potential, meaning they could also be returned to noble society. Lady Letizia lost those she depended upon in the massacre and will join the other orphans in the temple, I explained. Ferdinand and I will adopt her once we are starbound, in accordance with the royal decree. But that will not be for another 2 years at least. So, yeah, I think it is 15 when they come of age, so she's 13 at this point. Okay. A stir ran through the nobles. Some questioned the decision for Letizia to remain an Archduke candidate, while others expressed their shock that someone of her status was being sent to the temple. Entering the temple while young and offering one's prayers to the gods are essential to obtaining more divine protections, I said. Living in the temple and praying daily will grant her more power in the future. The importance of prayer was now common knowledge thanks to the research published during the Interduchy tournament and the dedication rituals held at the Royal Academy. Ahrensbach's nobles were behind the times, having been forbidden by Det Linde from participating in the rituals, and didn't know that Jürgen Schmidt's bias against the temple was fading. I support Alexandria's children visiting the temple and participating in religious ceremonies to obtain as many divine protections as they can, I declared. I also intend to open classrooms in the temple so that everyone has access to an education, no matter their status. One of my long-term goals is for everyone in my duchy to know how to read, even commoners. My announcement was met with jaw draws and confused murmurs. Ferdinand cleared his throat to get my attention, then gave me a look of slight exasperation. I must have gone overboard. Excuse me. I cleared my throat in turn, attempting to regain my composure, and then continued my explanation in a more neutral tone. Yeah, it was just her tone. As everyone is aware, Ahrensbach maintained an advantage over the other duchies through its trade with Lanzanov. Recent events have cost us that luxury. No longer can we boast of having the only open country gate in Jürgenschmidt. Indeed, Jürgenschmidt had no intention of continuing its business with Lanzanov now that the latter had developed so many ways of slaughtering our people. Now that Jürgenschmidt has exempt with the Gruterscheid, I continued, the other country gates are bound to reopen. Ours and ours alone will remain shut, for the foreseeable future at least, turning our previous advantage entirely on its head. Ahrensbach's nobles had long mocked Ehrenfest for not having an open country gate. I trusted they would appreciate the irony of the situation. As you might have guessed, Alexandria will need a new industry to regain its former glory. The nobles gave me looks of understanding. I glanced at Ferdinand, who returned a small nod, indicating that I should continue. To that end, we have constructed a new laboratory within the castle and gathered research done by volunteer scholars on the spices and sugar grown in Jürgenschmidt. We intend to find an alternative to sugar and expect to make great progress moving forward. Once it can be grown, Alexandria will regain some superiority, but research seldom leads to immediate results. Setting up this brand new industry will take ages. Alexandria needs something to keep it going in the meantime. We are in luck then that I developed several new industries back in Ehrenfest. I wish to continue them here, so I secured the Ob's permission to relocate my personnel. Alexandria will soon promote the printing and papermaking industries and spread a new wave of eateries. The nobles exchanged hushed words and turned to Sylvester. Few duchies would agree to relinquish one industry, let alone several. He gave me an approving nod, completely unfazed. We are not stealing industries from Ehrenfest, I said. Rather, our duchies shall work together to grow them. The market needs a surplus of products for prices to decrease, and the demand for resources means that no one duchy can monopolize the creation of paper. Any duchy that did attempt to seize complete control of the papermaking industry would eventually face widespread deforestation. One could grow more trees with magic, but that would mean devoting however many nobles mana to the creation of lumber. The printing industry is the same, I continued. There are several printing workshops in Ehrenfest at this point, But they do not all print the same books. Ehrenfest's printing industry will not collapse from Alexandria setting up its own workshops. That part of my speech was directed at Sylvester's and Florencia's retainers. I didn't want them to think of us as thieves. Together we should prioritize making new books and printing workshops. By spreading the industry to other duchies, I can further enrich my library through the book deposit system. Rosemine, the mask is slipping. Oops, guess I was a little too honest. Ferdinand gave me a light glare. I merely smiled at him and continued to address the gathered nobles. As for the eateries, Ehrenfest and Alexandria's distinct climates prevent us from serving exactly the same food. Each restaurant should adapt its menu to the region in which it was based. I, for one, hope to devise new recipes based on the joys brought by Alexandria's ocean. Having made it clear that our duchies wouldn't be in direct competition, I started on my next point. Commoners must serve as the backbone of our new industries. We will need to coordinate with them, and their education will prove crucial to Alexandria's growth. I extolled the importance of raising literacy rates and described my overall plan for the temple's classrooms. Courses would remain cheap and available to all, but some nobles were reluctant to learn alongside commoners. You might not realize this yet, but we have so much to gain from working with those of other statuses. The new system I am proposing will not do away with home education. Those who would rather depend on tutors are free to continue doing so. My aim was not to put professors and tutors out of work. The temple's classrooms would cover no more than what was taught during the first few years of the Royal Academy, and wouldn't even touch upon magic. Yeah, because most of the people who would be getting the courses would be commoners, and they can't do magic, so yeah. On top of that, the quality of education provided would only meet the standards of an average men noble. It wouldn't even come close to being enough for an archnoble or archducal family member. There are times when lay nobles' talents go undeveloped purely because they cannot secure good teachers, I said. I saw it with my own eyes in Ehrenfest's winter playroom. As I plan to devote resources to educating commoners, it stands to reason that I will do the same with nobles. As the importance of prayer continues to spread, I hope to gradually change everyone's opinion of the temple. Not wanting to be overtaken by commoners who would surely inspire the proud nobles to study harder than usual, and making them associate with commoners from a young age would do much to benefit Alexandria in the long term. Even just getting them into the temple to pray was important. Will orphans receive that education for free? One noble asked. If one can obtain the OPS support by living in the orphanage and then return to being a noble, will more parents not be compelled to abandon their children? Good question. Others also had concerns of that nature. Raising a noble was painfully expensive, and my explanation so far made it seem like we were giving the orphans preferential treatment. I shall serve as a backer for the orphans, but I will not cover the full cost of their living expenses. They will need to earn their own money and repay what they have spent when they start work. Come again? I was rumored to be deeply compassionate, but that wasn't true at all. The orphans would need to get by on the funds given to blue priests and shrine maidens who provided their mana, payments for participation in spring prayer and the harvest festival, and the money they earned themselves. It would not be an easy life by any means. I wish to spare the lives of young children who would otherwise have been punished for their parents' sins, but I cannot promise them perfect lives as nobles. Should they not perform adequately at school, they will end up as blue or gray priests. An awkward, uncomfortable silence fell over the crowd. They must have thought my response was cold, or maybe they simply hadn't expected it from a divine avatar, but having noble blood wasn't a guarantee for becoming a noble. I shall do as I did in Ehrenfest and gather stories from Alexandria's provinces, I said, pressing on. The orphans can all make money by transcribing books from the bookroom, hearing tales from the commoners with whom they study in the temple's classrooms, and writing their own stories. Yeah, that's how they can earn money. The nobles of old Ahrensbach shot Sylvester's group a look that seemed to ask, was she really like this in Ehrenfest? Yes! I'd made so much progress during my time there, and now I was waiting for the people of my new duchy to catch up. Such work is not exclusively for the orphans, I noted. I shall pay a reasonable price for any texts I am brought, be they ancient documents from Agib's estate, collections of stories passed down orally between commoners, original stories, compiled research, or transcriptions of texts from the Royal Academy. Anything is welcome. Bring 'em on! Now the nobles were completely stunned. Their eyes pleaded with the Ehrenfest group to stop me. Hang on, what? Sylvester responded with a smile that basically said, she's your problem now. Lord Ferdinand, should we not intervene? Laisletta asked, concerned by the noble's reactions. He glanced at me in a place of reply. Ferdinand, Laisletta, every journey has to start somewhere. This information is necessary for everyone to understand my goals as the Ob, and they will need to get used to my methods sooner or later. That is entirely correct, Hartmut agreed with a smile. I saw Ferdinand grimace and press the attack. Ferdinand, Did you not tell me I could crush Ahrensbach or develop it as I please? Once my intentions are made clear, the nobles will realize they have no choice but to concede. Yeah, you can't really go against her. My greatest ambition was to supply my library with copies of every single text in Jürgenschmidt. If my status as Divine Avatar of Messenor would get me closer to completing that goal, then I wouldn't hesitate to use it. I had even secured a promise from Eglantine that I could transcribe everything inside the palace library. I would do absolutely anything to become the ultimate librarian, and the nobles of old Ahrensbach couldn't change that. As a divine avatar of Messenora, the goddess of wisdom, I shall bring untold prosperity to the library city of Alexandria, I declared. My library shall contain more books than any other in Jürgenschmidt, and as both an ob and a librarian, I shall strive to make it the most joyful place in the country. Let us all work together to make it the best it can be. Hartman stepped forward. Now then, everyone, let us pray for Alexandria's growth. We express our gratitude to the mighty king and queen of the endless skies and to the mighty eternal five who rule the mortal realm. Praise be to Flutrain, the goddess of water, Leidenschaft, the god of fire, Shutsaria, the goddess of wind, Geduld, the goddess of earth, Avaglabe, the god of life, and Lady Rosemont, the divine avatar of Messenora. No, don't add that last part! Praise be to the gods! Most of the gathered nobles copied Hartman and threw their hands up in prayer. I did as well. As my love for developing the library became a blessing that rained down on the hall, I observed the Geeves who hadn't been at the castle to succumb to Hartman's brainwashing stare up in a daze. Ehrenfest's nobles had once reacted the same way. It wouldn't be long before they all got used to it. Oh boy. Library and laboratory. You went too far, fool. You lost more than half of your audience. No sooner had the engagement ceremony concluded than Ferdinand launched into his newest lecture, of course. We had moved to the waiting room for Ehrenfest's guests, so he had no need to maintain a fake smile nor resort to euphemisms. He could chastise me as directly as he wished. Dumping my own facade, I turned away from him and pouted. There's no need to exaggerate. It was almost half. If you ask me, we should celebrate the fact that all these nobles know how to pray in the first place. Hartman's and Clarissa's teachings had made it such a long way. Your praise honors me, Hartman replied with a proud but embarrassed smile. It must have been a result of the entire city praying together during the ancient spell. I consulted my other retainers on instinct. Can someone tell me what he means by that? I'd spent the duration of the spell inside the Foundation's hall, so I didn't have a clue what the nobles had gotten up to in the meantime. Most of us were at the gates or stationed in the Ob's living quarters, so we only found out when it was already too late, Cornelius replied at length, a distant look in his eyes. Hartman had apparently ordered every noble and commoner in the city to pray. Ferdinand, why didn't you stop him, I asked. By doing what exactly, he replied with a glare. I was with you in the Foundation's hall. Yeah, you can't really do anything there. I couldn't argue with that logic, but I tried my best anyway. I thought you might have foreseen his actions and done something to stop him in advance. It must have taken a lot of planning to make all the commoners pray. If you understand that much, then you should also understand there's nothing wrong with making nobles and commoners pray to you. Aha, so you were in on it! I tried to strike a Ferdinand sign before I could. The fewer enemies you have, the better, he said. Your retainers will agree with me. A quick glance at them revealed that he was right. Now, should we not see your Ehrenfest visitors to the border gate, he continued. We are not the only ones of plenty to do before the Archduke Conference. Ehrenfest had played major roles in the battle against Lanzenov and the installment of a new Zen. Not to mention, I was Sylvester's adopted daughter. He would need to actively support my becoming an Ob during the conference. It made sense that they were so much busier than usual. Fathers, mothers, grandfather, I said, thank you ever so much for coming to my engagement ceremony. Don't look so sad, Sylvester replied. We're going to see you in Ehrenfest, aren't we? Yes, Ferdinand answered in my stead. Expect her tomorrow afternoon. She's welcome to come through the Royal Academy's dormitories. I wouldn't normally extend that kindness to someone no longer associated with Ehrenfest, so what can I say? I'm a generous man. My, what lackluster security. Are you not worried about information leaking? I will accept, though, as such an arrangement will aid me greatly. Ferdinand and Sylvester were lost in conversation, so I called over Daniel. He approached me from Bonaventure's side. Yes, Lady Rosamond? Please tell Audley and the others my schedule, and as we plan to move my retainers' belongings before the Archduke Conference, I must ask that you inform their families as well. Yes, my lady. I moved to continue, but paused and took a deep breath. My next question would require some resolve. Daniel, do you intend to move to Alexandria with Feline when the time comes? I must select which old Ahrensbach's nobles to bring to the Archduke Conference as my retainers before my departure tomorrow. May I introduce you to them as a fellow retainer who will join them in 2 years' time? He stood up straight and nodded without hesitation. Yes, of course. I'll wait for Feline to come of age and then move to Alexandria with her. Please introduce me as one of your retainers. I am glad to see you have steeled your resolve, I giggled, and then added, I shall ask Feline about her progress and what happened while I was away. Damn you, averted his, oh no, what happened? Averted his eyes, yes, ask her, not me. What did Feline do? What did she do? Did she pull the Clarissa move? As soon as that was settled, we teleported to the border gate. We saw Sylvester's group off as they teleported to Ehrenfest's castle, then returned to our own. Now, if you would wait in your room until it's time to leave, Ferdinand said to me. No thanks. At long last, I'm going to tour my library and your laboratory. Might as well. I constructed an entire library with my Intuicon, only to be told that I wasn't yet allowed to explore it. Anytime I proposed going there, someone had retorted with one of many true but unnecessary excuses, claiming that I would refuse to leave, and then I would abandon all of my important duties to bask in its excellence. I patiently waited until our engagement ceremony was over. I continued, now that I actually have some time on my hands, I wish to see them now more than ever. At least let her see it. Your library is still without books. The scholars have not had time to move any inside. But your library is reasonably well stocked, I assume. I will start there. Why not? Dude, just let her just take a tour of it real quick before she has to leave. Good God. You can pull her away. Ferdinand grimaced, but I eagerly headed to his newly made laboratory. The large greenhouses contained rows upon rows of spice plants, giving me the impression of a botanical garden. There certainly are a lot of plants here, considering that the Intuicon was only a few days ago, I mused aloud. I teleported the resources from various other laboratories here at once. The scholars of Old Ahrensbach, frustrated with the domineering Lonzanavians, had started researching ways to grow spices locally and end their duchy's reliance on international trade. Some of the Giebs, ostracized by the old archducal family, had also attempted to grow spices, which they had planned to sell to other duchies. Their plants and research were all gathered in this laboratory. Ferdinand continued, the scholars are in a great hurry to organize their research to prove during the upcoming conference that Alexandria is a worthwhile trade partner, even now that its country gate is closed. We were still standing among all the plants I'd never seen before when a scholar arrived to deliver Ferdinand a report. As expected, our attempts to cultivate sugar were seeing limited results. The plants wilt without a greenhouse, so large-scale cultivation will not be easy, Ferdinand explained. That said, channeling mana into them has induced slight changes in each new generation. That sounds fun. Can I add some of my mana too? Supplying things was pretty much my specialty by this point. Ferdinand shook his head. Your mana remains a tad peculiar as a result of your body having housed a goddess. We should reserve it for other experiments, though they will take some time to repair. Be patient for now. At least he's not going mad scientist on you yet. He and several scholars then discussed which of the crops I should supply and the best way to keep my mana from contaminating the other plants. In the meantime, Eckert and Justice showed me and my retainers to their lord's room in the laboratory. When he joins us here in Alexandria, Lostfam will oversee this place as one of his duties, Justice informed me. He should be more at ease here than in the castle's chambers. I examined our surroundings. There weren't many magic tools here yet, but I spied all of Ferdinand's brewing equipment. It brought to mind his old hidden room. Except his paperwork is in order for once, since his attendants now have access to it. Still, why was Ferdinand allowed to enjoy his laboratory when I wasn't permitted to even visit my library? Who knows? I asked. Given how busy he must have been with Eglintine's visit, the engagement ceremony, and preparing for the Archduke conference, I was genuinely surprised to see it in such great shape. Is he even getting any sleep? Justice glanced in the direction of the greenhouses and gave a wry smile. Compared to before he was poisoned, he is sleeping more and using fewer potions. Eating with you has also led to him having both lunch and dinner on a regular basis. It's a good trend, Lady Rosemine. We should see even more improvement once the conference is behind us. Lady Rosemine, Justice chuckled, having noticed my strange expression. Not used to me addressing you that way. Well, you and Riarda always call me Milady. Mother would give me a pretty stern lecture if she caught me using that term with someone who's formally engaged, he noted, clearly amused. I glared at him, but he wasn't bothered in the slightest. I couldn't complain about him resorting to a more common form of address. Riarda had already done the same with Ferdinand, but the emotional distance it created was a little upsetting. Speaking of which, I said, Eckert, Angelica, what's happening with your engagement? Mother wanted an answer before the Archduke conference, did she not? Now that Eckert and Angelica were both in Alexandria, they could revive the engagement they had previously needed to cancel. But Avasha supported the idea more than anything. The two of you seem perfect for each other in more ways than one, I continued, as long as Angelica feels the same way. I mean, I don't think they're quite perfect for each other, considering how his first wife was about as devoted to Ferdinand as he is, which is saying something. Eckert nodded, then turned to Angelica. How do you want to proceed? I haven't forgiven Ellensbach's nobles for what they did to Lord Ferdinand. Our marriage would give me a convenient excuse to block any further proposals. Yeah. I, too, would consider it convenient. A weak knight proposed to me just recently, and I'm not sure how to turn him down. Wait, hold on. You've settled the matter already? The rebirth of their engagement had come about in such a bland and unromantic way that I could already imagine Elvira's disappointment. Yes. Lisletta smiled about how appropriate this was for her sister, but marrying Eckert just to avoid rejecting someone seemed crazy even by Angelica's standards. Oh my, are you not the same, Lady Rosamund? Lisletta asked. My sister might not be in love, but she is marrying Lord Eckert out of convenience and to avoid an engagement with someone who does not meet her standards. Are you not getting married for the same reasons? That is, I guess? I don't think she is. She's not... I don't know. Let me know. She had a point, but being lumped together with Angelica didn't sit right with me. I really did want to be a part of a family with Ferdinand, and our engagement hadn't been decided so carelessly. I returned to Ferdinand, my lips pursed, and announced that I was going to visit my library. Now that I'd seen his room, there was little else I wanted to do here. There wasn't much enjoyment to be had in a laboratory that was mostly empty, save for a few greenhouses. Though my library is going to be even emptier. Ferdinand caught up to me while I was crossing the sky bridge connecting the lab to my library, just as I unlocked a door at the other end. Its shelves were bare, but the library of my dreams stretched out before me. So great was its resemblance to the British Museum reading room that for a moment I felt as though I'd stepped into a photograph. I gave an accidental blessing in my excitement, but no one even reacted. They had probably thought this might happen. This place is something else, I said. See the domed roof and its many windows? They allow more than enough light into the library while ensuring it never reaches the shelves among the walls, reducing the risk of discoloration. Light-producing magic tools were always an option, but Alexandria didn't have enough mana in its current state to help keep them operational on a daily basis. The reading desks under the dome all receive an equal amount of light, I continued. Guests won't need to worry about the time of day or where they're seated. One of the main problems with the Royal Academy's corrals. Furthermore, there is a magic tool on the ceiling that will use light to announce when it is closing time. I pointed to the radio reading desk. I intend to have Opak and Kensaku stationed there while... Pause, Ferdinand said reproachfully. I do not recognize those words. I cocked my head at him. They're magic tools dedicated to helping our guests find whatever books they need. The library is enormous, and the placement of the shelves means that some people might not be able to reach them on their own. The more magic tools, the better, no? You're still set on using those names? Cornelius asked, slumping his shoulders. I thought they were simple and easy to remember, but Ferdinand disagreed. He called them ugly and foreign-sounding and took particular issue with Kensaku. Wonder why. In any case, there were few books in Alexandria's Ellensbach's castle, he said. A single magic tool should do for now. I also intend to use security shoe mills to drive away those who cause trouble or attempt to steal from the library. How many would you advise I'd make? Clarissa raised a timid hand. Clarissa being timid? That's surprising. I cannot answer your question, but might I suggest you make them a tad less lethal than the ones you stationed in Ehrenfest? Yeah, we don't need that. Just have them knock them out. Certainly, I shall entrust such changes to you, Hartmut or Raymond. You may count on me, said not just Clarissa, but Raymond as well. He would help make whatever improvements were necessary for the library to run optimally. Still, should you not have made the library smaller, Raymond pondered, looking around the massive reading room. There aren't enough books in the entire country to fill all these shelves. Antwick Helms used up a tremendous amount of mana, so all this empty space must have seemed wasteful. The mighty Iron Quill once stated that man builds no structure which outlives a book. This library might look spacious now, but the day will come when its shelves are all packed. I really am looking forward to it. By that time, the literacy rate among commoners would surely have improved. I would assume so by that point. I could establish a new library exclusively for them and set up more libraries on the outskirts of the nobles' quarter. High beasts made travel a non-issue, and teleportation circles could transport goods with ease, so it wouldn't even be hard to move books between them. As we continued our discussion, we cut through the reading room and went to the library's main entrance, which was below the sky bridge to the Bit Laboratory. We made our way to the wing where the librarian's rooms were located and stopped outside a door at the top of the stairs. This room will be yours, Lady Rose, Hartman said. I was given a tour of the empty room, which was uneventful as one might imagine. It just needed to be furnished. Then I could actually live here in the library. I will need a desk and chair for when I read and a sofa to lounge on, I said. First, you need a bed for when you grow too excited or collapse from overwork, Ferdinand replied. Yeah, I agree. Ferdinand replied, eliciting nods from my retainers. They were being as overprotective as always. I mean, I can't blame them on this one. I think a sofa would serve that same purpose. True. Lizetta asked me what else I might need when I moved in. I will spend most nights in the castle, so a desk and chair really are all that I need. Still, ensure that everything is ready from the start, Ferdinand said. It might seem tedious, but I would rather not risk another incident. Have you forgotten when you first entered the temple and neglected to prepare a bed, only to collapse and cause a mass disturbance? Yeah. It was an ancient example, but it spurred my retainers to start discussing the fastest way to get my room in order. Rosemine Ferdinand continued, make a hidden room here as well. Is the room not enough on its own? You need one to keep things precious to you in the library. I did as instructed, and Ferdinand pressed a red face stone against the wall. I placed my hand over his and channeled my mana through him, registering both of us to the newly made hidden room. Wait, Cornelius cried, having suddenly realized what was about to happen. You can't go in there together just yet. Dude! He's not gonna do anything! His protest fell on deaf ears, however, as Ferdinand pulled me into the hidden room without another word. Cornelius is gonna scold me again, I said. Rest assured, a few threats will stay his tongue, Ferdinand replied. No threats! You're making me feel worse. Ferdinand responded with a dismissive exhale, then formed his book of Messinora and started placing a person teleporting. This is where the magic circle is going to go that's going to teleport her back to her family. So she can go and see them. That makes sense. And started placing a person teleporting magic circle. I could think of only one reason he would put such a thing in my hidden room. Ferdinand, is that? It connects to your room in the lower city. Consider it a gateway to your family. I gazed down at the completed magic circle, then knelt and supplied it with mana until it shone. It had one set destination, much like the circles used to connect the castles to their respective dormitories. So, my family's home is on the other side of the circle, I asked. Yes, I doubt you will see them anytime soon. They must first move here from Ehrenfest, and there are schedules to consider, but this is how you will return to them. Expect to wait another season at least, until the Archduke Conference has passed, and your burdens as the Ob have started to ease. Warmth spread through my chest. By using his book of Messinora to place a teleportation circle here in this hidden room, Ferdinand was ensuring that my connection to my family would never crumble, even if my time as the Ob came to an end or circumstances required me to leave the castle. He had even come up with a schedule for my visits. I was so glad to have him by my side. I moved my hand away from the circle, stood, and then pulled Ferdinand into an embrace. Aw, give him a thank you hug! When the time comes, let's go together. I want you there with me when I visit my family. Introduce your family to your fiancé! Oh, dear Lord, this is gonna be good. Now, I can't wait for that. No, but Ferdinand tried to escape me and replied in a panicked voice. I would only get in the way. I glared at him and held on even more tightly. You would not. Let go of me, he grumbled, but I refused. He always got skittish when it came to family matters. Dude, you're wanting to meet her family. You can't be skittish. Nuh-uh, not until you agree to come with me. Ferdinand averted his eyes. Your family would not feel comfortable with a noble in the room. I would put them on it. Dude, you are the most familiar noble these guys know. They knew you back in the temple. I think they would be fine with you. I would put them on edge, and you would find it harder to be open with them when I'm around, do you not? I wasn't sure how to respond at first. He was right that commoners wouldn't see him the same way I did. My family would be surprised, and probably even a little anxious, but I wasn't about to leave him behind when we were engaged. Only my noble family attended our engagement ceremony. My commoner family doesn't even know I'm engaged. I want to introduce you to them. I want to point to you and tell them, you're the man I plan to marry. I gazed up at him, and he met my eye. Or do you not want me to? There was a long silence before he said, I would not mind. He sounded defeated, but I could see the smile playing on his lips. Aww! Oh my god, what's her dad gonna say? I think he would approve, because he has seen how much Ferdinand has protected her and helped her through everything she's gone through since she started at the temple. And beyond that, I think he would approve of him. He'd be a little shocked, but I think he would approve. Okay, let's see. Okay, I'm gonna have to, okay. Back to Ehrenfest. Start by checking these, Ferdinand said. We had just concluded our library tour and returned to my chambers in the Ob's living quarters when he handed me a list of tasks to complete in Ehrenfest. From what I could see, we had discussed roughly half of them already. Is it really okay for me to go back, I asked. Yes, I guarantee it. As you might recall, the initial plan was for you to your retainers to stay here only for a few days, until the problems brought about by the battle for the sovereignty were resolved. Indeed, we hadn't packed anywhere near enough for a permanent move. My retainers and I would need more time to get ourselves ready before we could properly live in Alexandria. Ferdinand continued, you are all preparing to move to the sovereignty before your destination suddenly changed. I suspect many of your retainers will need to discuss the new arrangement with their houses and parents. After all, moving to the sovereignty as the retainer of a princess is nothing like moving to the duchy that just invaded one's home to serve its new Ob. I thought it wouldn't really matter that our destination had changed. Becoming an Ob capable of creating my own library sounded so much better than having to accept a worse life as a princess. But not everyone would appreciate the new circumstances. Yeah, true. Your hidden rooms in Ehrenfest's castle and temple must be closed, Ferdinand explained, and the library I gave you needs to be cleared out and returned. I'm losing my library! Can't we make it like the Ehrenfest branch of my library here in Alexandria? Do not be foolish, he snapped. The estate belongs to the Ob and is meant to be given to members of the archducal family when they come of age. Do you really intend to claim ownership of another duchy's property? How greedy and arrogant can one woman be? It was a pretty stern lecture for what I'd meant to be a passing thought. You're the one who put the idea in my head. You gave me the estate before you moved, even though I was too young to stay there and already had a room in the castle. I was going to let Charlotte or Melkor have it and, hello, dude. My circumstances were unique. I understood that using the books in my library as bait would guarantee Lost Farm's safety and the security of my belongings. Not to mention, you were engaged to Wilfrid at the time. The plan was for you to stay in Ehrenfest. Back then, we had just experienced the theft of our Bible, and the purge of the former Veronica faction had loomed on the horizon. Ferdinand had deemed it safest to give me the estate, since Georgine could easily sneak her pawns into the castle, and Sylvester had agreed. You have no need to leave any of your belongings in Ehrenfest, or to leave someone to oversee the estate in your absence. In the first place, who would you station there? Lostfam needed somewhere to escape Veronica's wrath, but most archducal retainers would view being sent to work away from the castle as being ostracized by their lord or lady. Even though living in a library is the greatest blessing one can imagine, you think that, but not everybody. Fool, do not assume your strange opinions are the norm. It is still in your best interest to empty and seal the estate before giving it away. Its books will cease to be yours otherwise. I wouldn't have minded lending those books, but I didn't want to lose ownership of them. Call me arrogant or greedy. I was determined to own as many books as I could get my hands on. It saddens me to lose a library, but I suppose there is no other choice. Ferdinand extended a hand to me. I stared at it for a moment, then looked at him quizzically and asked what he meant. Hand me the engagement face stone I gave you, he replied. I will turn it into a necklace before we leave tomorrow. I thought you gave me just the face stone so I could fashion it into anything. Engaged women wore theirs as necklaces, but I'd received mine as an ordinary stone. I called Lazetta over and asked her to return it to him, but I couldn't help thinking he should have given it to me as a necklace in the first place. It is crucial during an engagement ceremony for both parties to confirm the words written up within their face stones, Ferdinand explained. They can be obscured when the stones are turned into accessories, which is why that part of the process comes later. Because engagement face stones exist as a way of getting used to feeling the other person's mana against one's skin, the chain and such are also made out of mana. Did you not know that? No, this is my first time hearing about it. I was engaged to Wilfrid, but we never exchanged face stones, so... You were too young for a proper engagement. You would only have exchanged face stones when you were both developing mana sensing. But we hadn't made it that far, and now I was engaged to Ferdinand. Wouldn't my lack of education on these matters cause problems? I voiced my concerns, but he just furrowed his brow at me. It might, but we can address the gaps in your education later. Such matters are nowhere near as important as the Archduke Conference and your inauguration. For now, what kind of necklace would you like? If you have something intricate in mind, then you are welcome to make your own, though that might be too taxing for you as you are now. I am open to request if you want to decide the shape and the like. No, I'm not picky, but does it really need to be done by tomorrow? For obvious reasons, I wanted to delay wearing a face stone for as long as I could. I was already dyed with Ferdinand's mana, and Ehrenfest knew about our engagement. So why were we rushing to make the necklace? Just to make it formal for everybody seeing, so you're going with tradition. An engaged woman must wear one when moving around the castle, Ferdinand replied, making it clear that I didn't have a choice in the matter. Given its properties as a magic tool, it will need to touch your skin to some degree, but relax. I will design it so that you are barely able to see the face stone. I wanted to protest, but there was no point. His logic would counter any argument I tried to make. Creating my own necklace was absolutely out of the question, so I conceded to him making it for me. I shall entrust the rest to you then, Ferdinand, but do not work too hard during this already hectic period. To tell you the truth, I didn't care what form my engagement face stone took, but Ferdinand arrived at the teleportation hall with it fashioned into a necklace. As my belongings and retainers were gradually teleported to Ehrenfest, he opened the box containing the necklace so that I could see it with my own eyes. It is done, Rosemine, he said. The necklace was designed in such a way that intricately decorated metal I can't talk covered most of the large rainbow face stone. Ferdinand had struck the perfect balance, making sure it was easily recognizable as an engagement face stone, while also keeping the stone out of my line of sight. Its splendid ornate metalwork spoke to hands far more talented than my own, fully confirming that I was right to leave the task to him. Wow, I cried out in awe. To think you could make something so detailed in just one day. Ferdinand plucked the necklace from its box. I could tell that he wanted to put it on me, so I turned my back to him and moved my hair out of the way. The slight chill of the metal chain and the sensation of the face stone against my skin made me jump at first, but I stopped noticing them when they matched my body heat. It must have been because the mana leaking from them was the same as that already within me. I mean, yeah, true. I touched the necklace with my fingertips. Its metal casing was more prominent than the face stone, so it didn't unnerve me as much as I'd expected. Does it make you uncomfortable? Ferdinand asked, eyeing our surroundings carefully. I also looked around to make sure everyone within earshot was from Ehrenfest, then shook my head. No, I'm fine. Maybe because it's your mana leaking and it doesn't bother me as much as other face stones. I see, Ferdinand said, showing his satisfaction with a nod. We were joined today by my new retainers from Old Ahrensbach, whom I'd chosen from Ferdinand's list of acceptable candidates. They didn't yet know about my face stone phobia. We had elected not to tell them until after the Archduke conference, so I needed to watch what I said even in my room. It made me tense enough that I was even more grateful to be returning to Ehrenfest. Lady Rosamund, all of your other retainers had teleported, announced Cornelius, who had overseen their transportation. Let us go as well. I nodded and stood, finished brewing the dyes and making the cape and crest as soon as possible, Ferdinand said. Contact me when you're done. Right, I replied with a smile. I'll be back before you know it, but let me know if anything happens, okay? Returning to Alexandria would be easy thanks to the dormitory's teleporters. Ferdinand grimaced and shook his head. We might now have an easier way to move between the duchies, but you must not return to Alexandria before your inauguration ceremony is complete. Why not? I'm the Ob, aren't I? I intended to come back as soon as I completed all the tasks on my to-do list, so I couldn't understand why he wanted me to stay in Ehrenfest. You are, which is precisely why I need you out of the picture. I plan to destroy what remains of Ahrensbach's foul traditions before the Archduke Conference. Your compulsion to lend an ear to anyone and everyone who calls for help will only get in my way. Ferdinand went on to remind me of my sympathizing with Gervasio in the Garden of Beginnings. It certainly would be problematic for the Duchy's highest authority to intervene based on her emotions, especially when she didn't understand the actual circumstances. Fair enough then, I said. I won't return to Alexandria until the Archduke Conference is behind us. Still, Ahrensbach's traditions can't all be foul. Take care not to ruin the good ones. Yes, their administration was superior to Ehrenfest in more ways than one. I came to understand that all too well. Ferdinand wouldn't make any headway with me interjecting all the time, and the blame for any issues I caused would rest entirely with me. He was insistent on delaying my return so he could tie up all the loose ends with old Ahrensbach. By which I mean he's laying all the necessary traps. Just hope he doesn't go overboard. I understand your concern, but you cannot be involved, Ferdinand continued. Your time would be much better spent studying the Duchy's industries and geography. The relevant resources are somewhere among the luggage being transported today. As it stood, my retainers and I had a very limited understanding of our new home. We were unaware of even basic facts about its land and industries that old Ahrensbach nobles knew as a matter of course. I was inheriting Letitia's study materials so I could remedy this before the Archduke Conference. That means new textbooks. Yippee! Lasletta, Ferdinand said, give Rosamund her new study materials only when she has delivered the cape and crest to the Zent. Do not let her have them any sooner. How rude, I remarked. Even I understand that the cape and crest come first. Consider it an extra precaution. I will meet you in the tea party room on the day of the inauguration ceremony. I beg of you, do not cause any trouble in the meantime. Ferdinand reached out and stroked my cheek. In the past, he would almost certainly have taken this opportunity to pinch my cheek. My sudden growth spurt meant there was no longer any baby fat in my cheek. It was another victory for my new appearance. Well, I must depart, I said. Be sure to eat and sleep well, Ferdinand. Yeah, you definitely need to. I gave him one last chastising look, reminding him I wasn't the only one with bad habits, and then stepped onto the teleporter with Laysletta and Cornelius. We soon arrived at the Royal Academy, where we found my retainers waiting in a side room. Please inform Ehrenfest of our Ascendant Ordinance earlier, Hartman said, cutting Laysletta short. Gracia and the others await us in the tea party room. I nodded and made my way there. We hadn't been at the tea party room long before more of my Ehrenfest retainers arrived. Daniel, Feline, Ottilie, Bertilde, and Judith. I could sense their unease about there being old Ahrensbach nobles with me. Everyone here is a member of my retinue, I said. You will need to work closely together as my inauguration ceremony draws near, so learn the faces and names of anyone you do not recognize. From there, I gave Daniel and Feline their registration brooches. Daniel and Feline shall continue to serve me, though they remain in Ehrenfest for the time being. They both have permission to use Alexandria's dormitory and castle for as long as travel through the Royal Academy is an option. Feline in particular will sometimes act as my retainer when the Academy resumes. Be sure to associate with her. I watched my retainers exchange polite introductions. They would spend the rest of the gathering speaking about the move to Alexandria and the future delegation of their work. I doubt I am needed in a discussion among retainers, so I will return to Ehrenfest ahead of you. Bertilde, Judith, Ottilie, let us go. We took our leave, then entered Ehrenfest's dormitory through its tea party room and proceeded to its teleportation hall. Judith glanced over her shoulder and sighed. I really do envy Daniel and Feline. I want to join you all in Alexandria, but my father won't let me. He had agreed to at least consider her move to the sovereignty based on her engagement prospects, but was strictly against her moving to my new duchy. As your father, his response was only natural, Ottilie explained with a slight smile. It isn't easy to get married or raise children in an environment without your parents or some family of your own. If something happens to you under those circumstances, they won't be able to assist you. It shouldn't surprise you that your father would rather you stay in Ehrenfest. It was standard practice in noble society to debut children only when they were baptized. Otherwise, their very existence was kept secret from everyone but their parents' closest friends. One also had to consider that most noble women lived sheltered lives and seldom had chances to go outside. Ottilie told us from her perspective as a parent that any father would worry about sending his daughter somewhere he couldn't vet her husband or make sure she could get along with his family. Few parents would agree to send their unmarried daughter to a duchy as unstable as Alexandria, she concluded. Ottilie, are you worried about Hartmut? Yes, but not for the reasons you suspect. As everyone knows by this point, he is something of a Lady Rosemine fanatic, so I worry he might be a bother. Yeah. We all understood exactly what she meant. Though Hartmut was a talented scholar, it was easy to remember all the times he had gone on a rampage or randomly began raving about my virtues. Ottilie continued, he is already engaged to Clarissa of Dunkelfelder and should do just fine in an environment where he can focus on his work. Your father, Judith, has much greater cause for concern. Men and women have very different experiences. There might not have been as much backlash if she had family in Alexandria to rely upon, but she wasn't quite so fortunate. If she continued to serve me, she would need to associate with the nobles of a duchy that had just recently invaded us. My retainer's engagements would serve as a crucial role in strengthening our duchy's internal relations going forward, but from another perspective, one could consider it more akin to a hostage situation. I understand your desire to serve Lady Rosemine, but you can always join me in serving my older sister instead, Bertilde noted, taking Judith by the hands. She must have wanted more of her co-workers to stay in Ehrenfest. Remaining here will put your family at ease, and you can expect a warm welcome from Brunhilde and me. My sister and Lady Charlotte both stress the importance of us protecting what Lady Rosemine must leave behind. Do you not consider that your duty as her retainer? Ottilie turned to me, her warm smile hardening into a more stern expression. The complexity of raising a child can only be learned through experience, so we cannot expect too much of one so young and still unmarried. Nonetheless, Lady Rosemine, I must ask you to pay especially close attention to the future of your female retainers leaving Ehrenfest to serve you. I will. We teleported to Ehrenfest where Wilfrid, Charlotte, and Mokar awaited us. Welcome back, sister, Charlotte said. Do forgive father and the others for their absence. There is much they must do in preparation for the Archduke Conference. In less hectic times, the Archducal couple will personally attend the arrival of a future Ob. There is no need to apologize for them, I replied. They took time out of their busy schedules to attend my engagement ceremony. I should also note that as my formal inauguration ceremony has yet to take place, I am still their adoptive daughter first and foremost. You may be at ease. I wasn't about to ask the Archducal couple to stop what they were doing to welcome me when they traveled all the way to Alexandria for my engagement ceremony. Yeah, I want to know more about that still, too. To be honest, I was surprised even those three had found the time to come here. We all had started toward the northern building when Wilfred stared down at my necklace. Feels strange to see you wearing an engagement face stone. His remark prompted the others to look as well. I don't quite follow, I said, trying to hide the face stone with my hand. Being the center of attention was making me a little uncomfortable. Don't you feel weird about being engaged to Ferdinand of all people? Not that I think it's a bad thing. You need someone to keep your rampages under control. Oh, but my rampages are harmless compared to his, I assure you. Oh, I have to agree. Wilfred could only make such remarks because he hadn't been there for the transference ceremony or our meeting with the royal family. Ferdinand had threatened the royals, attacked De Weerman, a god, a former god I might add, and overall just acted as he pleased. Maybe, but he acts deliberately. You just act on impulse. He's better for you than Prince Sigiswald, Denny. Brother, he is Lord Sigiswald now, Charlotte interjected. A transference ceremony made it official. Using his old title is disrespectful to Zent Eglantine. She was right. Charlqual wasn't the Zent anymore, which meant Sigiswald, Anastasius, and Hildebrand were princes no longer. They were to be styled as lords from now on. It was a harmless little mistake, Wilfred said. Even little mistakes can have serious consequences. Paying their argument no mind, Melkor looked up at me. Rosemine, father and mother told me you personally asked for me to be allowed to attend the transference ceremony. It was a wonderful event. I was so glad to be there. Your divine power can be felt throughout the entire auditorium. She's almost as tall as Wilfred. Melkor launched into an excited retelling of the ceremony. The special circumstances had meant it was his very first trip to the Royal Academy. He had seen dedication murals produce pillars of light, statues move atop the shrine, and the avatar of a goddess bestow a Gruteshite upon the new Zent. Wait, is that really how he saw it? I just remember the headache of my charms shining the entire time, being suddenly teleported to the Garden of Beginnings, then having the gods assail me with blessings. Melkor's memory of the ceremony differed quite dramatically from mine, but that was okay. For him to have considered it a divine spectacle, we must have done exactly what we set out to achieve. How fares the temple, I asked. I know Felina's back from spring prayer. Are the others done too? 2 priests have yet to return, but things are proceeding smoothly. I got back from praying at one of the farming towns just yesterday. The defense of Ehrenfest had delayed spring prayer to some degree, but everything was back on schedule. Priests had even made trips to Gerlach, Ilgner, and the other provinces involved in the fighting. The mana stolen by old Workstock's geese was returned without incident, and this year's harvest seems likely to succeed, Melkor concluded. It was predicted to be worse than last year, but to my relief not bad enough to put the commoners' lives at risk. Charlotte waited for a lull in our conversations before she called out to me. Sister, you haven't yet spoken to the Gutenbergs about the abrupt change of plans, have you? They were quite shocked when at the Ob's command, Brunhilde requested their opinion on the schematics. Should you not take this time to consult with them? Ferdinand had just told me that I was the only one taking our change of destination from the sovereignty to Alexandria lightly. Benno's face arose in my mind, twisted with righteous fury. Eep! He's gonna unleash his thunder for sure! Yep! I asked the Ob to speak with them in my stead, I replied, but my decision to become the Ob had come right before we had needed to leave Ehrenfest, and the chaos in the sovereignty and my discussions with the royals had taken up every minute of my time. I simply haven't had the chance to speak with Benno or the others. Though I suppose that was no excuse. I'd still uprooted their plans out of nowhere. Melkor, I will send word once all the necessary arrangements for the Zent have been made, I said. Could you take that as your cue to gather the Gutenbergs in the temple? I will give them a report then and there. I see nothing wrong with that, but might I propose sorting out the priests at the same time? Feline mentioned that you intended to take your temple attendants with you to the new duchy. Casimir said that we needed to arrange their sale and a means of transporting them. Very well, I replied with a nod. Making those preparations was on my to-do list from Ferdinand, but I also considered it my duty as their lady. I shall take care of the matter before meeting the merchants. Could you have the high priest arrange the necessary documents? Melkor struck out his chest and said, Absolutely. We had just reached the corridor to the northern building when Charlotte turned to me. Sister, I am told your retainers are going to and from the dormitory as they each move their belongings to Alexandria. Is your own schedule in order? Tomorrow I plan to visit my library. I need to brew the dye for Alexandria's capes. Oh, right, the base dye. Wilfred said, thinking back to the Archduke Canada course. First-generation Obs sure have it rough. Base dye, Melkor asked. Neither he nor Charlotte knew about it yet, so they had both looked at us quizzically. Yes, the dye used to determine a duchy's color. Ehrenfest has one too. It's brewed with magic, so it can completely change the color of any cape or tapestry or what have you, no matter its material. Having one is crucial when you're founding a new duchy. If not for base dye, nobles joining from other duchies would need to order new capes and go to the trouble of getting them re-embroidered. Can the nobles not give their capes to commoner dyes? Preparing and dyeing cloth takes time. The commoners' work would never end if they had to dye every single cape by themselves. They do, however, dye the newly made capes given to students joining the Royal Academy. The eye prepares the base dye, which the dyers then emulate. In that case, why do people marrying into another duchy buy entirely new capes, Charlotte asked. Could they not use that dye and spare themselves from having to redo their embroidery? Base dyes use ingredients local to their respective duchies, Wolfried explained. They're also tough to brew. Too tough for most lay nobles and men nobles. I guess they consider it quicker to just embroider a new cape. Not to mention, I added, some duchies keep the recipe a secret and control all sales of their capes to prevent misuse. I was told the Zent would present you with your cape, but do you have to prepare it? Indeed, I was instructed to buy an Ehrenfest cape, dye it, and send it to the Zent. It will then be presented to me during the inauguration ceremony, and used to demonstrate Alexandria's color, as my head scholar Hartman is striving to complete the crest and all the relevant paperwork. I'd insisted that I could draw the crest, secretly hoping to sneak Leslie in there among the shoe mills, but Ferdinand must have seen right through me. He turned me down and strictly forbidden anyone from letting me get involved. Preparing for the Archduke Conference sounds like such a great ordeal, Melkor said. May it all go smoothly for you, sister. Let me know if you need any help, Wolfried added. I'll do what I can. The pair waved me farewell and then headed to their rooms. Charlotte and I continued upstairs. Sister, though your hands must be full enough already, try to visit Elvira when you can. Mother said you need to speak with Aurelia, and this is Elvira's last chance to spend time with you as family, so... I nodded. The conversation to come wouldn't be pleasant for Aurelia, but there was no avoiding it. I promised that I would contact Elvira and then enter my room. Welcome, Riarda greeted me as soon as I crossed the threshold. Sylvester had ordered her to serve as my retainer for as long as I was at the castle. You have a few attendants in hand now that Laisletta and Gracia are busy moving their belongings. Lady Brunhilde wished to serve you until the last possible moment, but she has her own duties as the adult fiancée of an Ob. Ehrenfest had exceptionally few adult Archducal family members, and as only adults could participate in the Archduke Conference, Brunhilde had much to do. Her attending to me at the dormitory truly was a special exception. As for your schedule tomorrow, milady, pardon me, now that you are engaged, I shall address you more properly. I was a little upset when Justice stopped calling me milady. It won't be long before I stop hearing it entirely. Could you at least keep using it until the Archduke Conference when I officially become Ob Alexandria? Riarda thought for a moment, then gave a reluctant sigh and smiled in defeat. How demanding of you. Very well, milady, but only in this room. Her compromise warmed my heart. For the first time in ages, it felt like I was home. As eager as I was to fill my new library in Alexandria with books, I also wanted to make the most of these final moments. I found myself unable to sit still and snatched at my to-do list. Riarda, there is much I must do here in Ehrenfest. Indeed, I was informed of your duties by letter and thought I would go over them with you today. You arrived later than expected, however, and there's not much time before dinner. As you have so few guards at the moment, I would advise you to wait here and not leave your room until they arrive. Riarda's tone was as sharp as ever, but I considered it relaxing for some reason. Can you prepare me some of your tea, I asked. It should do wonders to help me calm down. Coming right up, milady. Okay, I'm going to have to probably end this here. Yes, I'm going to have to end this here. I will see you guys in the next video. Okay, let us continue, everybody. Bring the base color. Dang it. I need to see my mouse. Okay. Oddly, could you inform Mother that I'm back in Ehrenfest? I asked while sipping Riarda's tea. Let her know that once I'm done a few errands, I will return home to discuss matters with Aurelia. At once. I am told you intend to go to your library tomorrow, Riarda said. How fare are your belongings there, milady? Should I arrange for servants and carriages to transport them? No, bring should take priority tomorrow. I expect my belongings to be packed, but I won't discuss moving them with Losfam until the day after. Inner chambers in the temple? The plan was always for me to leave Ehrenfest after the Archduke Conference, so they're mostly empty. We can take care of whatever remains when I go there next. There were still things I needed to fetch from there, here, and my library. I also had to decide when to bring my out-of-season clothes and make sure there weren't any issues with my newest attire. We have returned, Lady Rosamond. I was still working out my schedule of my attendants when my other retainers returned, having finished their introductions and icebreaker. Cornelius, Hartman, and Roderick are staying in Alexandria, Lenore reported. Cornelius will take over from Lorenz and Matthias when it comes time for them to move, and Hartman will return to replace Clarissa. Huh? I could have swore that Hartman and Clarissa were together, right? My eyes widened in shock. Were we not going to spend tomorrow brewing the base dye and finalizing Alexandria's crest? I wasn't even allowed to touch the ladder, so how was I meant to proceed without Hartman, my head scholar? Clarissa, why is Hartman of all people not here, I asked. Wasn't he going to brew and draw the crest? As your head scholar, Hartman wishes to review as many documents as he can before the Archduke Conference. I was asked to support you in his place. Because we were from Ehrenfest, we only had a surface-level understanding of the duchy now known as Alexandria. To help remedy this, I'd recently taken on new retainers from among old Arensbach's nobles. Candidates whom Ferdinand and my retainers had deemed to be safe and well-intentioned. Among them were scholars who had served the late Archduke Giselfried. I'm assuming that's the Archduke before he died and Georgina and the others took over. And supported Ferdinand with his work. It is a known fact that Hartman is highly competent, Clarissa continued. From the perspective of an Alexandrian scholar, however, he lacks even basic knowledge about the duchy. He aims to remedy that, or else he will struggle to negotiate with other duchies and will not be of adequate use to you. So he's trying to make himself useful in the best way possible. As it turned out, the Alexandrian scholars had expressed their doubts about Hartman attending the upcoming Archduke Conference with me. Given his age and severely limited understanding of the duchy, soon to be his home, they expected him to be replaced in a matter of years. Well, these are far from the only unusual circumstances. It was strange enough that a man not even in his 20s had managed to become a head scholar. Archducal family members normally assign someone in their 30s or 40s to the role with the understanding that they would also train the apprentices under them. In my case, various factors had aligned to create my current predicament. Announcing my abrupt adoption during my baptism ceremony had come first, and choosing my scholars had taken much longer than usual owing to my unique situation as a former commoner and the need to surround me with people who were trustworthy. Combined with most nobles' aversion to the temple, the disdain my methods for advancing the printing industry had earned me among traditional scholars, the 2 years I spent in a Dreve, and the fact that Ferdinand had accepted the duty of educating my scholars, it was no wonder that I had never been assigned an aged scholar. But our circumstances had changed. We lacked even basic knowledge about Alexandria. Ferdinand was my fiancé, not someone with authority over my retainers, and resistance to the temple was starting to wane. More than that, though, there were plenty of nobles who wanted to serve as the new Ob's retainer. Surely it cannot be helped that Hartman lacks the expertise to continue serving as my head scholar for the moment, I said. Is that not why Ferdinand thought to have him assist me with making the base die and drawing the crest? Ferdinand must have told me to carry out these duties of a first Ob here in Ehrenfest so that Hartman could retain his honor as my head scholar. I find it funny how, or not funny, I guess ironic, that they were so adamant about keeping her as not the Ob, Sylvester and the others, besides, obviously, most people in Ehrenfest. But she ends up being an Ob anyway. Just not in Ehrenfest. That's funny. Hartman spent a long time contemplating whether he should assist you with your preparations here in Ehrenfest or focus on studying in order to attend the Archduke Conference with you, Clarissa explained. In the end, he chose the latter. He concluded that if he was not with you for your first conference, he would never be considered your head scholar. As a greater duchy, old Arensbach had plenty of exceptionally talented scholars. Many of them had been demoted during Dietlande's reign, but only because she had personally disliked them or rejected their lucrative ideas. Hartman would have had an especially hard time remaining my head scholar with so many wise old veterans around him, but it hadn't deterred him from trying his best to earn their respect. If staying behind is his wish, then I shall support him, I said. Just be sure to tell him not to overdo it. Your encouragement shall drive him to succeed, Clarissa said with a bright smile. Ottilie must not have been too convinced because she looked thoroughly exasperated. Knowing Hartman, he is going to spend every waking moment until the Archduke Conference studying everything he might need to know. How does he plan to make time for his move? He should return at least once to close his hidden rooms and such. He said that he would entrust everything else to his family. Good grief, that boy, Ottilie muttered with a troubled smile, having suddenly been tasked with overseeing her son's move. He could always have been patient and taken the role in a decade or so. But then he wouldn't be Hartman, Clarissa said with a wry smile. There is no helping it. I will support him however I can. Ottilie's shoulders slumped in response. I apologize for the burden he has put on you. You mentioned that Cornelius also elected to stay in Alexandria, I said. Was that for the same reason as Hartman? I thought he agreed that Strahl was best suited to be the knight commander. Oh, okay. The Ob's head knight usually also served as their duchy's knight commander, but the latter role required one to know not just the names and faces of all the knights working under them, but also their factions and ancestry. For that reason, though, Cornelius had spent such a long time in my service, he lacked the knowledge to suddenly take charge of Alexandria's order. Maybe in 10 or so years' time, maybe he could, but not right now. During a lengthy discussion about whom to assign as a new knight commander, someone had noted that I might feel more comfortable if one of my brothers took the role. Cornelius had already been discounted, so the conversation turned to Eckert. He had plenty of experience, already lived in Ahrensbach for well over a year, but he would need to join my service first. Nobles had gone to him to propose the idea, only to be turned away in a heartbeat. Well, obviously, yeah. I refused to serve anyone but Lord Ferdinand. It would not be in Rosamund's best interest for someone of my devotion to join her retinue. Yeah. Eckert had strongly implied that he would stab me in the back to return to serving Ferdinand. What? Dude! Ain't no need to go that far. Ferdinand wouldn't let you do that anyway. A thought so terrifying that I didn't even want to consider taking him on. Yeah, maybe it's for the best. The very best that Eckert not do that. In the end, it was agreed that Strahl would join my service instead and return to his former position as the knight commander. Cornelius still agrees with Strahl serving as the knight commander, Lenore assured me. He chose to stay in Alexandria so you could have at least one Ehrenfest retainer there at all times. Information gathering and contact points are a must. We should finish the move quickly so that he can return. Matthias crossed his arms and nodded. Lorenz and I won't take long. We just have our things in the night dormitory to clean out. Cornelius has his home in the nobles' quarter, but Lenore has the most on her plate with her rooms in the dormitory and the Lies Gang's estate. Don't forget the estate Lord Eckert gave them for their engagement, Lorenz added with a grin. Lenore sighed. My rooms at home and in the estate are almost empty from when we were preparing to move to the sovereignty. But I only recently started clearing out my room in the night dormitory and must return to Lies Gang to close my hidden room and say my farewells to my family. The recent war had taken up so much of the time that we had meant to spend preparing for the move. Now we were having to make do with what little remained. I really was demanding a lot from my retainers. Lenore, I said, You need not feel troubled, Lady Rosamund. A short leave of absence is all that I need. Granted, of course, but we really are quite fortunate, Lenore said with a smile. One normally transports one's luggage by carriage when moving to another duchy, but we have permission to use the dormitory as teleportation circles. She assured me that my own workload was going to be much harder owing to my many rooms, but I was leaving everything to my attendants. Even trying to help them was a surefire way to be scolded. I understand the time constraints, but will you not lack guard nights if everyone makes their preparations at once, Riarda asked. Worry not. Angelica plans to take only a single day's leave to close her hidden room. She will spend the rest of her time at work. Really? I asked. Is that all she needs? I gathered that she wouldn't require as much time as Lenore since her family lived in the nobles' quarter, but a single day couldn't have been long enough to get all of her belongings together. Indeed, Lady Rosamund, Angelica replied, I need only close my hidden room. Lisletta and the other attendants of my family will take care of everything else. She seemed touched that her family wanted to help out, but I suspected they simply knew that Angelica would take far too long on her own. Wow, oh ye of little faith. Well, then again, they know her better than everybody, so yeah. Lisletta gave a partial smile as if she read my thoughts. I will take a slightly longer break to compensate for my sister. Making two people's preparations will not be easy, but I wish you luck. I ate breakfast and headed straight to my library while several of my retainers got ready for the move. Daniel and Judith were accompanying me as knights, Felina and Clarissa as scholars, and Bertilde and Ottilie as attendants. Welcome back, Lady Rosamund, Losfam said upon my arrival. Lord Ferdinand's belongings are ready to be moved. Despite being name-sworn to Ferdinand, Losfam had needed to stay in Ehrenfest when Eckert and Justice moved away. A mere lay attendant without the means to protect himself would never have survived in Ahrensbach's castle. Now that the dust had settled, he was terribly impatient to reunite with his lord. Thank you, I replied. I come bearing a message from Lord Ferdinand. Move to Alexandria as soon as you have memorized these. I gave him a new registration brooch and some documents Justice had put together about Alexandria's unique plants and metals and the poisons derived from them. My retainers from Old Ahrensbach had received documents of the same nature to memorize. It had surprised them how strictly Ferdinand expected Archducal retainers to be on guard against threats. Makes sense, though, considering what we've seen lately. My retainers from Ehrenfest were also being educated. Lisletta and Grisha had claimed to have it easy thanks to all the information Ferdinand acquired in Ahrensbach, but I'd never thought plants could warrant such extreme caution. These documents contain the bare minimum one must learn, I said. Justice made it quite clear that only those who have memorized them can be trusted with poison detection. They really are quite detailed, Lostbaum said, surprised to see the thick stack of papers. I heard that he was swamped with administration work in the castle, but he seems to have pinpointed every single one of the duchy's specialties. As I understood it, he gathered the information during last year's spring prayer. Do you remember when Linde made him circle the duchy? He collected many ingredients as souvenirs. Of course he did. I thought back to the letter I'd received, explaining that Ferdinand and the others were performing spring prayer. It had infuriated me to think that Arensbach's religious ceremonies were being forced on those from Ehrenfest, but the men in question had seen it as the perfect opportunity to improve their understanding of the duchy's plants and fate creatures and form opinions about the Giebs. I wish they had given me this information then, Lostbaum said. Having to memorize it all now will delay my move until just before the Archduke Conference, at least. Could it be that Lord Ferdinand wants me to keep an eye on you until your brewing and your move are complete? He gasped in realization. Is something the matter, I asked? Lostbaum tapped his neck. I guessed he was indicating my engagement face to him, but I failed to grasp its relevance. Ah, okay. From the bottom of my heart, I must congratulate you on your engagement, he said. No longer are you my temporary lady. Yeah, you're his lady in spirit, considering you're marrying his boss. Indeed, now that Ferdinand needs you back, our provincial arrangement has come to an end. You misunderstand me, Lady Rosamund. You are engaged to my lord. And... Lostbaum's explanation was so vague I couldn't even piece together his meaning. Sensing my confusion, he smiled and continued. Lord Ferdinand intends to keep me here so that I can care for his fiancée as an attendant. You might be overthinking it. Is this not what you've been waiting for? Do not waste your time with me. For as long as Lord Ferdinand is occupied, it falls to his attendants to ensure his fiancée is not inconvenienced. Allow me to guide you to the brewing room. Yeah, he was definitely overthinking it. He seemed to have been having fun, though, so I elected not to question him further. I mean, he might be actually right. Who knows? Bertilde, oddly, please focus on getting the luggage together, I said. You may discuss the arrangements, servants, and carriages with Lostbaum when we are done brewing. Inside the brewing room, Clarissa and I took out a recipe and a box containing various ingredients. Both courtesy of Ferdinand, Daniel, and Feline watched us with interest. Lady Rosamund, are these instructions for making base dye? Feline asked. Thank goodness, I thought we might need to resort to trial and error. Thank God for that. Every new duchy has to make its own base dye, so a general outline was easy to come by. The hard part is brewing the color we desire. Yeah, that's going to be the trial and error. We would need to measure and mix various ingredients to create the hue we had in mind, meaning trial and error would in fact be necessary. Ferdinand wrote down which materials we should combine to make dark blue, so let's start there. Is that so? I wonder, was Lord Ferdinand going to make the base dye despite how busy he must be? Well, he and Lord Justice do understand Alexandria's plants and such better than the rest of us, Clarissa replied, while measuring out some of the ingredients from the box. He entrusted the task to us, though, as he didn't want to involve old Arensbach's nobles. It was so interesting to hear Clarissa's insight on the situation. I'd spent most of my time in Alexandria's castle isolated in the Yob's living quarters. But she'd worked in Ferdinand's office, meaning she had a better understanding of his thoughts and the nobles' movements than I did. Lady Rosamund, please remove the impure mana from these ingredients, she said, indicating the portions she just measured out. Daniel, Feline, chop them into small pieces when she's done. Judith, wash the brewing instruments. Even the guard knights are being made to help out, though I suppose that wasn't particularly rare when it came to brewing. I mean, they have to be able to make their own stuff anyway, so yeah. I shall prepare the branches with Catenso blossoms while you prepare the Granaruk fruit. We followed the recipe and started mixing ingredients into our dye. It produced a reasonably dark blue, but it wasn't quite what we were looking for. Next, we shall increase the black absorbency with more darkness ingredients. Would it not make more sense to simply add ingredients that will darken the color? For now, what if we add the Cadencel and Granaruk together? We could also throw in some gold dust. We debated our options, but my idea to add omni-elemental gold dust was quickly shot down. Not only would it raise the intensity of every single element, but it would also make the recipe much, much harder for future generations to reproduce. Yeah. Changing the recipe bit by bit is so tedious, though. Lady Rosamund, could you give Daniel and me some of the dye when it's ready? Feline asked. We will need some for when we move. That won't be for another 2 years, so I'd rather prioritize the nobles going to the Archduke Conference. Rest assured, though, I will provide you both with dye when you need it. The morning section of the conference would comprise the inauguration ceremony and the Starbind ceremonies, during which the nobles of old duchies would wear scarves bearing their old duchy's colors. This applied not only to old Arensbach's nobles, but also to the nobles of the duchies soon to be given to Trarqual and Sigiswald. They would switch to wearing their new capes later in the day, once their new duchy's colors had been announced. Once the recipe is complete, Clarissa said, we will need to make dye for all the participating nobles. I do not have enough mana to manage this on my own, so I must rely on Lady Rosemine to do most of the work for me. To think I would need to request her help with both that and the trial and error part of the process. I am such an incompetent scholar. Dude, if it's a lack of mana you're talking about here, Rosemine's got mana for days and days. You're good. It's fine. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. My mana quantity and experience of brewing simply makes me well suited to mass production. Despite my words of encouragement, her mood continued to worsen. It probably didn't help that we kept failing to produce the right color. I was of the opinion that we just needed something close to the right hue, but Clarissa was hell-bent on making it perfect. This has none of your hair's luster, she would cry. If we made it our base color, Hartman would never forgive me. There's no need to get so worked up about it, I said. Even if we don't get it right this session, we can send our results to Ferdinand and Hartman. They're bound to have some advice for us. I'm used to Raymond assisting me with prototypes, so let's just do what we can, okay? From there, we gradually switched up our ingredients and the amounts we added. I wasn't sure how any of our changes would impact the dye. I merely did as I was told and continued to stir the pot. Can you test it, Feline? Right. She took scraps of various colors and materials and started dipping them into the dye, making sure they all came out the same shade. Checking the color was much easier than when testing commoner-made dye because we didn't have to wash or dry the dyed material. How is it, Clarissa? The color looks amazing, she declared. If we could just improve the luster, it would be perfect. She held the cloth to her chest and groaned that we were so close. Never have I seen a cape with luster at the Royal Academy, I said, exchanging a look with Daniel. Should that really be one of the criteria for our new duchy's color? I do not believe so, he replied. I thought luster depended on the material, not the color. Feline and Judith cocked their heads at Clarissa. I thought we were trying to reproduce the color of Lady Rosemine's hair, not its sheen. Yeah. We plan to dye carpets and tapestries too, right? Would it not be a problem if every room ended up as glossy as her tresses? Clarissa paused, having noticed our eyes on her, then spread out the cloth in her hands. Fine, this concludes our experimentation for today. I ignored Clarissa's moaning about how wonderful the luster would have been and turned to Daniel. Please tell Ferdinand we have completed the dye. If all is well, I will start mass producing it tomorrow. We sent the dye to Alexandria, where I received passing marks from Ferdinand and Hartman. Ferdinand gave me my next instructions in the form of a letter. That will do for the base dye. Purchase an Ehrenfest cape, dye it, and then submit the result to the Zent. Contact her retainers when you do. The Zent is busy enough right now, so do not attempt to deliver the cape in person. Hand it to your retainers and allow them to do the rest. I told my retainers to dye the cape, then asked Clarissa to deliver it alongside our completed crest. In the meantime, I worked as hard as I could to make enough dye for the nobles going to the Royal Academy. It won't be long before I can read the new textbooks. Yippee! Okay. 19 minutes. Okay, if you've gotten this far in the video and you want to continue watching my videos, I'd recommend subscribing. And if you haven't, go ahead. If not, you obviously don't have to, but it'd be nice. Aurelia's situation. As my reward for sending Eglantine everything she needed, I was allowed to go through the new textbooks brought in from Alexandria. They had previously belonged to Letizia and covered so many important aspects of the duchy. Its terrain, industries, flora, fauna, and the most important annual events. It was all pretty standard knowledge as far as old Arensbach's nobles were concerned, but that didn't stop me from pouncing on the books as soon as Riarda brought them out. I've been told to memorize as much of this information as I can before the Archduke Conference, I said. Feline, will you study with me? Yes, my lady. Feline was on a mad quest to learn as much as she could about Alexandria, not wanting to be left in the dust by those who were moving before her. To that end, Letizia's textbooks were well worth going through. They even contained some documents written by Ferdinand. Excellent, I said. You may borrow them when I'm done. Study them closely before your move. Understood, she replied, looking up from the books with a broad smile on her face. Daniel will appreciate having them as well. Their relationship really has progressed in my absence. Incidentally, when did Daniel pop the question? Or did you propose to him? Oh, now I can't wait to find this out! Oh. He mentioned your plans to move to Alexandria together, but told me to speak with you when I requested more details. I guess that was partly because we didn't have much time, but still, it was like he didn't want to tell me. Then I won't either, Feline exclaimed, blushing furiously and shaking her head. As much as I wanted to dig deeper, it almost felt like I was bullying her. Something happened during spring prayer, Judith whispered over my shoulder. She won't tell me what, though. Feline lowered her head and muttered, Not you too, Judith. Leave me be. She's been like this ever since I'm starting to suspect Daniel backed her into a corner and forced her to agree. Or maybe he did something too awful to me. Daniel would never! He isn't that kind of person! I agree! He would never do that! He seems like the guy who would always stop that kind of thing. No, I suppose not. It might not have known the details, but Feline's outburst made one thing clear. Their engagement was the result of a chivalrous discussion, not some forceful act of passion. Lady Rosemont, Judith, Lenore interjected. Please stop teasing Feline and get ready to leave. We must visit Lady Elvira. Have you finished clearing out your room in the Knight's dormitory, I asked. Yes, my lady. My belongings were just moved to Alexandria. I shall greet Lady Elvira today and then go to Lysgang tomorrow. Matthias and Lorenz have departed, so Cornelius should return soon. Cornelius arrived with Roderick in tow. The workload in Alexandria must have been intense because they both looked absolutely exhausted. Lord Ferdinand has summoned Feline and Daniel, he said. He needs scholars proficient in math to help him gather more proof of embezzlement. Lorenz is awaiting them in Ehrenfest's tea party room. Daniel hung his head and muttered, but I'm not a scholar. He can do math, so yeah, duh. He wasn't going to protest, of course, so he and Feline started getting together everything they would need. No matter what happens, make it clear that you are my retainers, I told them. Daniel, though you might sometimes be mistaken for a scholar, it does not make you any less of a knight. Keep a close eye on Feline and make sure she stays safe. Understood. Feline, I received word from Melkor and intend to visit him in the temple tomorrow afternoon. Please inform Ferdinand that I will need you with me. Though you can spend the rest of your time in Alexandria uninterrupted. Very well, if you will excuse us. I watched the pair go and told Roderick to rest and prepare for the move. Then I turned to Judith and Angelica. Spend the rest of the day as you please. Lenore and Cornelius are going to take me home for a family catch-up. I plan to spend the night there, so come fetch me tomorrow after lunch. You can guard me when I visit the temple. They both smiled, nodded, and took their leave. Lenore intended to return to Lysgang, Cornelius had to prioritize his move, and Daniel was busy as a scholar, so there was a good chance Judith and Angelica would need to guard me until the Archduke conference without taking any breaks. Welcome, Cornelius. Rosemont, Elvira said as we alighted our high beast. Lenore, it is lovely to see you again. How are your preparations coming along? As we made our way to the parlor, Elvira gestured to Lenore and Cornelius, drawing them into a discussion about the upcoming move and the steps before their starbind ceremony. Miriella was called over to chat with me in the meantime. Welcome, welcome, Lady Rosemont. Miriella had come of age during my disappearance from the Royal Academy. I couldn't help thinking that she looked so mature with her hair up. She spent her days gathering manuscripts in Elvira's service and inspecting the printing workshops, which were slowly increasing in number. Feline has her own room here now, in case you didn't know, she said. She uses it during winter socializing and whenever there's a lull in her temple duties. Staying in the temple all the time would isolate a noble from important information, which was why Feline had been told to stay in the noble's quarter when she could. One of Miriella's many duties was to keep her in the know. Miriella, has your standing not worsened since the war with Arensbach? Not mine, no. I am fortunate to have many considerate people looking out for me. Those who had given their names to escape the purge had needed to be imprisoned in the castle during the defense of Ehrenfest. Miriella had earned the favor of not just the guards, but also Florencia's retainers, for being so well-mannered and obedient, whereas Bartold earned their ire for being a general nuisance. Oh, I wonder what happened with that. Bartold might be punished to some degree, Miriella said. I can only hope his sisters are not dragged down with him. Is that still up in the air? Yes, and it should remain that way until after the conference. The Archducal family has faced so many unexpected developments that no one has time to even spare him a thought. Meeting with royalty, attending the transference ceremony, my engagement, Ehrenfest Archducal family has been bounced from one excursion to the next. Getting through to the upcoming Archduke conference was our top priority, so internal matters related to the defense of Ehrenfest were being kept on hold for the time being. I am glad to see you safe, Miriella. I am living my best life in Lady Elvira's service. Truly, I cannot thank you and Ob Ehrenfest enough for permitting it. Seeing her so content brought a smile to my face as well. I should one day like to visit this new duchy of yours, Lady Rosemont. Lady Elvira tells me you hope to make it into a library city. It sounds delightful. You understand my dream? I can't believe this. The retainer I gave up is the one who gets me the most. Yeah, and that sucks. Before I could come up with a way to seduce her back to my side, she gave an emphatic nod and said, yes, I understand it well. I can think of nothing better than an entire city filled with love stories. Who said they're all love stories, though? I don't know if you guys can hear it. If you hear any squirrels in the background, I'm sorry. They're like chitter-chattering right outside my dang room. Muriella's dreamy expression brought me back to my senses, spurring me to retract my silent invitation. We had very different ideas of the perfect library city. She would have a much better time with Elvira, the queen of romance, than with someone who couldn't even follow along with romantic metaphors. It might be time to summon Aurelia, Elvira said aloud. Muriel excused herself while Lenore and Cornelius moved to stand behind me as guard knights. Thinking about the conversation to come, I couldn't help but sigh. There were truly depressing circumstances. This isn't going to be pleasant by any means. Aurelia entered the parlor, wearing a veil as always, and called out in surprise upon seeing me. She took the seat Elvira indicated, such that they were both sitting across from me. It's been too long, I said. You must be shocked to see how much I've grown. Indeed I am. Lady Elvira and everyone else told me your appearance had changed, but this is more than I could ever have expected. You look stunning. Many nobles have yet to see Rosamund's growth, Elvira noted, so you can imagine their concern when they found out about her engagement to Lord Ferdinand. Of course, they are picturing Rosamund as she was before. I doubt anyone will complain when they see how much she has matured. Yeah, definitely. They definitely need to see her. We kept the conversation light while the attendants poured our tea. Once they were done and we had cleared the room, Elvira turned to look at me. Go on, Rosamund. You have something important to discuss with Aurelia, do you not? Yes, Mother. It pains me greatly to say this, Aurelia, but the nobles of your former house have been punished. Martina, Detlinde's apprentice attendant, was punished severely. Martina was Aurelia's younger sister who had gone with Detlinde to the Adultus Sevilla. Mestianore's order had prevented her execution, but she still paid the price for her crimes. Her medal was destroyed, erasing her staff and reducing her to the status of a commoner, I said. She will spend the rest of her days having her mana drained, though I cannot say where. It will need to be decided during the Archduke Conference. Oh, how the mighty have fallen on this one, guys. I destroyed the medals of the criminals we'd given to the sovereignty during Eglantine's trip to Alexandria. Martina, Detlinde, and many others had been commoners ever since. Yes! Karma's a bitch in this. Sorry, guys. I'm stretching. Oh, guys, early in the morning. Aurelia placed a hand over her mouth while my father received the same punishment. He was attacked during the purge of Lonzanov. My sincerest apologies, but he did not survive. Oh, man. Aurelia's father had conspired with Georgine and then died before he could be punished. His estate was marked, meaning the Lonzanovians shouldn't have targeted him, and his wife had testified to them eating breakfast together, but he had still succumbed to an attack outside his estate. We thought it might have happened when Lonzanovian allied nobles were being dragged out of their homes and murdered in retaliation. His first wife and their children were imprisoned and will receive strict punishment, but his second wife's fate has yet to be decided. She is inconsolable from having lost both her children at once. Aurelia's father had split his progeny between the duchy's two prominent factions. His first wife's children worked in the castle and cooperated with Detlinde and Georgine, resulting in the first wife's immediate imprisonment. His second wife's children had served as Letizia's retainers. Both had succumbed to Leonzio's instant death poison while attending to their lady in the office. Oh no, they were two of the people that were in the office when everybody was killed! Fuck! According to Ferdinand, the second wife clearly hadn't known about Lonzanov's plot, so the jury was still out about how harshly she deserved to be punished. I see, Aurelia replied, her voice devoid of emotion. As cruel as this might sound, I am somewhat glad to hear that my father has passed. I simply stared at her, unsure what to say. The embroidered veil covering her face meant I couldn't even try to read her expression. My father was the younger brother of the previous Archduke, she explained. He had many supporters and would surely have Marger reign with chaos. I, too, might have been exploited to that end. It can only be a good thing that he died amid the fighting. Blah, blah, blah. She was speaking out of consideration for me and my new duchy. I understood that, but still, it made me uneasy not being able to see her properly. Aurelia, it scares me a little that I cannot see your face or tell what you are thinking. My apologies, but could you remove your veil? She choked out a strained, huh? And turned to Elvira for help. She must never have expected me to make such a request. It is normal to be surprised when someone says she is both relieved and glad to hear about her father's death, Elvira noted, especially for Lady Rosamond, who is on good terms even with her adopted family. I suppose. Please remove your veil, Elvira said, her tone a little more forceful. Lenore is engaged to Cornelius, meaning everyone here is your family. We will support Sigrid as he grows. Though she seemed reluctant, Aurelia did as instructed. Her dark green eyes were sharp and almond-shaped, giving her a somewhat strict appearance. Otherwise, she was a regular beauty. She played uneasily with her veil while waiting our response. Lenore was the only one of us who reacted. She took in a sharp breath and muttered, "It's Lady Gabriel." "Oh, we get to finally see!" "Oh, come on! I don't care if she looks like Lady Gabriel. She still looks cute!" "You are adorable, girl! Keep the veil off!" I see that neither Lady Rosamond nor Lord Cornelius is particularly disturbed. "Well, I don't really know how Lady Gabriel looks," Cornelius said. "Neither do I," was my response. "Lenore, how do you know?" "Gabriel was Veronica's mother. I understood that she had assertively married from Arensbach into Ehrenfest, and thus became the source of all the Lysgang's misfortunes, but her appearance was a mystery to me. My great-grandfather installed a large picture of her in the primary Lysgang estate, so our house would never forget our hatred for her." "Okay," Lenore explained. "I am reasonably certain Cornelius has seen it before. Maybe during family gatherings, but I scarcely remember. I was too focused on all the trouble Lady Veronica was causing us to look at a painting of a dead woman." Despite his lack of response to Aurelia's appearance, Cornelius clearly despised both Veronica and Gabriel, whatever. "That picture is why the Lysgangs all remember Lady Gabriel's face, and Aurelia cannot go outside without her veil," Elvira said, knitting her brow in vexation. I could understand why she was so frustrated with Lenore's house, considering how insanely hard she had worked to keep the former Veronica faction from contacting Aurelia. "It sounds terribly foolish," I said. "An innocent young lady should not have to live in shame because of a woman who died ages ago." "Quite. Aurelia has kept her distance from all nobles associated with Arensbach since she married into Ehrenfest, and she interacts favorably with all of my friends. During the fighting, she donned her armor and took up her weapon in defense of this estate. I would rather that not be discounted purely because of her appearance." "Yeah." "Lady Gabriel and great-grandfather are no longer with us, and the legacy carried on by Georgine ended with the war," I said. "Lenore, I would advise the prompt removal of that painting. I can understand having a shrine in honor of someone, but no good can come from one based on hate. I wasn't going to tell people to simply forget about Gabriel and Veronica's misdeeds, but it was unfair to discriminate against Aurelia because of something she couldn't control. Can't they just change her appearance, like dye her hair? Or something?" "I must agree," Lenore said. "I shall tell Mother and Uncle when I return, but for now, please continue your conversation with Lady Aurelia." Lenore apologized for her overreaction, then took a step back and stood up straight. Aurelia let out a slow breath before folding her veil and placing it neatly on her lap. "I consider it only natural that my father and sister were punished so severely for aiding a rebellion. My father was a man who resorted to any means necessary to preserve his status, no matter who was in power. He never listened to his wives or children." Aurelia sounded calm, but her eyebrows were drawn in a look of moderate sorrow. She was worried and in pain despite her stoic, noble facade. "And what of me?" she asked. "Come again?" "After the Civil War, siblings and children of the same mother were deemed guilty by association, even those who had married into other duchies. How am I to be punished then? Are Lamprecht and Sigrid doomed to the same fate?" I shook my head. "A response that severe is completely unnecessary. You refused to meet with your younger sister when she visited with Georgine, and refrained from associating with Arensbach or the former Veronica faction. As far as I was concerned, only those who had actively cooperated with Lanzanov deserved to be punished. It seemed pointless to reduce our archnoble population even further, and if we weren't going to hold the royals accountable, we certainly weren't going to thrust the blame on the innocent. So I will not be punished despite being direct family to a convicted criminal. That is correct. I shall not repeat the mistakes of the Grand Purge." I was racked with fear that my husband and son might be punished, or at least troubled, because of my family's machinations. Aurelia's father had taken complete control of her life prior to her marrying into Ehrenfest. She was finally at peace here, so Detlinde and Georgine's visit had put her on edge. In her eyes, her old Arensbach family was nothing but a source of anxiety. "I am so grateful," she said, her face streaked with tears. "I wish only to live peacefully here in Ehrenfest." Elvira gave us both a relieved smile, having listened to our conversation in silence. "In the worst-case scenario, I was prepared to take Sigrid as my own son. I am glad it will not come to that." "Sigrid? Isn't he Lamprecht and Aurelia's son?" I asked, remembering the baby born around the time of the Purge. Though I'd given him a blessing through Lamprey, I'd yet to actually meet him. We hadn't wanted to risk someone taking advantage or revealing his existence to the general public. My, what perfect timing, Avara said. Would you care to meet him? Can I? Truly? You decided to become of Alexandria just as we thought the situation with Georgine had died down. If we let this chance slip through our fingers, another might not arise for quite some time. So what do you think? Sigurd would love to meet his Auntie Rosemine. Yes! I exchanged a look with Aurelia. We both chuckled and responded in unison. That sounds wonderful. Yes! I want a picture of that so badly. So cute! Even though we couldn't see him. A mother's encouragement. Sigurd was adorable, I said. Considering his size and stamina, I think he's a knight in the making. My darling nephew had Aurelia's golden hair, but his eyes and other features reminded me of Lamprey. He hadn't seemed particularly shy for his age. Though he'd stumbled on his feet, he had charged straight toward me as soon as I'd arrived. It was so cute seeing him in his oversized diaper. I only hope he learns some control as he gets older. As it stands, he acts entirely on impulse. Well, he might have gotten that from Bonifacius. Okay, that's cute. Once we'd seen Sigurd and eaten lunch, Lenore and Cornelius went to clear out the estate Eckert had given them. Their belongings would be moved straight to their newly made estate in Alexandria. They were staying in the night dormitory for now, but wanted their new home ready in time for their starbind ceremony. I went to my room with Elvira. She had asked if we could speak in my hidden room one last time before I closed it. That'd probably be a good idea. Lenore and Cornelius are getting married this summer, right? I asked. They were thinking about postponing it because of the move, but did anything come of that? The moment Lenore returned to Ehrenfest to pack the last of her belongings, Cornelius was bombarded with proposals from Alexandrian women. He wishes to be starbound as soon as possible to help him refuse them. Hartman and Clarissa said they would get married at the same time. For some reason, Elvira was entirely in the know about when my retainers were getting married. I suppose there was no helping it. The decision was only recent. But I was still peeved that Cornelius' romance was advancing without my involvement. They're always leaving me out. Mother, did you hear about Eckert and Angelica? I received word that they wished to be engaged again. It was a curt letter that contained nothing in the way of details. Do you know how their decision came about? Yes, for it was I who started the conversation. I went on to explain how uneventfully the couple had decided to get back together. Elvira sighed in response and muttered what a shame it was. She must have wanted something a little more passionate. Having witnessed it with my own eyes, I was disappointed too. Angelica's parents have been informed, Elvira said. They have given their approval. That was quick. Well, I mean, hello. Eckert and Angelica were engaged once already, and their temperaments made it hard to find partners for them. Eckert was devoted to his late wife and to serving Ferdinand, so anyone he married now would need to be content with third place. As one might expect, few women were open to accepting such an arrangement. Yeah, I have to agree. As for Angelica, she wanted a husband stronger than her who would allow her to continue serving me. Given that she had trained under Bonifacius, it was already a lot to ask for. But it wasn't the only reason she hadn't found a partner. Her main problems were socializing and trying to think like a regular noble. She really had put all her skill points into combat. Well, they are a good match for each other, I said. Eckert will come to fetch his belongings, and I would appreciate you giving Angelica a short leave of absence when he does. I wish to discuss their future plans with them. Neither Eckert nor Angelica would bother coming home for a conversation about their engagement, which was why Elvira wanted to catch them while they were here for other business. They were generally uncooperative, and their parents naturally wanted to speak with them before they hurried away to another duchy. If you wish to speak in private, then take this, an attendant said, entrusting us with a small trolley carrying a tea set. We took it with us into the hidden room. Elvira poured us each a drink and then leisurely looked around. It's been almost a year since we last came here together, she said. Aside from the small table and chairs, there was nothing of any note. Has it really been that long? Looking back, it was during last year's Archduke conference that I circled the shrines and agreed to the Zent's adoption. My conversation with Elvira had come a short while later. So very much had changed in the span of a single year. More than even I could believe. Never again shall I part with a son or daughter in such melancholy, Elvira said, raising her teacup to her lips and gently blowing. I spent each day distraught about Eckert and Lord Ferdinand and the danger they were facing in Ahrensbach. She paused and gave me a small bright smile. Well done, Rosamine. Nobody but you could have accomplished all this. If not for the Book of Mestanora, I wouldn't have been able to mobilize Dunkelfelger, use the country gates, beat Gervasio, or rescue Ferdinand, Eckert, Justice, and Letizia. I still remember that fateful day, Elvira said. Eckert returned to the Braille Academy and requested a change of clothes. I rushed to provide them, and before I knew it, I was being told of your march to rescue Lord Ferdinand. The reports did not stop there. They said it was likely Arensbach would invade and that the men of our house would stay in the castle while Lord Bonifacius went to Ilgner. Can you imagine what that was like for me? Elvira had waited and waited, her heart in her throat. I had charged into Arensbach without a lick of consideration for her and so many others. I'm sorry I caused you so much worry. The news that Lord Ferdinand was safe reached me at the same time as the report that Lady Georgine had been slain, Elvira said. The men of my house are quick to speak of emergencies and danger, but slow to announce success. They could have at least have said a word or two to assuage our fears, but alas, I know not to expect such consideration from Cardstedt or Lamprecht. Heed my advice. Men have their own duties and priorities, and it falls to you as a woman to create your own information network. I was amazed. In the blink of an eye, she had gone from complaining about her husband and son into giving me sage advice. To form your faction in Alexandria, you will require the aid of old Arensbach nobles, but know that all noblewomen must be under your command. No matter how large your faction grows, the Ob must not lend their authority to anyone. Right. Take care not to rely exclusively on intelligence given to you by Lord Ferdinand. You have a tendency not to socialize with other women and to focus entirely on books. But an Ob must gather her own information from a variety of sources. Do not leave it all to others. I shall do my best. I was aware of my over-reliance on Ferdinand. It was true that I neglected some of my duties to prioritize reading. You are underage, and the complexities of your upbringing required of Ob Ehrenfest to restrict your access to your greater family. I worry that you might not understand and the importance of getting along with your relatives and thinking from the perspective of your parents' generation. Ardley expressed the same concerns. And it speaks to how vulnerable you seem, Elvira said, looking worried. You have female attendants your age who will give you their honest opinions, but they are all young and unwed, are they not? Lord Ferdinand understands very little about familial relationships, so I assume he deals exclusively with his retainers and pays hardly any attention to their relatives. That will need to change when he gets married and has children. Yeah, that's going to be interesting. Ferdinand now had some older Arensbach nobles with plenty of relatives in his service, but it was hard to say whether he would actually make use of them. His trust issues meant he only ever depended on those who were name sworn to him. I am told you have new retainers as well, some of whom I would guess are married, Elvira said. Take care not to disregard their families or undermine the value of such connections. I was being taught so much about acting as a proper noblewoman. Was it just the norm for mothers to bestow all sorts of wisdom and warnings on their soon-to-be departing daughters? I'm guessing so. Mom had a lot to say before I moved out of the lower city to become Rosemine. Your health has always been a concern, so pay extra attention to it. Strive to live long and fully. Each piece of advice Elvira gave me teemed with love and concern. Not only was I leaving her, but I was also about to ascend in status. This was her last chance to speak openly with me. Though you were not adopted by the previous Zent, there is still a heavy burden for you to bear. You are about to become the country's first underage female Ob. Depend on Lord Ferdinand where you can, and remember that this is all in the service of creating the library city of your dreams. I cannot wait to see how this new duchy of yours takes shape. I wanted to make Alexandria a duchy she was proud of. Travel between Ehrenfest and Arensbach had been restricted for some time now, but that would change under my rule. I expect things to have calmed down by the time Lenore and Cornelius have a child, I said. I do hope you will visit when that day comes. Oh my, you should really have invited me to see your child, Elvira said, amusement in her dark eyes. You are engaged, in case you have forgotten. Excuse me, Mother, but my wedding will not be any time soon. Lenore and Cornelius are in love. That isn't the case for me and Ferdinand and me. Don't crush her dreams! You will marry when you come of age, and a child will soon follow. Judging by Lord Ferdinand's actions during your... No! Not that again! And from what someone told me in the comments, it kind of looked like to the audience that he might have kissed her. Of course they would react that way. I mean, they freaking can't even hug in public. You sought to take him as your husband, did you not? Drawing comparisons to Lenore and Cornelius feels more than appropriate. Does this have something to do with my declaration that I cared about Ferdinand's happiness? I would shout it from the rooftops if necessary. Romantic love meant nothing to me. As I said during my engagement, I do not feel any of the passion that features so heavily in your stories, I stressed. Ferdinand is like family to me, and what is wrong with that? I was so taken aback by Elvira's response that my mind went blank. She made it sound like it was okay for me and my fiancé not to love each other. Most marriages are political, she explained with a serious expression. A noblewoman cannot refuse an engagement if the head of her house demands it. So yeah, most relationships in the country as a whole, if not, I'm assuming at least half of them, if not maybe more, are without love in them. They're political. They're arranged, essentially. So, both of the parties involved don't have to love each other. They can grow to love each other in time, obviously. Obviously, that's not always the case. But most marriages don't have love in them, so this isn't exactly new. It's not unique. Avara went on to elaborate, bonds between houses were a priority for noble marriages, and it was normally up to the head of a house to decide if their children's engagement. It wasn't rare for a woman to reach the day of her engagement without having seen her husband-to-be's face. As long as the man had a decent reputation, he was good to go. If he was wealthy or trustworthy on top of that, even better. You escape the shackles of the system by finding someone you wish to bring into your family and who wishes to join your family in turn. As long as you feel the same way about each other, it doesn't matter whether those feelings are romantic. Right. In this world, love isn't expected. Yeah. Everyone around me was always blabbing about love, which had made me think it was a crucial part of getting married. In truth, it wasn't necessary in the slightest. So we can be like family even if we're not in love. I think it's wonderful that you were so close even before your engagement. As long as you trust each other, such feelings can come later. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I measured Elvira's response, considering the idea of romance following marriage. Was that how you and father fell in love? We did not trust each other until you joined our family. Perhaps we will one day fall in love. Perhaps not. What? Father! Mother says she still doesn't love you! Yeah, that's a shock. It was a shocking revelation. Maybe I shouldn't have asked. I opened and closed my mouth, unsure how to respond. I would advise you to be just as patient. Trying to force love will not make it gush from your heart like a fountain, Elvira said with a composed smile, clearly enjoying my reaction. She brought her teacup to her mouth and took a sip. You wish to bring Ferdinand joy, and he wishes to protect you on your path ahead. This is all you need. Intense passion might make for good storybook romances, but in the real world, something stable is far more ideal. Hearing that I didn't need to force my emotions eased my nerves and relieved the tension in my shoulders. Maybe because of my days as Urano, I had assumed that love always came before marriage. I mean, normally in our world, yes. Like I said. Everyone's excitement made me feel kind of guilty for not being in love, I said. Maybe a bit panicked, too, so this really is comforting to hear. I realize this is somewhat tangential, but I must ask, what was engraved in the engagement face Stone Lord Ferdinand gave you? I clumsily covered my necklace with my hands, trying to hide it from my amused and very curious mother. If you hadn't built up a reputation for mercilessly teasing your children, I might have told you. You're just going to use it when you write a love story about us. But of course, you charged to his rescue, resisted the fate forced upon you by a royal decree, and marked the start of an entirely new duchy with your engagement. How could any lover of the written arts resist? You are my muse. I simply must capture the story in full. At least stick to the facts. Unless I did something to stop her, she was going to twist the truth into an extravagant fairy tale. Goodness me, Elvira replied with a giggle. I need only start the book with a disclaimer that the characters, businesses, and occurrences are all the products of the author's imagination. Any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, or to actual events is purely coincidental. Seriously! I taught her that! I took up the pen so I could give Lord Ferdinand the happiness he deserves, even if only in a story. Do you really expect me not to write about these events that have made him happier beyond his wildest dreams? God, that's right! It was my encouragement that got her to start writing fiction in the first place. I needed to stop her, but again my mouth simply refused to cooperate. Everyone is looking forward to it, but alas, my children are so uncooperative. Yeah, because they don't want to be in your freaking love stories, dude. I suppose I must use my imagination to determine what he wrote. Mother, copies of your book will end up in Alexandria. If Ferdinand sees them, he'll scold me and work relentlessly to remove them from circulation. Fear not, the more creative liberties I take, the more it will seem like a work of pure fiction. I mean, Fernestine's another one that's about him. So, yeah. And even if he does prevent the book from being sold in Alexandria, he cannot stop me from distributing it elsewhere. Oh my god! At the moment, I felt true fear. Ferdinand would probably be able to convince Ob Ehrenfest to stop selling the book, but he would need to wait until the next Archduke conference to make his appeal. Elvira would have an entire year to spread the story far and wide. Her competency was terrifying. Rosemund, I wish you even greater joy than in the pages of my story. You must find your own happiness before you can spread it to others. Oh What the fuck? What happened there? Okay, there we go. I was like, what the fuck? Okay, I'm going to, end this one off here. I don't know if the next one will be the last one, or if it'll be the one after. I'm not sure. But I will see you guys all in the next video. Okay, let's continue. Next thing, part 6. I think there's going to be 2 parts left. This one and the next one. Temple attendance. I just eaten breakfast the next morning when Elvira's seamstresses arrived with a slew of new clothes. I was surprised, to say the least. There were far more items than I'd ordered, some of which bore designs I'd never seen before. I expressed my curiosity and found out that many of the garments belonged to Florencia and to Bonifacius' late first wife. Elvira had asked the seamstresses to gather and alter them for my use during the Archduke conference. I tried on the clothes and gave my thoughts. My next tasks for the day were to eat lunch and then head to the temple where I would inform my attendants and the Gutenbergs of our plans for the move, make various arrangements, and meet with the new head of the planting company. Wait. The new head of the planting company? Isn't Benno still in charge of all that? Right? I don't know. Elvira's attendants took the table and chairs out of my hidden room. I waited until the room was empty before touching its magic circle and closing it for good. We are glad to see you leave the nest, but sad as well, one of the attendants told me, clearly emotional. They had taken care of me since I first came to the estate as Rosemine. Your growth must feel so abrupt because we have known you since your baptism. Though you spent relatively little time here, many wonderful changes have come about since your arrival. I hope we might see you more regularly, but alas. The attendants here had assumed they would see more of me once the divide between the Lias gangs and the Archducal family was resolved and socializing with my extended family became less of an issue. It was unfortunate, but the Obvin of the Duchy would be treated as a visitor in Ehrenfest Castle and certainly wouldn't be able to visit an estate such as this. It's a shame that faction politics prevented me from coming more often, I said. Still, I am grateful to all the staff of this estate. You are grateful to us? I was raised in the temple, so this estate was my first experience with noble society. Had you all mocked me or looked down on me because of my background, I might never have been adopted. It was because everyone in this estate had accepted me that I'd reached my adoption without realizing how much noble society looked down on people raised in the temple. My status as an Archducal family member had protected me from then on, but then I didn't even want to imagine what might have happened to me without their support. Elvira and Ferdinand would have looked out for me, sure, but the attitude of the attendants in one's room was especially important. Attendants, I said, focusing on them, I thank you ever so much for accepting me as a daughter of the estate. Be proud, you raised Ab Alexandria. Oh, I suppose I am. My children will not hear the end of my boasting. I assure you, I am proud to have spent this time with you, Lady Rosemine. The attendants began discussing their old memories of me. Even back then, she was an exceptionally quick learner. Remember when she picked out clothes for her baptism? Lady Elvira couldn't decide between 2 outfits, so she ordered them both. Lady Rosemine was so eager to see the bookroom that she collapsed in the hallway. To think she's engaged. It feels like only yesterday that she was too scared to go to the bathroom at night. It wasn't going to the bathroom that scared me. It was those slimy things inside the toilet. Yeah. As much as I wanted to correct them, I wouldn't gain anything from it. They would smile and nod at my obvious excuses. I wish they wouldn't discuss all these embarrassing memories right in front of me. Most of what they remembered about me was from my early days at the estate. We hadn't really done much together since. I proceeded to the entrance hall while the ladies continued to exchange stories. My guard knights had apparently come to get me. Over here, Lady Rosemine. I spied Judith and Angelica waiting by the door. Feline had gone to the temple ahead of us. Muriella was there with them, carrying the tools of a scholar. You intend to meet with your merchants in the temple, no? Elvira asked. Please let Muriella go with you. I wish to form my own connection with the new head of the planting company. So what, is Benno not doing anything, or are they... I can't remember what Benno was doing. I'm assuming he's setting up his own branch of the planting company wherever they were planning on going, and whoever's here in Ehrenfest, I guess, never mind. Yeah, the new head of the planting company for Ehrenfest. I nodded and said, certainly, let us go, Muriella. The future of Ehrenfest's printing industry depended on Elvira's relationship with the planting company. Before taking my leave, I turned to the line of attendants who had gathered to say farewell. I would still see Elvira in the Royal Academy's dormitory and during the Archduke Conference, but I would never see these attendants again. In the past, female Archduke candidates leaving their home duchy would entreat Jagures, the goddess of separation, for her divine protection, I said. I would ask you to pray to her, not to Dragana, the goddess of time. As you wish, Lady Rosemine. May you be blessed by Jaguri's, the guise of separation. I thank you ever so much. And with that, I set out for the temple. Welcome back, Lady Rosemine. Feline wasn't the only one waiting our arrival. All of my temple attendants had gathered with her. It was a rare sight, considering that Gil and Fritz were usually so busy in the workshop. Thank you, I replied. Fran, Zom, I suspect Feline and the others have already told you, but it has been formally decided that I shall become Abba Alexandria. I asked them to come with me, and they smiled warmly in response. We have also been told that the gods granted you and Lord Ferdinand their guidance, Fran said. Yes, indeed. Boy, that was a big lot there. Irweirman and Messinor were bad enough, but then all the other gods got involved. It was awful. My brow lowered into a bitter frown as I remembered shining from the divine power, losing my memories, and very nearly dying. Fran and Zom must not have expected my response because they both stared at me like they couldn't believe their ears. Lady Rosemine, we meant to congratulate you on your engagement to Lord Ferdinand, Zom said, looking troubled. You did get engaged, did you not? Oh, no, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about that something else. Sorry. Oh, I see. Yes, we completed our engagement ceremony. This is my engagement face on which nobles give to one another when getting engaged. I presented my necklace in an attempt to distract them from my blunder. Lady Rosemine, Judith whispered, nobody else would think he meant a genuine encounter with the gods. That may be true, but still, I thought they were bringing it up because it was a cool and really interesting thing to happen to someone. No, I figured they would have brought it up considering that's the temple. They pray to the gods in the temple. To have an actual encounter with the gods themselves was something to talk about. I turned around. Judith smiled and gestured to Fran and the others, indicating that we should continue our conversation inside. Feline gave a firm nod. Lady Rosemine, shall we discuss the move in the High Bishop's chambers? There have been so many major changes to our plans that Judith said we should get everyone on the same page before speaking with Lord Melkor. That is why I gathered all your temple attendants here today. Fran and Zom made their way into the temple. I tried to follow them, but a child's voice stopped me in my tracks. You'll be late if you don't hurry up. We're coming. Surprised to hear shouting inside the temple, I turned toward the source of the noise. Dirk was calling up the third floor while a group of apprentice blue shrine maidens rushed downstairs. Dirk, we have guests visiting the temple, Fran said, chastising the boy. You must speak quietly when outside your room. Children's voices produced especially loud echoes. Dirk and the apprentices recoiled and sincerely apologized. Fran turned to the attendant and said, it is important to prepare ahead of time so that the one you serve does not need to rush. Oh, Lady Rosemine, welcome, Dirk exclaimed, smiling from ear to ear the moment he saw me with Fran. As adorable as he looked, it wasn't appropriate behavior for a noble. I still remembered all the times people scolded me for not keeping my emotions under control. It is good to see everyone so lively. I am told you worked very hard during spring prayer, I said. Is there somewhere you need to be? There's a study session about religious ceremonies being held in one of the meeting rooms, Dirk replied, doing his best to sound polite. Now, if you'll excuse me, I really must be going. He took his leave, having found the perfect opportunity to escape Fran's lecturing. Together with the others, I continued through the temple until we reached the High Bishop's chambers. I would normally change immediately upon my arrival, but Fran pointed to a work desk. Over here, if you would. There were boxes piled in the corner of the room. Monica and Nicola were preparing tea instead of my High Bishop's robes. Do I not need to change, I asked. Fran shook his head. Once it was clear that Ehrenfest would need to perform spring prayer without you, Lord Melkor was formally inaugurated as the High Bishop. Melkor had taken over as the High Bishop while I was fighting in the sovereignty and meeting with the royal family. It was the right choice, without a doubt, but it saddened me to think that the temple had changed without me. Not having to wear the robes meant there was no longer a place for me here. Then I will need to close this sooner rather than later, I said, heading not to the desk but to the chamber's hidden room. Anyone with an approved registration brooch could access it, so it had already been cleared out. I double-checked to make sure it was empty before closing it. I really had spent a long time in there if one counted my 2 years in a Jareve. Lady Rosemine, what are these major changes you wish to report? Fran asked once I was seated at the desk, speaking as everyone's representative. I was going to move to the sovereignty as the king's adopted daughter, but decided to become the Ob of Old Arensbach instead. Following that, the temple of my new duchy will need to be revolutionized to meet our standards. I explained that Alexandria's temple had many of the same problems that had once plagued this one, that I intended to take in those orphaned during the war, and that I wanted to set up my own temple classrooms. My apologies, Feline, but I need to move Fran and Zom to Alexandria before I come of age. I'd wanted to leave one of them behind to support her, but revolutionizing the temple meant I needed as many of the attendants who had improved things here in Ehrenfest as I could get. They are both ready to leave, but what of Monica and Nicola? Feline asked. Do you plan to take them too? She understood that Fran and Zell would probably move with me. Ferdinand and Hartmut had approached them both after the defense of Ehrenfest. Thinking about all the work they must have done for my sake made me feel a little guilty. I wish to bring Fran immediately, and preferably Zom as well. Monica and Nicola, however, must remain here until you come of age. They are welcome to move with you, should they so desire. As long as they stay with me, I should be fine, but I would appreciate at least one more attendant who's good with paperwork, Feline said hesitantly. I saw nothing wrong with her taking a new attendant, especially when I was taking Fran and Zom, who were both known for their paperwork skills. I gave her permission and looked at Wilma and Gil. I spoke of purchasing the two of you after coming of age, but the circumstances have changed. Now I would ask you to come with me and spend time living in Alexandria's temple. I needed Wilma to help look after the war orphans in the girls' building and set up an appropriate learning environment, while Gil was important for his knowledge of operating the workshop. Perhaps you could remain a great shrine maiden and priest, move with the planting company, and assist with the reform. I could purchase you afterward. That is fine with me, Wilma replied. I would feel much safer in the temple with you than in the castle, and the essence of my role, caring for children who have lost their parents, would remain the same. It was an easy decision for her, as her greatest fear had always been having to leave the temple. My eyes turned to Gil, whose shoulders were slumped. I don't mind moving with you, since that was the plan from the start, but I was hoping to leave the temple, he said. Zom gave his fellow attendant a pat on the back. I know you want a change of pace, but you understand the temple workshop better than the rest of us. I would not be much help in setting up a new one, and the same goes for Fran. We each have our own areas of expertise. Yeah, that's true, Gil said, crossing his arms with a nod. The temple is its own separate world, and no one is better equipped to start a new printing workshop than I am. Not to mention, having a history of working with the temple should make it easier for the planting company to get along with the Merchants Guild. I know Benno and Lutz were right about developing their store in a new duchy. Gil was of the opinion that the Merchants Guild wouldn't be able to look down on the planting company when I consistently depended on them for work. It was perspective unique to him, for he was raised in the temple, but had experience going out into the world of merchantry. I promise to purchase you and grant you freedom from the temple when I come of age, I said. Until then, I ask only that you help with its renovation. You were the first to plead with me to change the temple, were you not? Ah, it was Gil who first asked me to save the abused orphans when he learned about the harrowing state of the basement. I smiled, remembering when Ferdinand asked me whether I was resolved to become the orphanage director, and the anxiety that had overwhelmed me as a result. Gil, I said, I want you to be a role model for Alexandria's orphans. The temple's workshop had only done so well because Gil actively cooperated with Lutz. His work with the planting company and the other Gutenbergs had given him a life outside the temple, and I hoped that would continue in Alexandria. You can inspire the orphans by leaving the temple to work in the lower city like Volk did when he left to start a family. Fewer people will mock grays and orphans once they are on equal terms with the children of merchants. Do provide your support until the new workshop finds its footing. Gil stuck out his chest, showing not a trace of worry that he might be kicked out of my attendance. His self-assured grin spoke to his growth, and I could tell at a glance that he took great pride in his job. No one who saw him now would guess that he had once been the temple's worst problem child. Understood. As someone used to your crazy demands who set up workshops all over the duchy, not just in the temple, I guarantee that you can count on me. Of course, I doubt I can manage on my own, so I wish for at least 3 assistants to accompany me. Gil then turned to Fritz, already thinking about the future. Running the workshop on your own won't be easy. You should ask Lady Rosamund to let you take a partner. Indeed, Lady Rosamund, would you ask Lord Melkor or Lord Cosmere to take Bartz as a workshop manager? I would rather Dirk take him, but I realize that is out of the question. Taking a new attendant significantly increased one's cost of living. Bartz would spend most of his time as a manager in the workshop, and Dirk didn't have the funds to provide for an attendant who wouldn't really tend to him in his room. Certainly, I shall ask Melkor. Fritz, will you take issue with serving him? Not at all. It would be tough to protect the workshop without being the High Bishop's attendant, and I would appreciate a position where I can speak directly to the Archducal family. I took a moment to absorb my attendant's stances, then sighed. My destination changing from the sovereignty to Alexandria had caused all sorts of complications. I expected Benno to give me a stern glare during our looming discussion, but I needed to ask him to help Fran and the others move sooner than expected. Having them set out on such a long-distance trip on their own wasn't an option. And all those wooden boxes need to be moved. My belongings are mostly ready for transport, so I plan to borrow carriages and servants from the castle and give this room to Melkor post-haste. I wasn't the High Bishop anymore, so I couldn't keep monopolizing these chambers. If you do that, Lady Rosamund, we will not have anywhere to ourselves until we leave. Ah, in my hurry to hand over the chambers, I'd completely forgotten their connection to Fran's and the others' rooms. Feline, could they borrow the rooms in the orphanage director's chambers until then? The orphanage director's chambers had 2 floors for its attendants. Those of the same gender as their charge stayed on the upper floor, while everyone else slept on the floor below. It would aid us greatly if we could use the rooms that had once gone to Fran and Gil. My idea caused Judith to frown. Lady Rosemine, living with men not in her service will only tarnish Feline's reputation. They may be on separate floors, but it still counts as the same chambers. Ah! Noble standards! They had completely slipped my mind. I was racking my brain for a solution when Mariella interjected. Does she need to sleep in the temple? She has rooms in the castle in Lord Cardstadt's estate. Good point, Feline replied. We aren't so busy that I need to live in the temple, and it was already my intention to stay in the castle before Lady Rosemine's departure. Fran and the others are welcome to use the orphanage director's chambers. I nodded. Now that Feline had given her approval, my temple attendants could use the orphanage director's chambers when I gave the High Bishop's chambers to Melkor. I was relieved to know they were going to be okay. Lady Rosemine, though I am reluctant to ask, could you stop by the orphanage? Delia wishes to speak with you. Someone from the orphanage is summoning Lady Rosemine? Judith and Mariella asked together, their eyes wide in shock. Only out of necessity, I explained. Arenfest has forbidden Delia from ever leaving the orphanage. We have time before 5th bell, and I was hoping to see the orphanage one last time before my departure. I will go there now. Wilma set out ahead of us to deliver the news. Gil and Fritz headed to the workshop. Feline, I said, I need documents summarizing how many Gutenbergs are moving with their families and whatever information we'd obtained about the new head of the planting company. Can you fetch them for me? We have the information you seek, but we've yet to actually compile it. Please have it done before our meeting with the merchants at 5th bell. Very well. I shall return to the orphanage director's chambers at once. Lady Rosemine, may I accompany Feline? Mariella asked. She was here as a scholar, having been sent by Elvira, and would most certainly be of more use formulating documents than visiting the orphanage. Certainly. Do what you can to assist her. The pair departed with Monica and Nicola while I went to the orphanage with Fran and the others. Lady Rosemine, Fran said, I am glad to have been asked to move with you and Lord Ferdinand, but I grow more anxious as we near the end of our preparations. It feels like I am giving up my place here. I know how you feel, Zom added. As much as I look forward to my new life, it makes me terribly sad to say farewell to all the people and places I care about. Gil would eventually leave the temple to live elsewhere, but not Fran and Zom. They must have been even uneasier than they were letting on, and it fell to me as their lady to support them. I steel my resolve as we arrive at the girls' building. Welcome, Lady Rosemine. I gazed around the orphanage's dining hall while the great shrine maidens greeted me. They could now make food and sustain themselves when the blue priest's gifts weren't enough. I spied bookshelves and toy boxes filled with learning materials in the corner. Things really have changed. It wasn't just the orphanage that stood out to me. The people had changed too. Most of them were baptized now, and some had even come of age. Tuli came of age too, and the ceremony takes place at the end of summer. If he moves to Alexandria before then, won't that mean his family can't celebrate with him? As I contemplated whether to postpone Les's departure, I locked eyes with Delia. Seeing her filled me with nostalgia. I'd visited the orphanage countless times. Quite a while had passed since our last meeting. Once again, I was reminded of the length of my absence. Lady Rosemine, may I have a moment of your time? She asked. I agreed, and she rose to her feet. It hadn't been as obvious when she was on her knees and bowing her head, but she looked especially unwell. I could tell she was forcing herself to smile. I just spoke with Dirk, I said. I was relieved to see him well, but you, Delia, look a little worse for wear. I cannot bear being apart from him, she replied, then cast her light blue eyes down. At long last, I understand what you meant by not wanting to be separated from your family. Delia must have been thinking about the events of the past. Besenwalst and Count Bindewald tricking her into putting Dirk's name on a submission contract, our fight against Count Bindewald, my imploring Sylvester to save our life. Various thoughts came and went. There was a moment of silence before Delia looked up again. May I keep this with me? She held out the submission contract for Dirk we had prepared in case of an emergency. It was years old, meaning she must have kept it safe all this time. Dirk sometimes visits the orphanage, and he's having as hard a time as you can imagine. I wish to depend on you if everything becomes too much for him. In short, Delia wanted to keep the contract as a protective charm or last resort. I took it from her nonetheless. I couldn't allow her to use it. My apologies, but no, Dirk is no longer an orphan with the devouring. He is a noble of Arenfest. I am neither the High Bishop nor the orphanage director, and soon I will not even be a member of this duchy's archducal family. It would not be right to bind him to me without Arenfest's permission. That you would have to ask Sylvester about that. I was about to be recognized as the new Ob Alexandria. I couldn't risk doing anything that might become a major interduchy incident. The look on Delia's face told me she hadn't expected my response. If something happens to Dirk, first rely on Melkor the High Bishop or his backer, the Ob, I stress. Do not mistake this order. A careless action on your part could put Dirk in a more desperate situation than before and make a resolvable problem completely uncorrectable. Delia paled and clasped her hands in front of her chest. In the past, she had put her faith in the wrong man, exposing Dirk to danger and almost bringing about her own execution. I could tell she wouldn't make the same mistake again. If you first receive Ob Arenfest's permission, I would do all that I can to help Dirk, I said. That much I can promise you. Right. I could see the sorrow in Delia's eyes. Now that Dirk was a noble, she must have felt like she'd lost her purpose. She needed a duty that only she could perform. Delia, Dirk became a noble because he knew orphans and grey priests alone would not be enough to stand against the tyranny of nobles, I said. He did it to protect the orphanage, to protect you. I know, but you are duty-bound to protect the orphanage with him. Delia said nothing in response. She just stared at me like she didn't understand. As a noble, Dirk will protect the orphanage from the outside. I want you to protect it from the inside. From the inside? If not properly managed, it could crumble even without noble interference. Its children will not have anybody to take care for them. I want you to promise me you will not let that happen. That might be too much to promise on a whim, Delia muttered, though she wore a slight grimace. I could see life returning to her eyes. I couldn't help but chuckle at how easy it was to motivate her. I want you to be the orphanage's big sister, I said, trying to invoke the same feeling as when I'd asked her to care for Dirk. Treat all the orphans and apprentices here like family. Delia's shock gave way to a chuckle, and she let out a quiet jeez. And she took a deep breath. Jeez, Lady Rosemine, you always done so much work on me. She was pretending to be annoyed, but her great big smile made her true emotions clear. I wasn't scared in the slightest. But you can manage it, can you not? Of course, she declared. So I promise, I'll become the orphanage's big sister and protect it from the inside. Yay! Okay, let's see. Meeting with the merchants. Once we'd concluded our business in the orphanage, I went to Melkor's room, and Ordnance informed us that we should go through the documents before the merchants arrived. Rosemine, Melkor said when he saw me, I am glad you can make it. Seeing my cute younger brother in his high bishop robes made me less upset about leaving the temple and more remorseful. His inauguration had come and gone, but my belongings kept him from moving into the chambers he deserved. I refused to make him wait much longer. I will clear out my chambers and give them to you as soon as I can. I never thought my absence during spring prayer would require us to accelerate the handover. It's fine, he said. Our original plan was to do it right before the Archduke conference, and you didn't expect to spend so long at Arensbach, so... On a more important note, Casimir indicated a desk covered with documents, some of which belonged to my retinue. Might we discuss your attendance schedules? I apologize for the sudden change of plan, but I wish to bring Fran, Zom, Wilma, and Gil with me to Alexandria's temple, I said. Monica and Nicola will join Feline's service, while Fritz will serve Melkor. I also like 3 grey priests to help establish a new workshop. Casimir knew about Ferdinand and Hartmut's scouting. He crossed his arms, seeming troubled, and plainly replied, if Fran and Zom both leave the High Bishop's chambers, only Monica and Nicola will understand its responsibilities. I tilted my head at him. Back when I was the apprentice Blue Shrine Maiden, the High Bishop did so little work that Ferdinand was forced to take over his duties. Lothar, Guido, and his other attendants from that time should also know how to do them. Isn't that right, Fran? Zom had joined my service when I took over as the High Bishop, so that Fran had someone to help with the workload. He had understood the job from the start, so I suspected that any of Ferdinand's old attendants would fit the bill. Emir and Kurt spent very little time doing High Bishop work, but Lothar and Guido would do perfectly. Lord Ferdinand took over such duties while Lady Rosemine was in her bereave. Zom nodded in response to Fran's explanation. Casimir was the current high priest, so they were both extremely serious. They wouldn't be able to leave the temple without his permission, no matter what Ferdinand or I said. Could you not take new attendants in both chambers and ask those with experience to educate those without, Zom asked. If you base your search on the same criteria as Lord Ferdinand, then you should find some relatively skilled candidates. So say Fran and Zom, Casimir said. Lothar, what do you think? At once all eyes fell on him. Guido and I are the only ones still familiar with the High Bishop's chambers, while Emir and Kurt are the same for the High Priest's chambers. To that end, I would advise taking new attendants who are excellent with paperwork. Casimir nodded. I will need to ask about Lord Ferdinand's criteria later. From there, I mentioned my desire for a new person to help run the workshop. Now that Gil plans to move with me, we would propose that either you or Melkor ask Bartz to start working as the workshop's manager. It's much too risky to leave Fritz on his own, who will take over if something happens to him, or if circumstances require him to go on a long trip. They both agreed to my request. As neither Melkor nor Casimir was involved with the workshop, they understood the amount of trouble not having a manager would cause them. Melkor, Casimir, the temple workshop was made so that the orphans could sustain themselves, I said. Under no circumstances should you take that from them. I wouldn't tolerate them using their noble authority to steal from the orphans. Do you really think I would do that, sister? We live in a harsh world, Melkor, where money moves, cruelty, and embezzlement are sure to follow. It is your duty as an Archduke candidate to not only avoid extortion, but also ensure that it does not entrap those around you. More people than you would expect think poorly of orphans having an income and would jump at the chance to take it for themselves. I didn't think Melkor or Casimir would resort to embezzlement, but the latter had grown up in a society that scorned the temple. He had a side to him that wouldn't hesitate to sever the orphan's lifeline. I continued, no matter how talented a scholar might be, no matter how well they treat you personally, they might not have the temple's best interests at heart. Dirk and Conrad feared such nobles and sought positions from which they could protect the orphanage. Melkor, I ask you to support Dirk for the sake of the orphanage and the temple at large. Understood. As the High Bishop, I will protect the orphanage. I checked the documents and reassignment plans Casimir laid out, then got Fran and Zob to prepare the money for the transfers. Casimir heaved a heavy sigh as he watched. More than anything else, Lady Rosamund, we are sad to see you go. I never thought spring prayer would require so much mana. It would seem the temple has depended on your capacity for quite some time. We concluded this year's ceremony without incident for using the face stones filled with your divine power, but I truly fear for next year. Even when Wilfrid and Charlotte had circled the duchy for spring prayer, they had used face stones containing my mana. They were older now and wouldn't need quite as much support, but they still weren't relying exclusively on their own mana or preparing their own face stones. Casimir, it was decided that Oz could petition the Sovereign Temple during the Archduke Conference to return the blue priests taken from them, I said. Relay this information to the Archduke if you would. That would aid us greatly. We are in dire need of more blue priests and shrine maidens. To begin with, Ehrenfest's temple severely lacked adults. It was comprised mostly of children, as one could see from the new apprentices and those assisting the archducal family. Looking at it now, one would never believe there had once been a time where only adults could participate in religious ceremonies. The returning blue priests and shrine maidens might still not be enough, I said. I would advise coming up with a way to bring more nobles into the temple. You could create a scenario where they would scramble for a place. Oh, how would we do that? Casimir asked, leaning forward. I was proposing the solution to what he saw as a serious issue. Make it so that only those who obtain more than 15 divine protections during their repeated protections ritual can serve the archducal family. Or prioritize those who obtain more than 10 as retainers at the Royal Academy. You will need the Archduke's permission in either case, but both should work nicely. Lady Rosamund, that sounds much too... Casimir fell silent, but the look on his face spoke to how abnormal my idea seemed to him. It's far from unreasonable. If one dedicates a certain amount of mana to a divine instrument, they become able to form it themselves. My retainers competed to see who could create one first and obtain more divine protections in the process. I appreciate your advice, Lady Rosamund. I shall not soon forget it. I signed the documents and paid as much was necessary for the attendants I wanted. Simply moving them from one temple to another was far cheaper than buying them fully. I might have been late to realize it, but the Sovereign Temple had severely underpaid the duchies that had sold them their blue priests and shrine maidens. It was a pretty irritating discovery. Lord Melkor, the Planting Company has arrived at the back gate, a guard announced. Melkor sent one attendant to greet them while the others started making tea. The room was much busier than a moment ago. Angelica, send an ordinance to Feline, I said. Fran, let us go welcome our guests. We headed to the room that was used when meeting merchants, and our guests soon arrived. Benno entered first, then a man and woman I'd never seen before. Behind them were Demo, Zach, Johann, Joseph, and almost all the other Gutenbergs moving with us. Heidi was absent, having once again been left at home. It really is strange seeing Benno here without Lutz or Mark. They were together so often that one might think they were inseparable. I suppose that Lutz and Mark had elected not to come today because we were meeting with the Planting Company's new store owner. I turned my attention to the pair I didn't recognize. Now that I was actually focused on her, the woman was obviously Benno's sister. Oh yeah! She's the one who's coming to do this. Okay. They had the same hair and eye color, and she had Karina's dainty features. The man must have been her husband. Allow me to introduce Jairus and Milda, the new heads of the Planting Company, Benno said. Going forward, they will serve as the store's representatives during meetings at the temple. May today's gathering be useful to us all. The couple approached Melkor and me. Blessed be the waves that flew train, the goddess of water who guided us toward this serendipitous meeting. Jairus, Milda, from the bottom of my heart, may the goddess of water bless you both. Once we'd greeted our guests, we adjusted them to their seats. Milda is my sister, Benno explained. She's younger than me, but older than my other sister Karina. Though she was living in another city with her husband, I summoned her back to inherit the Planting Company. She was educated to inherit my old store, so you need not worry about a drop in sales. Oh, right! Benno said she took a husband from another city so she wouldn't need to marry one of the Guildmaster's sons. At least I think he did. Yeah, I think he did mention that. We had discussed the matter so long ago that I couldn't remember the details, but that was neither here nor there. I trusted Benno's younger sister to do right by his store. She was bound to be just like Karina. Warm and smiley with an intense thirst for profit. We might seem like newcomers, but rest assured we've been involved with the Plantain and Gilberta companies for years, Milda said. We provided ingredients to be used in Rinsham, plans to help with papermaking, and ingredients to aid with researching new ink. Isn't that to say I was completely wrecking Benno all that time ago? Milda continued, I was born and raised in the city and educated to inherit the Gilberta Company. I also have excellent bargaining power against both the Offmer Company and the Merchants Guild. Good to know. Wait, is she going to blackmail the Guildmaster with the circumstances of her marriage? If so, she really is Benno's little sister. I can already tell she's twice as lethal as Karina. Even with Benno's gone, the Plantain Company is sure to be safe in her hands. I agree. Good luck to her. I came here today hoping to meet those who will manage the workshop after Lady Rosemine's departure, Milda explained. Would that be all right? Fritz will continue to oversee it with Bards joining him as an administrator, Casimir replied. Lord Melkor, would you like me to summon them? Yes, thank you. Benno looked deeply concerned as he watched the trio's conversation. I deduced the reason and tried to put his mind at ease. Fritz and Bards will both serve Melkor, meaning the temple workshop will remain under Archducal management. We appreciate your consideration. It was extremely important to the commoner merchants whether the Obbs family or other nobles would run the workshop. Benno relaxed a little, then put on his merchant smile and gave me an intense look. Sorry! In that case, Lady Rosemine, might I ask you to explain where we are going and when? The reports we received are so at odds with one another that we have no idea how to decipher them. Benno's furious! He might be smiling, but there's fury in those dark red eyes. Sorry, this wasn't what I anticipated. We spent the past year preparing to move to the Sovereignty at the end of spring, he said. Then, halfway through the season, a guard at the East Gate told us you were becoming the new Ob Arensbach. We found that strange enough, so you can imagine our confusion when Lady Brunhilde brought us schematics for our new stores and workshops in Alexandria. I would appreciate some clarity on the matter. Oh dear. From his perspective, my destination had changed from the Sovereignty to Arensbach to Alexandria in the span of a single season. Now, he didn't know what was going on. I could sympathize with his irritation at not knowing whether to continue with his preparations. I wish I could explain it all, but I can't. Don't get mad at me. The truth of the matter was that I'd obtained my own Book of Messinora, stolen a foundation to rescue Ferdinand, and almost died to the gods themselves. I wouldn't have minded saying all that in the privacy of a hidden room, though. I wondered what it would actually accomplish. Benno and the others hadn't been exposed to much magic in their lives, so they wouldn't even be able to comprehend most of my story. I sincerely apologize for the abrupt change, but I am moving to Alexandria instead of the Sovereignty. Of course, I should note that Alexandria is more or less just Arensbach under a new name. I will officially become its Ob during the Archduke Conference. Lady Rosemine, an Ob? Benno muttered, slightly displeased with the idea. His tone reminded me that most people saw an enormous contrast between moving to the Sovereignty and moving to another duchy. Not wanting him to pull out now, I desperately attempted to keep him on board. The Gutenbergs are my valued personnel, so I apologize that my circumstances impacted your move. Do not let it distract you from the sheer excellence of Alexandria, my very own library city. Printing cannot begin without the Plantain Company, and your stores have been made exactly as you wished. The stores and workshops have already been built? I used magic just the other day to construct a new castle and city. Do you remember the spell used to make Haas's monastery? Imagine that on a much larger scale. Feline, the map if you would. My trusty scholar spread a detailed map of the city on the table and then distributed smaller maps of the stores and their surroundings. The Gutenbergs analyzed them closely. Your new homes and stores are here, I said, indicating a spot on the larger map. Your workshops are here in the center of the lower city. So far, only these areas were remade with my Entwicon. As people still need to pack and move, we plan to reconstruct the rest piecemeal. Benno looked at the maps and schematics and muttered, "It hurts that Mark isn't here." Milda and Jairus, who had come in Mark's stead, were busy speaking with Melkor's group. They intended to stay in Ehrenfest, so they weren't too concerned with the details of our move. Lady Rosemine, do these new buildings have windows and doors? Demo asked. Exactly the kind of question I would expect from a carpenter. We have installed our own, but you are welcome to replace them if you wish. Replacing all the doors and windows at once wouldn't have been feasible, so we were largely reusing the city's old ones. Only the more well-to-do were ordering their own. Benno, schedule that as my first job in Alexandria, Demo said. It should give my workshop a chance to make a name for itself. Benno, could you order the doorknobs, latches, and such from Johann, Zach asked, also trying to take advantage of this opportunity. You know he won't be disappointed. Out of all the Gutenbergs, The planting company had the most money and the most experience setting up new stores. It made sense that everyone was consulting Benno, but he still scrunched up his face. Your first job is making more printing presses, he said. Can't start the printing industry otherwise. So we're back to making letter types, Johann asked, slumping his shoulders. Yes! Benno exhaled, then folded up the schematics. Lady Rosemine, I am more interested in the schedule of our move than the layout of your new city. We were told when you planned to move to the sovereignty that the industry would not begin until you came of age. Now that you are becoming an ob, I imagine that has changed. That is correct. We intend to start it sooner. I thought back to when I'd insisted that those involved with the printing industry wouldn't need to move before my coming of age. As much as I didn't want to admit it, Benno had been right in saying that plans involving me always ended up being rushed. His dark red eyes practically screamed, "Told you so!" As an ob, I must develop my duchy's industry. How soon can you be ready to move? The Gutenbergs had assumed they wouldn't need to relocate anytime soon. They had it much harder than Benno's lot, who had spent the past year preparing to move at a moment's notice. Johann met my eye while I was gazing around the room. I planned to move with the planting company from the start, he said. I was reminded that the foreman's granddaughter had turned him down and that he wanted to leave Ehrenfest as soon as he could. Heidi was motivated to begin with, and the planting company instructed us to hurry up and prepare to move the moment we were asked to review our store's schematics, Joseph said, smacking the sheet in question with his finger. So, yeah, I can technically make this work. I would never have guessed that checking schematics would induce so much panic. The heck, it's like Benno can see the future! I stared at him in shock, only to receive a light glare in response. This wasn't a prediction I wanted to come true. His eyes seemed to say, but, well, here we are. He was being so discreet only because there were other nobles present. Otherwise, he would have already started grinding a fist against my head. Yeah, he would have. Sorry, but thanks. Your help is invaluable. However, Joseph continued, moving right away means Heidi won't be able to assist Horace with getting his credentials, leaving the workshop without a successor. She hopes to remedy this by letting him have one of the fruits of her research. May we have permission to spend money on this endeavor? I was already making an unreasonable request. If we could solve the problems I was causing my Gutenbergs by throwing money at them, then I would foot this bill without a second thought. Someone as passionate about research as Heidi would create new ink for Alexandria before we knew it. Compared to delaying the printing industry for 2 whole years, Joseph's proposal was nothing. You may. I want you both to be fully ready to move. My thanks. I turned to Demos, silently requesting his thoughts. I'm married, but it shouldn't be a problem, he said. I just need someone to hire me a carriage for our belongings. I won't be able to find one on such short notice. Next, all eyes fell on Zach. It depends how ready my wife is, he began with a slight grimace. I'm used to preparing for long trips without her, but moving all our things just sounds... Yeah, Demo said. My wife and I live with our family, so we can just leave the house to them once our stuff's packed, but that's not true for everyone. Joseph and Heidi were somewhat unusual since they went on their work trips together. Heidi in particular was especially eager to move. Zach's wife was more normal and would probably think the change was much too sudden. If you think she might take issue, then you are welcome to stay here for the time being, I said. Our original plan was for you to wait until my coming of age. We're setting up somewhere new, so I really should be there from the start. Zach continued to muse while I turned to Benno and said, let's say the planting company can also delay his move. Why is that? Benno asked. As I recall, his coming-of-age ceremony is right around the corner. His parents must be looking forward to celebrating with him, so I would not oppose him staying here until its conclusion. For all their communication issues, Les's family is very close. He's only a season away from becoming an adult, so letting him stay in Ehrenfest a little while longer was fine with me. Zach raised a good point, though. As someone due to start working in a new area, Les will also want to be in Alexandria from the beginning. I will pass your message on to him, but I suspect he will prioritize moving over celebrating with his family. Our Smith was still deep in thought when Johann gave him a slap on the shoulder. Don't worry, go at your wife's pace. I'll manage the workshop on my own. Somehow. They were going to be in the same workshop when they moved, so I wanted to help Zach as much as he could. Not that Zach seemed to appreciate it. Come on, you know that's not happening. Zach's rough response made the entire room fall silent. I tried to smooth things over by focusing on the schedule. We intend to start by setting up a printing workshop in the temple. It won't be too different from what Johann had to do on his trips, so he really should be able to manage on his own. Yeah, exactly, Johann exclaimed. I can manage. Don't get cocky, Zach snapped, a harsh glint in his gray eyes. Teaching Smiths to make letter types is nothing like starting a new workshop from scratch. I plan to have my wife do all the paperwork. Do you really think you can manage the finances on your own? You know enough math to make your schematics, but you make all sorts of mistakes when summing the cost of the materials. That's... In a brand new city where you have no connections, how do you expect to draw in customers? Your first jobs are registering the type's pumps and such with the smithing guild, then moving on to the merchant's guild, right? Alright, never mind. Johann hung his head, his protest turned to shreds. Far from a jack of all trades, he was at his best when he was silently working in the smithy. I appreciate the thought, Zack said. I just don't want the workshop to go under as soon as it opens. He sighed, then stood up straight and looked at me. Lady Rosemite would rather move with the planting company. My wife might complain a little, but we can make it work. In short, the Gutenbergs would all do their best to move with me. I exhaled, relieved, and glanced at Benno. How was I going to make my next request without earning his ire? Benno pretended not to notice me at first, but eventually conceded and smiled. Yes, Lady Rosemite, is there something else? He's asking whether I'm seriously intending to get more work, and well, I do. My sincerest apologies, but could you bring those from the temple with you when you move? Benno's face twisted in a grimace. For him to have made such a bitter expression in the presence of other nobles, my request must have been truly unreasonable. We have decided to move Fran and several others to Alexandria's temple, but they know little of the outside world, I explained. I cannot send them on the journey alone, or else I will cover the necessary cost for their travel. My concerns are not financial, Benno replied at length. I simply doubt I can procure enough boats and carriages. On a long-distance trip such as ours, taking food, clothes, and other goods into account, we will need a carriage or two for each person. I thought back to when we'd used carriages for spring prayer, counted the number of people who had traveled with us on my fingers, and sighed. We really would need a lot of carriages, especially when everyone was transporting their furniture and work tools on top of everything else. They wouldn't even have designated places to rest along the way, as was usually the case for those performing spring prayer. To complicate matters further, Benno's caravan would include women and children, and their slower speed would make them more vulnerable to bandit attacks. We could improve their security by hiring more guards, but where would we find them, and how many would be enough? I wonder if they could get Gunter and his men to guard them on the way there. Because Gunter's going to be going with them anyway, so I think he could do that. Not to mention, those guards would need to bring supplies, leaving the party with even more luggage to account for. Could you not take them in your high beast as you did with the Gutenbergs for our long-distance trips, Benno asked. Unfortunately not. My schedule is going to be full until the new duchy has settled down to some degree, and returning to Ehrenfest will prove much harder for me after the Archduke Conference. Still, I was the one forcing him to change his plans again. The least I could do was try to propose a solution. Would you be able to take them if we reduced your luggage to the bare minimum? Care to elaborate? My belongings are being moved to Alexandria via teleporters connected to the Royal Academy's dormitories. We could transport your luggage with mine and store it inside the castle for when you arrive. Furniture, work tools, out-of-season clothes, much of what Benno's party intended to bring wouldn't be of any use to them during the trip. Teleporting those goods would mean they could travel with far fewer carriages. Benno didn't even have a chance to reply before the other Gutenbergs started chiming in. That sounds tremendously helpful, Joseph said. We have lots of materials and tools for making ink, and I just know Heidi will want to grab more materials on the way. Yeah, you'll definitely need that extra room. I saw the sparkles in Demo's and Zach's eyes as they turned to each other. Won't this let us bring tools we were about to give up on? If we teleport one of the presses, we can start printing as soon as we arrive. Can you even move that? Seriously, how heavy is that thing? Would you even be able to move a printing press? Out of the temple into wherever the teleporter is. As some pumps, we need them for our new wells. I didn't mind them taking this opportunity to make their lives easier, but our main goal was to reduce the size of the caravan. We can only use the teleporters until the Archduke Conference, so make your preparations as quickly as you can, I said. It should give you more carriage space, no? Enough for Fran and the others? Benno shut his eyes, no doubt performing various calculations in his head. I would propose that we travel to Leisgame by boat, then to Conowitz by carriage, and then to the city of Alexandria by boat again. I would appreciate carriages and guards for when we arrive in Leisgame. According to Benno, boats would save more time than attempting the entire journey by carriage. Conowitz was one of the provinces I'd showered with my divine power, earning me the fisherman's gratitude, so I didn't foresee any issues there. But guards, I considered asking Leisgang for soldiers or anyone else they would spare to guard the Gutenbergs. Had we discussed the matter earlier, Lenore might have even been able to broach the subject for us, but she had already spoken with her family and set it on her return trip to Ehrenfest. We also had to consider who would take over as the caravan's escort when they crossed the border into Alexandria, not that anyone came to mind. Lady Rosemine, Judith said out of nowhere, Daniel and I will guard them. Come again? Is that really acceptable? I was surprised to hear nobles volunteer to guard commoners. Oh, did you not hear? Lady Charlotte requested it. Charlotte did? She had apparently said nothing can be allowed to happen to my sisters Gutenbergs while they are traveling through Ehrenfest. Everyone feared I would charge to their rescue as I'd done with Ferdinand, causing an interduchy incident in the process. Yeah! My lower city family is traveling with them, so yeah, I most certainly would. She would do that. We were told to escort them to the border gate and then to Alexandria's castle, if possible, Judith explained. We were chosen because Lady Charlotte thought we were more likely than anyone else to seek your permission to enter Alexandria. I will cease to be your guard knight after your inauguration, so I was hoping to make the entire journey. Judith's violet eyes were brimming with hope. She must have really wanted to take a work trip to another duchy as expected, since she hadn't been allowed to attend my engagement ceremony. I would very much appreciate that, I said. Having knights with magic tools protect the caravan would scare away bandits and allow for much easier communication. I grant you my permission, but your age means you must also ask your father before you can venture into another duchy. Not this again! I wish to allow you this final duty, but it depends on your father's decision. As for Daniel, I'll get the permission he needs from grandfather. I returned my attention to Benno. As I made such an unreasonable demand of you, allow me to arrange the boats, carriages, and guards. You may take these, proof that you are my personnel, and documents that will grant you access to Alexandria. They should make things a little easier for you. Benno received the documents with a satisfied grin. We shall move at once, as per your wishes. He tapped a finger against the large map on the table, the flame of ambition burning brightly in his eyes, and said, Can I assume this library city of yours will spread printing throughout the entire country? I recognized the look on his face and cackled. Indeed, I aim to spread books throughout Jurgenschmidt and gather copies of them all within my library. Start your move as soon as you can, and together we will make that dream a reality. Our meeting ended with a promise to meet again in Alexandria. Okay, what time is it? I'm kind of glad I already went and got my lunch taken care of. Considering I would normally be stopping and eating. Actually, it wouldn't have mattered because I would have already gotten this part recorded earlier instead of eating lunch. And then I would have been doing the last part for this one. Actually, wait a minute. How much more do we have left? Inauguration attire and closing the library. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's do this last one, and then the last of it will be for the next video. Come on, go away. Milady! I was so deeply immersed in my textbook that I nearly leaped out of my skin when Riarda snatched it away from me. She must have been calling my name for a while because she shook her head and sighed. It is almost time to depart for the main building. Lady Florencia's and Lady Charlotte's seamstresses are due to arrive soon. You will need to pick the clothes and ornaments you wish to wear for your inauguration ceremony. Can I not just reuse what I wore for my engagement ceremony? I asked. It is the color of the season, and since it was made for my adoption by the king, it must be appropriate for an inauguration ceremony. I was also emotionally attached to the outfit, which included cloth dyed by Mom, cloth given to me by Ferdinand, and a hairpin made by Thule. Riarda and Adelie both frowned. You have worn it twice in public already, during lunch with the royal family and your engagement ceremony. And Ehrenfest would surely feel slighted if you turned away the seamstresses Lady Florencia and Lady Charlotte were nice enough to summon for you. Riarda explained. The Archduke Conference spans several days. There will be plenty more chances for you to wear your favorite outfits. Okay, good. Because for some strange reason, I was thinking that they were going to tell her not to wear it because she'd already wore it before. Like, she couldn't wear it again. I'm like, dude, y'all waste some freaking clothes, I swear. I needed to wear clothes from Ehrenfest. Otherwise, the nobles of Old Ahrensbach would mock Sylvester for not looking out for his daughter about to become an ob. Many of them already opposed the thought of me taking over. So the last thing we wanted to do was create a weakness for them to exploit. Very well, let us depart. We received quite the selection, sister. Mother is trying hers on as we speak. Charlotte was awaiting us in a room full of clothes. Florencia's and her outfits had already been brought in, and we drank tea while they were laid out for us. Florencia was behind a screen. Charlotte, I said, Judith told me you arranged for her and Daniel to escort the Gutenbergs on their move. I thank you ever so much. Because of you, I was able to entrust them with the task without anyone complaining about knights guarding commoners. Judith had spoken with her father and, as expected, failed to secure his approval to leave the duchy. She was upset about going only as far as the border gate, but Ehrenfest's consideration meant I could use my knights from send my knights from Alexandria as well. Matthias and Lorenz would meet them at the gate. So they're not going to be down anybody when they get into Alexandria. I am glad to have been of use to you, sister, not to bluntly request something in return, but might I ask you to instruct Judith and Daniel to check the staff of the duchy when they arrive at the border gate. Check it for what exactly? I doubted Charlotte had anything dubious in mind, but as I was leaving Ehrenfest, I didn't want to approve anything that might put them at risk. Any lingering damage from the battle in Gerlach. I insisted on going during spring prayer, but not even returning the stolen mana fully restored the land to normal. Simply using the chalice has expended mana, so a decent chunk of the stolen mana had unfortunately been lost. Greenery had returned to the province, restoring it from a barren wasteland, incapable of supporting crops, but they still couldn't predict how its harvest would go. She continued, I wish to know whether the spring prayer I performed was enough to heal the land, whether it needed more mana, or whether we should devote ourselves to preparing more food for winter. Gieb Gerlach's estate was attacked directly, so our communication with the province is less than ideal. A new Gieb would normally be assigned after the Archduke Conference, but all the deaths in Gerlach might have complicated the handover. If the province needed assistance, then it was crucial that we find out sooner rather than later. Is it just me, or is my little sister way too amazing? She didn't even witness the battle, yet she's thinking about the aftermath and supporting those who need it. I was moved to know she was being so considerate of her people and protecting the Gutenbergs, while Ehrenfest's adults were focused on the Archduke Conference. Jude, if you heard all that, I presume, check on Ilgner and Gerlach at the end of your trip. She agreed to my request, a slight smile on her face. You are next, Rosemine, Florencia said as she came out from behind the screen. Your everyday clothes can come later. First, consider what you will wear for the Archduke Conference. Right on cue, the seamstresses brought my clothes into the room. There were so many outfits, some brand new and others simply altered. Each garment was dyed and embroidered in the style of its respective workshop, meaning I could mostly tell which ones had come from Florencia's seamstresses and which ones had come from Charlotte's. Let us start with this outfit, one of the seamstresses said. We might need to make a few more adjustments. I went behind the screen and started putting my arms through the sleeves. A proper fitting hadn't been an option for me, so I'd asked the seamstresses to base my new garments on already fitted clothes from the Gilberta Company. It must have been quite an ordeal for them. How very impressive, I said. It barely needs any alterations at all. The seamstresses broke into smiles and got to work, noting that the last changes were the most important. I was bound to have a lot of eyes on me during the Archduke Conference, so every last detail needed to be perfect. Several outfits later, I elected to take a break. Charlotte went behind the screen in my stead. Riarda poured me some tea, which I drank while looking over the finished clothing. Would it not be strange for me to wear blue during a conference held at the end of spring, I asked Florencia. Not at all, for it is the divine color of your birth season. Did any of the outfits take your fancy? I gestured to one her seamstresses had prepared, a mix of aqua and navy blue. May I wear this for the inauguration ceremony? It might bear too close a resemblance to your outfit, but... Florencia's clothes for the ceremony were a calm green. Their designs weren't identical to that of the clothes I'd chosen, but the two outfits still closely resembled each other, no doubt because they had come from the same seamstresses. True, both use cloth dyed by a Renaissance, and their pattern is the same, but the colors are enough to distinguish them. The contest was not only for selecting our personal dyers, but also for making patterns unique to an individual. Trends among noblewomen had changed quite a bit in my absence. Since you went to all this trouble, I think we should wear matching clothes for my inaugurations, I said. How does that sound to you? It should emphasize that I am on good terms with Ehrenfest. Florencia gave me a bright, warm smile. Yours are predominantly aqua, so they should pair nicely with your Alexandrian cape. Let us take this opportunity to match sashes as well. Maxine, do you recall those differently colored sashes I asked for? Bring them to me if you would. Florencia then told another of her retainers to inform Sylvester's attendance of our plan. You're telling Sylvester, I asked? Indeed, we will attend together, so some sense of unity is preferable. You would do well to inform Lord Ferdinand, seeing as your capes will not match. Eglantine would grant me the cape of my new duchy during the inauguration, but Ferdinand would continue to wear his Ehrenfest cape. In that regard, we were bound to be a little mismatched. I elected to write him a letter describing my clothes so he could wear something to go with them. Rosamund, how would you feel about Brunhilde's outfit matching ours? Florencia asked. It wouldn't match perfectly because there wasn't enough time to make one from scratch, but a similar design and variant sash would at least give the impression from a distance. I'll respect your opinion, but I think we should give her a visible connection to you so that other nobles know of your bond. I welcome the idea, of course. Florencia informed me that she and Brunhilde had worn similar but differently colored hairpins during the Royal Academy's graduation ceremony. Perhaps because I wasn't from this world, I still didn't really understand the concept of second or third wives. It was more common for first and second wives to oppose each other than be friends, hence concerns that Brunhilde, a Lysagang noble, would cause discord within the Archducal family, but I was glad to see Florencia buck this trend. As this might be our very last chance, Florencia held out a sound blocker. Would you allow me a moment of your time? Uh-oh. I glimpsed the small object in her hand and immediately began to shiver. My heart pounded in my chest. Just don't look at it. Have her put it in your hand and don't look at it. Look at her. My heart pounded in my chest and a cold sweat ran down my back. Is something the matter? Florencia asked, tilting her head at me. Ferdinand and my retainers must have hidden the truth so well that not even she knew about my face stone phobia. Oh, no, I replied, accepting the sound blocker with a forced smile. Having to feel it in my hand made me tremble even more, but I couldn't let my fear show. I would need to hold any number of magic tools and face stones during the Archduke conference. Even as your departure for another duchy draws near, you agreed to wear matching clothes and respect Charlotte's every wish. I always thought it, but I am more certain now than ever. You truly are a saint. I was so taken aback when my mouth hung open and I forgot all about the face stone. For her to have said something so kind when I caused Ehrenfest nothing but trouble. Our relationship has been not strained, but not at all what one would expect of a mother and daughter, Florencia said with a sad smile. You have always been closer to your true mother, Elvira, and with Lord Ferdinand in charge of your education, I never knew whether it was acceptable to reach out to you. My upbringing meant I needed to study twice as hard to get accustomed to the ways of noble society. My meetings with other nobles had been heavily restricted, and I'd spent more time in the temple than in the castle. I'd also disregarded noble scholars and prioritized the commoners developing the printing industry. Florencia had tried to properly educate me as a first wife when I was engaged to Wilfrid, but I always refused on the grounds that I was much too busy. She hadn't known what to do with me as I'd charged ahead down my own path. I admit, she said, your reluctance to stay in the castle and tendency to avoid my education made me wonder if you hated me. Why would she hate you? She's given no indication as to a reason. That was never my intention. I still considered the restrictions in noble society unpleasant, and tea parties were always a bother, but I never hated or even disliked Florencia. I realize now that we did not have the same future in mind. That was all there was to it. Florencia continued, her expression betraying her melancholy. It is unfortunate that our time together in Ehrenfest's Archducal family must end, but I am more grateful to you than I could ever put into words. You protected my children and devoted so much to the development of our duchy. I am grateful to you as well, for you let me do as I pleased when others would not. Sylvester wasn't the only one with exceptional patience. Florencia had striven to grant my wishes and clean up my messes no matter how many times I put her through the ringer. She had warned me about socializing and my education and taken me aside to give me advice, but at no point had she ever forced me into something I didn't want to do. I presume you will continue to live as you see fit, Florencia said. Even so, I must remind you of your sickly constitution and the importance of looking after your health. I mean, she's got Ferdinand for that too. I couldn't suppress a smile. Rosemine, I was just thinking how wonderful it is that mothers always give their daughters the same advice. We might be taking separate roads, but you and I will always be dear. You are and will always be dear to me. Do take care of us well, Mother. Charlotte returned just as things were getting emotional. Florencia and I put our sound blockers down on the table. Having a secret conversation, were you? Charlotte asked, raising an eyebrow at us. I simply asked Rosemine to continue being close with you even once she becomes an ob. Liar. You are my darling little sister, Charlotte. That will not change, no matter where I go. I exchanged a quick look and a smile with Florencia. It was only brief, but I was glad to have spoken privately with her. Milady, your schedule for today includes closing the library, Riarda said once I had eaten breakfast. Carriages and servants have already been prepared. Shall we contact Alexandria? Lostrom had sent word that he'd completed the task given to him, so Riarda had made the necessary arrangements for the rest of my estate-turned-library to be cleared out. Some of the luggage belonged to Ferdinand, so his retainers on Alexandria's side will need to be ready to receive it. Daniel, how are things over there, I asked. I met with Lord Justice yesterday. Lord Sergius will meet us in the Alexandria dormitory this afternoon. Daniel and Feline were going to Alexandria daily to help find more evidence of corrupt nobles, embezzlement, and other such crimes. In the process, they were also serving as a valuable line of communication. It was through them that we'd come to learn Roderick was already living in the new duchy. He'd rushed through an exceptionally busy move at Hartmut's, prompting. Yeah, prompting. We'll see about that. Lady Rosamond, will you require my assistance today? Feline asked. No, I would rather you stay with Daniel and continue helping Ferdinand. Almost everything is packed, and my attendants can make sure the luggage is taken care of. Yes, my lady, we shall depart then. The pair turned to leave, but Audley stopped them. My apologies, Daniel, Feline, but could you deliver a message to Hartman for me? Let him know that unless he returns soon, we will not be able to proceed with his move. Clarissa could do most of the packing, but Hartman needed to be present to clear out his hidden room and such. Audley usually left him to his own devices, so she really must have been at the end of her rope. Angelica, how fares Laisletta? I asked. Have you made much progress with packing? Gracia had only needed to focus on her own move, meaning she already returned to work, but Laisletta was stuck doing two people's preparations. Angelica thought for a moment, then gazed at me quizzically. I think she said she would finish before the Archduke conference. I already knew that much. Damon and Flynn returned to Alexandria while I went to my library with my attendants and guard knights. Welcome back, Lady Rosamond. Blossom, I am glad to hear you have completed your duties. I said, remembering everything he had needed to do. I thought Ferdinand was cruel to make him memorize so many documents before he could move, but Blossom had accomplished it without issue. It has been quite a while since I was last pushed to my limit, he replied. I grew so complacent while away from my lord that it was nice to warm up my mind a little before the move. He sounds a little too used to being worked to the bone, but what else can you expect from one of Ferdinand's retainers? Yeah, definitely. The very thought of that thick stack of documents being a mere warm-up made my heart ache. As one might expect, you really had to be on top of your game to survive serving Ferdinand. Is the luggage ready to be taken outside? I asked. Yes, only the library and your chambers remain to be cleared out. You will not be taking the furniture that was here when you received the estate, so there was not much to pack overall. Well, the books obviously needed to be packed. Aside from my chambers, I'd only really used the library, brewing room, and parlor since accepting this estate. I'd yet to even enter most of the rooms, and now I wouldn't need to, as Blossom had cleared them out for me. In that case, should my attendants start packing up the library? I asked. I will clear out my hidden room in the meantime. Angelica, fetch me a box if you will. I got straight to work, storing letters from Ferdinand, the sound recording magic tool, and several other things in the box Angelica gave me. My hidden room was relatively empty in the first place, so the process didn't take me long. I returned to the others when I was done, set down my things, and then led some of my helpers into the hidden room to carry out the chair and such. It was clear in no time. Oh, Lady Rosamond, Blossom had said, have you finished already? I did not have much to pack, I replied, then noticed the boxes of books being carried to the entrance hall. It saddens me to see the library so empty. Only a little, though, for its former contents are being moved to my new duchy. He nodded and gestured me to a seat. Please wait here until the luggage has been moved. I have a sentimental attachment to this place. It was my very first library, but the circumstances under which I received it bring me great sorrow. I mused aloud, taking in these surroundings for the last time. I always knew I could never truly be happy here. Blossom looked around as well, wearing a morose smile. This was not a place of pleasant memories for Lord Ferdinand, or for me for that matter. Though I managed this estate as his retainer, he seldom ever came here. Archduke candidates tended to leave the northern building after coming of age. Those who were engaged stayed there until they were married, and those who intended to remain in their duchy were given an estate in the nobles' quarter. It took roughly 2 years to move into the northern building, and the same was true of moving out. It was the beginning of summer when my lord received this estate from the previous Archduke, Blossom explained. He had just finished his 4th year at the academy. Though in those days, he stayed there year-round. The estate had already been furnished, and Ferdinand had said there was nothing for him to prepare, so he had stayed at the Royal Academy to focus on his research. Later, when the previous Archduke fell sick, Ferdinand was ordered to spend more time with the Knight's Order. Only then did he frequent this estate, for he was safer here than in the northern building. Eckert and Justice had also spent more time here, determined to stick by their lord. Karlstadt and Sylvester had visited on a regular basis. More time with the Knight's Order, I repeated. I remember hearing that he used to be the Knight Commander. Really? He was the previous Knight Commander. Huh. You knew? That was after his proposed marriage into Dunkelfelder was dropped in favor of Lady Magdalena's engagement with Lord Trollqual. The previous Archduke had wished for Lord Ferdinand to live similarly to Lord Bonifacius, hoping Lady Veronica would permit my lord to stay in Ehrenfest and support Sylvester. Lord Karlstadt agreed and started treating Lord Ferdinand as the Knight Commander. Sylvester had also agreed, so Karlstadt, who had already been in the Knight Commander by that point, had started doing what he could to prop up Ferdinand. Looking back on it all, the previous Archduke likely strove to create a place for Lord Ferdinand that would remain even after his own demise. My lord was displeased with having to spend so much time in the Knight's Order, for it meant he had less to devote to his research, of course. As the late Archduke's health deteriorated, Veronica's attacks became more severe. Ferdinand hadn't been able to spend as much time in the Royal Academy due to being treated as a knight commander rather than an Archduke candidate. So he had started to feel more and more trapped. At last, when the previous Archduke passed on, Lady Veronica ceased disguising her murderous intent, Lostrom explained. My lord entered the temple at Lord Sylvester's advice, costing him his place in noble society. Sylvester was only trying to protect him, and I was told the same, that he simply wished to keep my lord safe from Lady Veronica. But if that were true, would it not have made more sense to send the crazed widow, rendered insane by the death of her husband, to the temple? I get how you feel, but that's so harsh. No wonder you're on good terms with Eckert. For a while, Lord Ferdinand commuted to the temple from this estate, but he spent more and more time there as the days went on. Eventually, he came here only when he had business in the castle or noble's quarter. I actually came to envy his temple attendants. I was unable to serve my lord no matter how passionately I wished to. I noticed a slight smile on Lostrom's face as he continued. Eckert, Justice, and I had a celebratory drink when Lady Veronica was detained. Most others were busy in the aftermath, but our wrath for the woman was so profound that the knight commander ordered us to stay far away from her. It was a shame, really. Had she been detained somewhere other than the Ivory Tower, I could have enacted revenge on her in all manner of creative fashions. Oh no! What would they have done to her? Oh my god, that wouldn't have gone well. Oh! His last remark was so shocking that I could only stare at him in response. Despite his peaceful smile, Lostrom was no less devoted than Ferdinand's other namesworn. Father, you were wise to keep him away from Veronica. He's out for revenge and violent as heck. Yeah, good call there, Karlstad. We had relatively little to do, but Lord Ferdinand was always between the temple, the castle, and Lord Karlstad's estate, Lostrom noted, shooting me a knowing look. That must have been when I was studying like crazy to prepare for my baptism ceremony. As a result of your adoption by the Archduke, my lord sent Eckert and Justice to the estate on a more regular basis. He too spent time here upon his return to noble society. I was overjoyed to be of use to him. But then Ferdinand was sent to Arensbach where he was poisoned and almost died. Lostrom had spent the entire time stuck in Ehrenfest. Listening to Lostrom made it clear how much he, Eckert, and Justice loathed Detlinde and the Lanzenavians for endangering their lord. I was terribly worried about what revenge plans they might try to execute in the shadows of Alexandria. Praise be to Mestinora for banning the task taking of any more lives. Her order will prevent the absolute worst from happening. I was ordered to serve you, Lady Rosamund, at least on a temporary basis, but you, like my lord, were barely ever here. You spent your winters at the Royal Academy and the rest of your time moving between the castle and temple. In truth, I would rather have stayed in my library, but the situation hadn't allowed me to. It was tragic how little time I'd actually spent here. Still, I thoroughly enjoyed getting to watch you and your retainers, Lostrom said. Your reports kept me well informed about Lord Ferdinand, and it was precisely because of this estate that he was saved. Indeed, before rescuing Ferdinand, we had used the estate to brew the tools and rejuvenation potions we needed. Eckert and Justice had rested in the meantime. Had we attempted the same thing in the castle, nobles would surely have interrupted us and complained about the operation. Lady Rosamund, you have saved my lord in more ways than I can count. I am glad he is engaged to you and that his future is in Alexandria, not Arensbach. It means my waiting here the past year and a half was worth it. I put him in your care. A smile creased Lostrom's green eyes. I was touched to know that he trusted me, but I also felt a sudden wave of pressure. As much as I wanted to give Ferdinand a joyous life, I felt like I was rarely successful. It is my every intention to treat Ferdinand well, I said. However, you might have been in this estate too long to know, but I cause him trouble more often than not. I always have. Please do not be mad when you see how we interact in Alexandria and the burdens he must endure because of me. Lostrom attempted not to chuckle, but it was no use. I can make no promises, but... He burst into laughter for reasons I couldn't understand. I don't know, maybe he gets something that we don't. As I retraced our conversation thus far, a single thought came to mind. If ever I angered Lostrom or one of Ferdinand's other retainers, I would immediately hole up in the Ivory Tower. Yeah, because they wouldn't be able to get you there. It was the only way to escape their revenge. Yes! Is that everything? Asked one of the servants. They must have finished moving the luggage. If so, we shall depart. Lostrom looked around and nodded, taking the luggage to the front carriages in the castle's teleportation circle and the red paper in the back carriage to the northern building. Now then, everyone, please step outside. It is time to seal the estate. The servants took their leave first with Audley's group right behind them. I paused in the entrance hall. It didn't feel empty with all the furniture still there, but the absence of everything that mattered to us made me feel as though I'd wandered into someone else's estate. This was no longer my home. It would remain unused until it received its next master. Could you lock the door? Lostrom asked me. I took out the key I always kept with me and did as he requested. It wasn't remotely nice having to steal the first library I'd ever obtained. I stood in place and stared at the door, overcome with longing and regret, but Lostrom just seemed glad to be free of this place. This key is for Attendance, he said, not seeming the least bit emotional as he gave me his key to the estate that had served as his home for all these years. Please return it to Ob Ehrenfest alongside your own. Lostrom was more sprightly than ever now that he was going back to serving Ferdinand. I even noticed a spring in his step as he marched on ahead and called, Lady Rosemine, I wish to travel to Alexandria ahead of schedule and place these books in the library there. Don't even think about it, I exclaimed, whipping around and jumping into the carriage after him. That joy is mine to have! Oh my god, I love this story. Why does it have to end? Why? Oh god. How much more? I'm sorry guys. Next video is going to be the last one. Until the spin-off comes out. Which we don't even know when that's going to be. I hope you guys enjoyed this. Next part is going to be the last part for Rosemine's point of view for Ascendance of a Bookworm. I'll see you on the next one. Okay, everybody. This is the last book for the officially Ascendance of a Bookworm. The next books is the spin-off one from Hannahlore's point of view. So who knows what we're going to get for Rosemine and Ferdinand in that. I doubt we're going to get anything. I don't know. But this is the last part for this book, I think. Let's continue. And let's finish this. Farewell, Ehrenfest. No sooner had my retainers moved to Alexandria than Ehrenfest nobles started going in and out of the dormitory to prepare for the Archduke Conference. To minimize the problems this would cause, Sylvester had instructed me that morning to stay in the dormitory instead of the castle until my inauguration. Are you ready to depart, milady? Riarda asked. The dormitory should contain everything you need to live there. I am, but this feels so sudden. Though I understand it will only be for 2 days, I apologize for burdening everyone with this change of schedule. As it stood, my active retinue comprised only Judith and Angelica as my knights, and Riarda, Bertilde, and Audley as my attendants. Laisletta and Gracia had gone to the Ehrenfest dormitory ahead of us to clean my chambers and move in some of my belongings while Lenore was guarding them. Everyone else was in Alexandria preparing for the Archduke Conference. I'd sent word to them that our plans had abruptly changed. I wondered whether my correspondence had reached them by now. You need not apologize, Audley said. As Lord Sylvester and Lady Charlotte informed you, there are many among the nobles presently at the dormitory who are unaware of your circumstances. Interduchy disputes might arise if you do not keep an eye on their movements. My attendants from Old Arensbach were exchanging intelligence and paperwork with my other retainers. There were more administrative documents from Alexandria than needed my approval. They were only using Ehrenfest's tea party room, but the frequency of their visits risked displeasing Ehrenfest's nobles, and even a small clash could spiral into a larger conflict. I was being told to remain vigilant so that my retainers wouldn't become the source of trouble between our duchies. Charlotte went out of her way to teach me a lot, so she taught me how Ehrenfest viewed Old Arensbach's nobles and what I, the shining star of the Liesgangs, needed to do in becoming the Ob of another duchy. Moreover, she pointed out that Liesgang had provided important food support during and ever since the defense of Ehrenfest. As the old proverb goes, it's an ill bird that fouls its own nest. I sent a letter to Alexandria describing the current situation and subsequently forbidding my violet-caped retainers from entering Ehrenfest's tea party room. We urgently needed to explain our circumstances to the Ehrenfest nobles. Bertilde, is there anything we need for the inauguration ceremony that we do not have? Riarda asked. I double-checked, and there is nothing we are missing. Audley, take these to the dormitory as well if you would. We shall return them when we are done we are done with them. Understood. My room in the castle was fully cleared out under Riarda's supervision. Now we just needed to ask the servants to move my belongings. Anything I might need in advance of the Archduke Conference would be taken to my room in the Ehrenfest dormitory, where Gracia and Laisletta were waiting us, while everyone else would go to either Alexandria's dormitory or its castle. All that remains is to seal your hidden room, my lady. Are you certain there is nothing left inside? I performed one last check. As expected, no furniture or anything else remained. I pressed a hand against the door and channeled my mana into it, blasting the room out of existence. How shall we proceed, milady? Lord Wolfried's retainers have asked to know when you are departing, but should we inform Lord Bonifacius as well? Considering the fuss he kicked up at your engagement ceremony, Lord Sylvester said to prioritize your wishes. Oh. Does she realize how that looked to everybody? Has someone told her yet? I thought back to Bonifacius stomping his feet in anger as Ferdinand wiped the tears from my eyes and my lips curled into a smile. My engagement was set in stone by a royal decree. It cannot be overturned no matter how strongly grandfather feels about it. I would understand the bride's father being upset, but for Lord Bonifacius, not Lord Karlstadt, to be the source of your troubles, good grief. He really must show some decency no matter how strong his love for you might be. Riarda's comments were merciless, maybe because she had so much history with Bonifacius. I listened to her complaints with a smile, then said we should give him the time of our departure. He might be a little much, but I do not particularly mind it, I said. I wish to at least give him a proper farewell. I owe him for looking after Daniel, and we will not have anywhere near as many chances to meet when I am of Alexandria. Understood. I shall ask him to meet us in the teleportation hall. Riarda sent ordinances to Wilfrid and Bonifacius, then gave me a solemn look. Now then, milady, my duty ends here. Lysletta and Grisha have finished moving, and you can count on Bertilde and Ottilie to attend you at the academy. Even in my absence, you should reach your inauguration without issue. Ah! It was easy to forget, but Riarda was Sylvester's attendant, not mine. She had only served me since my return to Ehrenfest because my retainers were absent or busy with their moves. During the Archduke Conference, she will need to focus on her own work here in the castle, so she couldn't accompany me to the academy. It might only have been to fill a gap in my retinue, but I truly am glad we had this time together, I said. You even accepted my selfish request and called me milady till the very end. Despite my overwhelming ignorance, you have taught me how to be a noble ever since my arrival at this castle. Riarda had guided me when my upbringing made me unused to noble customs, scolded Ferdinand when he was too harsh in educating me, allowed me to leave the castle when I missed the temple, and even followed me to the Royal Academy. She had played a crucial role in keeping me afloat as an Ehrenfest noble. If not for your loving lectures, I would never have reached the standards expected of a noble, I said. From the bottom of my heart, I thank you. Oh no, the gratitude is mine. If not for you, the tangled thread of fate would never have come undone. A chain of misery had started with Gabriel, ensnaring Veronica, Georgine, Sylvester, and even Detlinde. Riarda had watched it grow and snarl for most of her life. To say I undid those knots is far too generous. I graciously sliced through them. And the frayed ends are clear to see. That does not change your saving Lord Ferdinand, Justice, and so many others. Ehrenfest might never have survived without your intervention, but now we can find prosperity with our new neighbor. I exchanged a smile with Riarda, nodded, and said, I will do my best. I do hope you will come to visit me in Alexandria when our situation improves. If our duchies work together and strove for mutual progress, interduchy travel would soon become simple. But of course, please grant me the opportunity while I am still alive. Riarda spoke so casually, but her words reminded me just how hard it was going to be for us to meet again. Tears started to flow down my cheeks. You mustn't cry, milady. Becoming an ob means being treated as an adult. Showing emotion or weakness will negatively impact your entire duchy. You must get a grip. I cried even harder. I wanted to keep relying on her, but this was the last lecture she would ever give me. Once I was an ob, no one would scold me like she did. Aww. Though I worry about you leaving the nest at such a young age, Riarda continued, you have Lord Ferdinand, Justice, and many others in Alexandria to support you. Not to mention, I much prefer this to the old plan to send you to the sovereignty. Yeah, definitely. I could see the cracks in Riarda's smile. She took a deep breath, trying to keep the tears in her eyes from breaking free, then crossed her arms over her chest and knelt before me. Lady Rosemine, the time has come for you to tread a new path. May I pray for... I'm sorry, I'm going to butcher these freaking names. Jaguris, the goddess of separation, to bless your road ahead in the start of your journey. You may. O Jaguris, the goddess of separation, please protect my lady on her departure. I recognized the prayer as a farewell spoken by retainers when their lord or lady departed the castle. Not even sparing a moment to wipe my eyes, I watched intently as a small red light floated up from Riarda's ring. By the time she stood again, her smile was gone. In a place was a much sterner expression, a silent declaration that I should dry my tears, quash my weakness, and march ahead without so much as turning back. I nodded and wiped my eyes, then took a deep breath and straightened my back. Riarda led me to the door, which Judith and Angelica had opened wide for me. She stopped when she reached it and moved aside, allowing me to pass straight through without even slowing down. Let us go, I said. Together with Audley, Bertilde, Judith, and Angelica, I took my leave. I proceeded down the hallway without looking back, listening to the low creak as Riarda closed the door behind us. Ah, god damn it. I knew this story was gonna freaking get emotional as she got ready to leave. I was really hoping I'd be able to get through it, but, you know. We headed downstairs where Wilfrid, Charlotte, and Melchior were awaiting us with their retainers. I would see the Archducal couple in the dormitory before my inauguration, and the Archduke conference would give me plenty of chances to speak with them, but everyone here was too young to participate. I was glad to see my siblings one more time as we made our way to the teleportation hall. I never thought you would need to leave for the dormitory early, Melchior said. He had taken my hand and very cutely insisted on escorting me. Everyone in the temple will miss you, sister. Can't you stay in Ehrenfest a little while longer? Oh, poor Melchior. He got the least amount of time with her. I smiled and shook my head. This is urgent business that cannot be postponed. But I am nowhere near good enough as the High Bishop. I cannot match your greatness. You don't have to match her greatness, dude! Just do your best and she'll be proud of you. You are working so very hard, Melchior. You need not push yourself any further. I ask only that you cooperate with Feline, Dirk, and Conrad to protect the workshop and orphanage. Sheesh, Rosamund, you're always so easy on him and Charlotte, Wilfrid said. He looked none too pleased about my age bias, but I considered it only natural to worry about Melchior, who must have been going above and beyond to make amends for his mistake during the defense of Ehrenfest. Melchior, it is one thing to take inspiration from Rosamund, but have I not told you to give up on doing things exactly as she did them? Charlotte asked. I do not want you to work so hard that you collapse. Yeah, just do your best. Don't try and match what she did. She gave him a few reassuring pats on the back, then turned to me and said, to put him more at ease, I was hoping the four of us could come together for a tea party when you finished your preparations. How unfortunate that we never had the chance. Indeed, I replied. I regret that I did not get to spend more time with all of you. Are you serious? Wilfrid asked, squinting at us both. Even if you stayed, Rosamund, I doubt your schedules would ever have aligned. You rarely spend time in the castle, and Charlotte's so busy that she can't even make time to have a tea party with me. Besides, it's not like we won't see you at the Royal Academy. True enough. I was hard at work memorizing everything there was to know about Alexandria, and Charlotte was keeping an eye on Ehrenfest, while the adults focused on the Archduke Conference. We could maybe find time to exchange intelligence, but scheduling a tea party simply to chat was out of the question. Still, I didn't see why he felt the need to bring that up and ruin the mood. We were only expressing our regret at being separated. Wilfrid, I said, exchanging a look with Charlotte. Once I move, things will never be the same as they once were. We will not even be able to contact each other by ordinance. How can I not be sad to say goodbye? And even if we do reunite at the Royal Academy, we will not be able to speak leisurely in the dining hall or common room, Charlotte added. I will miss her, and the thought of her leaving makes me uneasy. I wanted Rosamund to stay in Ehrenfest till she came of age, Melchior lamented. Didn't you, brother? Wilfrid faltered under the pressure of our glares and pursed his lips. Sure, but this was decided over a year ago, and socializing with her in a neighboring duchy is going to be much easier than if she'd moved to the sovereignty. True, you guys are right. Duchies are right next to each other. Not to mention, the new arrangement means Uncle has taken her reins. I'm more relieved than sad. This outcome is bound to make speaking to her easier and more peaceful than any other. Again, kind of rude, but he isn't wrong at all. We will be closer than if the king adopted me. I also wouldn't need to worry about Ferdinand being in another duchy, and above all else, Wilfrid continued, Rosamund said our bond would stay strong even if she moved away. That wasn't a lie, was it? No, not at all, I replied. I was so reluctant to cut my ties to Ehrenfest that I even asked to keep Sylvester as my adoptive father. Sylvester had told me I could cancel the adoption. My old Arensbach retainers had supported the idea, asserting that it would make Alexandria less likely to be treated as a vassal state of Ehrenfest. But I promptly refused. Wilfrid, Charlotte, Melchior, I said, even in Alexandria, I will remain your dear sister. Our relationship will not change, not by my hand. See? Wilfrid crowed, puffing at his chest. She said it herself. Her going to another duchy won't change anything, and we have our symbols of siblinghood, don't we? How's that for a pick-me-up? Charlotte and Melchior did seem much happier than before. I could tell they were both pressing their hands against the metal charms marked with the Rosemine Workshop crest that we'd fashioned into bracelets and necklaces. Sister, let us have many tea parties together when we return to the Royal Academy. Lady Letizia will be old enough to attend, will she not? Please introduce us to her. How old is Letizia at this point? She was I think, baptized into the archducal family, so she's at least past 7, but I don't think she's old enough to attend the Royal Academy yet. Of course, Charlotte, I replied with a nod. I wanted Letizia involved in the positive relationship between our 2 duchies. Sister, Melkor said, will you tell me about all about the gods when I start attending the academy? That's still some time away, but yes, I look forward to it. As we laughed together, I suddenly heard a low rumbling noise. Uh-oh. Bonifacius roared, Rosemine! As he charged straight to us. He was told to wait at the teleportation hall, Angelica said, immediately stepping forward with Stenlock at the ready. His impatience must have taken over. Perhaps a bright, lowly-dowdy flash will return him to his senses, Judah cried. Lady Rosemine, get behind the others. Charlotte pulled me behind her, guard knights, just as Judah threw a flash grenade. Angelica lowered her stance like a runner on the starting block and shot forward while the others raised their shields in front of us. Use your shield, Angelica, not your sword, Lamprecht cried, running alongside her. Attacking a member of the archducal family with a mana blade will get you in serious trouble. Despite being Wolfried's guard knight, he was charging ahead with a shield. Grandfather, stop this madness, Lamprecht shouted. Do you intend to crush Rosemine? What madness? And no, of course I don't. Bonifacius slowed his charge, but still slipped past Lamprecht and Angelica with ease. Wow! He then shoved the 2 knights, making up the next line of defense, both Melkor's retainers, against the wall, fanning the flames of Roy that he really was going to crush me. Do not let Master near Lady Rosemine, Angelica called. He is still in a dangerous state. Her concern told me that I really was at risk, but I couldn't suppress a smile. Grandfather, I thank you ever so much for coming to see me off, I said. I came as soon as I received Riarda's ordinance that you were leaving. Bonifacius had a tendency to go on somewhat violent rampages, but there was no mistaking how much he doted on me as his one and only granddaughter. He stood up straight and put a hand on his hip, seemingly intent on escorting me. I thought it was heartwarming, but Melkor furrowed his brow. Lord Bonifacius, I am escorting my sister to the teleportation hall, he said, holding up my hand to prove his point. Bonifacius sharply cocked an eyebrow in response. How about I give my free hand to Grandfather, I asked, hoping to avoid a fight between the former knight commander and a literal child. Yeah, he can escort you on your left or whatever, and he can escort you on your right or whatever. Yeah, you can have both of them. Hello? I placed my left hand on Bonifacius' arm and continued to hold Melkor's hand with my right as we continued toward our destination. Do you really need to leave? Bonifacius asked. Oh my, would you abandon a duchy whose foundation you stole? I'm not that irresponsible, he grunted. Don't make her do it! His face twisted in a grimace. Though he was a loose cannon in so many regards, he was strict about our duties as archducal family members. If I turned around and said I didn't want Alexander Aronsbach's foundation, now that Ferdinand was safe, he would surely be furious and declare that I shouldn't have launched a rescue operation in the first place. I am so grateful to you, Grandfather. You not only trained my guard knights, but also warned me about tarnishing the sanctity of name swearing. Even now, I think about all the fun times we had together during those Archduke conferences. I recounted him praising me when I'd worked with him and our wacky antics while gathering in the noble forest. You know, Rosemine, there was no need for you to shoulder this burden. It isn't easy for a woman to be an ob. Not at all, and you're underage. I recognize the challenge to come, but I will not face it alone. I have Ferdinand and my wonderful retainers to support me. The former had promised to protect the duchy and me with it, while the latter had given me their names and vowed to follow me to the very end. Despite my best efforts to reassure him, Bonifacius grimaced again. That boy infuriates me. Do you really distrust Ferdinand that much, I asked, meeting his unnecessarily extreme reaction with a reproachful glare. Bonifacius balled his hands into fists. It's not about trust. I'm the one who rescued you from Grosson when he poisoned and kidnapped you. Ferdinand swooped in and stole you from me, then blocked me from seeing you for 2 whole years. Why does he get to be the victor? Huh? That's not how I remember it. As I recall, Grandfather was about to swing me into a tree when Ferdinand saved me. Yeah, that is what happened. Fed me an antidote, then kept any nobles from approaching the temple while I recovered. Not to mention, Bonifacius continued, Ferdinand made a great enough blunder to get poisoned and almost die. That was not his blunder. That was Leonzio and them taking advantage of a naive Letizia. He needed you to go rescue him, but now he's cocky enough to treat my adorable granddaughter like his wife and tie her to a tough life as an ob. Like his wife? They're going to be husband and wife, you idiot! Tell me what you see in him. In my eyes, he's rotten to the core. He sounds exactly like an overprotective father, which is strange because Karstedt had welcomed my engagement with open arms. Ferdinand has helped me for as long as I have known him, I said. I can only hope you will one day come to acknowledge him. Bonifacius frowned and said nothing in response, which was better than him saying anything negative, I thought. I didn't expect him to acknowledge Ferdinand so easily and could only giggle at his obstinacy. I shall return to Ehrenfest to fetch Daniel and Feline when Feline comes of age, I said. Until then, I must ask you to take care of my retainers being left behind. That much I can do. Daniel will remain here with me until you're ready for him. Once they confirmed that Bonifacius was calm and I was safe, Bertelli and Judith went ahead of us to inspect the teleportation room. They would teleport last. If you will excuse us, Lady Rosemine, we have reached the end of the road. I turned my attention to the gathered members of Ehrenfest's archducal family. Really? That's the... okay. I was adopted into Ehrenfest's archducal family immediately after my baptism. Malicious rumors spread through other duchies that I was treated worse than my siblings, but that could not have been further from the truth. My adopted parents let me do as I wished, my siblings cherished me as their sister, and my grandfather doted on me as his granddaughter. I am truly blessed to have spent time with you all. Sylvester knew about my background as a commoner, and my relationship with Florencia was as good as could be, especially compared to what Ferdinand had been through with Veronica. I was also fortunate to get along with so well with my brothers and sisters. Detlinde, Letizia, and my retainers' families had taught me that it was rare for siblings who didn't share the same mother to be on good terms. That is why I hope to preserve our relationships even after I leave Ehrenfest. I might be out of Alexandria the next time we meet, but I pray that we can remain as close as ever. As everyone nodded, a knight inside the teleportation hall called out that the circle was ready. Let us go, Lady Rosemine. I entered the hall with Adelaide and Angelica, each step heavier than the last. This was the last time I would ever be in this castle as an Ehrenfest noble. Any future visits I made would be as the Ob of another duchy. I would not even use this teleporter again. Swallowing my apprehension, I moved on to the circle and then smiled at everyone who had come to watch me go. I await the day that Dragana, the goddess of time, weaves our threads together again. I pray that you live well with the divine protection of the gods until then. The facetone within my brooch shone as the magic circle erupted in black and gold light. I watched the world around me distort until the faces of my loved ones faded away completely. Freaking nose is stopped up. Hold on, I think this is, let's see. 1, 2, yep, 3 things left. The morning of the inauguration ceremony. My first course of action at the Ehrenfest dormitory was to circle around and greet the Lyesgangs. Audley had made me a list of the faction's most important nobles and the scholars whom I would do well to get along with. Let us first go to the common room, I said. At this time of year, the common room functioned as a meeting spot where the duchy's nobles could chat about the Archduke Conference. I moved to join them and all eyes fell on me. Some of the people gathered clearly wanted to speak with me, while others were upset just to see my face. The air was sharp and uncomfortable. Before I could go any further, a scholar stepped in front of me. My apologies, Lady Rosemont, but we are using this room to discuss the Archduke Conference. As someone leaving for another duchy, you cannot be allowed to enter. I do not intend to stay, I said. There are some here who are displeased about my new retainers visiting the tea party room, correct? I wish only to apologize to them. The scholar raised a surprised eyebrow at me, then stepped aside. Neither Ferdinand nor I took anyone who participated in the invasion of Ehrenfest into our retinue, I declared. That said, I understand that many of you cannot stand even the sight of a violet cape. Failing to anticipate that was an unfortunate mistake on my part. I have forbidden them from entering Ehrenfest's tea party room, so you will not need to worry about seeing them in this dormitory. Having apologized to the nobles, I explained that we had taken our retainers from among those who had worked with us in Gerlach. Sending them to fight on the front line ran the risk of friendly fire, so they mostly captured foes on the ground and invaded their hidden bases, I said. So secretive was their work that most Ehrenfest nobles never even knew they were there. In this vein, I must ask you to appreciate that not everyone from Old Ahrensbach is your enemy. We cannot judge an entire duchy by the color of their cape, otherwise we might as well say the Lyesgangs and those of the former Veronica faction are all the same. And with that, there was only one more thing for me to address. Brunhilde and Charlotte have informed me of the Lyesgang's assistance during and since the Battle of Ehrenfest. As it stands, I can give them no more than my thanks, but I promise not to leave this debt unpaid. My main priority is reaching the end of this conference without issue. Once it is over, I shall work with Ehrenfest on a more appropriate display of my appreciation. I didn't forget to mention that the Gutenbergs will soon be passing through Lyesgang, and I didn't want any funny business. Well, the atmosphere seems calmer now, at least. I exhaled upon completing my long explanation. No longer were Aaronfest nobles watching me with uptight, blatantly dissatisfied expressions. Some of them were probably still thinking less than positive thoughts, but as Charlotte had advised me, none of them would make their displeasure public if I promised them wealth from Alexandria. Forbidden from entering the common room, I spent most of my time in my chambers, leaving only during meals to greet the nobles in the dining hall. In the privacy of my room, I reviewed the steps of the inauguration ceremony and meticulously memorized everything I needed to know about Alexandria. On the morning of the Archduke Conference, I awoke much earlier than usual. The inauguration ceremony was first on the agenda, with a starbound ceremony due to follow. I was expected to be in the waiting room on the early side, so I rubbed the sleep from my eyes and went to bathe. Bertilde and Ottilie scrubbed me down, then dressed me in my underclothes and sat me in front of a mirror. They had draped a gown over my shoulders to keep me from getting cold. Bertilde got straight to work brushing my hair, a most serious look in her eye. She had said that doing hair was her specialty, and stressed that this was her last opportunity to touch mine. Lady Rosamund, have these while you can. Ottilie soon presented me with fruit juice and a light breakfast. Tea party rooms and waiting rooms were usually supplied with fruit and various bite-sized snacks, so I wouldn't need anything else before lunch. I started eating while taking care not to move my head too much. I shall do your makeup when you are done, Ottilie said. A young lady about to stand in front of such a large crowd should pay extra attention to her appearance. She helped with doing my hair at first, then took away my empty cup and plate and started applying my makeup. Lady Rosamund, we have returned. At second bell, several of my retainers showed up from the Alexandria dormitory. Lenore, Angelica, Lisletta, and Clarissa. Now that they had all moved, there was no longer a place for them in the Ehrenfest dormitory. They had lost access at the same time as my departure. Your male retainers will fetch you from the tea party room when it is time to go, Clarissa informed me. The scholars are spending the time until then in a meeting with Lord Ferdinand, while I am here to burn the sight of your preparations into my mind. I wish you'd gone with them. Everything seemed to get louder and busier the moment Clarissa arrived. I made eye contact with Lenore through the mirror while going over phrases of praise laden with divine allegory. Lorenz, Roderick, and Grisha are staying in the castle because of their age, correct? I asked. How are they? Has the status of the castle changed to any extent? Many of the nobles who had supported Detlinde were there, so I worried about the minors we hadn't been able to bring with us. Grisha is stationed in the dormitory. She cannot be here. We would rather not risk her being seen by nobles of another duchy, but you have so few retainers, and we thought you would feel more at ease with those you know. That much is true. I appreciate your consideration. Does that mean Lorenz and Roderick are the only ones in the castle? Lorenz is a knight, Lenore said with a smile. You need not worry about him. I recognize that look. It means I really shouldn't dig any deeper. Lorenz must have been entrusted with a special duty of some kind. I elected to keep my mouth firmly shut. Do not frown, Lady Rosamund, Ottilie cautioned me. Part your lips a tad. I shall insert your hair ornament, Bertilde added. Together the pair worked to prepare me for the inauguration ceremony. This was their final time serving me, so today, and today alone, my head attendant, Lisletta, had taken a step back. She put away my used cosmetics and nightwear, then brought a box out from the clothing room. Now to dress you, Ottilie said. Put your arms through this, if you will. My attendants reached into the box and took out a long-sleeved skirt, a pannier, and more. They were busy helping me put them on when Lisletta brought out my aqua and navy blue dress. Oh my, Clarissa cooed, her eyes sparkling with interest. The rumors were true. My adoptive mother ordered this dress for me, I said. I saw her clothes on the day I received mine, but I cannot wait to see Brunhilde. The three of us have coordinated our outfits. Clarissa blinked at me a few times and let out a small, huh? It wasn't quite the response I'd expected. Was there something wrong with 3 gals of the Ehrenfest archducal family wearing matching clothes? Clarissa, you mentioned rumors. Have people in Alexandria been discussing my dress? Its lighter hues matches Lord Ferdinand's hair. Wow, it did! Yeah! So many believe you chose to be enveloped in a color reminiscent of your beloved. Oh, boy. Being the focus of the first ever inauguration of an underage ob was bound to be stressful, so people thought I'd swapped out my seasonal color for something that would provide a little more comfort. That's just a coincidence, I cried. It wasn't intentional in the slightest. Still, did you not go out of your way to ask him to wear matching clothes? I am told that his outfit is based on the color of your hair. Among noble women, this is being treated as a stuff of romantic legend. No! No, you started a rumor on that romantic stuff. Oh, no! The same was true of your engagement ceremony. Hold on, I don't know who's spreading these lies, but Alexandria has turned into a real mess in my absence. Did you know about these rumors, Lisletta? I assumed so since she visited Alexandria to prepare my chambers, but she hadn't mentioned them in any of her reports. I did, but I never suspected they were untrue. I was preparing for my move when you made the request, and when the letter arrived, I thought only that your motivation was heartwarming. She had overheard the rumors, but hadn't considered them notable enough to mention. Being split up like this sucks. It is too late to change, and there is nothing wrong with appearing on good terms with Lord Ferdinand, Audley interjected, speaking dryly as she continued to address me. The nobles of other duchies will not know about Alexandria's rumors, so try to emphasize your closeness with Ehrenfest. Do that, and there should not be any issues. That much was true. There wouldn't be any issues, except my overwhelming embarrassment! And that's the worst one! I suspect this is all part of a plot, Audley remarked. It feels very much like something that Hartman or Lord Ferdinand would devise. Did Hartman spread the rumors? He would do something like that. I highly doubt it was Ferdinand. He doesn't seem the type to spread those kinds of rumors. Not when it comes to romance. Any other kind of rumors, he probably would. But I don't think he would do romance. Would he? Am I wrong here? Please let me know. My head started to cool. Now that she mentioned it, this was clearly a scheme of some kind. I didn't have time to waste being embarrassed. If we didn't prepare ourselves, I would get wrapped up in something beyond my understanding. By the time we were ready to go, I was completely calm. Feline, Clarissa, informed the others that Lady Rosamund is ready. In response to Audley's instruction, Feline and Clarissa sent ordinances to the Ehrenfest Archducal family and to Ferdinand's group in the Alexandria dormitory. I spoke to my remaining Ehrenfest retainers in the meantime. Audley, you became my attendant at my mother's request, did you not? Your burden must have grown immensely when Riarda left. I thank you for your service throughout so many trials and tribulations. You have my heartfelt gratitude. It was an honor, she replied. I am less melancholic about our parting and more worried about your future. Please chastise Hartman if ever his behavior becomes too much. It is precisely because he was so prodigious that we must not allow him to get carried away. Seeing the serious motherly look in Audley's eyes made me worry as well. She had always kept Hartman under some degree of control. How was I supposed to manage without her? I guess I need to try. Though I'd rather not know what he's been up to in my absence. I imagine he's been up to a lot. Hartman aside, what are your plans for the future, I asked. I expect to join Lady Brunhilde's service, she replied, shooting a wry smile at Bertilde, who was grinning from ear to ear. I secured Judith and Audley, Bertilde rejoiced. In the words of my elder sister, together we shall preserve Lady Rosamund's accomplishments long into the future. She improved our fair duchy with aplomb, and many of her changes have yet to take root. It is best for those of us who served under her to unite and ensure their preservation. She attempted to do an impression of Brunhilde, and managed it quite well, honestly. I have spent the least amount of time in your service, Lady Rosamund, but I will do my best alongside my sister and the rest of your retainers who are staying behind, Bertilde declared, her amber eyes sparkling brightly. She was so cute that I reached out to stroke her rose-pink hair. I expect great things from you and your sister. Do tell me about Ehrenfest when we next meet at the academy. However, be careful not to let your emotions control you or force those beneath you to act against their wishes. I turned my attention to my next retainer. Judith, what do you wish to do? I was pretty sure she had mentioned wanting to move to Alexandria after coming of age. Serving as Brunhilde's retainer would thwart those plans, which made me suspect that Bertilde, an archnoble, had been a little too pushy for a men-noble to refuse. Judith squeezed the face stone emblazoned with the Rosemine workshop crest. I want to reunite with you when I come of age. I really do. But I think I might just be getting emotional. I've been worried ever since Audley told me to think carefully about my future, and now I just don't know anymore. She could imagine a future in Kernberger or the city of Ehrenfest, but not getting married and raising children in Alexandria. I understand your concern. Though I will try my best to protect my retainers, I can only do so much. If you gather more intelligence and think things over, I am sure you will come to a reasonable conclusion. Right. Judith frowned with unease, maybe feeling that I was pushing her away. Feline averted her eyes and said we must not demand too much from Lady Rosamund, most likely remembering the discussion with Conrad. Looking after someone means overseeing their life to an extent. How would you feel about leaving work to get married and start a family, only for me and the other retainers to bombard you with ordinances requesting updates and weighing in with our thoughts? Take a moment to imagine that. Judith paused and a smile appeared on her face. I would find that kind of treatment annoying, even from my own parents. It didn't matter if the ordinances were being sent out of concern and consideration. Too much contact would seem both frustrating and overbearing. In my honest opinion, I said, being able to depend on one's family when getting married and raising children is a great privilege. It will cease to be an option for those who come with me to Alexandria, and is already out of the question for anyone who lost their family to execution or had to flee from their abuse. Not everyone was on enough terms with their parents and extended family to count on their support. Judith let out a small exclamation of surprise when she realized that. There's no need to rush this decision, I said. You will always be known as one of my retainers, whether you come with me or not. Think carefully and make whatever choice you are least likely to regret. Right, Judith replied, now brimming with her usual enthusiasm. I nodded to her, then indicated that we should depart for the tea party room. I gave my room one last look before taking my leave. Feline, I said as we headed down the corridor, I shall entrust the temple's orphanage to you. I suspect that losing both Fran and Zom will severely impact the temple. It will, she replied. The handover was performed under the assumption that they will remain in Ehrenfest for quite a while longer. As I speak, they're doing their best to give Monica and Nicola the education they need to take over. Together with Ferdinand, Hartman had moved to poach Fran and Zom immediately after the defense of Ehrenfest. Everyone in the temple must be panicked when they heard the news. I was truly sorry about that, but Fran and Zom would play essential roles in revolutionizing Alexandria's temple. Ferdinand and I need grey priests who understand what Hartman wishes to accomplish, I explained. I apologize, but please do your best with the remaining attendants. I shall. It was then that we reached the staircase. I gazed down and met eyes with Daniel, who was waiting at the bottom. Oh, and if you encounter anything that you don't understand, rely on Daniel as much as you need to. Lady Rosemine, please stop! Feline exclaimed, her cheeks turning crimson. What the fuck happened? I want to know! Come on! She glanced sheepishly between Daniel and me. I must ask you not to tease her too much, Daniel said. Even from a distance, he had gathered what I was up to. The others have done it so regularly that she is especially sensitive right now. As far as I was concerned, we were having a normal conversation, I replied. Daniel eyed me critically and asked, about what? About the hold that will remain when Fran and Zom take their leave. I told Feline she can depend on you as much as she needs to. You have spent more time working in the temple than any of my other retainers, which makes you something of an expert when it comes to its business. A less observant eye might assume that he simply helped with basic math in the High Priest's chambers, but he had watched me work while serving as a guard and assisted with making everything run smoothly. I returned my attention to Feline. Daniel seldom has need to mention it, but he has a baseline understanding of everything there is to know about the temple. He should prove crucial to you all once Fran and Zom are gone. Nicola cares far more about cooking and does not have much of an affinity for paperwork, so I doubt she is anywhere near as informed. I might be better than her in some regards, but I still pale in comparison to Monica, Daniel noted. At the very least, I know where documents are stored and what purposes they would serve, so I can assist with looking up whatever one needs to know. It was a matter of course for us, but a normal guard knight wouldn't be that familiar with paperwork. Feline looked surprised as well. Not to mention, he has a history of standing his ground. Whenever Hartman tried to develop the temple from an ill-suited noble perspective, Melkor and Casimir are bound to make the same mistakes, and in those cases, Daniel should provide more than adequate pushback. No matter how good their intentions might be, Ehrenfest's new high priest and high bishop would cause all sorts of problems if they attempted to run the temple in a way that only made sense to nobles. I needed a stopper of sorts to prevent that from happening. Daniel couldn't believe what he was hearing. Lady Rosemine, isn't it a bit much to ask me to speak out against the archducal family and their retainers? Not at all. You will remain an archducal retainer for as long as you work under my grandfather. I trust that you will use your status to protect what is precious to me. As you wish, he eventually conceded, looking troubled nonetheless. That includes you, Feline. Lady Rosemine, they both cried in unison, so you were teasing us! Oh, they need the teasing. They need the teasing. I was still chuckling by the time we reached the tea party room. Now we just needed to wait for Ferdinand to arrive from the Alexandria dormitory. Norbert, who was stationed in the room, handed me some tea and sweets. Lady Rosemine, might I assume you had only a light breakfast? Partake in these if you so wish. Just take care not to smudge your lipstick. I consumed a few bite-sized snacks, eating only as much as would stop my stomach from groaning during the ceremony. It was around then that Brunhilde, the archducal couple, and their retainers entered. We came to see you off, Sylvester explained. Florencia lined up next to him, while Brunhilde stood next to her, indicating that she was less Sylvester's fiancée and more an aide to his first wife. Her clothes were also dark green and seemed to match what Florencia was wearing. Brunhilde, you wanted to speak of Rosemine, right? Sylvester asked. She took a step forward at his prompting and said, Lady Rosemine, I am ever so grateful that you spoke to the Lysgang nobles. Her demeanor had changed completely from when she was my attendant. Now she acted more like an archducal family member more than an archnoble. I was glad to see the fruits of her labor. Do you regret entering the archducal family, I asked. She had told me she would marry Sylvester to compensate for my lack of social skills. I worried that she wished she hadn't now that I was moving to another duchy. Brunhilde looked me in the eye, and true to her nature shot me a victorious smile. Fear not, I am proud to be here as I am now. Seeing my ex-attendant, I couldn't help but notice how much she had grown from the days when Groschel neglected to communicate with its commoners and almost allowed its printing industry to collapse. She had displayed excellent skills in acquiring food from Lia's gang during the defense of Ehrenfest and working with Charlotte to keep its nobles under control. I could trust her with meeting merchants in the temple and expected her to be considerate of my retainers. I can leave Ehrenfest with the comfort of knowing that everyone is in safe hands, I said. I trust you to work well with Charlotte, my adoptive mother, and everyone else to meet with the duchy's merchants, and to look out for my retainers who are staying behind. Your trust is well placed. Henceforth, I shall attend the Archduke Conference as Lady Florencia's assistant. We can expect to have many more chances to see each other, so this need not be farewell. It would not suit us. Instead, I shall say this. Live prosperously. Our eyes met and we both smiled. I am glad this wasn't our final meeting and that we were still close enough to look forward to reuniting. Indeed, I said, let us meet again. Brunhilde returned to Florencia's side. Sylvester asked my adoptive mother if she wanted to exchange a few words with me too, but she shook her head. We have no need for a dramatic farewell. I spoke to Rosamund just the other day, and we are sure to meet throughout the conference. She pinched up her skirt to reveal a cloth of a pattern identical to my own, though it wasn't the same color. I copied the gesture in response. So what do you think, oh adoptive father of mine? I slotted myself right between Brunhilde and Florencia. Our clothes and sashes are patterned the same. Do we match when lined up? He grinned and clapped his hands together. Yep, looks good to me. Yeah, just smile and agree. Then it comes to a lady's clothes. We continued to chat among ourselves until at last Ferdinand arrived with his retinue. My male retainers were with them. It is rather busy in here, Ferdinand remarked. Behold, I said to him, taking a step forward and twirling in place. Notice something about Brunhilde, my adoptive mother, and me? Florencia watched with a smile, then moved to stand beside me. Rosamund proposed that we all wear matching outfits. Her intention to demonstrate her continued closeness with Ehrenfest warmed my heart. I am certain that even as an ob, she will manage to take the path in life she desires. You have been doing these things for years, Lord Ferdinand, but I will say this nonetheless. Support, discipline, and guide Rosamund when you can. I shall, Ferdinand replied with a nod, his expression softening. Wow! That's surprising. Sylvester approached us as well. To be honest, Rosamund, I couldn't be more relieved that you took over Arensbach. You removed a major threat from our border, and your new duchy is guaranteed to be better than what came before it. Yeah, considering how bad it was before. Let's be good to each other, and on that note, make sure to go easy on us during this conference. You will need to ask Ferdinand first, I said. He might scold me for showing favoritism. Of course he would. That's why I want you to sneak in a sweet deal or two while he's look. He's saying, Sylvester was saying all this plainly with an earshot of the man he was telling me to defy. It's so funny. Sylvester was saying all this blatantly within earshot of the man he was telling me to defy. Though I suppose that was the surprise. Ferdinand shot him a glare but changed the subject without saying whether he would allow favoritism. Have you finished all of your preparations, he asked, meaningfully. Not quite yet, Sylvester replied at length. He waved a hand and a scholar brought over a small box. I'll give you the medals, so hand me back the registration brooches. You needed them to deal with that Longinov business while Rosamund wasn't an ob, but they won't be necessary once you're all proper Alexandrians. We accepted the medals of all those coming with us. Lost found Matthias, Lasletta, Angelica, Hartman, Lenore, and Cornelius before returning our registration brooches. No longer could we enter the Ehrenfest dormitory. Rosamund, what will you do with the medals of the miners in the castle? Sylvester asked. I took their registration brooches ahead of time, Ferdinand answered in my stead. As for their medals, Rosamund will keep them as their lady. On Kio, I took Lorenz's, Grecia's, and Roderick's medals and put them with my own. Eckert, just as Ferdinand called. They stood on either side of him, and the three of them held up their borrowed registration brooches. Ob Ehrenfest, I express my sincerest gratitude for your aid. A scholar held out a box which Sylvester lazily dropped the brooches into. There was a light clatter as they struck the bottom. That concluded our business with Ehrenfest, so the conversation quickly died out. We spent several seconds just exchanging silent glances. Sylvester gave his shoulders a small shrug. It must have brought the rest of us back to our senses, because we all moved on as if on cue. Ehrenfest's group approached the door to the dormitory before turning back to Ferdinand and me. We stood with our backs to the room's other exit while our retainers waited in formation behind us. I await the day that Dragana, the goddess of time, weaves our threads together again. I pray that you live well with the divine protection of the gods until then. Sylvester and I exchanged farewells as the representatives of our groups. Ferdinand then gave me his hand, and together we walked past my retainers staying in Ehrenfest. Only then, when we reached the wide open door, did we stop and turn around. I gazed upon Audley, Bertilde, Feline, Judith, and Daniel. They all wore the same somber expression as Riardo when we exchanged our farewells in the castle. Ah. I needed to march forward, no matter how much it hurt. My retainers knelt as one. Lady Rosamond, the time has come for you to tread a new path. May we pray for Jaguris, the goddess of separation, to bless your road ahead at the start of your journey. You may. O Jaguris, the goddess of separation, please protect Our Lady on her departure. Blessings rose from each of their rings. Ferdinand and I passed through the doorway as the light rained down upon me. The inauguration ceremony! We are almost here, everybody! Lady Rosamond, come with me if you would. I was sitting in the waiting room when the Sovereign Scholar serving as our guide called out. Ferdinand escorted me over to him. There was a limit to how many retainers could accompany us during the inauguration ceremony. 4 guard knights, 1 scholar, and 1 attendant per duchy. So we'd chosen Eckert, Cornelius, Lenore, and Angelica as my knights, Hartman as my scholar, and Lesletta as my attendant. Please wait here, the guide said. We stopped and saw figures lined up in front of the wide-open doors to the auditorium. I recognized them as Trarqual and Magdalena with their retainers. Enter those of the newly established Duchy of Blumenfield. Okay, that's what the name is. Eglantine called. The 2 ex-royals entered the auditorium to the cheers of the gathered nobles. I was relieved to know that Trarqual was being welcomed as an Ob despite giving up the throne. The door was shut behind them. That was Lady Magdalena with Lord Trarqual, wasn't it? Magdalena was his 3rd wife. It was unthinkable for her to be with him in a public setting like the Archduke Conference. Even if the first wife was stricken with illness, a second wife would take her place. Ferdinand, what happened to Lady Ralfrida? I asked. Who can say? Perhaps she was held accountable for putting Roblet forward to become the Knight Commander in the first place, then sent back to Glissenmeyer after their divorce. Rarely are these matters made public. If you are speaking about Mother, then yes, she was held accountable and reduced to the status of a 3rd wife, said a voice behind us. Lady Magdalena took her place. It would seem Father prioritized his public image over the woman who spent years and years supporting him. We turned around and saw Sitchwald with his wife, Nahalach. He was clearly displeased about his mother's reduction in status, but Ferdinand did not agree. That was a natural decision for a leader to make. The complexity of ruling a new duchy depends greatly on his first wife. The duchy Trarqual was going to rule included half of old Workstock. Its land was all but devoid of mana, and the nobles there despised the royal family for treating them with disdain after the Civil War. Magdalena, who had taken part in capturing Roblet, would surely have a much easier time gaining the duchy's support and sympathy than Ralfrida, who had put him forward to become the Knight Commander, and she was from Dunkelfelger. I'm just going to pretend I didn't hear Ferdinand mutter, it seems Lord Trarqual can make wise decisions when he needs to. Dude, considering what has happened lately, yeah. Furthermore, Ferdinand continued, this arrangement is for Lady Ralfrida's benefit. As a first wife, she would have faced a storm of criticisms, but as a 3rd wife, she could comfortably support Lord Trarqual from the shadows. Trarqual could easily have divorced her and sent her back home. Instead, he had given her the means to live in peace and with the permission of his other wives. One could say Ralfrida was being treated exceptionally well. You need not worry about your mother, Ferdinand concluded. I noted in my agreement. If you would excuse us, Lady Rose, my Lord Sitchwald must enter the auditorium ahead of you, said the Sovereign Scholar guiding him and Nahalach, his tone sincerely apologetic. May we pass? As it stood, Sitchwald and Nahalach were still technically members of the royal family. Their status wouldn't change until their inauguration. They must have come from the waiting room for royals, not archducal couples, which was further away, and explained why we had arrived outside the auditorium before them. Of course, I replied, making way for them. Lord Trarqual went in before you arrived. You must be in quite a rush. The scholar urged Sitchwald and Nahalach to hurry themselves, but it was no use. They moved slowly and elegantly, despite the risk they might not be ready in time. You really should move faster, I said. We did not get here early. The 2 of you arrived late. Does it matter? Sitchwald replied. No matter how long we take, the ceremony cannot proceed without me. For some strange reason, he still genuinely believed that the world should revolve around him. That might have been appropriate behavior for a royal, but times were changing. He wasn't even wearing a black cape anymore, since he was about to receive a cape of his duchy's color. Zent Eglantine decides the pace of today's inauguration, not you. The doors will open whether you are ready or not, and you will expose yourself to the entire country as someone too foolish to even line up properly. Sitchwald met my warning with a look of surprise. Had no one else been in a position to give frank advice to a semi-royal, or had they simply not expected a man of his status to be completely blind to something so obvious? Quickly now, the guide said, the door is about to open. Sitchwald, Nahalach, and their retainers rushed to stand in front of the doors. Their placement wasn't perfect, but it was good enough that the nobles in the auditorium probably wouldn't realize they had only barely made it in time. Enter those of the newly established Duchy of Karinstam, whatever. Sitchwald and Nahalach advanced upon hearing Eglantine's call, their retainers in formation around them. Nobles cheered as they made their entrance. The doors soon closed behind them, and their guide thanked me for my assistance before leaving. His arrogance will cause him great trouble as an Ob, Ferdinand remarked, a little taken aback. Ob Drawankel should praise Lady Adolphine's sagacity in securing a speedy divorce. Yeah. Indeed, it would be problematic if Siggiswald continued to act like a royal after becoming an archduke, and educating him would probably prove quite the task. It surprised me how firmly Adolphine pushed for a divorce, but now I couldn't blame her in the least. I agree. It took seeing Lord Siggiswald with Lady Nahalash for me to realize just how cold and distant he was with Lady Adolphine, I said. An astute observer can gauge the strength of a couple's relationship purely by how close they stand to each other. I wouldn't have described it as obvious, but they were unconsciously letting their feelings show. Oh, Ferdinand murmured, looks like he's plotting something. I read his expression and immediately tensed up. Tell me then, how close would you expect a couple on good terms to stand? Ferdinand asked with an inscrutable look on his face. If we use Sylvester and Florencia or Lord Anastasius and St. Eglantine as a reference, maybe about this close? Oh no, he's gonna do it. Oh my god, you're gonna make her embarrassed! Dude, why did you say that? Why did you say that, Rosemont? You would think that he would take that into consideration. Oh my god. I took a small step closer to him while trying to envision the couples we knew. I see. In that case, stay this distance from me until the Archduke conference is over. I recognize that look on your face, Ferdinand. It's the look of a man plotting something. I thrust a finger at him. I can see right through you, and your foul schemes will amount to nothing. Yeah, right. Ferdinand put on a radiant smile, completing his transformation into the undefeatable Lord of Evil, and grabbed me by the shoulders. I think we should remain this close for the duration of the Archduke conference at least. Your response? By refusing to comply will only cause you trouble. That's what he's going to tell me, isn't it? I can already hear him tearing me a shreds. To begin with, this conference couldn't even start without Ferdinand. My only choice was to play into his evil, evil hands. Lord Ferdinand, Lady Rosamond, please line up in front of the doors, our guide said. 2 of your knights should stand at the front, then yourselves and your other guard knights. Your scholar and attendant should stand at the back. How did this guy not pay any attention to what was just being said between them? I'm surprised he wasn't standing there looking at them in shock. Upon confirming that we had all taken our places in a far more organized manner than Siggiswald, Nahalash, and their imitators, our guide briskly took his leave. He probably needed to prepare for the upcoming Starbind ceremony. I was wondering how tough it must be to arrange everything in the background when the 2 brothers in our group started fighting. Cornelius, shouldn't you and Lenore take the front? Eckert asked. Given our age and status, the honor should go to you and Angelica. This isn't about status. If we take the lead, Rosamund won't be able to keep up with us, and our formation will come apart midway through the auditorium. Huh? Why is everyone agreeing with him? I've grown! My legs are longer now! Huh. In the end, Lenore and Cornelius stood at the front, followed by Ferdinand and me, Eckert and Angelica, then Hartman and Laisletta. Hartman groaned that he would have taken the lead if the attendant and scholar weren't required to stand at the rear. He and Laisletta were carrying boxes, a very important duty of theirs. The doors were about to open, Eckert said, having been watching the knights. We all faced forward and straightened our backs as the doors opened, allowing us to see inside the auditorium. A long carpet served as our guide, stretching from the door to the stage where Eglantine was waiting in high bishop robes. She must have chosen to wear them for the upcoming Starbind ceremony. She sure is working hard. Back when I first joined the temple, I'd studied relentlessly to memorize prayers, ceremonial procedures, and the relevant participants. I'd done the same again when I took over as Ehrenfest's High Bishop. I can only imagine how much more intense it must have been for Eglantine, who was tasked with performing these ceremonies as the Zent and the Sovereign High Bishop simultaneously. The thought alone sent a shiver down my spine. Rosamund, where is your mind wandering? Ferdinand warned in a quiet voice. Focus! Eglantine's voice reverberated through the auditorium with the aid of a sound-amplifying magic tool. Enter those of the newly established Duchy of Alexandria. Let's go, I said, just loud enough for Lenore and Cornelius to hear me. A student ocean of eyes fell on us that moment we entered the auditorium, so scathing that I could almost feel them piercing through me. Everyone had cheered for Trollcall and Siggiswald, but my arrival was met with hushed whispers and trepidatious remarks. I could feel it in my bones that I wasn't welcome as an Ob. This is nothing like the transference ceremony. Well, I mean, you're not seen as a divine avatar ambassador anymore. Or rather, you don't have the divine mana anymore. I was still facing forward when the door shut behind us. Hartman and Laisletta, the reader of our formation, must have made it into the auditorium. It felt like there was no going back, like there was no longer a way for me to escape. Well, I already knew how harshly other nobles would view an underage ob. Even then, the sense of rejection was far more intense than I'd expected. There were so many critical eyes on me, and the thought of having to endure them for the entire Archduke Conference made me more and more anxious. Ferdinand must have noticed, or maybe he just felt me slow down because he nudged me ever so slightly. "Alexandria is your dream, is it not?" he whispered quietly enough that only I could hear him. Would you have it taken by another? I couldn't understand him at first. My brain was too full of stressed and anxious thoughts. Only when I took a moment to repeat his words in my mind did everything fall into place. Oh, right. It's my dream to have a library city. I remember the newly constructed city of Alexandria, the library that had yet to open, the boxes waiting to be emptied, the hidden room in my library chambers, and the teleportation circle within it. They were all things I desired and could only have as the Ob. No matter what anyone said, I refused to let them go. I took the foundation, and that makes me the Ob. Nothing will change that. As my mind swelled with thoughts of everything that mattered to me, I ceased caring about the nobles watching me. Once this dumb inauguration ceremony was behind me, I would return to my library and get to work. I wanted to teach the scholars my Rosemine decimal system and stack the shelves with books. Those I'd taken from Aaronfest and those we'd found in Aaron's Box Castle. I also had plans in place to receive copies of every book printed in the future. At long last, I get to read as much as I want. I remember the days when I couldn't even find texts, much less books. Looking back, I really had come a long way. I'd spent so much of my time in the lower city having to survive without books or anything else to read, so my first stone slate from Otto had been life-changing. I couldn't forget the excitement of writing in Japanese, and learning Jurgen Smith's alphabet had proven tremendously useful. A single philosophy kept me going: if there aren't any books, then I'll just have to make some. Of course, that was easier said than done. I'd started out with no paper, no ink, and none of the money or resources necessary to make my own. I was too young, too weak, and too sickly with almost nothing to my name. Les and I had tried making various replacements for books, but our attempts had continuously ended in failure. Only when we met Benno did we really start progressing. Adults with economic power sure are something else. Papermaking had progressed smoothly with the Gilberta Company's support, but the devouring heat had almost killed me. I really had thought I might die before completing my first book. If not for Frida's help, I probably wouldn't have even made it to my baptism ceremony. Learning how to survive with the devouring was huge. On the topic of my baptism, that was when I chanced upon the temple's bookroom, the first one I'd ever seen in this world. I met with the previous High Bishop in an attempt to access it, and while the events that followed caused me so much anguish, I didn't regret becoming an apprentice Blue Shrine Maiden. My choice had allowed me not only to enter the temple's bookroom, but also to survive my mana capacity without being some noble slave. It's a shame I never got to spend as much time there as I wanted to. I imagine all this that we're reading right now is going to be like in the recap of the final episode of the show. And I'm going to be sad when it happens. More things had gotten in the way than I expected, such as repairing my relationship with my temple attendants and revolutionizing the orphanage. Despite that, we'd still managed to make an orphanage branch of the Mind Workshop and complete our first proper book, kickstarting the printing industry. It was very satisfying. For the record, I still think Ferdinand was cruel for not letting me read those books about magic. My mana capacity alone had convinced the previous High Bishop to let me become an apprentice Blue Shrine Maiden, so he'd made me take part in all sorts of religious ceremonies. For all the headache they had caused me, I still considered the prayers and chants I'd memorized to be a crucial part of everything that followed. Another huge event I remembered was Ferdinand going through my memories of my Irano days. The experience had done plenty to help me understand my strange behavior and provided various other benefits in the process. But it also sealed my fate of becoming a noble and resulted in my separation from my lower city family. As a result of the previous High Bishop attacking me, that enormous change in my life had come about sooner than anticipated. Sylvester had arrived just in time to save my family from execution, and even now I was grateful to him for agreeing to spare Dirk and Delia. From there, Bezenwans and Varaga had been deposed, which earned me a warm welcome from Elvira and the rest of her family. My adoption had given me greater access to books, a nice development to be sure, but being taken from my loved ones prematurely had caused me so much heartache in the past and present. And now, once I was a noble, wow, things did things get hectic. I performed my duties as the High Bishop and the orphanage director and spread printing and papermaking throughout the duchy as the Archduke's adopted daughter, all while clinging to what little remained of my connection to my lower city family. I also gathered Jareve ingredients from the provinces on the side of performing religious ceremonies. In the meantime, Ferdinand returned to noble society, Daniel fell in love, Wilfred made a lot of stupid decisions, and I ended up with a cute little sister. Though I never thought trying to rescue Charlotte would end with me in a 2-year coma. I was thrown into the Royal Academy almost immediately after waking up. Even now, I regretted troubling Solange with my quest to find my very own library committee, though I still maintained that getting all the first years to pass every one of their lessons on the first day wasn't going way too far, or traumatizing a generation. In hindsight, it felt like most of my Royal Academy memories involved being summoned by the royal family or playing dinner with Dunkelfelger. I suspected that really was the case. Personally, I would have much rather spent my time with Hersher making magic tools to benefit my library. How did it all go wrong? My other key memories included seeing Ferdinand depart for Arensbach by royal decree, and translating ancient documents at the royal family's command, and obtaining the Book of Messinora. Circling the Academy shrines and then doing all that. A lot of the royals' demands had irritated me to no end, but they had given me everything I needed to save Ferdinand, foil Georgine's plot, and stop Lansdorff from conquering Jürgenschmidt. Hopefully I could fill in the holes in my book soon. Ferdinand told me to wait until I came of age, but I wanted to complete my Book of Messinora as quickly as I could. Okay, finally, we're not doing the recap anymore. Good lord. Lady Rosemine, Eglantine said, indicating where I should stand. Her voice pulled me from my thoughts just in time for me to realize we'd reached the bottom of the stage. We climbed the stairs to join her. A short distance away from the Zend hung tapestries bearing the crests of all the new duchies. Charcoal and Stitchwell stood in front of theirs with their respective wives and retainers. The archducal couples alone now wore capes of their new duchy's colors. I see Blumenfield chose ash gray, while Corinthian went with brownish red. Ferdinand and I were engaged, not married, which meant only I would receive a new cape for the inauguration. I moved away from him and knelt before Eglantine. I, St. Eglantine, acknowledge you as Ob Alexandria. That cannot be, came a shout from the audience. How can a minor be inaugurated as an Ob? There's no precedent for this. So? It doesn't mean it can't happen, it's just something new. The floodgates opened and more dissatisfied cries rang out. Eglantine wore a troubled expression while the sovereign knights and scholars around her all grimaced. I am the precedent, I called. Please continue, St. Eglantine. No matter their complaints, my duchy's foundation belongs to me. I am Ob Alexandria. Indeed, it was the people's decision to let minors obtain staffs that enabled you to achieve so much in the first place, Eglantine replied with a graceful chuckle. She retrieved a navy blue cape from a box one of the scholars was carrying and spread it out for all to see. Then she draped it over my shoulders and said, Behold, Alexandria's color. I put one hand on the cape to keep it in place and stood. Lysander quickly approached, took my registration brooch and some decorative cord from her box, and got to work securing the cape around my neck. Behold, Alexandria's crest, Eglantine called, debuting it while I waited for Lysander to finish. Sovereign scholars held up the crested tapestry while Hartman explained the logic behind its design. To encapsulate the library city, Lady Rosemine hopes to create. The crest relies heavily on books and library magic tools. Because the duchy's country gate is associated with darkness, the crest also includes the god of darkness's cape, and his words invited further complaints. She might have achieved a lot as the avatar of a goddess, but is that really enough to make her an Ob? No longer is she an avatar or anything of note. I sense none of that divine power she exuded during the transference ceremony. I see no reason to believe that someone who has yet to even graduate from the Royal Academy will make a good Ob. Once my cape was secure, I glanced at the nobles in an uproar, then extended a hand to Ferdinand. He took it with a dark smile. Ooh, is he plotting? And escorted me to the tapestry. More nobles are displeased with your ascension than I expected, but I am pleased to see how little it disturbs you, he said. If anything, I pity them for wandering straight into your trap. I suspect you hid the news of my inauguration, so that any outraged duchies would make their complaints known, outing themselves as opponents for you to deal with later. Believe it or not, I see right through you. I noticed barely any complaints from Ehrenfest, Dunkelfelger, and the greater duchies, all of which had connections to the royal family, and understood the circumstances behind my inauguration. Those kicking up a fuss were exclusively for middle and bottom-ranking duchies. Do you have a means of silencing them? Ferdinand asked. Of course, I need only show them the truth. Hartmut, the sound-amplifying magic tool, if you would. I took a few steps forward, separating from Ferdinand. Hartmut eagerly borrowed the tool that I wanted from a sovereign scholar and positioned it near my mouth so I wouldn't need to hold it. Eglantine looked concerned. I smiled reassuringly at her, then turned to the audience and took a deep breath. My inauguration as Ob Alexandria has nothing to do with my returning the Gruterscheid to Jürgenschmidt as the avatar of a goddess. I invaded Arensbach and stole its foundational magic. That makes me its archduchess. Any decent noble should understand that much, correct? Our audience must not have believed that I had already stolen the duchy's foundation through my own power. Now that I've cleared up their confusion, the number of upset voices more or less halved. Furthermore, I said, looking around with the same fake smile that Ferdinand always wore, though some of you seem concerned about a mere student caring about the duties of an Ob, I shall put your minds at ease. I waited until all eyes were on me, then slowly raised my hand. Grujashite. Upon seeing the Muka Messinora in my hands, even more nobles, oblivious to the circumstances, let out cries of surprise. My divine power might have faded, but I still possess a Grujashite, I said. As I understand it, I know more about Jurgenschmidt than any other Ob. The complaining nobles fell silent. Contented, I instructed Hartmann to go back to his post. I no longer needed a sound-amplifying magic tool. I returned to Ferdinand and stuck out my chest with pride. See? Silencing them was trivial. Indeed, very good, Ferdinand replied, awarding me the highest praise he could bestow. I'm surprised he didn't get pissed that you even showed that off. But then again, she showed it off during the battle with the Royal Academy, so, I mean, yeah. Eglantine retrieved the sound amplifying tool from Hartmann and addressed the gathered nobles. During a recent trip to Alexandria, I confirmed that Lady Rosemine can perform all the magic an Ob must know, from casting Entwicon to destroying metals. For matters that demand more experience, she can depend on Lord Ferdinand, whom she will marry in accordance with the old royal decree. As you all know, he excelled at supporting his previous fiancée in Old Arensbach. Having made it clear that my rule would pose no problems, she raised a hand and said, May Jurgenschmidt's first underage Ob be blessed. The nobles in the auditorium raised their staffs, the tips of which started to glow. Ferdinand smirked as he watched the lights move around in celebration of the country's first underage Ob. You are now an archduchess, he said. Never again will anything precious be taken from you. It was strange to think I'd once been the daughter of a soldier with nothing to my name. Now I was an Ob with my own Book of Messinora and a complete authority over the Zent. I would concentrate everything and everyone I cared about in Alexandria, where I wielded the power to stop anyone who wished to steal from me. The ring on my left hand started to shine as joy and at last freedom welled up from within me. I shall bless you all in turn, I cried. I thrust my left hand up into the air while clutching my Book of Messinora with my right. The delight felt by Jurgenschmidt's first commoner-born underage Ob became a blue light that spread throughout the auditorium. Epilogue! Summer in Alexandria was much, much hotter than Lutz was used to. The season was almost over, according to the calendar at least, but he'd yet to see even the first signs of autumn. As far as he and the others from Ehrenfest were concerned, the intense heat was here to stay. It was the last fire day of summer. The commoner's coming-of-age ceremonies took place in the temple at the end of each season, and it was finally Lutz's turn to attend. His boss, Benno, and fiancée Tuli had seen him off in place of his family. Master Benno told me I could delay my move and come of age at Ehrenfest, but, well... At the end of spring, when the Gutenbergs were all moving, Benno had pulled Lutz aside and said, Lady Rosemine's shown you some consideration. How would you feel about staying at Ehrenfest to celebrate your coming of age with your family? You could join us in Alexandria when you're done. Her concern made sense. Her family meant so much to her, but Lutz had turned the proposal down in an instant. A new store's first days in a new duchy were too crucial to miss. Lutz's mother had sighed in disappointment when she heard the news. I'm not worried since you're gonna have Tuli and Gunter with you, but still, I wanted to be there for your wedding. He's a man now, his father had declared, clapping his son on the back. He's not going to run from his duties. God, this temple's too big. Couldn't even see inside with all these people everywhere. Lutz, how was it? No sooner had Lutz come out of the temple than Gunter grabbed him by the shoulders and started shaking him. An observer might assume he was there to celebrate, but he actually wanted to see Rosemine, who had overseen the ceremony as the duchy's high bishop. Lutz had understood that from the start, of course. He was just as exasperated as the rest of Gunter's family. Come on, Dad, Tuli exclaimed. This is Lutz's coming-of-age ceremony. At least congratulate him a little. She's right, Effa concurred. Didn't we promise to celebrate for Deed and Carla? Lutz, congratulations on coming of age. Lutz couldn't help but sigh as Gunter, ever the devoted father, received yet another tongue lashing. He patted the man on the head and said, the blessing was just as astounding as all the rumors claimed. I'm not sure how she did it, but blue light spread around through the entire temple. She must have wanted to make your ceremony extra special, Tuli noted with a giggle. She moved to stand with her fiancé and wrapped her arm around his. Let's go home. Camille, dressed in the clothes of a planting company apprentice, stayed on Lutz's other side. The temple's blessings are huge whenever there's a Gutenberg in attendance, he stated with a proud grin. I ran an errand to a smithy the other day, and the people there said Zach's star binding was something else. He had the same hair color as his ostensibly late elder sister, but didn't much resemble her otherwise. His brown eyes and other features were a lot more reminiscent of Gunter, their father. As the trio, Effa and Gunter, departed, Mark and Benno followed along behind them. They wouldn't normally have gone to the trouble of visiting the temple just because one of their employees was coming of age, but Lutz had moved away from home for work, so they were acting as his guardian. They had taken advantage of the occasion and spent the ceremony speaking with all the gathered parents, obtaining information and getting their names out there. Well, thanks to Lady Rosemine, fighting back foreign barbarians and constructing her new city with the commoner's input, we're going to have an easier time working here than if we'd gone anywhere else, Benno said. Be grateful, Camille. Right, Master Benno. Oh, are they gonna have her pop up in the house? Please tell me. Please tell me they're gonna have her pop up in the house when they get there. Please. Oh my god, that would be so fucking adorable. So fucking sweet. Alexandria's country gate was shut, and its trade routes with Lonsnov were no more, so even old and established merchants were desperate to get involved with the Ob's new industry. The Gutenbergs had been welcomed to the city with almost no resistance as a result. It had taken the planting company less than a season to secure a crucial role in negotiations with the duchy's temple and castle. The local merchants were so used to dealing with the previous nobles that they had no idea how to connect with Rosemine. Though I'd guess the noble scholars here are just as confused. Since her move to Alexandria, Rosemine rarely attended meetings with merchants, and Ob couldn't just travel to the lower city whenever she wanted. Hartman was always present, though, which had made it exceptionally easy for the planting company to work its magic. I get how much she achieved, but is Lady Rosemine not way too popular with the commoners for someone who just got here, Camille asked. I heard the fishermen are at odds over who gets to send her fish. I don't remember anything like that happening in Arenfest. Yeah, because she didn't do anything as crazy as what she did with the country. Lutz nodded, thinking back to what he'd seen. The Gutenbergs were accepted everywhere they went, partly because the commoners were so grateful to their new archduchess, who was said to have cast some kind of awesome magic across the duchy. They're fighting over her at the board? Julie chuckled. You wouldn't believe the things I've heard at work. People say the archduchess lit up the night sky with a huge magic circle, which then covered the entire duchy with light. The very next morning, the ocean was clear and teeming with fish. The earth had gone from muddy to green, and there were plants growing everywhere. Everyone says to me, you're her personnel. It's such a shame you didn't get to see it. Yeah, it sounds absurd no matter how many times we hear about it. Everyone laughed, and it wasn't long before they arrived outside the Plantain and Gilberta companies. The stores were right next to each other and apart from the city, not too far from the temple. It was easy to see how well the new Ob treated her personnel, especially when the Gutenbergs' carpentry and ink workshops and smithy were all situated in the heart of the artisan district. Some locals claimed that nobles came by to make sure the stores and workshops had proper doors and windows. The locals all thought it was crazy for nobles to go to such trouble, but not Lutz. The nobles he knew went wherever they wanted, even to the orphanage and its workshop. Rosamund had assigned knights to protect him and the other Gutenbergs on their move, so if she gave the order, there was nothing strange about nobles checking on their future homes. Come on up when you're all changed, Effa said. We're having a celebratory lunch. Benno and Mark smiled and nodded. Lutz couldn't celebrate with his own parents, who had stayed in Ehrenfest, so he planned to eat together with his fiancée's family and his guardians. You can't wear clothes this fancy for lunch, Tully said, releasing Lutz's arm and stroking his sleeve. Imagine what Mrs. Carlo would say if you spilled something on them. Lutz agreed. His mom had worked especially hard to make and embroider his coming-of-age clothes with Tully, saying they were the last thing I can do for my son. He didn't want to risk staining them. The group split up to prepare for lunch. Benno, Mark, Lutz, and Tully went to the second floor of their respective stores, while Gunter, Effa, and Camille returned home to the Gilberta Company's third floor. They reconvened at Gunter's house when everyone was appropriately dressed, enjoying their celebratory meal, and then shared some relaxing tea while Effa and Tully cleared away the dishes. This should have been mine's coming-of-age ceremony, too. That is true. It would have been. Lutz ran a hand through his hair while pondering the day's events. Rosamund should have been among the new adults getting blessed, not up on the stage as the High Bishop. She was the same age as Lutz, but because she needed to be rebaptized as a noble to become the Archduke's adopted daughter, she was seen as being a year younger than was actually the case. So she's 14 at this point. Okay. Considering that nobles had their coming-of-age ceremonies at the end of winter, this meant Rosamund wouldn't be a proper adult for another year and a half, even though she and Lutz had once been baptized together. I guess Tully and Lutz's wedding is the next ceremony Lady Rosamund's going to heap with blessings, Camille said. Should we start preparing for the big day? No way, Gunter yelled. I don't even want to think about it. Come on, Dad, give it up. Tully was going to schedule their marriage for next year, right? But if Lady Rosamund plans to spread the printing industry all throughout Alexandria, this means Lutz might need to travel around the duchy as he did in Ehrenfest. They should sort out their wedding before then. He's right, Benno said. He and Mark were covering their mouths, trying to hide their smiles. Expanding the printing industry was the very reason we were brought here. Lutz will need to travel all over with the Gutenbergs, but if you state your plans first, Lady Rosamund should accommodate them. She did for Zack when he needed it. Before anyone could respond, they heard the clack of a door being unlocked and opened. It wasn't the door to the room they were sitting in, but the noise was loud enough that it couldn't have come from any other building. Lutz and the others exchanged worried glances. That wasn't the front door, was it? And everyone's here, right? Is it? They're actually doing it! Yes! Oh, they're gonna love it! They're gonna love her! Gunter stood up and quietly approached the door, signaling with his hand for everyone else to get down. Silence fell as tensions rose, making the footsteps of their unknown guests even more obvious. There were 2 sets, one brisk and cheerful. How do you even judge that? The other much heavier, almost like someone was trying to announce their presence. The coming-of-age ceremony is over, so they're bound to be here, came a voice. Try not to stomp so loud, will you? We don't want them to hear us. Let's swallow the urge to shout. You're the one making all the noise! He suddenly recognized the voice, but its owner couldn't possibly have been there. He looked around at the others, wondering whether anyone else had come to the same strange conclusion. We weren't told about this, Benno muttered, a distant look in his eyes. Mark seemed just as taken aback. Gunter, Effa, and Thule all stared at one another, their mouths slightly agape. They knew exactly who was speaking, but that didn't make it any more believable. Kamia was the only one without a clue what was going on. A doorknob turned, and the door burst open. I'm home, everyone. It's me. Mine. Oh, no. She didn't even say Rose mine. Oh, dear Lord. This is going to be so freaking awkward to everybody. How are they going to explain this to Camille? Oh, Camille, this is your sister. Mine, the one that we told you was dead. She's been alive this whole time. How do you explain that to him? In the doorway stood a young woman whose beauty must have come from the gods themselves. Her eyes, like golden moons, were brimming with emotion, and her hair, as dark as the night sky, bore 2 ornaments, a floral ornament from Thule, a hairpin from Thule, and an accessory with sparkling rainbow stones. Nothing could tarnish her appeal except her completely outrageous behavior. It really was mine, no matter how one looked at it. I would say welcome back, but... Let's pause. Wait. Are you allowed to use that name? What about the contract medic? That's from Airyfest, you silly goose! Everyone else was too stunned to speak. They opened and closed their mouths, but no words came out. Mine laughed. Smugly, that contract magic we signed was only Duchy-wide. It doesn't apply here in Alexandria. And now that I'm the Archduchess, I'm obviously not going to remake it. Seriously? Still, no one else spoke. You aren't as surprised as I expected, Mine said, her head cocked to one side. I thought I'd get a whoa, or maybe who the heck are you? We heard you stomping and shouting before you came in. Wait, really? Mine looked around and puffed out her cheeks and spun on her heel to face the doorway. You ruined the surprise! I told you they were going to hear your stomping. It was your voice that alerted them, said someone outside the door. What? Lutz couldn't believe his ears. Gunter, Effa, and Thule exchanged yet another look of complete and utter shock. Is that Lord Ferdinand? Gunter shouted. But why? Mine beckoned an expressionless Ferdinand to come out from behind the door. She held onto his sleeve and stood close to him, blushing. This is gonna be good! How are they gonna react to this? How is she gonna react to finding out that Lutz and Thule are engaged? That's what I wanna know! And gazing aimlessly around the room as she tried to find the right words. Well, the truth is... Mine didn't need to explain it. The sweetness in the air spoke for her. Gunter cradled his head and sighed at the sight of his youngest daughter's embarrassment, while Effa and Thule looked at each other and shrugged, no longer wary about having Ferdinand in their home. You chose Ferdinand, Benno said, speaking in his natural voice instead of the one he used when conversing with nobles. We already know. How did you know? Who told you? Did you just assume? Or, I don't know. Yeah, Camille's still clueless. Camille was still clueless, wearing an expression that seemed to scream, what the heck is going on here? How do you know that, Benno? Mine exclaimed. We haven't informed the commoners yet. Thule told me. Then I told everyone else. Let's. Then how does Thule know? Let's turn to his fiancée, indicating that she should explain. Her shock had already turned into exasperation. She shook her head with a heavy sigh. You told me back when I received the order for Lady Hannelor's hairpin, remember? You said you had feelings for Lord Ferdinand, that you wouldn't mind a political marriage with him, and that being my family was the same as being a cop. Are you serious? She actually said that. I gotta go back and look at that dang book. Which book is it? Lutz was shocked, and in truth, somewhat moved. He'd assumed that Mine would only ever have an eye for books. No, wait, you're not playing fair, Mine cried. I might have said something along those lines, but you're forgetting some very important context. It was close enough, and you wouldn't get hung up over a little inconsistency or two, right? A small change can have a tremendous impact, Mine protested, looking between Thule and Ferdinand while groaning that she hadn't said anything of the sort. Ferdinand was still as stone-faced as when he'd arrived, making it tough to pinpoint what he thought about the whole situation. Mine, in contrast, looked entirely like a young lady in love! Oh my god! She is in love with Ferdinand. She just doesn't get it because she's never been in love before, and she doesn't understand the romance in this world because it's so dang different from ours. It was almost comical. Lutz couldn't believe that she, of all people, was smitten. Not bad, Ferdinand. You say it's all a mistake, but you are marrying him, aren't you? I mean, yes, but it hadn't been decided yet. And again, you totally misunderstood me. Yeah, it wasn't decided at the time, yeah. Really? Tully asked Bertard. Well, you got engaged in the end, so it's fine. Mine glared at her sister, clutching her bright red cheeks. No, it's not fine. That makes it sound entirely like I'm in love with him. Why does nobody believe me when I say we're not like that? Heck is she even saying? Mine was clearly in love with Ferdinand. Everyone could see it. Mark and Ben were watching the couple with warm smiles. Tully sounded exasperated, but there was a teasing light in her eyes. Eva was covering her mouth in an attempt to stifle her laughter, while Gunter was covering both ears and almost weeping as he tried to avoid the truth. Oh, poor Gunter. His daughter got engaged and he isn't too happy about it. Man, he's gonna be so annoying later. Let's step back to how Gunter had acted when he and Tully got engaged and slumped over already exhausted. The sisters continued their back and forth in the meantime. Oh, really? Does that mean you hate Lord Ferdinand? Obviously not! So you love him. Well, yes, for that nonsense! Oh my god! Oh, dear Lord. How is Ferdinand going to take all this? He doesn't seem to care. In what sense, then? Lutz retorted, but only in his head. He knew that trying to argue with mine would only lead them around in circles. Tully was openly teasing her. In any case, so he decided to lead the sisters to it. Fine, fine, Tully muttered. I get exactly what you mean. You clearly don't mind Snap with a glare. Lutz could see the tears forming in her golden eyes and thought it might be a good time to stop, but Tully pressed the attack. But I totally do. You don't hate Ferdinand. You love him so much you want him. Oh my god. What? Instead, mine went bright red all the way down to her neck. She looked up at Ferdinand, who hadn't shown even the slightest hint of a reaction. That's not... No. She can't even get the words out! She took a step back, turned around, and attempted to retreat. Her gait was slow and clumsy as she closed in on her target. Camille, who hadn't moved an inch from near the door since the two sisters had started their spat, she threw her arms around him and started rubbing her cheek against the top of his head, sobbing all the while. Poor Camille, he's now the target. Camille, Tully keeps being mean. Hold on, what? Camille went as red as mine, his eyes brimming with tears as he tried to escape her clutches. His panic was only natural to him. Some attractive lady he didn't know was pressing his face into her chest. What's going on? Who are you? Let's help me! Of course you don't know me. I'm your big sister Mine, and you've grown so big. I've wanted to hold you like this for so long. I'm glad to see it still makes you cry. You're glad? Yeah, because he always cried when she held him before. Intent on distracting everyone from her embarrassment, Mine kept clinging to her frightened younger brother. Eva and Tully watched them with warm smiles. Mine, could you let Camille go now? Let's ask. He's clearly losing his mind. It couldn't have been nice being seized out of nowhere without even a few words of explanation. Nuh-uh, she protested. This hug was 7 years in the making. I'm going to enjoy it. Mine continued rubbing her cheeks against Camille, who desperately reached out to anyone who might save him. Because his captor was a noble, he hadn't even tried to shove her away. He was too afraid of the consequences. Mine, Camille still doesn't know what's going on, Let's said. He gestured to Gunter, who was sobbing over his daughter's return. If you want to make it up for all the years you've lost, there might be a better place to start. Mine pursed her lips and released Camille, though she made it clear that she would come back for him. Then she skipped over to Gunter. Camille attempted to neaten his messed up hair before glaring at Let's. Care to tell me what's going on? How come Master Benno and Mark understand the situation when I'm completely in the dark? Because, yeah, they already knew about it. There was a magic contract involved, Let's began. Anyone who breached its terms would die, so we all decided it was best not to tell you anything. Benno nodded. Mine became the target of nobles from another duchy. To keep her family from being deemed guilty by association and put to death, she signed a magic contract saying that she would never interact with them as family again and got adopted by the Archduke. The contract only worked in Ehrenfest, though, so she's able to see you as much as she wants. That woman over there is your older sister. It was a simple explanation, but Camille mustn't have thought so. He yelled, "None of that makes sense!" as tears welled up in his eyes. Well, nobody can blame you for being confused, Benno said. Mine confuses us all of us all the time. Indeed, Mark added, her actions never seem to make sense whether one sees them in person or merely hears about them through a report. Camille paled. Not even the most reliable people in his store knew what to make of mine. In any case, Camille, you might want to gather your thoughts. It won't be long before mine strikes again. 7 years of pent-up love, practically a lifetime to you, is about to hit you all at once. She just said she's coming back for you, right? A lifetime of love? Camille asked, barely able to contain his nervousness. Lotz chuckled. For years, mine had needed to settle for glimpsing her younger brother during temple ceremonies. Now that they had reunited, she wouldn't hold anything back. Camille really was at risk. Dad, I'm home, mine said. Welcome back, mine. It's been too long. Good job making it here. Big tears formed in Gunter's eyes. A long time ago, he'd given up on ever getting to hug his daughter again. You can thank Ferdinand. He's helped me so much over the years. He even made the teleportation circle I used to get here. Right? Is that so? Effa watched the father-daughter reunion, drying her tears on her apron all the while. Then her attention turned elsewhere, as if she'd suddenly realized something. Let's followed her gaze to Ferdinand, who was completely focused on mine and Gunter. It was hard to tell what the man was thinking at first glance. He was as quiet and as expressionless as always. But the slightest glint in his eye gave him away. This was exactly the outcome he had wanted. Mine? Yes, Mom? Mine asked, sobbing. Effa was crying too, but she still managed to sound exasperated when she said, What do you mean, yes? How are you going to leave your future husband out in the hallway? At least invite him in and introduce him to everyone. Oh, right. Mine dashed over to Ferdinand and took him by the arm. He frowned in response. No, I do not mind staying here, he said. You ain't just standing out in the hallway, dude. Come on in. Mine, are you sure Ferdinand wants to be your husband? Let's hadn't seen Ferdinand enough to really know him, but the man's permanently knit brow made him seem anything but glad to be there. Was it really wise for mine to hold on to him? She must have thought so because she brought him into the room without a care in the world. This is Ferdinand. Oh, God. This is Ferdinand, my fiancé, she said, her cheeks still wet with tears. He's going to protect me and all of Alexandria like how Dad promised to keep me safe back in Ehrenfest. We've already announced our engagement to noble society, but I wanted to introduce him to all of you. Do not get too emotional, Ferdinand warned, as his bride-to-be started to weep again. He took out a handkerchief, used it to dry her eyes, and then touched a face under her forehead. Let's have served as mine's caretaker however long ago, so he recognized the skill with which Ferdinand tended to her. The former high priest must have had plenty of experience. Lutz couldn't believe what he was seeing. It doesn't make sense. He's wearing such a stony expression, yet there's such a tender air between them. I just never thought we'd all get to be together again, mine said. I really couldn't be happier. I know, but you must contain yourself. May Helsmer's healing be granted. Ferdinand put a hand over his fiancé's puffy eyes, which returned to normal in a flash of green light. She's obviously going to cry more, so why not save the blessings until right before she leaves? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Lutz was still mulling over the thought when Tilly cried, everyone, let's hold our own coming-of-age ceremony. One just for mine. I'll do her hair and we can celebrate together. Let me just fetch my things. She rushed out of the room, trying to hide her tears. Truly sure seems motivated, Gunter said, taking some mugs from a cupboard and shaking them a little. How about it, mine? Do you have time? Ferdinand? She pleaded. He paused and thought. We must return by 6th bell, but we may remain here until then. It wasn't even 5th bell, so they had more time than Lutz had expected. Mark, can you fetch some fruit wine and such from our place? Benno asked, evidently intent on participating. Let's break out the special stock we brought from Ehrenfest. At once, Master Benno. Given the occasion, I will also bring the Alexandrian spirits we intended to open tonight. Camille, would you come with me? Yes, Mr. Mark, Camille replied, seizing the first opportunity to escape. I'm back, Tilly announced. She plopped a box of brushes and such on the table with a dull thump and gestured to a stool. Take a seat, mine. I'll do your hair. Oh, but only the parts that are hanging loosely. I can see you've got gel around your hair ornaments to keep them in place. Mine patted the chair beside her and smiled. Come sit here, Ferdinand. Ferdinand seemed reluctant, but he sat down nonetheless. Effa poured him some tea to tide him over until the alcohol arrived, but Mine swiped the cup from him and took the first sip. Mine! Effa cried, unable to believe her daughter's rudeness. Oh, she tried it to make sure it was poison. Not poisoned. Okay, good. Mine wiped the rim of the teacup before setting it back down on the table. There you go, Ferdinand. You can drink it now. That was not necessary, Ferdinand replied. Really? Lutz knew a thing or two about noble customs from Mine's days as a blue shrine maiden, so he understood that she just tested the drink for poison. Seeing her go to such lengths in her own home without the slightest hesitation made Lutz realize just how much she had changed over the years. Okay, go ahead, Mine said. She turned away from Tully and swept back the hair hanging over her shoulders. Tully ran a hand through Mine's dark blue tresses. Wow, your hair's so pretty and it feels amazing to touch. Right. You can thank my attendants for all their hard work. You should have said it was because of our Rensham, Tuli muttered, her lips pursed. Mine clapped her hands together. Oh, right, there's now a Rensham workshop here in Alexandria, right? How's the quality compared to the Rensham sold in Ehrenfest? I meant to ask ages ago. I just can't waltz into the lower city anymore. Or nowadays. Tuli started doing Mine's hair while the pair discussed Rensham and the Gilberta Company. Benno slipped into the conversation as well, always eager to talk business. We were told to keep advancing the printing industry, right? He asked. How's your plan going so far? How many printing workshops are you going to make in this one city? I want 2 outside the orphanage's workshop, at least for the time being. I assume you've heard that I plan to start a school of sorts in the orphanage. It should open sometime after the autumn baptism ceremony. It will serve as a primer on the information taught at the Rail Academy. Franenzom's move meant Alexandria's temple will soon be reconstructed to match the one in restructured to match the one in Ehrenfest. Let's heard that the classroom would also educate the children of major stores. Yes, I plan to send Camille there, Benno replied. Right now, most major stores don't know how to deal with the new nobles. Interest in your school is pretty low, as most merchants worry the kids might slip up and cost them some valuable connections. The temple's classes were cheap to attend, but most merchants had decided the risk was too great. Both the Plantain and Gilberta companies were getting new Laharls from Alexandria, and let's suspected that other stores would watch to see what became of them before making more of the moves of their own. This sucks, my grunt. I wish I could go see the classrooms. Maybe I should take the page from Sylvester's book and start sneaking around. Don't even think about it, idiot. Les and Benno barked in unison. Les heaved a deep and somewhat over-the-top sigh. He recalled Ob Ehrenfest sneaking into the lower city's forest, just as wanting to join the Rosemine workshop, and Hartman trying to spread tales of his saint's grandeur to the commoners, then concluded that he'd dealt with more than enough wackos for one lifetime. Learning that mine hadn't changed at all just made his head ache. Good grief. Truly? Ferdinand asked, his brow creased. Les was relieved to know mine had someone in her inner circle to guide her and scold her when she needed it. Do you not realize that you are in fact sneaking out at this very moment? Oh, you're right. Camille is best. What the fuck? She came here in secret? Huh? Ferdinand must have permitted it. As the mood started relaxing, let's realize something. Wasn't it strange that Ferdinand was allowing mine to sneak out? And now that he thought about it, though he remained stone-faced, the former high priest hadn't looked away from her even once since his arrival. He was even watching her get her hair done. Could this be pretty dangerous? Unease spread through Les's chest. Mine had received permission to be there, which meant it probably wouldn't be the last time she abruptly made an appearance. He exchanged a look with Benno, worried about what kind of nightmarish future awaited them. I created a huge library here in Alexandria, Mine said. Its meager collection is sad to see. I want the Plantain Company to make lots and lots of books, like a ton. Do your best to help me, Let's. Together we can put a stop to all those empty shelves. Benno looked into Mine's golden eyes and shook his head. Not happening. Let's won't be going anywhere for a year or two, so plan around that. He and Tuli are getting married soon. No! What's she gonna say? What's she gonna say? Les and Tuli had purposefully kept their engagement a secret from Mine, but alas, Benno had revealed the truth without a second thought. Mine stared at Let's wide-eyed, then attempted to whip her head around to see Tuli. Stay still, Mine, I'm trying to do your hair. You and Let's are engaged now? How come nobody told me? We were waiting for the right moment, Tuli said, exasperated. We didn't want you to overwhelm us with blessings. Let's agreed. For quite a while, they had only been able to speak with Mine during their meetings at the temple. Reporting the news on one of these occasions might have led to her blessing Let's and Tuli right in front of all the gathered scholars. So it's true then, Mine exclaimed. Oh gosh, what can I do? I'm sorry for joy people. No, stop, fool, Ferdinand shouted. If you unleash the light of a blessing here, then you will never be able to come back. I don't want that. But I want to bless them. Save it for the day of their wedding. Letizia could do with the demonstration. Since a member of your family is getting married, I will provide a blessing as well. According to Ferdinand, Alexandrian's nobles were being taught to pray on a daily basis, meaning Mine's prayers wouldn't cause any issues no matter how crazy she went with them. Les went to sit with his head in his hands. He could already tell that an immense blessing awaited him on his wedding day. But, if I marry Tuli and Ferdinand marries Mine, won't that make the two of us family? That's something. Let's had already known that Rosemine and Ferdinand were getting married, but he hadn't expected Mine to return. Only then had it occurred to him that he was going to have a full-blooded noble in his family. His brain more or less shut down when he tried to wrap his head around it. And if Ferdinand treats me as family, then I need to do the same for him. Can I even manage that? Mark and Camille soon returned with alcohol and snacks, while Gunter ran back and forth between his home and the Plantain Company to get the celebration ready. Effa prepared some extra snacks while half watching Thule do Mine's hair. Done, Thule announced. So what do you think? Not to blow my own trumpet, but I think I did a pretty fine job. Lutz had thought the same thing when his fiancée came of age, but girls look so much more mature when they wore their hair up. Thule gave her sister an appraising look, inspecting her from the back, and sighed before declaring the hairstyle to be extremely cute. Oh, that's my mind, Gunter exclaimed. My darling daughter, the cutest young lady in the whole wide world. Just look at you. You're a beauty like your mom, an adult through and through. I'm so glad we did this. Dad, mine replied, quit exaggerating. I imagine wouldn't be surprised if Ferdinand agreed with him. That's gonna make her blush so fucking much. Nah, I mean it. I thought the same thing when I first saw your mom with her hair up, but girls turn into beauties in the blink of an eye. You're a woman now, mine. Technically, yes. Biologically, yes, she is. Because she was around the same age as Lutz, so if she hadn't gone through all this, she would have had her coming of age ceremony at the same time as him. But the thing is, though, if all this didn't happen, she probably wouldn't have made it that far. She wouldn't have survived. Mine laughed, slightly embarrassed by all the praise. She turned to Ferdinand and said, what do you think? Does this hairstyle make me look like an adult? Indeed, he replied with a nod. Not bad. Hold it, chump. Uh-oh. Not bad is his way of saying real good. That's Ferdinand for you. Very good is the highest praise he gives. Gunter's eyes flashed with anger as he rested her forearm on the table. The heck is not bad supposed to mean? My daughter's the most beautiful girl there is. Yeah, bias much. Gunter, are you insane? The blood drained from Lutz's face. Gunter might have been a loving father, but that was no excuse to insult your soon-to-be son-in-law, I might add. Lutz glanced at Ferdinand, whose normally blank expression hadn't changed at all. Gunter, cool it, Benno said, rising from his seat. Master Benno's right, Lutz added, almost leaping to his feet. You know, this is Lord Ferdinand you're speaking to, right? Both merchants were ready to pin Mine's father down if it needed to. So what? He stole my... That's the point here! He stole my daughter's heart. Gunter slammed a fist against the table, his fury on full display. I don't care if he's a commoner, a noble, or even a... I would laugh if he's supposed to be a mortal version of Aviglabe. I will laugh because then Rosemary being his Gaduld would make so much fucking more sense and even more layer on it. Even a god, if he can't treat mine right, I won't show him any mercy. Lutz gasped as tensions rose. He wasn't sure how to respond. That's my dad for you, Mine announced with a chuckle. This is just like him, isn't it, Ferdinand? Indeed, you and your father truly are alike. He reached out and stroked her cheek, then turned to Mine's parents and spoke their names. His expression was as unchanging as always, so Lutz couldn't even gauge the tone of the conversation. Effa seemed unfazed, but Gunter was still ready for a fight. Lutz and Benno remained on edge, prepared to intervene at a moment's notice. You both raised mine with so much love, Ferdinand said, and she has saved me in more ways than I can explain. Yeah, she has. I was touched to see how much you treasure her, even when status and the terms of a magic contract tore you apart. Mine taught me the meaning of family, but it was you who raised and protected her. His quiet voice moved everyone who heard it. He wasn't just being kind to Mine's parents, he genuinely admired them. I wish to cherish and protect her just as you did, he continued. I swore to protect this duchy and her with it, and once again I will vow to treasure mine above all else. I would ask you both to acknowledge me as a member of your family. Ferdinand didn't want Mine's family to become nobles. Instead, he was humbly requesting to join them as they were. Ooh, it's so sweet. Oh my god. He really does love her. He just doesn't know how that works, essentially. He's just like Mine. They both don't know that they're both idiots when it comes to realizing that they both love each other. Oh my god. Mine watched her parents closely, her golden eyes brimming with blissful tears as she awaited their response. How could they reject someone who brought their daughter so much joy? Lord Ferdinand, I was right to entrust mine to you all those years ago, Effa said, smiling as he placed a cup between him and her husband. Gunter, aren't you relieved that he's a good person? Gunter merely frowned as he accepted the jug from his wife and started pouring its contents into the cup she put on the table. The cup was only halfway full when he set the jug down and stared at his youngest daughter's husband-to-be. Ferdinand turned to Maya as if asking what he should do, but she merely cocked her head at him. Maybe as nobles they weren't used to pouring their own drinks? Or maybe they didn't understand why there was only one cup on the table? Lord Ferdinand, he wants you to pour the rest, Les explained. It's something we commoners do for engagements. I went through the same thing with Tule. I don't know how nobles do things, but if you really want to be a part of our lives, I can teach you our customs. You have my thanks, Ferdinand said. He took the jug and filled the cup with fruit wine, which would serve as proof of their vow. Gunter picked up the drink, gulped down half, and then held the rest out to Ferdinand. Take good care of mine. I shall, I swear it. Ferdinand accepted the cup and downed the last of the fruit wine, establishing his and Mine's commoner engagement. Together, everyone celebrated Mine's coming of age and engagement. It couldn't have been a more enjoyable occasion. Benno teasingly insisted that Mine and Ferdinand... No, don't you even suggest that, dude! Seal their union with Alchemist, throwing Mine into a panic! Oh, God. Mark turned to Ferdinand and said, I see that Mine was your goddess of water. Ferdinand replied in all seriousness. Not quite. Mine is every single one of my goddesses, rendering everyone both confused and speechless. Uh-oh. Mine clung to Camille again and refused to release him no matter how much he pleaded. Ferdinand spoke to Gunter about Mine while the young lady in question discussed clothes with her mom and sister. Les and Tule dug through their memories, recounting Mine's ancient history and various stories from her past. Time really did fly when you were having fun. 6 bell came sooner than anyone expected, meaning it was time for Mine and Ferdinand to leave. Come again when you can, Effa said. That includes you, Lord Ferdinand, but you're bringing the fruit wine, Gunter exclaimed, completely soused. He's completely drunk! He threw an arm over his future son-in-law's shoulder and gave him an enthusiastic noogie. Indeed, Ferdinand replied, not bothered in the slightest. I figured he would have been bothered by that! I should bring some of my special reserves. He seemed as expressionless as ever to Lutz, but Mine assured everyone that he was content and at ease. Oh, she knows him better than everybody. Since you're keeping these visits a secret, even from your retainers, I'd say this now. Wear these the next time you come. Tule produced several outfits appropriate for rich commoners. Mine had worn her most modest clothes for their long-awaited reunion, but they didn't want to risk drawing attention to her. Thanks, Mine replied. I'll work hard so I can come at least once per season. Her tresses hung freely again. Tule had untied them, which made their impromptu coming-of-age ceremony seem like nothing more than a dream. Camille, be ready to call me Big Sis the next time I visit. Mine continued, her tone a little more wistful. I'm going to look forward to it. The boy in question popped his head out from behind Lutz. He hadn't stopped running from behind their embrace. But not because he hated her. He just had no idea how to respond to a beautiful older woman appearing out of nowhere and doting on him like a compassionate older sister. No way, I'm not a kid, Camille protested. I always call Tule by her name, so is that okay with you, Mine? Oh! Mine smiled, evidently on board with the idea. She pressed a hand against the wall, and a door opened that certainly hadn't been there before. It must have been hidden with magic. See you later, Mine. See you later, everyone. Aww. Let's see. The volume was simply too long to include any short stories. Pooh. The original short stories that would have been here will instead be featured in the 3rd short story collection. Oh, I will be looking forward to that. Also, a 5-page comic, 10 parts of book version of the side story I'm currently writing on. Ascendance of Bookworm, Hannelor's 5th year at the Royal Academy. It isn't done yet, so it won't be released until sometime next summer. And the 3rd story is short story collection, which should include all the remaining shorts, exclusive sale bonus stories. Next winter at the earliest. Oh, here we go. Oh, she's planning on dissect. Not yet. Okay. Pooh. Okay, let's see. Comfy life for my family. Oh, God, Elvira, what are you doing? Okay, guys, this video should be in a higher quality, so, guys, I want y'all to show me what this is, because my vision's still not good with small print. And I can't make this any bigger. Oh, here we go. Okay, you're gonna have to probably help me on this. Oh! She's having to embroider his cape! He's embarrassed about this. Dude, what are you doing? Dude! You're gonna make her blush! She's gonna turn red! Oh my god, this is so sweet! Oh my god, I love this so fucking much. What does this say? What does it say? Someone who knows Japanese or can translate it, please tell me, please. I want a continuation! Give me a continuation, Maya! Come on, Maya! We all want a continuation! Give it to us! Please! I want to at least... I don't need to see all the, the sordid details when she comes of age and everything. I just want to see them having kids and stuff. That's what I want. I want to see that continue. Please! I want to see that! It'd be so cute! Anyway... It's been an amazing journey reading these books with you guys. I have been looking forward to every single book ever since I got past the point of the anime. And hopefully we'll get that next season soon. It's supposed to be greenlit for some time. I don't know when. Probably sometime next year. Maybe fall next year. Maybe. But... until we get the next short story collection or the continuation with Hannelore, I will see you guys in the next video.